Part I, Resistance and Culture. The adverse decision of the Board of Pardons terminates all hope of release by legal means. The authorities are determined that I should remain in the prison, confident that it will prove my tomb. Realizing this fires my defiance, and all the stubborn resistance of my being. There is no hope of surviving my term. At best, even with the full benefit of the commutation time which will hardly be granted me, in view of the attitude of the prison management, I still have over 9 years to serve. But existence is becoming increasingly more unbearable, long confinement and the solitary have drained my vitality. To endure the 9 years is almost a physical impossibility. I must therefore concentrate all my energy and efforts upon escape. Alexander Berkman, Chapter XXXIII, The Tunnel, Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. What strikes me is how after 10 years in a maximum security prison, as soon as there was a tiny possibility of escape, the spirit and prose style of Alexander Berkman sprang alive as if he had not been dehumanized at all. Paul Goodman, New Reformation. Introduction, of Tunnels and Theaters. It is true, there is a Tony Mall there now. In Montevideo, Uruguay, the very walls that once formed El Penal de Punta Carretas, where, for decades, political prisoners were held without trial and executed, now harbor Punta Carretas shopping, featuring a Nike shop, a Swarovski, an Adidas, a Burger King, and, apparently, a women's clothing shop called Tits. 80 years ago, across the street at 2529 Calle Solano Garcia, there stood a zinc-roofed warehouse that a small family of Italian immigrants, Gino Gatti, Primina Romano, and their child had turned into a coal dealer's shop in the spring of 1929, hanging up a sign, Carboneria El Buen Trato, Figure 1. It is from the back of this shop that a 50-meter-long tunnel was dug, over the course of a year and a half, into the prison bathroom, enabling a number of anarchist prisoners to escape from Punta Carretas in August 1931. Figure 2. The policeman who discovered the tunnel later on could not help but admire its construction. No crude crawlway, it had a vaulted ceiling that could accommodate a standing adult of average height. It was well ventilated, electrically lit, and rigged with a system of alarm bells. At a certain point along the route of this tunnel, it intersects with another tunnel that also runs under the floors of Punta Carretas, this one dating from 1971, when over 100 Tupamaro guerrillas made their prison break. When they broke through into the old tunnel, they recognized it for what it was. They had read the accounts. My eyes will never forget, one of the escapees later wrote, the clearly visible traces of their tools crossed with ours at the summit of the vault. In a small ceremony, they planted a sign there, Acquiesce cruzan dos generaciones, dos ideologias y un mismo destino, la libertad. At this place there was a crossing of 2 generations, 2 ideologies, and 1 destiny, freedom. 1. This crossing of ways and destinos does indeed invite contrasts as well as comparisons, and not only contrasts of generation and ideology. Whereas the first prison break was accomplished from the outside, the second was dug from within. 2. The Tupamaros, who called their movement one of national liberation, were overwhelmingly Uruguayan in origin, while the anarchists were of diverse national origins: Italian, Catalan, Argentinian, German. Their movement, a vast rhizomal network, was in no small part the byproduct of an age of expansion, a creature of the telegraph line, the railway, and the steamship, carried by flows of immigration. 3. Arriving always before, or after, its time, in the words of Sandra Jeppesen, it had no real permanent space of its own, it subsisted in a state of perpetual motion. The Gatti family participated in this circulation on many different levels. Not only were they multiple immigrants, Gino, for instance, first emigrated to Argentina in 1923 before making his way to Uruguay, they also seem to have been engaged in illegal border crossing almost as a kind of profession. Archival records testify to government's ever frustrated, ever renewed attempts to locate and fix the address of this family, tracking it from one address to another, from one name to another. The Italian embassy in Buenos Aires reported to Rome that Gino, later dubbed El Ingeniero, the engineer, for his tunneling prowess, had a small motor boat that provides for the transfer of their fellow anarchists as well as for smuggling operations. For tunnels belong to this theme of mobility. A tunnel is a means of escape to la libertad transitory, not a home, not a destino. But El Ingeniero built his tunnel as if it were meant to last. Was this not a little more than merely practical? Gatti may have been a logistical genius, but he seems to have had a lyrical streak. He described his friend's very life as a true epic poem. What kind of space, then, was his tunnel, logistical or lyrical? The very being of a tunnel, to a sufficiently lyrical eye, could seem to be a paradox, a contradiction in terms, a subterranean structure erected by destruction, built by sheer subtraction, the negation of solidity itself. Mikhail Bakunin used the figure of the tunnel to evoke the manner in which radical spirit survives underneath the world's crushing weight. The spirit of revolution is not subdued, it has only sunk into itself in order soon to reveal itself again as an affirmative, creative principle, and right now it is burrowing, if I may avail myself of this expression of Hegel's, like a mole under the earth. Well said, old Bakunin. 5 To live mole-wise, to live tunneling, is to make the very means of escape one's home. If you can imagine living this way, then you can imagine what this book is about, anarchist resistance culture. My intention, in this book, is to examine the ways in which anarchist politics have historically found aesthetic expression in the form of a culture of resistance, is to some extent unique. It is hardly unheard of, in my corner of the academic world, to utter the word resistance in such close connection with the word culture. For some, the two terms have become synonymous, so that instances of culture as innocuous as playing a video game or wearing a t-shirt can be taken to be instances of resistant behavior, making the phrase resistance culture almost redundant. Furthermore, what if the word resistance, modifying culture, implies that only some forms of culture, and not others, are authentically subversive or threatening to the established order of things, i.e., resistant? This is what I mean. I am interested in what makes the difference between innocuous or conservative moments in culture and those that potentially or actually defy, disturb, and challenge the given. Though I am not the first to speak of a culture of resistance or resistance culture, the currency of these terms hasn't fixed their meanings. Some of the ambiguity probably derives from the ambiguity of the word culture itself, which, as Raymond Williams points out, has come to mean both the special kinds of works and practices, supposedly distinct and separate from everyday life, that we call art and learning, and the more amorphous notion of a particular way of life. 6 Thus, for instance, Vivian Schelling speaks of cultures of resistance in the plural, defining these as more subtle and everyday practices of opposition to domination by contrast with systematic and confrontational forms of struggle. 7 James C. Scott, similarly, describes a culture of resistance as the sharing of the risk entailed in individual acts of resistance by an entire community aligned against an external source of oppression. 8 For Robert M. Press, a culture of resistance is greater than the sum of the acts of resistance. It involves a change of thinking, a decision to no longer accept authoritarian rule in daily life, not just at the top, but at all levels. 9 Writers from Stanley Aronowitz to Dinesh D'Souza use the term culture of resistance or resistance culture to refer to an informal climate of recalcitrance and opposition created by marginalized people unable to revolt openly: slaves in the fields, working class students in the classroom, workers in fast food restaurants. 10 In odd cases, it serves to describe the behavior of rather privileged subjects, example doctors or businessmen, defending their group interests against external imperatives. Usually, however, it is used to characterize the behavior of poor, especially black people, either to appreciate their creativity and agency in the face of overwhelming institutional forces or to decry their stubborn refusal to respond to the well-meant interventions of teachers, social workers, and other supposed agents of change. 11. In all of these formulations, the word culture serves to qualify the concept of resistance, to indicate forms of resistance that are, on the one hand, relatively atmospheric, even vaporous, not formalized or embodied in any visible institutions, perhaps not even conscious or coherent, and on the other hand, not merely sporadic or fleeting but generalized, communal, habitual, and entrenched. In any case, the sense of the word culture that is evoked is that of a way of life rather than specific works and practices. Occasionally, however, one encounters references to resistance culture in something more like the artifactual sense. American hip-hop, a particularly subversive film, an alternative news network are given as instances. The last of these is specifically described as a tool for changing attitudes, raising public awareness and relaying the views of the movement to a wider public, to mobilize concerned citizens not normally involved in action protests. 12 During South Africa's transition to post-apartheid, the term resistance culture is used synonymously with écriture engagée or protest theater, the kind of cultural artifact produced specifically and consciously as the expression of an organized resistance movement. In the words of Albie Sachs, art, seen as an instrument of struggle. Point 13 This is far closer to the sense I intend, with two crucial differences. First, the anarchist conception of resistance is, with all due respect to the astounding trials undergone by the South African anti-apartheid movement, something different and broader, aimed not only at one particular oppressive regime but at all forms of domination and hierarchy, whether these are constituted through the formal institutions of violence and property or the infinity of informal power relations through which we form our sense of ourselves and our world. Anarchist resistance, declares George Izavito, 1868–1942, encompasses all the popular movements, all the ambitions of the people to revolt against tyrannies, whatever their source, against all the tyrannies and all the entities in the names of which they are exercised: God, truth, homeland, honor, universal suffrage, labor, property, church, state, law, dictatorship, justice, general interest, peace, law, culture, humanity, progress, etc. Resistance must be a way of understanding our role in an entire society based on social inequality. Point 14. To be an anarchist, in a place and time that is like any part of the world in the 20th century, is to deny the legitimacy of almost every feature of that world, its nation-states, its religions, its pretense of representational government, its organization of production and consumption, its patriarchal customs, its warped ideals, etc., etc. There is almost no end to the things one is against, to the point that one continually risks slipping into an entirely negative and reactive self. Definition: anti-capitalist, anti-statist, anti-clerical, anti-imperialist, anti-racist, anti-authoritarian, anti-sexist. Point 15 When an entire society, i.e., almost everything around you, seemingly to the smallest detail, reflects assumptions contrary to your most deeply held convictions about what the world is and can be, namely, the assumption that hierarchy, domination, violence, and injustice are the natural, necessary, and permanent characters of existence, then merely to persevere in imagining and acting on the assumption of the possibility of another kind of world is in itself a monumental and continual effort of resistance. At one end of the tunnel is a prison, or a mall. At the other end is a little theater in which a humble spectacle is staged for the benefit of the public, a simulation of law-abiding commerce, el buen trato, literally, the good deal, and normal family life, the Gaddy family. A farce, perhaps. In light of such theatricality, it might come as no surprise to learn from certain websites dedicated to anarchist history that the famed playwright, Armand Gaddy, was the child of this couple. 16 It makes a further kind of perverse sense that Gaddy Fills should become known, decades later, for his experimental work with prisoners. An ex-prisoner himself, having been arrested and thrown into a Nazi labor camp as a young French resistance fighter, he, like Gaddy père, had learned to escape. Like his father before him, Armand Gaddy became an anarchist. Point 17. The themes of imprisonment and escape are, indeed, of fundamental importance in Armand Gaddy's works, including his screenplay for the film L'Enclos, 1961, and the plays L'Enfant Rat, 1960, L'Extreme existence du camp de Tatenberg, 1962, Chant public devant du chaises électriques, 1964, Chroniques d'une planète provisoire, 1967, Le Labyrinth, 1981, Ulrich Meinhof, 1986, Les 7 possibilités du train 713 en partance d'Auschwitz, 1987, Le combat du jour et de la nuit dans la maison. Dirit de Fleury-Maragues, 1989, and Le chant d'amour de alphabets d'Auschwitz, 1989. One of the experiences that first marked out this thematic trajectory took place in the courtyard of the labor camp in which the young Gatti was interned. There, one day, he saw another prisoner, who had been subjected to 3-month solitary confinement, emerge into the courtyard for the first time, dancing strangely and singing the alphabet. Gatti immediately understood this danse alphabetic, later written into one of his theatrical pieces, as a means of mental survival and escape. That day, the war had been won. 18 Gatti resisted his jailers and torturers by writing poems in his head and reciting in lieu of answering questions, building up a defensive linguistic barrier around himself, as his biographer Dorothy Knowles observes. 19. In dramaturgical workshops with prisoners, Gatti puts this hard-earned knowledge to use, leading them through exercises designed to trace the histories that have imprisoned them and to allow them to reimagine themselves as something other than prisoners. 20 The aim of Armand Gatti's theater, becoming conscious of what one is, of one's own possibilities, to the profoundest measure, is quite continuous with the aim of Gino Gatti's engineering. There is only one problem with this analogy via genealogy between the two Gattis. If the analogy is true, the genealogy is false. The father of the playwright-born Dante Sover, Armand Gatti, in 1924 was indeed an Italian immigrant anarchist, but in 1929 to 1931, he was not in Montevideo but in Monaco, having previously sought work in Chicago. Named Augusta Gatti, he was a street sweeper, not an engineer, and his wife, Letizia Luzina, gave birth to her son, the future playwright, in Monaco. 21 Half the world away from Gino Gatti, Primina Romano, and their daughter. In fact, Gino Gatti was merely the nom de guerre of a man identified by Argentine police as José Baldi, in Italian, Giuseppe. 22. Given the spurious nature of the paternity claim in Re Gatti, we might ask, what is the meaning of this misidentification? It seems a particularly odd mistake, after all, given the general indifference toward questions of pedigree in the anarchist tradition. 23 If it has any occult or unconscious significance, perhaps it is in the fact of the peculiar affinity between these two persons, falsely linked by a name, truly linked by the analogy between their actions. 24 There is, in short, a strange kind of family resemblance, an affinity or analogy. What makes the tunnel of Punta Carreta such an apt analog for this culture is the nature of the fundamental problem to which the culture constitutes a strategic response. Let me explain this by way of another brief anecdote. In his memoirs, Abraham Frumkin, 1872–1946, recounts how a fellow Yiddish-speaking anarchist, Moshe, once asked the Russian Gentile anarchist Kropotkin the rather rabbinical question, "Tsi Megan anarchist Hobna bank Bekel, can one be an anarchist and save money in the bank at the same time?" There is one easy way to interpret this anecdote. For Karen Rosenberg, it merely serves as one more demonstration that anarchism is a sect, i.e., a religious, cult of self-sacrifice. 25 Here is one of the most tediously repeated commonplaces about anarchism, i.e., that the countercultures or counter-communities formed by anarchists bear a strong resemblance to religious communities, example the 16th century Anabaptists or the medieval Cathars. The more exotic, the better, few think to compare them to the church down the block from us. 26 While this claim is regularly made by writers hostile towards anarchism, with the assumption that such a resemblance is either proof of anarchism's backwardness, religion standing here for all that is antithetical to rational modernity, or incoherence, since anarchists most often claim to be opposed to religion, it is also frequently abetted by anarchists themselves, who are not slow to admit a kinship with history's heretics, prophets. and iconoclasts. 27 Among the Yiddish-speaking, and atheist, anarchists of turn-of-the-century London, for instance, the German Gentile anarchist Rudolf Rocker was jokingly referred to as our rabbi. In a more pointed spirit, Paris anarchists of the fin de siècle referred to Jean Grave as the Pope of the Rue Mouffetard, 28. It would be easy to make a Jewish joke out of poor Moshe, but the laugh would not be worth enough to put in a bank beagle. What this episode indicates, I would argue, is not the emptiness of Moshe's pretensions to revolutionary modernity. See, he's just another superstitious old Jew, afraid of breaking a commandment, or the incoherence of his will to break with an authoritarian world. See, the would-be anarchist craves authority, but the deep affinity between the anarchist experience and the Jewish experience of diaspora as galut, exile. In exile, continual pressure to assimilate, alternating with cycles of persecution forcing Jews to publicly abjure their religion, confronted Jews with the horror of self-estrangement. It is to this experience of alienation that Joseph S. Bloch traced the origins of the Kol Nidrei, the eerie, wailing nigun sung each year on the Day of Atonement, pleading with God to pardon us for breaking our own strongest vows, fragmenting our very selves. 29 For an anarchist to simply continue to exist in a radically false world, a world that requires participation in a violent and unequal economy of money and power, this, too, is a profound experience of self-exile. Blaine McKinley speaks of this experience in terms of a dilemma of vocation. Since an anarchist could not live a consistent life in America or anywhere else where conditions of statism and capitalism prevailed, and insofar as the hallmark of anarchist ethics is the refusal to distinguish between ends and means or principles and practices, to be an anarchist is almost always to live in an intolerable moral bind. 30 As the anarcho-communist Luigi Gallini, 1861–1931, put it, by accepting a wage, by paying rent for a house, we, with all our proclaimed revolutionary and anarchist aspirations, recognize and legitimate capital, in the most tangible and painful way. 31 The individualist anarchist Albert Libertad, 1875–1908, perhaps stated the problem most forcefully in his declaration that every day we commit suicide partially. I commit suicide when I devote, to hours of absorbing work, an amount of energy which I am not able to recapture, or when I engage in work which I know to be useless. I commit suicide whenever I consent to obey oppressive men or measures. I commit suicide whenever I convey to another individual, by the act of voting, the right to govern me for 4 years. Complete suicide is nothing but the final act of total inability to react against the environment. These acts, of which I have spoken of as partial suicides, are not therefore less truly suicidal. It is because I lack the power to react against society, that I inhabit a place without light and air, that I do not eat in accordance with my hunger or my taste, that I am a soldier or a voter, that I subject my love to laws or to compulsion. 32. At every turn, the anarchist is compelled to endorse a universe of values that is the antithesis of her own, to cancel herself out, a kind of ongoing moral suicide. Anarchists and Jews are of course not the only people to suffer such alienation, which is to some extent the common fate of all who are marked as marginal or radical. What is unique about our case is not only the extent of our disagreement with the world as it is given to us, defining our being by way of a longer list of things to be against, but its unmediated intensity. For a Marxist, for instance, the desire for another world, however palpable, is supposed to be subject to the dialectic of history. Capitalism will die of its own contradictions. No such consolation is available for anarchists, not even, as is often asserted, the consolation of a pure human nature that is bound to shine forth again once the dross of history is washed away. 33 On the contrary, this romantic myth is vigorously denied by every major statement of anarchist theory, beginning with the excoriation of Rousseau by Proudhon and Bakunin alike. 34 It is no more a question of substituting biology for history than it is of substituting history for morality. The moral question, how to live, is left quite bare, and confronts us in all its force. The main body of the cultural production to emerge from the anarchist movements of the 19th and 20th centuries, I contend, can best be understood as a response to this question, not quite a solution or an answer so much as a way of living with the problem for as long as it lasts, a means of inhabiting history until it stops hurting. Anarchists practice culture as a means of mental and moral survival in a world from which they are fundamentally alienated. Stated positively well, it is hard to do better than the anarchist poet Kaneko Mitsuharu, 1895–1975. To oppose is to live. To oppose is to get a grip on the very self. 35. This immediately risks being mistaken for some other kind of theory about the relation between anarchist politics and anarchist culture. One of these is the notion of cultural rebellion as a substitute for the political kind. David Weir, for instance, argues that we can read the history of anarchism as follows: whereas anarchists were on the losing side of every revolution from 1871 to 1939, their politics translated nicely into the aesthetic realm, where it came to mean a kind of individualist stance, a willful refusal to make sense to a mass audience, in other words, what came to be known simply as modernism. In short, Weir suggests, anarchism succeeded culturally where it failed politically. 36. Of course, the same half-full glass might look completely empty if viewed from a slightly more politically engaged perspective than Weir's. Even if anarchist impulses might be said to have migrated successfully into the domain of art, and even if they produced their practices that resisted the capitalist imperative to produce mass-market cultural commodities, this still amounted to a kind of capitalism by other means, a contest for the accumulation of symbolic capital, which could later be traded in for the economic variety, making modern art into a kind of luxury good that would testify to the owner's social status. 37. Whether or not these modernist works eschewed symbolism entirely, even an ultra-abstractionist work such as Casimir Malevich's Black Square became a kind of symbol of the artist's supreme will not to symbolize. They also ran the risk of becoming privatized surrogates for political refusal, something one turned to in place of collective action, a compensation and palliative, as John Zerzan, B. 1943, bluntly puts it, for what cannot be realized in life. 38. This is all as may be. However, the kind of anarchist-inspired cultural production that formed the kernel of modernism, the cubist abstractions of a Pablo Picasso or the conceptual music of a John Cage, for instance, was never very deeply embedded in any real community of anarchists. It was never firmly connected to an anarcho-syndicalist organization such as the Confederación Nacional de Trabajo, CNT, or the Revolutionary Syndicalist Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, 39 for instance, which sponsored and produced very different forms of art, example the strikingly symbolic mass poster art of Manuel Monleon Burgos, 1904–1976, or the satirical folk songs of Joe Hill, 1879–1915. The modernist aesthetic studied by Weir and others, in its rejection of representation and narrative, actually has little in common with the aesthetics favored by most anarchists. The demands made on art by the residents of a Bohemia, however politicized they may have been at times, were not quite the same as those made by the broader constituencies of what was, at its height, an international working-class movement. 40. What anarchists did demand from art, by and large, was what they demanded from all the forms and moments of their political lives, i.e., that it should, as much as possible, embody the idea in the act, the principle in the practice, the end in the means. If anarchism is prefigurative politics, striving to make the desired future visible in and through one's actions in the present, then anarchist resistance culture had to somehow prefigure a world of freedom and equality. The sociologist Howard J. Ehrlich offers us what could be a helpful handle on this notion of anarchist culture as prefigurative when he speaks of a revolutionary transfer culture, i.e., that agglomeration of ideas and practices that guide people in making the trip from the society here to the good society there in the future. 41. The metaphor of transfer is misleading, however, if it makes us imagine this process as something too easy. In the age of globalization, after all, a trip is inevitably only a matter of hours at most. Particularly during periods of intense repression, committed anarchists were not always convinced that rapid change was imminent, not for 100, not for 500 years, Perhaps, will the principles of anarchy triumph? Emma Goldman, 1869–1940, surmised. 42 Nor was the revolution she wanted only a matter of overthrowing the state or abolishing capital, a transvaluation not only of social, but also of human values, encompassing every phase of life, individual, as well as the collective. The internal, as well as the external phases, was not necessarily to be imagined on the Jacobin model of a single, swift transformation. 43 Traveling, movement, mobility are all appropriate images, except insofar as they foreground the end point, the destino. While anarchists generally think of their aspirations in terms of revolution, the journey walking toward anarchy, as Enrico Malatesta, 1853–1932, put it, is at least as important as the goal. 44. How could anarchists maintain such a pitch of activity, such an optimism of the will, in the face of such pessimism of the intellect? As prefigurative politics, anarchism can entail a paradoxically pessimistic attitude toward the possibility of arriving at a revolutionary moment, a certain historical amor fati or anarcho-fatalism. Francis Dupuy notes precisely such an indifference toward the revolution as event among contemporary anarchist activists. Instead of deferring desires into a utopian future seen as imminent, anarchist activists seek to make their desires as imminent as possible, to demand more from their relationships, from the process of political activity, from their everyday lives. 45 While Dupuy attributes contemporary anarcho-fatalism in part to a realistic reckoning of the poor prospects for a classical revolution in the relatively affluent and stable global north, such an orientation is hardly a recent phenomenon. We find it clearly and forcefully theorized in the writings of Gustav Landauer, 1870–1919, anarchist martyr of the abortive German Revolution of 1919. In Die Revolution, written in 1911 and reissued on the eve of the actual event itself, Landauer took up Proudhon's suggestion that there is a permanent revolution in history, reinterpreting history in terms of a continuity of revolutionary energies, sometimes forced underground, at other times erupting into the open air. 46 In this interpretation, revolution becomes not a historically and geographically isolated event but a more nebulous process that only occasionally condenses into decisive moments. Evolution preceding revolution, as Elisee Reclus put it, and revolution preceding a new evolution, which is in turn the mother of future revolutions. 47 This takes the logic of revolution far from the scientific pretensions of historical materialism. Indeed, where Marx rebuked Bakunin for looking to willpower and not economic conditions as the source of revolution, for Landauer, it is precisely will and desire, social emotions, that are the primary revolutionary forces. Revolution is possible at all times, if enough people want it. 48. Little is to be expected from external conditions, and people think too much about the environment, the future, the others, separating means and ends too much, as if an end could be attained in this way. Too often you think that if the end is glorious, dubious means must also be justified. But only the moment exists for us, do not sacrifice the reality to the chimera. If you seek the right life, live it now, you make it difficult by seeking it outside yourselves, in the future, and for the sake of this beautiful future you fill your present with ugliness. If the glory and the kingdom of God on earth should ever come for the world, for the masses, for people and nations, can it come in any way other than by the fact that one immediately begins to do what is right? 49. If we can await nothing from external conditions, we must demand everything from ourselves, from within. This inward turn, however, is not to be understood as a subjective substitute for social action, like one of the revolutions from within peddled by pop psychologists. It is a fully social and material attempt to come to grips with the world. Like Gatti's tunnel, it is a line of flight, not a leap into another realm, Todd May explains, but a production within the realm of that from which it takes flight. 50 In short, this is a matter of resistance, of finding ways, at every instant, to withdraw from injustice. 51 In the words of Landauer's essay, Durch Absonderung zur Gemeinschaft, through separation to community, it is out of a profound sense of responsibility to others that anarchists seek to leave these people, to keep our own company and our own lives, away from the state, as far as we can get. Away from goods and commerce. Away from the Philistines. Let us form a small community in joy and activity. 52 Landauer's conception of anarchism as exodus, striving toward community precisely through separation, illuminates the purpose of anarchist resistance culture, to enable us, while remaining within the world of domination and hierarchy, to escape from it. Something like Ehrlich's transfer culture or Landauer's community through separation is carried by the Italian autonomists' concept of exodus. Exodus, a process of engaged withdrawal from authoritarian institutions, which is at the same time the founding of a new community, was partly inspired by observations of U.S. black nationalism, which used the image of the passage out of Egypt to change circumstances without anyone shifting 1 millimeter in space. 53 Indeed, from the perspective of Exodus, the question of whether the emancipated future is imminent or remote is beside the point. The motivating force of the sticking together and the unity, the being together of that group that was on its way, in movement, toward the promised land, toward the collective dimension of its own emancipation, was probably more the unidimensionality of the desert, its immobility and immutability, than any hopes for the approach of some eventual future goal. 54. Anarchist resistance culture is a way of living in transit through this desert. The resistance culture of the anti-apartheid movement had not only a specific target but a destino, a promised land, an end. Anarchist resistance is not mainly defined by its end, it is a middle, a means. It is a tunnel. I have constructed this book as an exploration of anarchist cultural resistance work in just some of the genres or media that have been historically most important to the movement. It may be that in doing so, I am paying too much respect to an artifactual conception of culture. The goal cannot be to secure equal bragging rights. Armand Gatti is the anarchist Brecht. 55. In any case, such boasting would be ill-considered, as competing for symbolic capital in the cultural marketplace is not in keeping with the anarchist spirit. Instead, I hope to make these artifacts speak of the ways of being in the world that they have helped to construct. The organizing device of genre or medium allows us, dangerously, extravagant scope for comparison. The best studies of anarchist cultural resistance have been fairly narrowly bounded by place and period, reflecting the assumption that these will be the dimensions most salient to interpretation. 56 While there is much to be said for this kind of attention to the local conditions and contexts within and against which acts of cultural production take on meaning, it may also simply reflect the biases built into academic publishing, which increasingly pays lip service to interdisciplinary research without ever ceasing to impose disciplinary categories. As a massively transnational, migratory phenomenon, the anarchist movement fails to comply with the compartmentalization of knowledge. It is at least worth asking whether, as anarchist ideas traveled from France to China, from China to Korea, from Russia to Brazil, from Germany to the US, and so on, anything did remain constant. Given the variety of historical and cultural conditions in which anarchists made their homes, whatever elements of anarchist culture might have been carried from city to city or from generation to generation, anarchist works of culture might have tended to take on the colors of each time and place. Given the fundamental situation in which anarchists of every place and time have found themselves, the empire of state and capital, the universal prison house, the changeless desert, anarchist works of culture might have converged substantially in their evolution. Here, then, are the primary questions animating this book. How has anarchist resistance, global both in its aspirations and in its movements, been translated into the local vernacular of particular cultures and historical situations, adapted to the constraints of the genres and media available? Is there anything uniquely or consistently anarchist about the variety of cultural forms that some 7 generations of anarchist men and women have happened to create? I could stop there if I wanted to preserve the illusion of scholarly detachment, but it is really too late for that. I must be counted among the many researchers who have gotten too close to the material. I came of age in the suburban and semi-rural US after the fall of the Berlin Wall, in the heyday of Tina, there is no alternative, when, after more than half a century of consolidation, the dominant model of life, roughly speaking, the one I was surrounded by, like a 360 degrees diorama, had come to seem all but inescapable. It has been breathtaking and disorienting to witness, over the past decade, the re-emergence of something like concerted opposition to that model, an opposition that has worn many names: anti-capitalism, horizontalism, zapatismo, altermondialismo, alternative globalization movement, autonomous movement, movement of movements, and occasionally, that of the new anarchism. 57 From the perspective of these new times, in which those reigning structures seem to have once again entered a real crisis, I want to seek the intersection of new lines of flight with old ones. 58 Where might our tunnels intersect and diverge? In other words, what lessons, if any, can be taken from this history for any future anarchist cultural resistance? A quick note, before we go on, about the nomenclature of anarchist history. Many historiographers are wont to distinguish between what they call classical anarchism, vaguely after the title of George Crowder's Classical Anarchism, the political thought of Godwin, Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin, 1991, and the new anarchism that is said to have emerged, as if sprung fully grown from a god's head, in the period after the end of the Cold War, making its real public debut in Seattle in 1999. Classical anarchism, supposedly founded on the thought of this handful of philosopher founders, has been the subject of many philosophical critiques, example Saul Newman's From Bakunin to Lacan, which suffer from many kinds of reductionism, not least that of reducing anarchism to the history of a few thinkers' thoughts, but also making a fairly reductive representation of those thoughts, and all but completely ignoring developments taking place after the end of the Spanish Civil War. More cannily, the late John Moore suggested that we should distinguish between first-wave and second-wave anarchisms, the second wave appearing only after the Second World War, with its finest moment being defined by the May 68 events. The intellectual stars of this constellation would include the situationist and post-situationist thinkers, and perhaps also the autonomous movements of Italy and Germany, as well as the new Zapatismo. Daniel Coulson has suggested a three-part model. The first period is that of its appearance as a current in political philosophy. During this period, from the beginning of the 1840s to the creation, 25 years later, of the International Working Men's Association/Association Internationale de Travailleurs, IWA/8, anarchism does not exist as an effective political current, identifiable in organizations, groups, or symbols in public demonstrations. This first period, then, can be thought of as a period of ideological gestation, a process fomented by some but not all of the founding figures of classical anarchism, Proudhon and Bakunin, but not Godwin or Kropotkin. Coulson also cites Joseph D. Jack (1821–1864), Max Stirner (1806–1856), and Ernest Coeurderoy (1825–1862). Yet even without organizations adequate to its ambitions, anarchism is not thinkable without relation to the transformations and the explosive situation of Europe in the middle of the 19th century, and more particularly to the events and the revolutionary movements of 1848. Moreover, while its reality is mainly philosophical and journalistic, these are thoroughly blended into the theoretical and political ferment of the time as to the material and social upheavals which Europe was experiencing, e.g., Proudhon's ties to the Lyons Mutualists, Bakunin's experience of the uprising in Berlin. Coulson's second period elaborates upon this practical dimension of the anarchist idea. It crystallizes in London, in 1864, with the creation of the First International, and disappears rather precisely in Barcelona, in May 1937, when, the Republican state and the Communist International put an end to the Spanish and Catalan revolutionary movements. It is of considerable duration, lasting a little more than 7 decades, involving around 5 or 6 generations of workers, and it comprises a great number of specific moments or modes of being. Here, we encounter not only individual thinkers like Kropotkin but a host of tinkerers not counted in the ranks of political philosophers. Their experiments and experiences range from The anti-authoritarian First International of 1871 to 1881, the attentats and attempts at insurrectionary propaganda by the deed at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries, French revolutionary syndicalism, illegalism, Argentinian Forism, Spanish anarcho-syndicalism, etc. Also present in this period but absent from the register of philosophy are the great anarchist readers, from Pietro Gori to Emma Goldman, whose cultural work, as Nathan June and Kathy Ferguson have convincingly argued, has been denied a fair reckoning by academic histories for which practice is the reading off of theories first thought by thinkers. Coulson imagines anarchism's third period somewhat inaccurately, I will argue, as emerging after a near total eclipse, a historical blackout stretching from the beginning of the Second World War to the opening of the 60s. The return of anti-authoritarian thought and practice carries an eruptive force proportional to the optimism of that historical moment, but is marked by some discontinuity with the traditions and organizations established in the second period, together with the new predominance of Marxist, Freudian, and Nietzschean thought. The result, a revival of anarchism in several guises, from the Dutch provos and kabouters to the French situationists and Italian autonomists, from post-structuralism to eco-anarchism and anarcho-feminism. In every case, the new anarchism presented an idea which was not new, but which, having been forgotten, then appeared as an astounding innovation. 59 And here it is, then, that we find an astonishing and unforeseen crossing between generations, ideologies, and destinies. Well dug, old mole, well dug indeed. A final note about limitations: inevitably, this book suffers from them. Because it relies so heavily on original translations of previously untranslated literary and scholarly works, victims of the general oblivion to which anarchist history has been consigned, it reflects the uneven distribution of my linguistic skills. I am capable enough as a reader of French, able to muddle through Spanish and Portuguese, far worse in other European languages, and barely capable of deciphering anything else. This means that while I can do some justice to the anarchist cultures of Western Europe and the Americas, I can offer only a glimpse of the anarchist cultures of Eastern Europe and Asia, and a blurry picture of the terrifically important Yiddish and Italian contributions. Sometimes, as in chapters 3 to 5 of Part 2, speaking to others, anarchist poetry, song, and public voice, although I am describing a global phenomenon, anarchist poets shift away from public, rhetorical modes of address. My attention is focused on one or two particular cases, mainly those of the United States and Britain. Despite my comparative ambitions, I have given more attention to the second period than to either the first or third. Even if scholarly coverage of punk vastly exceeds that given to Poget or the Cinema du Peuple, it has received unforgivably short shrift here. Important thinkers, movements, and events have gone unmentioned. So much for the panoptical promise. Mainly, what I hope to show, however incompletely and indirectly, is what I have been astonished to discover: how much more there is to be seen. There is a McDonald's, a Lancome, an Urban Outfitters. 1,500 employees go to work at the building formerly known as El Penal de Punta Carretas, 1 million consumers flow through every month. 60 Where is their tunnel for escape? 1. The reader in the factory. In an influential survey, The Radical Novel in the United States 1900 to 1954, Some Interrelations of Literature and Society, Walter B. Rideout takes just 2 pages to consider the literary production of anarchists, pondering why the movement should have produced no novels. Perhaps, he speculates, this was due to absorption in labor struggles and the task of propagandizing, the lack of an amenable publisher, or the anarchist temperament, which expended itself more readily in personal reminiscence, critical analyses, short poems, and long arguments. In any case, the question is only of interest in that the non-existence of such novels emphasizes by contrast the domination of radical fiction at that time by the socialist writers. 61 Subsequent scholars have allowed this judgment to stand, even as they have sought to overturn almost every other aspect of the mid-century critical establishment. Alan M. Wald, in writing From the Left, New Essays on Radical Culture and Politics, agrees, no one has as yet been successful in making the argument for a substantial achievement in fiction, poetry, or literary criticism on the part of social democrats and anarchists, or other types of radicals in the 1930s or thereafter. 62 Rideout's book was republished in 1992, and a more recent survey, Barbara Foley's Radical Representations, Politics and Form in U.S. Proletarian Fiction 1929–1941. mentions purely in passing only a single anarchist novel. 63. This failure to find any substantial achievement by anarchists in the field of literature doesn't just mean that there are not enough anarchist books to talk about. This is not just a quantitative but a qualitative judgment, one we find repeated even in scholarship focusing on anarchist cultural production. In fact, scholars who give the matter any attention often call attention to the sheer volume of anarchist cultural production. Figure 1 during the 2 years 1922 and 1923, remarks Arif Derlich, more than 70 anarchist publications appeared inside and outside China. Marcelo Zane remarks on the bulk of column space given to poetry in Spanish anarchist newspapers, nearly 200 poems published in 21 papers between 1882 and 1910, while Serge Salon catalogues some 8,500 anarchist poems, by around 3,400 poets, published during the Spanish Civil War alone, and Maria Luisa Siguan remarks on the rather high print runs, 10,000 to 50,000 copies apiece, of the 600 popular fiction titles in the Novela Ideal series issued by the Anarchist Journal. La Revista Blanca. 64. These observations are almost always followed, however, by variously disparaging or apologetic accounts of the weak quality of the product, more of a brief cry of anguish than an argued essay, as Peter Zero puts it. Describing a typical entry in the journal Tianyi Natural Justice, 1907–1908, 65 Anarchist cultural productions are generally described as a matter of propaganda rather than literature, maudlin and bombastic in tone, didactic in intent, permeated by a simplistic moral dualism or angry naivete. In short, as Siguan concludes, quite similar to party literature, of historical interest at best. 66 only if it is considered strictly from the standpoint of a sociological phenomenon. Can this boring and banal manipulation of the literary code be worthy of our interest? For Maria Eugenia Boventura, considered in itself, all this literature presents is a shop-worn language, full of clichés. Ironically, a conservative, moralistic, and even authoritarian discourse. 67 All of this underscores what is, for David Weir, the unfortunate but poignant paradox, that innovative, progressive art is no guarantee of social progress and vice versa, as Zane puts it. That revolutionary content is unable to find really innovative words and structures. 68 In other words, if it's anarchist, in content, it ain't literary, in form, and if it's literature, it can't possibly be anarchist. Sometimes in the apologetic version of this judgment the supposed incompatibility of anarchist content and literary form is confined to the domain of writing. Weir, for one, asserts that the kind of culture that practicing anarchists preferred, lectures, performances, songs, was insistently oral in character, noting, for instance, Emma Goldman's interest in modern drama as an important cultural medium for anarchist ideology. He goes so far as to argue that the form of the novel itself militates against anarchism. The argument is often made that the novel is the cultural form par excellence for the expression of day-to-day experience in the capitalist nation-state, and it very well may be that the ideological influences that have shaped the novel into its traditional realist form make it an inappropriate medium for the cultural expression of anarchism. The tradition of the 19th century novel requires a formal mode of narrative discourse that cannot accommodate the largely oral culture of anarchism. 69. It is interesting to contrast this with Goldman's own assessment, in her introduction to the most widely read collection of her writings, Anarchism and Other Essays, 1910. My great faith in the wonder worker, the spoken word, is no more. I have realized its inadequacy to awaken thought, or even emotion. Oral propaganda is at best but a means of shaking people from their lethargy, it leaves no lasting impression. The very fact that most people attend meetings only if aroused by newspaper sensations, or because they expect to be amused, is proof that they really have no inner urge to learn. It is altogether different with the written mode of human expression. No one, unless intensely interested in progressive ideas, will bother with serious books. 70. Here, Goldman appeals to the traditional association of the spoken word with ephemerality, as opposed to the permanence of the written word, in a way that would not surprise literary scholars who have been trained to suss out the prejudices associated with the illusion of full and present speech. 71. This illusion, we are told, dates back to the arch-authoritarian Plato, who has Socrates inveigh against the art of writing. Relying on the oral process of dialogue as a means to discover truth, Socrates finds all written texts, presumably including those of his disciple Plato, which claim to present records of his spoken words, to be inadequate simulations of living speech. 72. Writing introduces a gap between author and reader, a spatial and temporal void in which the original meaning can be lost, so that when Shelley's traveller from an antique land shows up to read King Ozymandias's words, "Look on my works, yet mighty, and despair," they have been reversed, undone, rendered irremediably ironic by the sheer passage of time, round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. 73. In the absence of the author ity of the written word is ruined. We might expect, as we're imagines, that Goldman would condemn the written word as lifeless and abstract in comparison with the immediacy of living speech. No one worries about the effects of writing fire in a crowded theater. Orality does take on a certain importance in anarchist resistance culture, as we shall see, partly, as Weir suggests, because it gets round the problem of illiteracy that many anarchists faced, especially in Spain. But this, too, is used to disqualify anarchism, once again depicted as a politics of primitive rebels, in Eric Hobsbawm's phrase a vestige of the pre-modern world, without a future. 74. It is true that Goldman was a public speaker, a specialist in incendiary speech. Perhaps the better part of her militant life was spent in free speech fights, in physical confrontations with hecklers and police over the right to a public audience for subversion, sex, solidarity, and sedition. And yet her brief, in this introduction to her own essays, is for reading, not for hearing. In meetings the audience is distracted by 1,000 non-essentials. The speaker, though ever so eloquent, cannot escape the restlessness of the crowd, with the inevitable result that he will fail to strike root. In all probability he will not even do justice to himself. The relation between the writer and the reader is more intimate. True, books are only what we want them to be, rather, what we read into them. That we can do so demonstrates the importance of written as against oral expression. I am not sanguine enough to hope that my readers will be as numerous as those who have heard me. But I prefer to reach the few who really want to learn, rather than the many who come to be amused. 75. Goldman was not alone in this conception of the possibilities of writing. A writer for Barcelona's Tierra Libre, for example, argues that anarchist newspapers are the strongest, most universal, most effective action for propaganda precisely because of this intimate quality. The printed word works more and better within the consciousness of the individual, it suggests his own thoughts to him, intimate commentaries that increase the value of the concepts he reads about, and in this periodic conversation between him and the printed page, expanded concepts and new horizons emerge. The suggestion exerted by the press goes so far as to overcome the reader's indifference or prejudice, then sooner or later, the newspaper becomes his inseparable companion, whom he soon presents to his friends of the workshop, the factory, or the soil, and with whom he identifies like the flesh of his flesh. 76. It is important to note the difference, here, between these aspirations and those of, say, Lenin's conception of vanguard leadership. While Lenin, too, speaks of the desirability of the revolutionary leaders and the lead becoming intimate, it is only this leadership that occupies the epistemological high ground of correct revolutionary theory. 77. In effect, it stands out over against the proletariat, surveying it as if from above and outside. The masses cannot see themselves accurately. At best, they can achieve trade union consciousness, they do not possess theoretical truth. 78 Like empty vessels waiting to be filled, they must receive this theory from the vanguard. By contrast, the desire to suggest the reader's own thoughts, to constitute an intimate commentary, is a desire not to instruct, to direct, to lead from above, but to form an internal bond. To read, on this account, is, as Daniel Colson puts it, a matter of writers and readers establishing relations from the interior of that which constitutes them, of finding oneself in the other and finding the other within oneself as already there. 79. This appeal to the intimate, to a kind of identification and active partnership with the reader, is, according to Caroline Granier, precisely what the variety of novels written by anarchists have in common. They try to establish a particular relationship with the reader, a relation that is not founded on authority. A.D. Goldman's hope for this non-authoritarian, personal relationship with the reader is great enough to override her fear that her written words, too, will be misunderstood, that they will not penetrate the veil of received ideas and prejudices mediating between the reader and the page. She is all too aware of the disheartening tendency common among readers, to tear out one sentence from a work, as a criterion of the writer's ideas or personality. Specifically, she anticipates that she will be vilified both by socialists and by communist anarchists for excoriating, in the essay Minorities versus Majorities, the alleged passivity and conformity of the mass, endorsing instead the heroic individualism of Nietzsche and Stirner. The popular perception of these thinkers as antisocial elitists, which she regards as the work of shallow interpreters, obscures the social possibilities she takes to be implicit within their individualism. No doubt, she laments, despite these efforts to forestall or blunt these misreadings, efforts that were, as she foresaw, not entirely successful. 81 I shall be excommunicated as an enemy of the people. Nonetheless, she is determined to stake her wager on the power of writing. For the rest, my book must speak for itself. 82 As for this book, it will attempt not only to demonstrate that a written anarchist literature exists, but to treat its supposed paradoxes or impossibilities as questions to be investigated. In his famous study, The Lonely Voice, Frank O'Connor divorces the modern fiction of Maupassant, Hemingway, and Joyce from its folkloric antecedent, the oral tale. Where the folk tale was told in the presence of heroes with a shared experience, within a community. Almost from its beginnings the short story, like the novel, abandoned the devices of a public art in which the storyteller assumed the mass assent of an audience to his wildest improvisations, and a queer thing happened him late one night. It began, and continues to function, as a private art intended to satisfy the standards of the individual, solitary, critical reader. To both of these images of reading, public or private, mass or solitary, we could contrast another, that of the workers in a cigar factory, say, in Florida, Puerto Rico, or Cuba, sometime around the turn of the 20th century, listening to El Lector or, in some cases, La Lectura reading aloud from a raised platform called La Tribuna. The selection on the previous shift, a novel by Zola in Spanish translation, on this shift, a selection from Elisee Reclus's scientific tract, the Nueva Geografía Universal. Next time, the new edition of the anarchist newspaper La Voz del Esclavo has been made. After deliberation, by a vote of the workers on the shop floor, they have chipped in perhaps a quarter each to pay for this performance, which is indeed something of a dramatic act. It is no easy thing to project one's voice with enough amplitude to carry over the noise of 300 workers in a single room, and it demands a certain stage presence. Point 83 Is this a form of mass entertainment? A project of collective self-improvement? Propaganda? Popular education? It is all of the above, and it is simultaneously oral and literate, communal and modern. One of these lectors, Luisa Capetillo, 1879–1922, who became an important anarchist labor organizer and propagandist for women's equality, author of numerous essays and manifestos, also wrote poems and plays. Her three-act drama, La Influencia de las Ideas Modernas, 1907, in fact, opens on a scene of reading. A young woman, Angelina, daughter of the patron, Don Juan, is reading Tolstoy's The Slavery of Our Times. At the beginning of the second act, Don Juan nervously observes her reading Zola's fecundity. "I already read truth," she tells him, and a few scenes later, he has been converted by her to Tolstoy's Gospel. "Yes, now I see that you have won me over," he sighs, giving in to the striker's demands. Her friends Ernestina and Marietta are tougher to reach, as their devout mother only lets them read Christian tracts. "Don't either of you read Melito or Kropotkin or Zola." Angelina hectors them. "Do not buy finery or jewels, because books are worth more than they are," she admonishes them, quoting from one of her books, "Adorn your understanding with their precious ideas, because there is no luxury that dazzles like the luxury of science." 84 Even if Capitillo, a dabbler in spiritism, has more optimism about the efficacy of reading than do her more materialist comrades, her fervor for reading, the urgency she lends to practices of self-education, are unmistakably anarchist traits. And if Javier Navarro is right, this faith was not entirely misplaced. A highly typical life trajectory for anarchists did begin with a fellow worker, a relative, or an acquaintance lending a book, pamphlet, newspaper, or magazine to a child or adolescent. 85 A recent study suggests that more continue to arrive at anarchism via the written word, albeit now often in electronic form than orally, example via social contacts or song lyrics. A surprisingly typical response: "Emma Goldman set me on fire." 86. Anarchists don't regard ideas as pale reflections of material life. The idea, for Paul Bruce, 1844–1912, can and should go in flesh and blood. 87 Sometimes this is put into practice rather literally by anarchist authors such as Alberto Giraldo, 1875–1946, José de Maturana, 1884–1917, and Florencio Sanchez, 1875–1910, who would actually go to read their own works aloud to worker audiences. 88 At other times, the embodiment of ideas takes on an inward dimension. Alexander Berkman wrote rapturously of imaginings in which, in transports of ecstasy, we kissed the image of the social revolution, and Emma Goldman spoke of my ideal as her one great love. 89 Daniel Colson clarifies, the anarchist idea, is neither an ideal, nor a utopia, nor an abstraction, neither a program, nor a catalogue of regulations or prohibitions, rather, it is a living force, which, under certain circumstances, takes us outside of ourselves. 90 Accordingly, anarchists conceive of reading as an active, embodied practice. As Gustav Landauer describes it, we think of the total effect that Goethe has had. We sit in peaceful composure of the body, a transfigured beauty and serenity appears on our faces, our muscles relax and our widened eyes gaze out over the land. We think of Ibsen, our foreheads wrinkle, our eyes look sharper and as if in evil doubt, our mouths twitch, our heads sway in uncertainty, and we touch our noses with one finger. But those who have beheld this wild man Tolstoy become his completely, we swing our arms forcefully, throw them up and back, thrust our heads and necks forward. The agitation of our soul has turned into turmoil, into an inability to stand still, a trembling, a rearing up, and a striding forth. 91. When reading, then, an anarchist is not, only, engaged in abstract, silent, immobile cognition. Reading becomes something concrete, physical, bodily, kinetic. The relation of reader to author is also imagined in terms of a kind of visceral, immediate presence that resists the anomie and isolation O'Connor identifies as the defining features of modern, urban, industrial life. Anarchist readers, even when they are not really listeners to a lector or lectura, sometimes seem to be trying to create or recreate communal conditions through the practice of reading, in part because they are so often geographically, economically, and intellectually marginalized, as Joanne Ellen Passett puts it. 92. Geographically, first, they are often prisoners, deportees, immigrants, hobos, refugees, and other people in transit, displaced Andalusian peasants in Barcelona, Catalans in the Brazilian port city of Santos, Puerto Ricans and Germans in New York, Jews and Italians in Buenos Aires or Rosario, Spanish exiles in London or Mexicans in St. Louis, Koreans in China, Chinese in Tokyo or Paris, and so on. Economically, in the second place, anarchist readers are generally working class, often in precarious positions. Many are, or, having been displaced, were, artisans, practicing trades threatened by the advance of industrial capitalism, example shoemakers, weavers, tanners, cabinet makers, although many, particularly with the rise of revolutionary syndicalism, are also to be found among the industrial working class, example miners, garment workers, longshoremen, sailors, before the Second World War. A minority are middle-class professionals, example journalists, educators, doctors, artists, engineers, or economically marginalized, tramps, migrant laborers, prostitutes, etc. 93 In the late 20th century, with the ethnic assimilation of immigrants, the recuperation of workers' movements and the emergence of oppositional youth subcultures, young people living in semi-voluntary poverty reinvent dropout culture. Half the respondents to a recent global survey of anarchists were aged 16 to 25, and almost two-thirds reported coming from middle-class backgrounds. 94. Last, intellectually, many anarchists, particularly in the periods before the First World War, if they are not illiterate, lack a formal education, excluded from the institutions that produce, consecrate, and circulate knowledge, especially before the advent of compulsory public schooling, which arrived especially late in Spain, for instance. Driven by what Lily Litvak describes as an enormous thirst for knowledge, encompassing all fields of culture and science, they frequently become autodidacts. 95. It is not at all surprising that such unstable, marginal, and heterogeneous readers set about constituting counter-communities. 96. What is striking is the extent to which it was the printed word, as Kenyon Zimmer observes, that created an imagined, text-based transnational community of anarchists, and transmitted the movement's ideology across space while sustaining collective identities across time. 97. This took place partly through the establishment of an ongoing conversation in anarchist periodicals among the readers and writers who were and are often the same people. Pick up a typical anarchist zine, circa the last 30 years, the great era of low-budget printing. It might be on a rack at a local info shop, on a table at a punk show or an anarchist book fair, or handed around at a protest. 98. And notice the design characteristics, the look and feel of it, the whole gestalt. Chances are, it's got what Sandra Jeppesen kindly calls a DIY or cut-and-paste aesthetic. 99. Apart from a relative few professional-looking, mass-printed publications, example the German Graswurzel Revolution ca. 2000, present, with a circulation of 3,500 to 5,000, U.S. based Anarchy, a journal of desire armed ca. 1990, present, at 6,000 plus circulation, or the French Le Monde Libertaire, with a print run of 15,100. Most anarchist periodicals look like this, figure 2. Sloppy layout, misspellings, smudgy drawings, contempt for bourgeois journalistic standards. The zine typically advertises its own amateurishness as a way of signaling not only its authenticity, this is not capitalist media, but the identity of sender and receiver, writers and readers, in keeping with the principles of an anarchist economy, in which production and consumption are to be fused together as much as possible. 101. Fig 2, Anarchist Aesthetic, ca. 2011, Artist Unknown. Fig 3a, Anarchist Design Aesthetic ca. 1908 to 1914, cover for Die Freie Generation 2.12, June 1908. Fig 3b, Fermín Sagrista, cover for the Almanaque de Tierra y Libertad for 1912. Fig 3c, and Ludovico Caminita, illustration for first page of Regeneration 4.192, June 13, 1914. Turn the dial of history back to the dawn of the 20th century, and you will find anarchist newspapers that look immediately very, very different. Figures 3. Look closer, though, and you will find a similar dynamic at work, reducing the distance between the poles. Here is an 1883 issue of La Autonomía, a newspaper published by Compañeros in Seville. On page 4, we see contributions of poems written by a peasant and a cork maker, accompanied by letters apologizing for these poorly drawn lines, respectfully requesting that the editors correct any spelling mistakes. 102 Pick up an issue of O Baluarte, the Bulwark, organ of the Anarchist Hat Makers Union in Rio de Janeiro, 1907 to 1912, and alongside the writings of anarchists as illustrious as Anselmo Lorenzo, you can read stories signed by an anonymous hatter Chapelero Anonimo, just as in the pages of Nuestra Tribuna, 1922 to 1925, directed by the gifted autodidact Juan Arauco Bula, 1889 to 1969, essays, poetry, and fiction written by ordinary women subscribers scattered across Argentina appeared alongside a virtual who's who of international anarchist women, Louise Michel and Madeleine Vernet from France, Lucy Parsons and Luisa Capetillo from the US and its conquests, Teresa Claramunt and Federica Montseny from Spain, Maria Lacerda Mora from Brazil, Virgilia D'Andrea from Italy. 103 A great deal of anarchist poetry published in the newspapers of the Spanish CNT was signed pseudonymously or anonymously, as if to answer Michel Foucault's famous question, what is an author, with a resounding who cares. 104 In short, decades before terms like Zenester and DIY came into use, anarchist publications were challenging the distinctions between authors and readers, constituting anarchist discourse as an open-ended dialogue, a periodic conversation, as the writer for Tierra Libre put it, rather than a monologue. Fig. 4, a poster for the Mujeres Libres cultural campaign. The book you read must affirm your ideological position, enrich your intelligence, and improve your sensibility. Active and critical readership also turned the publication of literary writing in anarchist periodicals into a dissensual, reflexive conversation. For instance, in 1913, as Sakai Toshihiko's translation of George Bernard Shaw's Man and Superman unfolded in serialized installments on the pages of Kinde Shiso, Modern Thought, anarchist readers vigorously debated its politico-literary merits. Was Shaw's satire as effective as Ibsen's harsh social critique, as well as its implications for gender relations? 105 In the anarchist free love journal Lucifer, The Light-Bearer, the tragic ending of a short story by May Huntley, aka Lizzie M. Holmes, 1850 to 1926, Nature and the Law, April 6 to 13, 1901, kicked off a months-long discussion among readers, editors, and contributors, men and women alike, on the ethics of love and romance. 106 Following a similarly lengthy and involved dispute over the literary merits of the writer Vargas Villa, April 1924 to March 1925, Federica Montsony's novel La Victoria, billed as a story of the moral problems faced by a woman of modern ideas, sparked a heated debate in the pages of La Revista Blanca, with male readers such as Cirillo Vinolas complaining of the seemingly anti-romantic decision taken by the romantic heroine, Clara Delville. Was it in keeping with the expectations of the genre? With her character? With femininity? Other anarchist women writers weighed in with reasoned and impassioned defense of Clara. 107. Periodicals played a key role in sustaining this global print culture, to be sure, but so did books. Works of popular science by anarchists, such as Peter Kropotkin's Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution, 1902, Elise Reclus's L'Homme et la Terre, 1905 to 1908, and Fernando Terrada del Marmol's Problemas Transcendentals, Estudios de Sociologia y Ciencia Moderna, 1908, helped to establish a sense of the entire universe as seen from an anarchist perspective, a view codified and monumentalized by Sebastian Faur's 4-volume Encyclopédie Anarchiste, 1934, so did literary works published in book forms such as Adrian del Valle's Fin de la Fiesta, Quadro Dramatico, 1898, Charles Erskine Scottwood's The Poet in the Desert, 1915, Miyajima Suko's The Miner, Kofu, 1916, and Federica Montsoni's El Hijo de Clara, 1927. Anarchist book culture and the world of libertarian periodicals overlapped considerably and worked to reinforce one another. Frequently, book-length plays and novels would be reviewed, advertised, and serialized in the anarchist newspapers and magazines, then discussed and debated in the same pages. In this sense, as we shall see further, the anarchist universe of reading forms an extension of anarchist pedagogy. During the Spanish Civil War, pamphlets created by the Anarchist Women's Association, the Agrupación Mujeres Libres, advised women against buying just any old books. The book you read must affirm your ideological position, enrich your intelligence, and improve your sensibility. Figure 4, another anarchist propaganda poster illustrated by the artist Simene urged passers-by to read anarchist books and become a man. 108 In spite of Simene's masculinist tone, both campaigns were invested with the same hope and the same anxiety. If the right books could fortify you for the fight against fascism, then this implied that there were also such things as the wrong books. What Domingos Ribeiro Filho, 1875–1942, author of several anarchist novels, called literary poison. 109 Indeed, as early as the very first period of the development of anarchism, we find Proudhonian militants such as Henry Tolaine, 1828–1897, writing in La Tribune Ouvrière, 1865, fretting about the taste of newly literate workers for romans feuilletons, serialized novels featuring lurid crime stories, featuring at least 2 corpses per episode, and worse, stories that took the police for their heroes or invited workers to live vicariously in the elegant and delicate world of the trysting aristocrats who still populate romance novels. 110 Around the same time, the journalist Jules Valles, 1832–1885, writing for Le Figaro, 1862, bemoans the influence of popular novels such as Robinson Crusoe, Last of the Mohicans, or Ivanhoe, escapist fantasies that set up false ideals of romance or heroism for us to compare ourselves with. 111 Well into the second period, Tolaine's arguments are reiterated by anarchists such as Liu Shifu, 1884–1915, attacking the popular fiction of the late Qing as inducive to wantonness, catering to the tastes of the times, or Eustacio, writing in Le Libertaire under the title L'Art et le Peuple, 1905. Melodramas with grand, sentimental, tear-jerking tirades, sputterings of artifice, the Eiffel Tower, fountains of light, this is what suits and distracts the people. As long as they laugh or cry, they do not think. This is the morphine that anesthetizes minds and numbs intellects. The serial novel, in which characters whose emotional faculties know no expression short of paroxysm go through endless convulsions, is an excellent educator, very conducive to making the people stupid. Popular novelists such as Montepin, Ponson du Terrail, Sardou, Inri, Richebourg, Derould, Sarcey, etc., are true pillars of society. 112. Some 60 years later, we still find militants like Charles Hotz, aka Edouard Rothen, 1874–1937, denouncing, in a pamphlet titled, Once Again, L'Art et le Peuple, 1924, the merchants of evil literature who peddle the worst adventure stories, police stories, crime stories, the exploits of the most unlikely romantic heroes, while Shin Cheho, aka Tanji, 1880–1936, attacks pretty operas and novels focused on the lives of the rich privileged class, 1925, and Camillo Bernieri, 1897. 1937, concludes that the readership of the serial novel is conservative, preferring dated clichés to the complexities of modern life, 1928. 113 And if contemporary anarchists reserve their scorn for mass-market movies and TV. 114 It is still possible to find Peter Lamborn Wilson attacking popular novelists such as Stephen King for their salaromaniac fiction, a symptom, if not a cause, of decadence, 1991. 115. Nor is the mistrust of anarchists reserved for mass literature and the low culture manufactured by capitalism. Stuart Christie writes of growing up alienated from the imperialist culture of the victor represented, for him, by Shakespeare. 116 This sentiment is often echoed by East Asian anarchists, for whom a fixed body of literary classics is often associated with the dead hand of tradition and hierarchy. Thus, Shin Cheho names literature and the fine arts, along with religion, customs, and public morals, as one of the means by which servile cultural thoughts are perpetuated among the people. 117 This classical literary culture formed the foundation for the French educational system parroted by Vallas in his quasi-autobiographical Jacques Vingtras trilogy, a system designed to teach respect for and rote imitation of the official canon of great writers. 118 The class composition of these canons also renders them suspect in the eyes of anarchists. Thus, in his entry on literature for the Encyclopédie Anarchist, Rothen regards the rise of a body of erudite writing by and for the ruling classes, increasingly detached from the wellsprings of popular creativity, as a real loss for culture. 119 Many anarchists kowtowed to Tolstoy's argument, in What is Art?, that literature should be accessible to all. 120. At the same time, anarchists often see the corpus of high literature as part of a wider cultural patrimony that properly belongs to the people, and therefore as something to which access must be demanded and obtained. Indeed, we can find among anarchists a surprising reverence for great works. Gustav Landauer authors an entire book's worth of lectures on Shakespeare, while Bernard Lazare praises Dante and Rabelais as models for modern practitioners of l'art social. 121 On the advice of Longinus, Paul Goodman remarked, I write it for Homer, for Demosthenes and other pleasant company who somehow are more alive to me than most of my contemporaries. 122 Unlike the ephemeral clamor produced by a bomb, Pierre Quillard observes, a great poem can constitute a permanent disruption of the mediocre order. The terrible irony flies across the centuries, and it will strike all the governors, the Pharisees, the money changers, today, tomorrow, and forever. Thus, just as infallibly as the braver anarchist comrades, Shakespeare and Aeschylus paved the way to the collapse of the old world. 123 A 1937 editorial in the Spanish anti-fascist journal Documentos Históricos voices a very similar sentiment, this time in reaction to the famous Nazi quip, whenever I hear the word culture, I reach for my revolver. When we hear culture spoken badly of, we have to reach, not for the revolver because we think that the pistol has a very limited physical field of action in relation to the infinite domain of the spirit, but for our force of persuasion, to convince the vacillating that doing cultural labor and working for a dignified and humanist culture means performing a revolutionary task for the cause of the working class. 124 Neither was this attitude confined to intellectuals from privileged backgrounds, such as Quillard, a product of the elite laissez-fontans and habitués of the symbolist circles, or the correspondent for Documentos Históricos, about whom we shall hear more later. Emma Goldman, for instance, treasured literature in Russian, English, and especially German, which she regarded as languages of high culture, rather than the demotic Yiddish of her upbringing, which she associated with religious strictures and parochialism, and spent a surprising amount of time on the stump speaking on topics such as Russian literature, the voice of revolt, and Walt Whitman, the liberator of sex. 125. What we can see at work, in the global anarchist movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, is the formation of something like an anarchist canon of non-anarchist writers. This is not to be confused with what is often referred to as literary anarchism, i.e., the broad swathe of avant-garde writers, from Apollinaire to Artaud, influenced by and expressing sympathies for anarchism. 126 With a few exceptions, these names almost never appear in the anarchist press during the period of their ascendancy, a couple of decades on either side of 1910, that year Virginia Woolf arbitrarily selects as the one in which everything changed, except as occasional objects of derision. However, a survey of the worldwide anarchist press during the same period would find the names of a number of non-anarchist literary figures repeated disproportionately, especially Henrik Ibsen, Leo Tolstoy, and Émile Zola, but also Leonid Andreev, Anatole France, Maxim Gorky, Gerhard Hauptmann, Heinrich Heine, Victor Hugo, William Morris, Aidan Negri, Friedrich Nietzsche, Romain Rolland, Percy Bysshe Shelley, August Strindberg, Walt Whitman, and Oscar Wilde. What do these writers have in common? Obviously, all but one are male, though this is not unlike other canonical selections then or since. 127 Some are classified as naturalists, Hauptmann, Zola, and more problematically, Ibsen, Strindberg, and Roland, or as representatives of some brand of realism, Andreev, Franz, Gorky, Negri, Tolstoy. Others are in the line of Romanticism, Heine, Hugo, Morris, Poe, Shelley, Whitman, or aestheticism, Nietzsche, Wilde, tendencies commonly seen as diametrically opposite to one another. Indeed, this embrace of opposites signals something important about anarchist tastes in literature, as we shall see. We might further observe that each of these writers is valued by anarchist critics for qualities usually associated with writers in the opposite camp, example Zola for his ability to stir passion, Wilde for the concrete protest of his Song of Reading Jail. In any case, the works of all of these writers have been, to some extent, adopted, appropriated, or, to borrow Sandra Jeppison's terms, consecrated as anarchist, despite their refusal of anarchist commitments, by repeated inclusion in anarchist spaces. 128. A similar process of consecration takes place in Asia, where translations of many of the same Euro-American writers take the same place, but where there are also efforts to develop a native corpus of classics untainted by the authoritarian aura. We can see such a project underway in the curriculum developed by anarchist educator Sun Lianggong, 1894–1962, for a course at the National Labor University in Shanghai, 1927–1932, in labor literature, a kind of proletarian populist literature, as Ming K. Chan and Arif Derlich describe it, with a major aim of reflecting and revealing social realities, especially the author's grievances and criticism of social ills. 129 In other words, it constituted something like what Japanese anarchist critic Akiyama Kiyoshi called Anarchizumu Bungaku, a literature of anarchism or literature of opposition, as distinct from Anarchisuto no Bungaku, literature written by anarchists. 130. In addition, then, to works consecrated by inclusion in anarchist spaces, written by a. committed writers from the middle classes, Octave Mirbeau, Bernard Lazare, Florencio Sanchez, Avelino Foscolo, etc., and b. non-committed writers adopted or appropriated by anarchists, Émile Zola, Leo Tolstoy, Walt Whitman, Henrik Ibsen, etc., we find circulating in the same media. C. Works written by working-class anarchist militants without literary training or credentials, e.g., Luisa Capetillo or Gigi Damiani, but especially anonymous works, often signed in ways that signal this identity, e.g., Anonymous Hatter. We might further distinguish between anarchist works directed partially or primarily at non-militants and those written by and for militants, a truly self-directed literature. Of the works produced for non-militant audiences, there is often a palpable difference between those intended for working-class readers, urban and rural manual workers, and those intended for a middle-class readership, urban intellectual workers. This difference is sometimes manifested in terms of genre, thus, the forms of the dialogue story and the serial novel may have more often been directed toward manual workers, while the novel written for publication in book form, as Flavio Luisato notes, was often meant to attract followers to the anarchist cause among public servants, journalists, lawyers, writers, teachers, and students, people who form part of what are called, for lack of a more precise term, the urban middle classes. 131 It is possible that these genres were at times also gendered. In a study of the anti-clerical journal A Lanterna, Walter da Silva Oliveira suggests that there was, in the period studied 1909 to 1916, a strong link between short stories and novels published in its pages and an audience of female readers, whom the editors considered to be those most harmed by religious discourse. 132. Michel Ragan reminds us, too, that there are differences between, on the one hand, an anarchist literature written in a spirit of commitment by credentialed intellectuals, and on the other hand, proletarian literature without a clearly signaled sectarian identity as anarchist, destined for working-class readers without further qualification, written by workers without any credentials, example Henry Palale 1896–1980 or Albert Zulilo 1905–1967. The worker writers are often possessed of a libertarian spirit, some are even anarchist militants. But anarchist literature per se merits its own study. If its themes are frequently evoked in the course of these pages, it nonetheless expresses a particular vision of the world that is not always of a proletarian spirit. It is more philosophical than descriptive, more rebellious than constructive. It counts in its ranks more essayists than novelists, more journalists than poets. 133. Works of pure proletarian literature, too, are to be found in the anarchist world, from Japan, where Puroretarea Bungaku was one of the more lasting legacies of an anarchist movement largely crushed in the 1920s, to France, where Palale becomes one of its first champions. To all of these complications in the authorship and readership of anarchist literature, we must add another: at several points in the history of anarchism, conditions are hostile enough to incur serious censorship and reprisal against anarchist writers and publications. In these situations, e.g., in Spain following the infamous political trials at Montjuic, 1897, or under the dictatorship of Primo de Rivera, 1923–1930, it became impossible to openly publish and distribute works directly advocating anarchism. One of the ways in which anarchists adapted to this was to further culturalize their media, to camouflage politics under the guise of social science and aesthetics. Thus, as David Ortiz notes, anarchist journals benefited from avoiding use of the words anarchism and anarchist, taking on oblique, politically blank titles such as Revista Blanca, 1898–1905, 1923–1936, Ciencia Social, 1895–1896, or Natura, 1903–1905, presenting anarchist texts under the lofty, academically consecrated rubrics of sociology, history, letters, art, science, and so on. Taking another direction, the wildly popular Novela Libre and Novela Ideal book series issued by Revista Blanca disseminated anarchist ideas in the form of novelas rosas, i.e., paperback romances. Other popular novel series authored by anarchists adopted different genre identities, all while gesturing discreetly, in the words of an advertisement for the anarcho-syndicalist Novela del Pueblo series, toward criticism of some aspect of modern society and certain hints and anticipations of a better human society. 134. The use of established genres of culture, both high and low, erudite and popular, as protective coloration for the continuation of political propaganda under repressive conditions poses some possibilities and some problems. On the one hand, softening the sectarian political content, presented as either edification or entertainment, might reach audiences otherwise beyond the range of anarchist ideological messages, say, middle-class intellectual workers interested in cultural trends, or depoliticized manual workers seeking distraction and relaxation. On the other hand, stripping away the symbols that distinguish anarchism, that establish it as a political identity, might allow readers to walk away unchanged, or worse, to appropriate the text for some other ideological purpose. The contents of La Revista Blanca might leave no room for such misunderstanding, but what about the paperback melodramas? The relative openness to interpretation that makes for the literary might work against the anarchists' radical agenda. If a text is always, as Umberto Eco has it, a lazy machine that appeals to the reader to do some of its work, literary texts might be said to elicit even more activity on the reader's part, an imagining, projecting, fantasizing activity that could erase or overwrite the anarchist content of anarchist literature, producing a depoliticized text, or worse, a politically co-opted text. 135. This danger, the ineliminable possibility that what you've written or painted or sung can take on a life of its own or be turned against itself, is the condition of all art. Nonetheless, it is a special risk for anarchists just because the idea is almost universally perceived as so terrifically threatening that it is all but literally unthinkable. Someone whose legs had been bound from birth but had managed nevertheless to walk as best he could, Malatesta wrote, might attribute his ability to move to those very bonds. That man would ferociously defend his bonds and consider as his enemy anyone who tried to remove them. 136 Thus with anarchists' proposals to remove the bonds of capital, state, and church, readers can resist, and the popular audience for anarchist messages resists ferociously. And anarchists are all too familiar with popular distortions of the idea, the notion that anarchy means chaos, that anyone who is destructive or disregarding of others is an anarchist, and so on. In effect, these symbolic uses of anarchy are co-optations of anarchist themes for capitalist uses, promoting the kind of hedonistic individualism that moves product, and providing the police and the priests with a handy folk devil. An anarchist writer can expect to be misread in many directions at once. At the same time, there is also the danger of making anarchism into again, in the words of Malatesta, apropos of his Russian colleague's attempt to formalize anarchist beliefs and methods into a platform, a government and a church. 137 That is, anarchist militants could attempt to so tightly control meanings as to choke off any alternative readings, reintroducing authoritarianism into the heart of anti-authoritarian thought and practice. Here, I think of Roland Barthes's speculation that a certain authoritarian element would always inhere in the very fact of speaking. All speech is on the side of the law, he gloomily surmised, suggesting that to teach as an anti-authoritarian, the best one could do would be to somehow soften one's speech, presenting a discourse without imposing it. 138 This might indeed be taken as a model of anarchist pedagogy, the teacher presents but does not impose. Teaching, Ricardo Mella insists, neither can nor must be propaganda. 139 And yet it is not the model of pedagogy most widely adopted by actual anarchists, that would be Francisco Ferrer y Guardia's, 1859–1909, Escuela Moderna, which dispensed with most of the disciplinary apparatus of conventional schools but retained for the teacher a considerable role as an active propagator of values. This does not mean that we will leave the child, at the very outset of its education, to form its own ideas. The very constitution of the mind, at the commencement of its development, demands that at this stage the child shall be receptive. The teacher must implant the germs of ideas. 140. To merely leave the pupil to think alone, for Ferrer, is to surrender to capitalist ideology, popular prejudices, church hegemony, and 1,000 other authoritarian influences already in place. Accordingly, many anarchists have accepted the notion of anarchist culture as a form of propaganda, in the root sense of seed sowing, implanting the germs of ideas. Peter Lamborn Wilson suggests that fiction should function as propaganda for life, while Derek Jensen, B. 1960, flatly declares that all writing is propaganda. 141. How can an anarchist text make propaganda without treating its readers as a passive mass to be led? How can it overcome the resistance of its readers without thereby exercising a tyrannical power over them? Here we might turn Socrates' problem around, rather than seeing the text as a helpless victim of mischievous readers, unable to defend or speak for itself, we could see it as a little dictator, a voice that can't and won't shut up. If texts are inherently incapable of listening to their readers' responses, how can they ever be anything but monologues, forms of speech more unilateral than any participant in ordinary dialogue could ever claim? On the other hand, how can anarchist readers defend themselves against the author's authority without simply squeezing the life out of the texts they read, reading into them the preformed contents of their prejudices, closing off possible interpretations? For a long time, the Revista Blanca bore on its cover a peculiar message, written in a cursive font: Lector, quien veas en esta revista contrario a tus opinions en ella misma puedes refutarlo. Reader, if you see anything in this journal contrary to your own opinions, you may refute it. If this sounds like a kind of haughty challenge in English, it does not appear to have the same connotative force in Spanish. Antonio Elorza parses this as a kind of editorial policy, a way of signaling total acceptance of the principle of dissent regarding their positions. 142 And as we have seen, the solicitation of dissent was evidently successful, as La Revista Blanca regularly drew vigorous, Contestatory correspondence from readers. Inviting reply, questioning, participation, and engagement. Anarchist periodicals turn readers into writers, recipients into senders, consumers into producers. Thus, readers of Rosa Groyle's utopian novel, Hilda's Home, a story of woman's emancipation, first published by installments in Lucifer in 1897, turned the pages of the journal into a months-long forum on where to practicalize Hilda's Home, i.e., what would be the best site on which to found a real colony on the principles proposed by the novel. 143 Rather than distinguishing the fictional from the factual, the distant, cognitive sphere of utopian dreaming from the immediate, embodied realm of practical action, these readers freely appropriated Groyle's story for their own purposes. This, too, demonstrates a convergence of the roles of writer and reader within anarchist literary discourse, as both claim and exercise the right to create. Fig. 5, from the Brazilian anarchist journal A Guerra Social 1.2, July 16, 1911. The libertarian ideal is restrained by the clergy, the bourgeoisie, etc., all strive to stifle him, but he is developing, preparing, the day will come when, breaking all bonds, he will triumph, driving away all tyrants. This constitution of the reader as active agent is mirrored by an emphasis on what the Mujeres Libres called capacitation, at once training, preparation, and, more literally, empowerment, as distinct from captation, capture or successful proselytization. 144 In the spirit of capacitation, Errico Malatesta recommended that propagandists working among depoliticized people make an effort not to appear to be expounding and forcing on them a well-known and universally accepted truth. Favoring a problem-posing method that would stimulate them to think, to take the initiative and gain confidence in themselves. Such propaganda would aim, in fact, not so much at teaching unconscious masses what to believe as at making people who are accustomed to obedience and passivity consciously aware of their real power and capabilities. 145 This is, indeed, one of the themes we will see running throughout anarchist culture in imaginations and performances of rebellion, Part 3. As well as in lyrical, Part 2, and visual, Part 4, images of powerful bodies breaking their bonds, Figure 5. Resistance culture, for anarchists, meant nothing less than the cultivation of resistant bodies and souls. Another way in which anarchists conceived of readers' empowerment entailed learning the habit of reading twice, or at least with a double intent recommended by Voltairine de Cleyre, i.e., an empathetic or recollective reading that allows the reader to feel what the writer felt and a skeptical reading that places the text at a distance from the reader. 146 This weaving back and forth between what one might identify as a romantic hermeneutics of recollection, aimed at reconstructing a perspective that is historically or culturally distant from one's own, and a hermeneutics of suspicion with roots in the Enlightenment tradition, looking at the text as an instrument of power, as called into being by certain interests that might be distinct from or antagonistic to one's own, we can both resist the force of dominant ideas transmitted by texts and, at the same time, allow texts to educate us out of the dogmas, prejudices, and fixed ideas we've already absorbed. 147 Gustav Landauer, Rudolf Rocker, B. Rivkin, Ethel Manin, Herbert Read, George Woodcock, Paul Goodman, and a host of other anarchist literary critics offer demonstrations of these resistant, ethically engaged modes of reading. Casting their critical gaze not only on the page but behind the work, as de Cleyre put it, they gauge not only its adequacy as a representation of life, but its value for living, not only how it reflects the way of life it emerges from, but what modes of living it demonstrates and proposes. 148. Nor was criticism reserved for critics. Rather, according to Ramon Flecha, anarchist educational practices aimed to make every worker an intellectual. 149 This was pursued by establishing dialogues among working-class adult readers, not only through the mediation of print, important as that was, but face-to-face. Among the institutions created for this purpose were the Círculos Culturales and Centros de Estudios in Argentina, the Universitats Populares in France and Brazil, and in Spain, the Storefront Ateneos, workers' athenaeums, and tertialias. 150. Tertialias, literally gatherings, began as an entirely informal practice of socializing among friends in cafes, but acquired a more formal dimension in the 1880s, as certain regular gatherings started to give themselves names like Avant Forward, Los Afines the Like-Minded, or Ni Re, Ni Patria Neither King Nor Country. 151 Emerging during the period of propaganda by the deed, these more formalized tertialias at first functioned as places where grupitos, little groups, later known as grupos de afinidad or affinity groups, formed for the purposes of action rather than education, planning violent strikes against the regime, by staging prolonged, focused conversations about anarchist texts and ideas. The tertialia could produce a collective with strong ideological agreement, capable of acting in a concerted, harmonious fashion. 152 However, that variability to sustain continuous, open conversation among equals turned out to be valuable beyond the waning of the attentat as a tactic. It proved ideally suited for an egalitarian mode of education, the tertialia literaria. Pepita Carpina, a member of the Mujeres Libres during the Spanish Civil War, recollects the tertialias literarias promoted by the group. We all would read the same book, and then you cannot imagine the change of views that takes place in a general meeting. Maybe what you haven't perceived before, you realize when you say it to someone else, and the other person realizes what you have perceived. It was a great education. It taught me a lot. This is all the education I have no more. I left school at age 11 and that was it. 153. This kind of open-ended, critical dialogue is well situated to evoke what Pierre-Joseph Proudhon called collective reason, allowing each individual ego, each one a little absolute unto itself, both to express itself and to modify itself with the aid of all the other absolutes, in order to produce a new thought that is neither the average nor the sum of all the participants. 154. Another form of collective reason is perhaps at work in another common anarchist practice, the practice of rereading through rewriting. This goes for songwriter, two anarchist poets and songwriters, as we shall see in Part 2, freely rewrite hymns and anthems to suit their own purposes and even for images, which anarchist artists subject to caricature, deformation, and détournement. Part 4. But it is perhaps most notable in the field of writing. B. Travin rewrites tales from the Brothers Grimm, Macario, and the folk legend of the men who went hunting for death, treasure of the Sierra Madre, in his strange, unclassifiable book Die Six, 1928, translated as The Six, 1938, Rudolf Rocker rewrites the stories of Faust, Don Juan, Hamlet, and Don Quixote. Federico Ural serializes his own versions of Don Quixote, El Ultimo Don Quixote, 1925, and Don Juan, Mi Don Juan, 1935 to 1936. Bernard Lazare also rewrites the story of Don Juan, La Confession de Don Juan, as well as that of Shakespeare's Prospero, La Foot de Prospero, Bluebeard, Barb Blue, Moses, El Illusion, Samson and Delilah, Ahasuerus, El Attent Eternal. At this point, I seem to hear the voice of Karl Marx thundering against the tradition of all the dead generations that weighs heavy on the brains of the living. After all, wasn't the reproduction of antique Roman forms and symbols a sign of the French Revolution's inability to bring forth the poetry of the future? Could all these obsessive-seeming rewritings, on the part of the anarchists, constitute evidence of a slavish lack of originality or, on the contrary, of a juvenile impulse to tear everything down by cheap parody? Either way, anarchists would seem to be disqualified once again from entry into the study of literature, that consecrated space inhabited only by an elite of isolate individuals, strong misreaders who anxiously disguise their Oedipal obligations to their precursors, as Harold Bloom tells us, giving their creations what Walter Benjamin might call the unique aura, the appearance of special value. 155 But originality per se is a proprietarian concern, whereas spontaneity the surprises that emerge when old signs are encountered in new contexts, which is a feature of their repetition. 156 is an anarchist concern, and while many anarchist works parody conventional or traditional texts in a spirit of hostile criticism, this is by no means always the case. Don Quixote, for instance, is a figure sincerely beloved by anarchists, who recognize this knight as one of our own. Point 157 rather, anarchist revision, the delight in turning consumption into production and readers into writers. Repeats the meaning and revives the spirit of past makings, so they are not a dead weight, as Paul Goodman says, having written his own Don Juan, or, The Continuum of the Libido, 1942, by using them again in a making that is occurring now. 158. This is the spirit in which anarchists read. 61. Walter B. Rideout, The Radical Novel in America, 1900 to 1954, Some Interrelations of Literature and Society, New York, Hill and Wang, 1956, 90 to 91. 62. Alan M. Wald, Writing from the Left, New Essays on Radical Culture and Politics, London, Verso, 1994, 19. 63. Barbara Foley, Radical Representations, Politics and Form in U.S. Proletarian Fiction, 1929 to 1941, Durham, Duke University Press, 1993, 89, 96. 64. Arif Derlich, Anarchism in the Chinese Revolution, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1993, 154, Marcelo Zane, Vivir entre los Nubes, Belfagor 6.2, June 2007, Salon cited in Joseph Steinbeiss, Mein vers Sollenbaumen sen, Graswurzel Revolution 265, January 2002, Maria Luisa Sigwan, La Novela Ideal, Anuario de Filologia 4, 1978 419. Likewise, Gonzalo Santangia notes the volume and vigor of the Novella Proletaria series, which sustained print runs of 30,000 copies apiece. 17. 65. Gonzalo Santangia, La Novella Proletaria, 1932 to 1933, Madrid Ayuso, 1979. 17. Peter G. Zero, Hejan and Anarcho-Feminism in China, The Journal of Asian Studies 47.4, November 1988 807. 66. Brigitte Magnian, La Novela del Pueblo, Análisis d'une collection de nouvelles publiées sous la dictature de Primo de Rivera, in el infraliterature en Espagne aux XIXEETXXE siècles, ed. Victor Carrillo, Chrononogle, Pug, 1977, 250, 256, Serge Salon, Romancero Libertario, Paris, Ruido Iberico, 1971, 35 to 36, 0, Hejan, 802, Sigwan, La Novela Ideal, 419. 67. Maria Eugenia Boventura, Afico Anarquista Class Media, Remate de Mails 1.4, January 1983 80-81, 92. Ana Lozano de la Pola calls this rhetorical maneuver, after Patricia V. Green, the ethico-aesthetic paradox. How can a truly radical content be conveyed by a conservative form? The presupposition, Lozano de la Pola notes, is that we can neatly distinguish, in advance, between radical genres and conservative genres, as if all the ideological consequences were already spelled out at that level, regardless of how particular authors set those inherited materials to work, regardless of how particular readers encounter it, in what contexts, etc. See Ana Lozano de la Pola revisitando a Federica Montseny. Una lectura de la Victoria y sus lecturas, Arbor, Ciencia, Pensamiento, y Cultura 182.719, May, June 2006 399-400. 68. We're, Anarchy and Culture, 1, Zane, Vivir entre los Nubes. 69. We're, Anarchy and Culture, 87-88. 70. Goldman, Anarchism and Other Essays, 47-48. 71. Jacques Derrida, Of Grammatology, Trans. Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 1997, 140. 72 Plato, Phaedrus, in Dialogues, trans. Benjamin Jowett, New York, C. Scribner, 1911, 581. 73 Percy Bysshe Shelley, Ozymandias, The Complete Poetry of Percy Bysshe Shelley, eds. Donald H. Ryman and Neil Freystadt, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins University Press, 2000, 1. 74 Weir, Anarchy and Culture, 88, Hobsbawm, Primitive Rebels, see also Karl Mannheim's Equation of Anarchism with Chiliasm, Ideology and Utopia, 196. For a bracing critique of these and similar historiographic strategies, see Davide Turcato, Making Sense of Anarchism, Enrico Malatesta's Experiments with Revolution, 1889-1900, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan, 2012. 75 Goldman, Anarchism and Other Essays, 48-49. 76 QTD in Lily Litvak, La Mirada Roja, Estética y Arte del Anarquismo Español, 1880-1913, Barcelona, Ediciones del Cerbal, 1988, 55-56, trans. Mine. 77 VI. Lenin, Left-Wing Communism, An Infantile Disorder, Detroit, Marxian Educational Society, 1921, 17. 78 VI. Lenin, What is to be Done, trans. Robert Service, London, Penguin Books, 1988, 98. 79 Colson, Petit Lexique, 71 and Trois Essays, 42-43, trans. Mine, italics mine. 80 Caroline Granier, Nous sommes de brisures de formules, les écrivains anarchistes en France à la fin du XIXe siècle, dissertation, Université Paris 8, 2003, 1.2.3. 81 C. Laura Greenwood, Goldman's Nietzschean Anarchism, Agreeimasian Reading of Minorities versus Majorities, Theory in Action 4.4, October 2011 90-105. 82 Goldman, Anarchism and Other Essays, 50-51. 83 Araceli Tinajero, L. Lecter, A History of the Cigar Factory Reader, Austin, University of Texas Press, 2010, 124, Abelardo Gutierrez Diaz QTD. In Luis A. Perez, Essays on Cuban History, Historiography and Research, Gainesville, Florida, University Press of Florida, 1995, 76-77. By no means were such customs confined to a Caribbean context, they also appeared, for instance, in Spain, where the out-loud readers were called recitadores, as well as in Argentina, Javier Navarro, a la revolución por la cultura, prácticas culturales y sociabilidad libertarias en el país valenciano, 1931-1939, Valencia, University de Valencia, 2004, 154-155, Eva Galiskayo de Montoya, Teatro y Folletines Libertarios Rioplatenses, 1895-1910, Ottawa, Girol Books, 1996, 37. 84 Luisa Capitillo, La Influencia de las Ideas Modernas, in Absolute Equality, ed. And trans. Laura Walker, Houston, Arte Publico Press, 2009, 26, 16, 12, 13. Interestingly, Angelina seems to find the house servants hardest to subvert. At Angelina's cry of "Long live the revolution," the butler, Ramon, can at first manage only a "Long live, ahem," 27. Even he, though, cannot long resist her anarchist arguments. 85 Navarro, A la revolución por la cultura, 147-148. 86 Stephanie Knoll and Aragorn Iloff, 2010 Anarchist Survey Report, August 2010. 87 Paul Bruce, Propaganda by the Deed, trans. Paul Sharkey, Anarchism, A Documentary History of Libertarian Ideas, Volume 1, 151. 88 Galiscayo de Montoya, Teatro y Folletines Libertarios Rio Platenses, 37. 89 Berkman and Goldman QTD. In Don Herzog, Romantic Anarchism and Pedestrian Liberalism, Political Theory 35.3, 2007 329, however, for a significant feminist critique of Herzog, see also Laurie Marceau, The Perversions of Bored Liberals, Response to Herzog, Political Theory 36.1, 2008 123 to 128. 90 Colson, Petit Lexique, 152, trans. Mine. 91 Landauer, Lou Nikolajewicz Tolstoy, In der Werdende Mensch, trans. Siegfried Bernhauser and Birgit Wurishofer, 199. 92 Joanne Ellen Passett, Sex Radicals and the Quest for Women's Equality, Urbana, Illinois, University of Illinois Press, 2003, 121. 93 Alain Pessin, La Rêverie Anarchiste, 1848-1914, Paris, Libre Aire de Meridians, 1982, 43-49, see also Jean Matron, Un Anar, Chu Scek, Le Mouvement Social 83, April, June 1973 23-45. 94 Knoll and Aloff, 2010 Anarchist Survey Report. 95 David Ortiz, Redefining Public Education, Conti Station, The Press and Education in Regency Spain, 1885, 1902, Journal of Social History 35.1, Fall 2011 75, Lily Litvak, La Buena Nueva, Revista de Occident 304, September 2006 8. 96 Hugo R. Mancuso, Horizonte Epistemológico del Relato Social Moderno, Adverso S., Revista de Semiotica 2.4, December 2005. 97 Kenyon Zimmer, The Whole World is Our Country, Immigration and Anarchism in the United States, 1885-1940, Dissertation, University of Pittsburgh, 2010, 12. 98 Or, as Anna Poletti writes, left in public places, on trains, in cafes and pubs, and slipped between the pages of slick magazines in newsagents, self-publishing in the global and local, Biography 28.1 2005 185. 99 Sandra Jeppesen, Guerrilla Texts and Textual Self-Production, Dissertation, York University, 2006, 135. 100 Anarchy, A Journal of Desire Arm 37, Summer 1993, John D. H. Downing, ed., Encyclopedia of Social Movement Media, Los Angeles, Sage Publications, 2011, 38, 44. 101 Paul Goodman and Percival Goodman, Communitas, Means of Livelihood and Ways of Life, New York, Vintage Books, 1960, 153. 102 Lily Litvak, El Cuento Anarquista, 1880-1911 Antologia, Madrid, Taurus, 1982, 17. 103 Chapelero Anonimo, Sunho, Encontros Anarquistas, Antologia de Prosa Libertaria no Brasil, 1901-1935, eds. Arnone Prado, Antonio and Francisco Foot Hardman, Sao Paulo, Editorial Brasiliense, 1985, 107-110, Elsa Calzetta, Juan Arauco Bula, Una Mujer Anarquista, in Nuestra Tribuna, Hojita del Sentir Anarchico Femenino, 1922-1925, Bahía Blanca, Argentina, Editorial de la Universidad Nacional del Sur, 2005, 21, 25. 104 Salon, Introduction, Romancero Libertario, 23-25. 105 Mutsuko Motoyama, Shaw and Japanese Drama, Dissertation, University of Washington, 1975, 136, 181. 106 These included Moses Harman, Love Dies Why Should Love Die? Lucifer 864, May 11, 1901, Helen Webster, Why Should Love Die? Lucifer 867, June 1, 1901, Mabel M. Coyle Irwin, Why Does Love Die? A Suggestion, Lucifer 873, July 13, 1901, Elsie Cole Wilcox, Some Reasons Why Love Should Die, Lucifer 876, August 3, 1901, and Voltairine de Clare, The Death of Love, Lucifer 883, September 21, 1901. See Eco Beto e Longa, Anarchist Periodicals in English published in the United States, 1833-1995, Lanham M.D., Scarecrow Press, 2010, 160. 107 For the Vargas Villa Controversy, see Federica Monsanati, Comentando a un Hombre, La Revista Blanca 2.22, April 15, 1924, Monsanati, La Obra de los Mediocres, La Revista Blanca 2.30, August 15, 1924, Monsanati, Alrededor de Vargas Villa, La Revista Blanca 2.35, November 1, 1924, J. Serret, Vargas Villa, I, La Revista Blanca 2.40, January 15, 1925, Serret, Vargas Villa, 2, La Revista Blanca 2.41, February 1, 1925, Monsanati, Sobre Vargas Villa, La Revista Blanca 2.42, February 15, 1925, Ignacio Cornejo, Sobre Vargas Villa y sus obras, La Revista Blanca 2.43, March 1, 1925, Monsanati, Las Mujeres y Vargas Villa, La Revista Blanca 57, September 1, 1925, Julia Acosta and Matilda Mota, Las Mujeres y Vargas Villa, La Revista Blanca 2.56, September 15, 1925. For the Clara Controversy, see Monsanati, and Defensa de Clara, I, La Revista Blanca 2.46, April 15, 1925, Monsanati, and Defensa de Clara, 2, La Revista Blanca 2.47, May 1, 1925, Monsanati, and Defensa de Clara, 3, La Revista Blanca 2.48, May 15, 1925, Isabel Hortensia Pereira, and Defensa de Clara, Mi Humilde Opinion, La Revista Blanca 3.51, July 1, 1925, and Antonia Maimon, and Defensa de Clara, La Revista Blanca 3.53, August 1, 1925. 108 Mujeres Libres Qtd. In Laura Ruiz Eugenio and Gregory Siles Molina Aportaciones de Mujeres Libres, 1936-1939, desde la educación para la inclusión de las mujeres obreras y campesinas, en el largo camino hacia una educación inclusiva, Volume 2, eds. Maria Reyes Barroso Albaniz and Susana Conjero Lopez, Pamplona, Spain, Universidad Pública de Navarra, 2009 343, Simene, Li Libros Anarquistas y Ceras un Hombre, 1936-1938. 109 Domingos Ribeiro Filho, O Veneno Literario, Renascença, Arte y Pensamento 1.3, April 1923. 8. Interestingly, Ribeiro Filho's anxiety is focused on female readers he is writing in the pages of Maria Lacerda Mora's journal, who are especially imperiled by reading novels that extol the beauties of the shop window and the sentiments of the seraglio. The identification of consumerism at once with lasciviousness and femininity is not alien to this line of anarchist argument. 110 Georges Duvaux, La Vie ouvrière en France, Sous le Second Empire, Paris, Gallimard, 1946, 471. It must be said that Tolaine also fulminates a good deal against the moral depravity supposedly taught by these novels. 111 Jules Valles, Les Victimes du Livre, Les Refractaires, Paris, G. Charpentier, 1881, 160, 162 to 163, 171 to 172. 112 Lu Shifu Qtd. In P. Chan, Lu Shifu, 64, trans. Chans, Statio Qtd. In Vittorio Frigerio, La Verite par la Fiction, Belfagor 9.1, February 2010. 113 Charles Hotz, L'Art et le Peuple, Paris, Groupe de Propagande par la Brochure, 1924, 22, Shincheho Qtd. In Song Cheso, The Changes of Tanji's Thought Seen in the Dream Sky and the War of the Dragons, Korea Journal 20.12, December 1980 20, Camillo Bernieri, La Novela de Folletin, Almanaque de la Novela Ideal, Barcelona, Publicaciones de la Revista Blanca, 1928, 83-84. 114 c. For instance, Paul Goodman's 1963 essay Television, The Continuing Disaster, in Drawing the Line, The Political Essays of Paul Goodman, New York, Free Life Editions, 1977, 99-103, or George Bradford's, aka David Watson's, 1984 piece, Media, Capital's Global Village, in Reinventing Anarchy, again, 258-271. 115 Peter Lamborn Wilson, A Moral Responsibility, Science Fiction I-8, Winter 1991-55. 116 Stuart Christie, My Granny Made Me an Anarchist, The Cultural and Political Formation of a West Scotland Baby Boomer, Hastings, UK, Christie Books, 2002, 85. 117 Shin Cheho, Declaration of the Korean Revolution, trans. Dongyun Wang, In Anarchism, A Documentary History of Libertarian Ideas, Volume 1, 375. 118 Ali Nematolahi, Jules Valles and the Anarchist Novel, 19th Century French Studies 35.3-4, Spring, Summer 2007 575. 119 Edouard Rothen, Literature, in L'Encyclopédie Anarchiste, 1295. 120 Peter Kropotkin, Ideals and Realities in Russian Literature, New York, A. A. Knopf, 1915, 298-299. 121 Gustav Landauer, Shakespeare, Dargestalt in Vortragen, Frankfurt am Main, Rutten and Loning, 1920, Bernard Lazare, L'Écrivain et l'Art Social, Bern, Bibliothèque de l'Art Social, 1896, 13-14. 122 Paul Goodman, The Present Plight of a Man of Letters, in Criticism and Culture, Papers of the Midwest Modern Language Association 2, ed. Sherman Paul, Iowa City, Midwest Modern Language Association, 1972, 6. 123 Pierre Quillard, L'Anarchie par la Littérature, Paris, Éditions du Fourneau, 1993, 11, 13-14. 124 Félix Martí Ibáñez, La Cultura en el Nuevo Orden Revolucionario, Documentos Históricos 1.1, October 1937 12. 125 Candace Falk, Forging Her Place, An Introduction, Emma Goldman, A Documentary History of the American Years, Volume 1, Made for America, 1890-1901, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2003, 46. 126 Clara E. Litta, For Instance, distinguishes between what she calls anarquismo literario, with the emphasis on the literary, and literatura anarquista, with the emphasis on the anarchist. See Lita, Literatura anarquista y anarquismo literario, Nueva Revista de Filología Hispánica 19.2, 1970 360-381. 127 If Vittorio Frigerio is right to say that this appropriation and use of texts and writers from outside the movement constituted a kind of diversion of the symbolic capital of official literature and science for its own purposes, la vérité par la fiction, then the sexist values inherent in the evaluations forming such a list might reflect that formation of symbolic capital already massively skewed towards male writers as much as the, by no means inconsiderable, residual sexism in the anarchist movement and its media apparatuses. It also presents a striking contrast to the gender balance among ordinary militants who wrote for anarchist publications. Here, women's participation is notable. Indeed, Lita asserts that the presence of women who contributed to the anarchist press was much higher than that of other socialist movements of the time. Discurso y Imaginario en la Literatura Anarquista, Filología 29.1-2 1996, 123. 128 Some of these writers made more or less equivocal gestures toward anarchism. Wilde went so far as to declare his political preference for anarchism in response to Jules Huret's famous survey. However, none were integrated into any anarchist organization or movement per se. 129 Ming K. Chan and Arif Derlich, Schools into Fields and Factories, Anarchists, the Kuomintang and the National Labor University in Shanghai, 1927-1932, Durham, Duke University Press, 1991, 87. 130 Stephen Filler, Chaos from Order, Anarchy and Anarchism in Modern Japanese Fiction, 1900-1930, Dissertation, Ohio State University, 2004, 4, 216-217. 131 Marcella Bensaveni, Italian-American Radical Culture in New York City, The Politics and Arts of the Sovversivi, 1890-1940, Dissertation, City University of New York, 2003, 121, Flavio Luizito, O Recurso de Fico, Capítulo de Historia do Anarquismo no Brasil, in Libertarios no Brasil, Memoria, Lutas, Cultura, ed. Antonio Arnone Prado, São Paulo, Editora Brasilense, 1986, 131, Boaventura, A Fico Anarquista, 79-92. Boaventura further notes that the subjects shifted depending on the audience. The novels of Brazilian anarchists such as Fabio Luz and Domingos Ribeiro Filho concern the life of the Brazilian middle class at the turn of the century, with the intention of denouncing the frivolity and corruption of that world, suggesting alternative ways of life, whereas short stories and serial novels in anarchist journals more often featured working-class protagonists, locating the sources of oppression. In the Workplace, 84. 132 Walter da Silva Oliveira, Narrativas à luz de lanterna, Anticlericalismo, Anarquismo e Representacos, Dissertation, Pontificia Universidade Católica de São Paulo, 2008, 13-14, 83. 133 Michel Ragan, Histoire de la littérature prolétaire en France, Paris, A. Michel, 1974, 145. 134 QTD in J. Rafael Macon, Prólogo, Narraciones Anarco-Sindicalistas de los años 20, Barcelona, Icaria, 1978, 22-23, trans. Mine. 135 Umberto Eco, Six Walks in the Fictional Woods, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1994, 49. 136 Errico Malatesta, Anarchy, trans. Vernon Richards, London, Freedom Press, 2001, 15-16. 137 Errico Malatesta, The Anarchist Revolution, ed. And Trans. Vernon Richards, London, Freedom Press, 1995, 98. 138 Roland Barthes, Image Music Text, ed. Stephen Hill, New York, Hill and Wang, 1977, 191-192, A Barthes Reader, ed. Susan Sontag, New York, Hill and Wang, 1982, 476. 139 Ricardo Mella, I Durio, Gijón, Spain, Imper. La Victoria, 1926, 242. 140 Francisco Ferrer y Guardia, The Origin and Ideals of the Modern School, trans. Joseph McCabe, New York and London, G. P. Putnam's Sons, 1913, 28. 141 Wilson, A Moral Responsibility, 56-57, Jensen, Interview in Margaret Killjoy, Mythmakers and Lawbreakers, Anarchist Writers on Fiction, Oakland CA, AK Press, 2009, 22. While many anarchists read Jensen, who does not self-identify as anarchist, they have criticized his recent attacks on transgendered people. Wilson, too, is highly controversial among anarchists for his defense of pedophilia. 142 Antonio Elorza, La Utopia Anarquista bajo la Segunda República, Madrid, Editorial Ayuso, 1973, 370. 143 Carol Farley Kessler, Daring to Dream, Utopian Fiction by United States Women Before 1950, Syracuse, New York, Syracuse University Press, 1995, 112. 144 Martha A. Acklesberg, Free Women of Spain, Anarchism and the Struggle for the Emancipation of Women, Oakland CA, AK Press, 2005, see also Mujeres Libres, Salvemos a las Mujeres de la Dictadura de la Mediocridad. Labor Cultural y Constructiva para ganar la guerra y hacer la revolución, in Mujeres Libres, España 1936-1939, ed. Mary Nash, Barcelona, Tusquets editor, 1977, 93-95. 145 Errico Malatesta, Life and Ideas, ed. Richard Vernon, London, Freedom Press, 1965, 179. 146 Voltairine de Cleyre, Selected Works of Voltairine de Cleyre, ed. Alexander Berkman, New York, Mother Earth Publishing Association, 1914, 379. 147 Ibid, 79. 148 C, for example, declares literature the mirror of man in Selected Works, 359-380, Gustav Landauer's Einwegdeutsche München, Forum Verlag, 1916, and Fragment über George Kaiser in der Werdende Mensch, 349-355, Rudolf Rocker, Artistas y Rebeldes, Escritos Literarios y Sociales, Buenos Aires, Argonauta, 1922, B. Rivkin, Die Grundtendenzen von Jiddische Literatur, New York, Eichhoff, 1947, Ethel Mannin, Bread and Roses, An Utopian Survey and Blueprint, London, MacDonald, 1944. Herbert Read, Icon and Idea, The Function of Art in the Development of Human Consciousness, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1955, George Woodcock, The Writer and Politics, London, Porcupine Press, 1948, Paul Goodman, Speaking and Language, Defense of Poetry, New York, Random House, 1972. 149 Flecha QTD. In Ruiz Eugenio and Siles Molina, Aportaciones de Mujeres Libres, 344. 151 Suriano, Anarquistas, Cultura y Política Libertaria en Buenos Aires, 1890-1910, Buenos Aires, Menanchel, 2001, 39. 151 George Richard Esenwein, Anarchist Ideology and the Working Class Movement in Spain, 1868-1898, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1989, 132, 133, Gerald Brennan, The Spanish Labyrinth, An Account of the Social and Political Background of the Civil War, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1950, 163, Murray Bookchin, The Spanish Anarchists, The Heroic Years, 1868-1936, San Francisco, AK Press, 1998, 105. 152 parallel forms developed among anarchists elsewhere. In France, for instance, groups gave themselves names like Les Enfants de la Nature, the Children of Nature, Les Gonzes Poilus du Point du Jour, the Hairy Guys of Point du Jour, Les Indomptables, the Uncontrollables, Les Nibblers, the Levelers, Les Insoumises, Disobedient Women, or Les Revoltés, Women in Revolt, Félix Dubois, Le Peril Anarchiste, L'Organisation Secrète du Parti Anarchiste Paris, E. Flammarion, 1894, 43, David Barry, History of the French Anarchist Movement, 314. 153 Carpina Qtd. In Ruiz Eugenio and Siles Molina, Aportaciones de Mujeres Libres, 343. 154 Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Selected Writings of P.J. Proudhon, ed. Stuart Edwards, trans. Elizabeth Fraser, Garden City, New York, Anchor Books, 1969, 121-122. 155 Harold Bloom, Agon, Towards a Theory of Revisionism, New York, Oxford University Press, 1982, 21, Benjamin, Illuminations, 231. For comparison, see Jonathan Lethem, The Ecstasy of Influence, A Plagiarism, Harper's 314, February 2007, 59-71. 156 See the entries for Eternal Retour and Repetition in Daniel Colson's Petit Lexique, 99-108 and 279-281. 157 See, for instance, Peter Kropotkin's citation of Turgenev's unfavorable comparison of the hung-up intellectual Hamlet, who knows a hawk from a handsaw, to Don Quixote, the man of action who knows that windmills are giants and, more importantly, that the witches, the giants, i.e., the forces hostile to mankind that must be fought against, are the oppressors, ideals and realities. 110-112. 158 Goodman, Speaking and Language, 160, Taylor Stower, Introduction, in Paul Goodman, The Facts of Life, Stories, 1940-1949, ed. Taylor Stower, Santa Barbara, Black Sparrow Press, 1979, 9. Part 2, Speaking to Others, Anarchist Poetry, Song, and Public Voice. He returns from the white ship. He looks upon the deep blue austerity, palpitating with fever and tension, with daring escapes, with audacious leaps, with hopes and magical futures. Virgilia Dandria, Il ritorno dell'Isole, the exile's return. This ocean, humiliating in its disguises, tougher than anything. No one listens to poetry. The ocean does not mean to be listened to aimlessly. It pounds the shore. White and aimless signals. No. One listens to poetry. Jack Spicer, This Ocean, Humiliating in Its Disguises. 1. The Poet's Feed. The quintessential anarchist poetry might be the deliberately obscure verse of Stéphane Mallarmé or the entirely indecipherable sound poetry of Hugo Ball. Significantly, both of these are marked by a certain contact with political anarchism. Mallarmé welcomed some anarchists to his circle, spoke publicly in their defense, and occasionally adopted their imagery to describe his own poetic enterprise, while Ball was an assiduous reader of Bakunin. 159 An analogy between anarchist politics and avant-garde poetics as individualist politics, on the one hand, and individualist aesthetics on the other, has been argued for. 160. Fig. 1, Portrait of the avant-garde artist as anarcho-poseur, or mere dilettante. Yes, my dear, this gentleman is an anarchist. Le Communiste, Organe du Propaganda Libertaire. 1.9 February 29, 1908. Fig. 2, Front page of an Italian anarchist journal, Il Piccone, May 1, 1905, with Olindo Guarini's poem, Aurora. Note the central placement of the poem. Much attention has been lavished on these traces of anarchism in the experiences and experiments of the avant-gardes. However, it may be objected that their poetic revolt is not so analogous to political revolt as it is to other generational swerves of poets from their precursors. If, as Harold Bloom suggests, strong poets are always engaged in a struggle, this struggle may always be, on some level, a struggle against the elder poets from whom they have learned, a systematic attempt to cover up the extent to which they are subject to the influence of their literary forebears. 161 Thus, by 1933, Lucia Sanchez Ornal, 1895–1970, subsequently one of the founders of the anarchist feminist Mujeres Libres, came to repudiate her early participation in the avant-garde ultraismo movement as a futile exercise in snobbery, declaring, in a tone of wry exasperation, the avant-gardists were sons of the bourgeoisie. Not in spite of, but because of the avant-garde's constitutive hostility to bourgeois philistinism, new and old, bourgeois and anti-bourgeois, are properly, eminently bourgeois terms. 162 This kind of opposition is all too closely tied to what it opposes. Avant-garde revolutions of the word might fall into the very pattern that anarchism sought to break, whereby revolutionaries come to mimic and identify with the authorities they overthrow, becoming the new bearers of authority, the rewriting of the father, as Bloom puts it. 163. Accounts of the avant-gardes that seek to write them into the history of anarchism face another embarrassment. Their engagement with anarchism rarely amounted to participation in or commitment to the anarchist movement. 164 Mallarmé maintained a gingerly distance from anarchist action, and Ball flatly declared, I am not an anarchist. 165 Moreover, the anarchist movement, which refused to nullify social commitments in the name of the autonomous individual, was not, on the whole, welcoming toward these experimenters, whose work they often saw as willfully obscure at best, more suited to the narcissistic enjoyment of a self-appointed elite than to the needs of working-class people in struggle. Figure 1, 166 As Georges Poinceau and Maffeo Charles Normandy bluntly conclude, in their review of the social poets, with regard to the symbolists, they are not social. 167 If the avant-garde poetics of the early 20th century were less quietistic and more confrontational than their symbolist forebears, they were no more inclined to position themselves as speakers in a public arena of discourse, faced with a crowd. As André Breton famously put it in 1929, the simplest surrealist act consists of dashing down into the street, pistol in hand, and firing blindly, the only alternative being to accept a well-defined place in the crowd, belly at barrel level. 168 As a means of dismissing the crowd from the poet's room, since, in truth, few surrealists ever took up arms, the signature surrealist technique of trance writing, écriture automatique, was both less violent and more effective, letting the writer disavow public responsibility for the published word. However serious these literary bohemian allies were in their political commitments, a search of the international anarchist press during the period of the greatest avant-garde ferment, the flourishing of Dada, Imagism, Futurism, Surrealism, reveals few traces of their work. These periodicals are not bereft of poems. On the contrary, as Pessin notes, it was quite common for them to print poetry alongside reportage, opinion pieces, correspondence, and statistics. Figure 2, 169 Nonetheless, the anarchist movement did not depend on the productions of the avant-gardes for its poetry. Rather, the movement developed its own poetics, a poetics that, in many respects, appeared intent on affirming and even reinforcing the very kinds of symbolic relations that the avant-gardes had set themselves against. At the same time, these poets, at least at the movement's peak, seem to have been largely unconcerned with the problem of influence in Bloom's sense. It is this other poetic tradition, the poetry of the anarchist movement, in its broadest historical dimensions, that this chapter is intended to investigate. I would like to ask, what is the relationship of this anarchist movement poetics 1, to the speech of the past, i.e., to poetic legacies or traditions, 2, to the adult speaking subject that emerges from this past speech, and 3, to the public sphere that the speaking subject is supposed to found. Within anarchist counter-communities, as Clara Ray has observed, poems are usually identified as anarchist not by virtue of revolutionary experimentation with form, but by their revolutionary content. 170 Anarchist movement poetics, which has been termed traditional or classical in form, filled with stereotypes, rather banal, unoriginal, staid, is quite at odds with Pound's Make It New 171 even in 1896, while anarchists were rubbing elbows with symbolists and decadents in Paris. An anarchist poet like André Vado, aka Adrien Devaux, 1868–1927, could face criticism from peers for too much stylistic novelty and originality. 172. In East Asia, as Kim Jung-bog notes, modernity seemed to wear a double face, colonial, mechanical, and oppressive in many respects, but potentially also rational, emancipatory, and utopian. 173 Asian anarchists often felt the attractions of literary modernity outweighed its tainted association with the humiliation of colonialism, in particular, for a China repeatedly humiliated and colonized not only by the West but by neighboring Japan, the stigma of backwardness was of pressing concern. Native literary traditions were sometimes too closely identified with the patriarchal, Confucian culture that anarchists, as modernizers and advocates of new woman discourse, were trying to overthrow. Tradition was felt, particularly by students such as Li Shizhen, 1881–1973, in the Paris group, as a constraint, something to be shed, example by importation, the translation of Western political and literary texts into Chinese, simplification, the adoption of Beiwa over old-fashioned literary writing, universalization, the replacement of Chinese by Esperanto, or rationalization, shifting from centuries-old forms of poetry to 19th-century Western-style narrative prose. All the classical texts, cried Wu Zhihui, 1865–1953, should be thrown down the toilet. 174 Whereas traditional Japanese poetics had often emphasized simplicity and immediacy, Chinese poetry was associated with a classical, yulu, literary diction so far removed from everyday speech as to be almost unintelligible to ordinary workers, a hierarchy of genres reinforcing the class hierarchy that the anarchist educators aimed to overcome. 175 Thus, in Japan, anarchist poets formed avant-gardes. Modeled after Western Dada and Futurism, such as the Mavo Group and the short-lived journal aka Takuro, Black and Red, 1923, while Chinese anarchists like B.A. Jin, aka Li Figan, 1904–2005, tended to retreat from poetry altogether, striving instead to produce a modern prose, modeled after the Western social novel of Zola and Tolstoy, that would be maximally accessible. Tradition, too, wore a double face. It could represent the ideology binding women and children to patriarchal families, but it could also stand for collective spirit and anti-colonial resistance. 176 Anarchist poets in Korea and Japan seem to have readily drawn on national traditions. If Western anarchists often attempted to root movement poetry in historically deeper cultural traditions, using these to gain leverage against a degraded and decadent industrial modernity, so too did Korean anarchist poets turn to their oral traditions, using the centuries-old musical and performance-based lyrical, siho, folk song, minyo, and ballad, minyasi, forms, which had the additional benefit of linking them to peasant communities who had been on the move well before the arrival of Western anarchist ideologies. 177 Meanwhile, traditional poetic forms like Kangxi, Japanese poems written in Chinese characters, and tanka were intimately habitual modes of expression for Japanese anarchists, such as Kodoku Shusui, 1871-1911, Kano Shuga, 1881-1911, and Kaneko Fumiko, 1903-1926. 178 Japanese anarchist feminist Takamura Itsu wrote in the waka tradition, and her compatriot Ishikawa Sanshiro took inspiration from epics like the Sangokushi, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. 179 At times, we even find Chinese anarchists, such as the Esperantist and anti-Confucian Liu Shifu, 1884-1915, advocating a certain traditionalism against modernism, paradoxically aligning themselves with their political enemies, the conservative Confucian scholars. One is left, remarks Picchong Agnes Wang Chan, with the picture of an individual who, after having smashed the pedestal on which he had been standing, tightly holds onto one of the pieces of debris that have fallen around him, as if not to be totally bewildered by the consequences of his act of destruction. 180. Instead of dividing into rival avant-gardes competing to be the most modern, anarchist poets often differentiated themselves by the various ways in which they borrowed from the past. In some contexts, anarchist movement poetics presented a revival of romanticism, idealist, sentimental, without modernist reserve. Percy Bysshe Shelley, for example, who stood for all that was embarrassing about romanticism in the eyes of T.S. Eliot, was for German anarchist R.E.T. Marat, aka B. Traven, ca. 1882-1969, the greatest lyric poet of world literature. 181 Such a judgment is echoed by Scottish comrade Thomas Hastie Bell, 1867-1942, who wrote, in praise of the American philosophical anarchist Charles Erskine Scott Wood, 1852-1944, I put you among our anarchist poets, such as Burns, Shelley, Whitman, Wilde, Carpenter. 182 Virtually an anarchist canon, judging how often they were subjects of anarchist lectures and essays. Their poems reprinted in anarchist journals such as Mother Earth and Ellen D. Hoare's. 183 Walt Whitman, the liberator of sex, as Emma Goldman called him in the title of one of her lectures, became a touchstone of movement poetry more for his declamatory, prophetic style than for his free verse experimentalism. Every Bavarian child, declared Landauer, German translator of his Leaves of Grass, ought to know Walt Whitman by heart. In the pages of The Libertarian, Leonard D. Abbott wrote that the anarchist in Whitman is revealed on almost every page he wrote. 184 Similarly, Victor Hugo was embraced by francophone anarchists such as Louise Michel, 1830-1905, while Jewish anarchist poet Joseph Bob Shover, 1873-1915, committed to memory the verse of Heinrich Heine, a poet equally lionized by German speaking anarchists. 185. In the Anglo-American context, this quite frequently meant that, even in the period of high modernist revolt against the genteel tradition, anarchists such as Voltairine de Cleyre, 1866-1912, were continuing to produce poetry on something like a Victorian model, pairing didactic, sentimental content with an ornamental, oratorical, or prophetic style. 186 Sometimes the idiom is definitely that of Whitman, sometimes that of the Bible, wrote Louis Untermeyer, describing Wood's poetry, an observation that could be borne out by a reading of passages such as this one, excerpted for the 1929 Anthology of Revolutionary Poetry by anarchist editor Marcus Graham, aka Shmuel Marcus, 1893-1985, from Wood's The Poet in the Desert. 187. Oh, Revolution, dread angel of the awful presence, warder of the gate of tears, open and set the captive free. Dark, silent, loving, cruel, and merciful one, hold yourself not aloof. Pitch headlong from the cloudy battlements, and, with heavenly fire, utterly destroy this distorted and misshapen world. 188. Here, it is biblical language, example the use of archaic senses of the words dread and awful, the images of an angel, heavenly fire, etc., that accomplishes the task Theodore Adorno assigned to modernism, the evocation of perspectives to displace and estrange the world, revealing it to be, with its rifts and crevices, as indigent and distorted as it will appear one day in the Messianic light. 189. From such messianic perspectives, it is not the anarchist who is aberrant, eccentric, deviant, it is the botched, the corrupt and broken world. The search for pre-modern poetic models brought anarchists such as Gustav Landauer in Germany and Edouard Rothen in France to look to the Middle Ages as a high point in the integration of the arts with society. 190. In other national contexts, such as that of Brazil, where the sonnet flourished in the pages of anarchist journals such as O Sindicalista and A Plebe, anarchist poets such as José Oiticica took the ancient Greek poets as their model, embracing a classical ideal in defiance of decadent modernity. 191. Similarly, taking the side of the classical against the romantic school, the Proudhonian worker educators of L'Atelier, organ especial de la classe laborieuse, who in 1843 declared that romanticism had done nothing for the people, a judgment that made sense, perhaps, in a country where a late arriving romanticism had quickly aligned itself with counter-revolutionary forces, and where the left-wing social romanticism of the mature Victor Hugo had yet to emerge. 192. In still other instances, anarchist poetics entailed a turn away from both the ancient and modern poles of the Western tradition in favor of primitive, folkloric forms. For instance, Louise Michel drew on the pagan tradition of the Gauls of her native Haute-Marne and her fascination with the Canic songs and stories she heard in the penal colony of New Caledonia, while the Spanish anarchist poets drew on folkloric traditions of the verso de romance, a kind of popular ballad, which linked contemporary realities with the mythic past. Even such a champion of avant-garde modernism as Herbert Reed, 1893–1968, insisted that surrealism itself had a precursor in ballads and anonymous literature. 193. In nearly all of its varieties, whether romantic, classical, or primitivist, anarchist poetics favored what the German Jewish anarchist poet Erich Mussum, 1878–1934, called the tendency poem, Tendens lyric, or poem of struggle, Kampf lyric, what others would call committed poetry, that is, poetry with a clear rhetorical function. 194. Moreover, much anarchist poetry was written not by traditionally educated poets of the middle and upper classes but by working class men and women, often autodidacts, who self-categorized their work as proletarian poetry, workers' poetry, social poetry, or popular poetry. 195. This, in turn, implied that whatever elements of exalted style might be borrowed from past schools of poetics, the diction of anarchist poetry had to remain accessible and plebeian. Whereas modernist poetics declared, in the words of Mallarmé, that a poem should express itself in words that are elusive, never direct, reducing themselves to the same silence, or, as Archibald MacLeish put it, that it ought to be mute the urgencies of speech, of establishing communication and community against an enforced silence, made directness and accessibility central poetic values for anarchists. 196. Accordingly, anarchist poets would forego modernist obscurity in favor of transparency and simple symbolism. 197. Emphasizing narration, affirmation, and basic truths. 198. In short, anarchist poetry was aesthetic with a vengeance, a poetics of the intact, adult-speaking subject, staking a place in the public square. Who, then, is speaking to whom in anarchist poems? It was a romantic poet who insisted that the poet is a man sick speaking to men sick, a speech situation not unlike the ones we encounter every day. 199. However, if ordinary speech almost always entails a specific somebody addressing a specific somebody else, what Jonathan Culler has called the extravagance of lyric consists in the lyric poet pretending to address almost anyone and anything but the actual reader, speaking as if to death, the wind, an urn, or a flower, while the actual reader pretends to have overheard the poet's voice. 200. All of this is supposed to distance the lyric from the language of politics, i.e., from rhetoric. In Yeats's famous formulation, if we make out of the quarrel with others, rhetoric, then poems spring from the quarrel with ourselves. 201. We hear an echo of the old lyrical address in Charles Erskine Scottwood's poem hailing a personified revolution, asking it, in quasi-religious tones, to destroy / this distorted and misshapen world, and so on. Is this a pretense on the order of imagining that Blake is actually addressing a tiger? Or might Wood be asking the actual reader to identify himself or herself with the fictive audience, to in some impossible way incarnate the idea and become revolution? The case of Lola Ridge, 1873–1941, our gifted rebel poet, as Emma Goldman called her, and founder of the Anarchist Modern School magazine, might at first appear simpler. 202 It is easy to read Ridge's Reveille, appearing in Graham's Anthology of Revolutionary Poetry, as relatively straightforward propaganda, a call to the workers of the world to rise up in the name of justice against their oppressors, as Daniel Tobin characteristically puts it. 203. Come forth, you workers. Let the fires go cold. Let the iron spill out of the troughs. Let the iron run wild, like a red bramble on the floors. 204. Ridge's poem asks us to become something that we are not yet. It speaks to something that is not congealed in the self, to formative forces. 205 Likewise, in The Song of Iron, Ridge addresses a never entirely tamed force, asking it to make her into something she is not, almost as John Donne once asked God to break, blow, burn, and make me new, O fashioned in fire. Behold me, a cupola / poured to thy use. 206 In Ridge's anarchist lyric, then, what appears to be speech addressed to an impossible other is perhaps to be understood instead as evoking the impossible other that is within oneself. Conversely, we might question whether the simplicity and immediacy of an address to you workers is quite so simple. Consider, for instance, that the version Tobin quotes, with its breathless dashes reminiscent of Emily Dickinson's, is not actually the original form in which Reveille was published. In fact, its first appearance, in 1919, was in the Dial, a journal that would shortly become famous for its showcasing of modernists such as Yeats, Eliot, and Pound. Here, Ridge's poem is printed shorn of dashes and outfitted with more thoughtful ellipses, the onward rush of certain phrases, let the iron spill out of the troughs, blunted by more sedentary lines, let the iron cleave to the furnace. Come forth, you workers. Let the fires grow cold. Let the iron cleave to the furnace. Let the iron spill out of the troughs. 207. This is a version of Reveille that might do more to elicit a Yossian reading, even if there is still something smoldering inside it that threatens to spill out of containment. Moreover, the Dial makes an unlikely medium in which to encounter working-class readers. It even seems a strange place, an estranging place, to find working-class writers. Witness Conrad Aiken's patronizing review of Ridge's The Ghetto in an earlier issue. One must pay one's respects, Aiken admits grudgingly, while complaining that the verse seems masculine, that it screams and is sometimes merely strident, lacking in subtleties of form. 208. However, in this period, its political and aesthetic boundaries are very much in play, as the editorial direction is split between the anarchist pacifist Randolph Bourne and his one-time mentor, the pro-war John Dewey. 209 For a time, the magazine hosts poets in the Imagist line, some of whom will later turn to fascism, alongside poets and other writers from across the spectrum of the lyrical left, such as Carl Sandburg, Kenneth Burke, and Mina Loy. Anarchist fellow traveler Margaret Anderson is another collaborator. Nevertheless, Reveille seems curiously out of place in the Dial, reprinted in Graham's Anthology of Revolutionary Poetry. It is as if, exiled from the aesthetic domain, it has been repatriated to its own political nation. But anarchy is a politics without a territory, without an own, witness Ridge herself. It is difficult to situate her geographically, should she be read as an Irish poet, since she was born Rose Emily Ridge in Dublin? Is she a New Zealander, since she emigrated there as a child, or an Australian, since her first poem signed Lola appeared in the Sydney Bulletin in 1901? Or is she really an American poet, since she spent most of her life in the United States, where she published her first book of poems, The Ghetto, documenting life among the Jews of Manhattan's Lower East Side? Poems, of course, cross borders even more readily than the poets themselves. Perhaps every time a poem or a poet shifts its ground, encountering different readerships, the question of whom it addresses is raised again. What might this mean for the poetry of anarchists as creatures of movement, pushed around the world by currents of migration? I am only passing through, but I like to speak your language. Forgive me if I seem distracted. It's because 3/4 of myself spills over every word and collapses into the depths. I only recognize what comes to the surface. I have not traveled much, on the contrary, a whole host of peoples and centuries have chosen to make their journeys in my person. They stroll about in me, make themselves at home. I am nowhere entirely, but I also want a bit of myself in that place, nowhere, for that is where we find grace, and it is there that I met you, that I began to speak your language. 210. The author of these lines, Giovanni Baldelli, 1914–1986, born of an Italian father and a French mother, expelled for anti-fascist activities, then interned by the British in Australia as an enemy alien, now writing in French from his exile in Southampton, where he teaches Russian, knows whereof he speaks. 211. For many an anarchist, grace is to be found, if at all, in placelessness. As Jens Pornabo wrote, in Emigranten, I am a child of strange and alien planets. 212. Not that efforts haven't been made to put these poets in their place. Brothers, I salute you, writes José Oiticica, 1882–1957, from a military jail outside of Rio de Janeiro, after the failed anarchist insurrection of 1918, concluding that we must welcome our pain, the pain that does not oppress just men and that renders the most humble superior. 213. The sonnet he composes to the companheiros in prison, however, will only be published nearly 3 years later, in O Sindicalista of Porto Alegre. To whom is this admonition or wish addressed? The lapse in time and place between composition and publication complicates things. Oiticica writes to imprisoned comrades, but he is in prison when he writes. He would have had no guarantee that anyone else would ever read it. Does he then address himself, counseling stoic patience, compensating for present suffering with the promise of a superior self in construction? Poetic self-address as a mode of resistance forms the premise of much anarchist verse. We might compare this with Miyamoto Masaki's, Birth and Death Dates Unknown, to the Poets, 1932, in which the isolated poet cries out, "Oh, myself! Become a hot fire and burn or freeze and summon your friends 10 million of me facing the tempest hear me, you lonely me among them." 214. So might Oiticica have been speaking from the perspective of an imagined future self, a self that has lived through and surpassed his present suffering. On this level, the sonnet would represent a promise addressed from the future to the present: if you live through this, you will be stronger. On the other hand, when Oiticica publishes his sonnet in 1921, in shifting from a private to a public speech situation, might it not change its address as well, so to speak, becoming another kind of promise, a gesture of empathy for the suffering of others and a testimony, I have been where you are? And in the dimension of overhearing that is brought into being by readers who are not and have never been in prison, could it be that Oiticica invites them to imagine themselves as stoic prisoners, so that the message becomes the grim promise, you may be where we have been? In constructing a plural first person, a we composed of many prisoners present, past, and potential suffering together, the poem enables all of these readings, dissolving the walls between self and others, between the horror of today and the future of the pure dream, between captivity and freedom. 215. Perhaps, though, the material context of anarchist poetry is always a kind of captivity. Poetry, for the anarchist Octavio Brandao, 1896–1980, makes its muse from pain and anger, vehemence and indignation. 216. We often find anarchist poets hurling invective at adversaries, real or imaginary, false gods, exploiters, rulers, perpetrators of deception and murder. In The Gods and the People, originally issued as a pamphlet in Scotland, Voltairine de Clare asks, "What have you done, O skies, that the millions should kneel to you. 217 Brazil's Ricardo Goncalves, 1883–1916, Power's wrath upon the owners of the earth, tremble, disgusting vampires. Tremble in your opulent golden palaces, he thunders in the pages of Sao Paulo's A Plebe. 218 Here, poetry acts as a kind of rehearsal for the revolution, a dramatization of the possibility of one's own power, from the perspective of present powerlessness, as Augusto Boal recommends in his Theatre of the Oppressed, or, in the language of syndicalism, as a revolutionary gymnastics. 219 In the poem's rhetoric, the enemy can be cut down to size the inverse of the mental operation by which the enemy has been imagined as superhuman and omnipotent. On the other hand, the adversary is not always simply them, the bosses, the generals, the priests, and proprietors, it is quite often also us. Under the pseudonym of Basil Dahl, in Boston's Liberty, Joseph Bob Shover chastises the vampire's all too willing victims. I hate your superstition, workingman, I loathe your blindness and stupidity, while fellow Yiddish anarchist poet David Edelstadt berates them. Wake up, working brother, wake up. 220 And just as often, as Ridge and Oiticica demonstrate, anarchist poets address real or potential allies against the common foe. From Rosario, Argentina, in the pages of the anarcho-communist La Voz de la Mujer, Josefa M.R. Martinez, dates of birth and death unknown, greeted her potential comrades in arms, salute, companeras. Anarchy raises the liberator's banner, hurrah, dear brothers, to the fight. Strong be your arms, serene be your heart. 221 Barbaric exhortations indeed. And who is doing the exhorting? Quite often, this is an anonymous voice, or someone who conspicuously and self-consciously identifies as a non-poet. I don't write literature, declared Antonio Agraz, 1905–1956, author of countless poems published in the newspaper of the anarcho-syndicalist C&T Union. 222 Nor was he alone in such a declaration. I am not a poet, I am a worker, declared Edelstadt, I am writing, so that every worker will understand me. 223 In statements like these, it is easy for us to hear the echo of anarchist obrierismo, workerism. 224 And to miss what else they tell us about how an anarchist might conceive of poetry and poets. First, Edelstadt claims to write as a worker, a garment industry sweatshop worker, at that rather than on behalf of workers. 225 In other words, despite the prophetic tone, the anarchist poet disavows any unilateral right to speak for others. In rejecting vanguardism, anarchists forswear poets' traditional privilege of prophesying in an authoritarian mode. Where Shelley ends his defense of poetry by declaring that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world, Goodman's Speaking and Language, Defense of Poetry asks, what does he intend? That they should be acknowledged. Then what would they do? 226. Secondly, the anarchist poet, frequently a working-class autodidact rather than a traditional intellectual or even a déclassé bohemian, is writing for an audience of peers. Consequently, the anarchist poet shares with the audience an expectation of understanding a serious departure, as Nellie Wolfe reminds us, from traditions that made the poet a keeper of mysteries. Whereas novelists were expected to write in the language of the new, poets were expected to write in a language of symbols, establishing a tangible border between the language used inside the poem and the language used outside. 227 An anarchist poet writes without this prophylactic, contaminating an elevated, poetic vocabulary and imagery drawn from the past, romantic, medieval, classical, folkloric, with contemporaneous, everyday language. In his study of the anarchist romance poems of the Spanish Civil War, for instance, Serge Salon notes the combination of quasi-medieval archaism and epic features with popular turns of phrase, puns, old saws, proverbs and sayings, the use of dialect or familiarisms, swearing and trivial words, and so on. 228 In this way, anarchist movement poetics resisted fetishizing the purity of genres and national languages and embraced hybridity. 229 Quite frequently, the mutual understanding of anarchist poets and their audiences could be verified, as anarchists tended to favor the oral circulation of poetry in face-to-face settings, a tradition echoed later in the revolutionary letters recited by Diane di Prima, b. 1934, from the back of a truck in New York City. 230 It is only in the age of print culture, as Victor Merrick, 1876–1933, noted in his entry on poesy for the Encyclopédie Anarchiste, 1934, that poetry is separated from the song, shedding its communal character along with its orality. Among the contemporaries, verse is tortured, dislocated, gives forth only vague assonances and an approximative music. Poetry willingly flees into the abstruse, escapes all rules, and rejoins prose in its absence of clarity as well as in its offenses against the most elementary syntax. 231 The lack of immediacy in the print medium presented a problem in other ways, too, even if the enthusiasm and applause elicited by the spoken word can be superficial, argued an anonymous contributor to the anarchist workers' journal LECAIRA in 1888, written thought also has its limitations, whoever reads too much of it loses their ability to act. What's needed is a balance between the two, so that the spontaneity evoked by the spoken word is joined with the kind of reflection that induces thought itself. 232 Finally, oral modes of circulation accorded well with anarchist critiques of property, whereas the technologies of print culture were concentrated in relatively few hands. Everyone had the potential to participate in the production of oral culture, to add or subtract verses as the occasion and the spirit dictated, exercising a collective creativity. 233 The written word, subject to copyright law, was private property. The spoken word, particularly before the advent of recording technologies, refused to present itself as an ownable, commodifiable object. 234 Accordingly, a reoralization of poetry was in order. Even when circulated purely in written form, anarchist poems often took on some of the characteristics of oral culture. Joseph Labadie, 1850–1933, for instance, often wrote occasional poems to present as gifts to friends, sometimes in individually hand-copied chapbooks. A typical sample, to Mr. and Mrs. Mahan, on their return from the East, dated Detroit, June, 1901, begins, "We welcome you with arms wide, / greet you as morning's golden gleams, / your happy smiles like eventide / bring rhythmic cheer and tranquil dreams." 235 The language and imagery are trite, the rhythm and rhyme mechanically tidy. It cannot be denied, however, that the resources of a certain poetic tradition have been mobilized in the interest of specific, intimate relationships. This is occasional poetry, lauded by Goodman, following Goethe, as the highest form of integrated art. 236 It is applied poetry, poetry that has not fled into a separate realm, as Merrick complains, but that renders service to life. The example of Labadie's occasional poetry reminiscent of the practices of poets such as Emily Dickinson, lauded by Simon Dedeo, whose poetical work merges seamlessly into private communication through letters and notes, is indicative of another dimension of anarchist movement poetics, the mixture of private and public forms to evoke a realm that is neither conventionally public nor private. 237 In the correspondence, articles, and speeches of anarchists such as Berkman and Goldman. 2. As Kathy Ferguson notes, we find blurred distinctions between letters addressed to a specific individual and public speech addressed to the generalized other. 238 In so doing, anarchist poets help to construct a sphere of relations sufficiently opaque to the larger publics inhabited by anarchists to resemble the private realm, and at the same time translucent, indefinite in its extent, mediated by print, theater, diffuse networks of talk. To borrow the language of Michael Warner's Publics and Counterpublics. 239 We might extend Ferguson's observations to conclude that anarchist poets are vital architects of an emergent anarchist counterpublic, a social world defined by its tension with a larger public, its constituency marked off from persons or citizens in general. 240 Such a counterpublic, while maintaining a vigilant and at times painful consciousness of its subordinate or subaltern relationship to the larger, and hostile, public within which it is embedded, would appear to have a number of advantages over the grand public. Its smaller scope perhaps especially important for anarchists caught up in movements of displacement and migration, whether fleeing from Russian shtetls to the Argentine pampas or from rural Catalonia to seek factory work in Barcelona, could retain something of the intimacy of village life, even the intimacy of personal bickering, as against the anonymity and impersonality of the great urban centers. Like other counterpublics, as Warner notes, it permits discussion, understood to contravene the rules obtaining in the world at large, being structured by alternative dispositions or protocols, making different assumptions about what can be said or what goes without saying. 241 Anarchist counterpublic discourse, thus, can unfold partially outside the range of locally tolerated opinion and expression, the little space between official orthodoxy and the outer limits of heterodoxy, the invisible boundaries of free public discourse. It is when outsiders peer into the counterpublic conversations taking place in an anarchist newspaper like Golos Truda, The Voice of Labor, 1911-1918, or Club Ivalia, Bread and Freedom, 1917-1918, that these conversations, constituted by a universe of references not shared by outsiders, appear to be, as Karen Rosenberg says, arcane, a body of esoteric knowledge, reserved for the initiated, etc. 242 The apparent mysteriousness of anarchist counterpublic discourse is accentuated when it unfolds under intense surveillance, censorship, and repression, example under the Tsarist and communist regimes in Russia. In such conditions, when the only safe public discourse is that which mirrors the flattering self-image of elites, anarchist discourse might be expected to take on the kinds of cryptic, inaccessible forms, carefully coded exchanges of subversive signs so evocatively described by James C. Scott in his studies of peasants' resistance culture. Sometimes, anarchists did resort to encrypted speech. Bakunin, for instance, was an avid user of ciphers, foreshadowing today's crypto-anarchists. 243 However, the police were all too often capable of countering such evasive maneuvers, as in 1892, when a group of French anarchists using a fairly sophisticated code were arrested, their messages intercepted and deciphered. 244 At other times, anarchists experimented with class-specific dialects that facilitated easy communication among equals while eluding the comprehension of hostile informatives. Such was the case with the use of French argot in Émile Pogit's, 1860-1931, Fin de siècle newspaper, The Père Peinard, 1889-1902, 245. But even in Russia, where anarchism was an illegal, underground movement, as Michael Confino observes, the anarchists' vocabulary is no argot, it is not a clandestine language, the utility of which consists in not being understood by those not privy to the secret. 246 More often, especially under regimes with even limited freedom of speech and assembly, anarchists chose to openly defy bans and constraints, to make these into the occasion for struggle. The free speech fights of Emma Goldman and the IWW, for instance, holding meetings in public and challenging the laws. Anarchist movement poetry, by and large, pursues just this strategy, pushing the boundaries of acceptable public discourse rather than surrendering the field. 159 Mallarmé Qtd. In Richard Sonn, Anarchism and Cultural Politics in Fin de siècle France, Lincoln, University of Nebraska Press, 1989, 225, 332 and 28, 255, Ibid, 22, Rosemary Lloyd, Mallarmé, The Poet and His Circle, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 2005, 207, 212. See also Mallarmé's response to Jules Huret's political questions in his Inquiet sur l'évolution littéraire, Paris, NP, 1891, 61-62, and Hugo Ball, Flight Out of Time, A Dada Diary, ed. John Elderfield, Berkeley, University of California Press, 1996, 10, 12, 24-25, etc. 160 We're Anarchy and Culture, 4. 161 Harold Bloom, The Anxiety of Influence, A Theory of Poetry, New York, Oxford University Press, 1997. 162 Lucia Sanchez Ornil QTD. In Potas del Novecientos, Entre el Modernismo y la Vanguardia, Tomo I, de Fernando Fortuna Rafael Porlin, ed. José Luis García Martín, Madrid, Fundación BSCH, Fundación Santander Central Hispano, 2001, 159. 163 Harold Bloom, A Map of Misreading, New York, Oxford University Press, 2003, 19. 164 For an extended argument on this point, see Hubert van den Berg, Anarchismus, Aesthetiek und Avant-Garde, in Anarchismus und Utopie in der Literatur 1900, ed. Japgrave et al. Würzburg, Königshausen and Newman, 2005, 22-45, and Anarchismus für oder gegen moderne und Avant-Garde, Avant-Garde 3, 1989-86-97. 165 Julia Kristeva, Revolution in Poetic Language, trans. Margaret Waller, New York, Columbia University Press, 1984, 195, Catherine Cocchio, L'Histoire et l'Aube, Décadence et Anarchisme, Revue d'Histoire littéraire de la France 99.3, Mai, Juin 1999 454, Yuri Eisenzweig, Poétique de l'Attentat, Anarchisme et littérature fin de siècle, Revue d'Histoire littéraire de la France 99.3, 1999 443, Ball, Flight Out of Time, 19. 166 e.g., Lazare, L'écrivain et l'art social, 23-25, Fernand Pelletier, L'art et la révolte, in Fernand Pelletier et les origines du syndicalisme d'action directe, ed. Jacques Julliard, Paris, Editions du Seuil, 1971, 507, Luigi Fabbri, Bourgeois Influences on Anarchism, trans. Chasbeuve, Tucson, AZ, C# Press, 2001, 8. 167 Georges Poinceau and Maffeo Charles Normandy, Les Poètes Sociaux, Paris, Louis Michaud, 1909, XXV. This judgment might have to be considerably complicated by a consideration of the Korean case. During the period of anti-Japanese resistance, poets such as Wang Sok-woo, 1895-1959, and Kwon Koo-hyeon, 1898-1938, while concretely engaged with anarchist projects and organizations like the Hyukdaho, Black Wave Society, sometimes drew on symbolist resources to articulate a utopian vision. Moreover, symbolist coterie poetry journals like Jangmicheon, Rose Village, often blurred the lines between poetry and political militancy. However, in the 1920s and 1930s, Korean anarchist poets were increasingly pulled in the direction of proletarian literature. Si Cho Du Sub, 1920 Nyindi Hangug Sangjing Juozio e Anaka Jungwayan Sogzongyongu, a study on the relationship between 1920s Korean symbolist poems and anarchism, Ulamal Jul Tong 126, 2002 331-385, and Cho Young-bok, 1920 Yindi Chagsieu Inyam Kwamai Hak, The Ideology and Aesthetics of Korean Poems in the Early 1920s, Seoul, Somaeong Ch Ulpan, 2004. 168 André Breton, Manifestos of Surrealism, trans. Richard Seaver and Helen R. Lane, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 1972, 125. 169 Alain Pessin, Anarchisme et littérature au XXe siècle, Proudhon, Anarchisme, Art et Société, Actes du colloque de la Société P.J. Proudhon, Paris, 2 December 2000, Paris, Société P.J. Proudhon, 2001, 81. 170 Clara Rey, Poesia Popular Libertaria y Estética Anarquista en el Rio de la Plata, Revista de Critica Literaria Latino-Americana 15.29, 1989 186. 171 Serge Salon, La Poesía de la Guerra de España, Madrid, Castella, 1985, 34, Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 82, Eric Arthur Gordon, Anarchism in Brazil, Theory and Practice, 1890-1920, Ann Arbor M.I., University Microfilms International, 1979, 219, Rosemary Chapman, Henry Palale, and Proletarian Literature, 1920-1939, Amsterdam, Rodopi, 1992, 47. 172 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 84-85. 173 Kim Jeong-bok, Hanguk Anarchism Simon Hogyongu A Study of Korean Anarchist Poetry, Dissertation, Pusan National University, 1998. 174 QTD in Peter G. Zero, China in War and Revolution, New York, Routledge, 2005, 137. 175 Merle Goldman, Modern Chinese Literature in the May Fourth Era, Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1985, 25, Dietrich Chans, Where East and West Meet, Chinese Revolutionaries, French Orientalists and Intercultural Theater in 1910s Paris, Taiwan Journal of East Asian Studies 4.1, June 2007 100. 176 Kim Jeong-bok, Hanguk Anarchism Simon Hogyongu. 177 Ibid. Gang Haijin, Quan Ku Hai Ensi Yongu, Anarchism Gua Guan Lai Siang Yul Jung Simulo, Ma Thesis, Yungnam University, 2010. Gang Haijin notes that the Korean anarchist poet Quan Ku Hai-en used the traditional form of poetry and folk songs. 178 Libert Air Group, A Short History of the Anarchist Movement in Japan, Tokyo, Idea Pub House, 1979, 107, Helene Bowen Radiker, Treacherous Women of Imperial Japan, Patriarchal Fictions, Patricidal Fantasies, London, Routledge, 1997, 42, 86. 179 E. Patricia Tsurumi, Feminism and Anarchism in Japan, The Case of Takamura Itsuo, 1894, 1964, Bulletin of Concerned Asian Scholars 17.2, April, June 1985 5, Maida AI, From Communal Performance to Solitary Reading, The Rise of the Modern Japanese Reader, in Text and the City, trans. James A. Fujii, Durham, Duke University Press, 2004, 224. 180 Picchong Agnes Wang Chan, Lu Shifu, 1884-1915 A Chinese Anarchist and the Radicalization of Chinese Thought, Dissertation, University of California, Berkeley, 1979, 66. 181 T.S. Eliot, Selected Prose of T.S. Eliot, ed. Frank Kermode, New York, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1975, 81-86, R.E.T. Marot, trans. Michael L. Bauman, QTD. In Michael L. Bauman, B. Traven, An Introduction, Albuquerque, University of New Mexico Press, 1976, 100. 182 Thomas Hasty Bell, On Freedom and Bolshevism, A Letter by T.H. Bell to Charles Erskine Scott Wood, Freedom 1.1, January 1, 1933 8. The term philosophical anarchist generally denotes an embrace of anarchist ideas without a corresponding anarchist practice beyond the conduct of one's personal life. 183 Interestingly, apart from a few early appreciations e.g., among participants in New York's Ferrer Center, 1911-1914, such as the American anarchist James Hunker, 1857-1921, who had included him in his Egoists, a Book of Supermen, New York, Scribner, 1909, William Blake seems to have joined this canon very belatedly, in the late 20th century, well after his rediscovery by early 20th century modernists like Yeats. 184 Gustav Landauer QTD. In Ben Hecht, A Child of the Century, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1954, 306, Leonard D. Abbott, The Anarchist Side of Walt Whitman, The Libertarian 2.5, March 1926 232. 185 Charles J. Stivell, Louise Michel's Poetry of Existence and Revolt, Tulsa Studies in Women's Literature 5.1, Spring 198641, Julian Levinson, Exiles on Main Street, Jewish American Writers and American Literary Culture, Bloomington, Indiana University Press, 2008, 128, Anonymous, Note to Heinrich Heine, The Weavers, Liberty 5.10, December 17, 1887 1, Michael Schwab, Autobiography of Michael Schwab, in the Autobiographies of the Haymarket Martyrs, ed. Philip S. Foner, New York, Monad Press, 1977, 111. 186 Joseph Harrington, Poetry and the Public, The Social Form of Modern U.S. Poetics, Middletown Court, Wesleyan University Press, 2002, 106. 187 Louis Untermeyer, The New Era in American Poetry, New York, H. Holt, 1919, 235. 188 Charles Erskine Scott Wood, This Our World, in an Anthology of Revolutionary Poetry, ed. Marcus Graham, New York, Active Press, 1929, 288. 189 Theodore W. Adorno, Minima Moralia, Reflections from Damaged Life, trans. EFN. Jeffcott, London, Verso, 1978, 247. 190 Landauer, Revolution, 127 to 137, Rothen, Literature. 191 Edgar Rodriguez, O Anarquismo na Escola, No Teatro, na Poesia, Rio de Janeiro, Achiami, 1992, Teresa Ventura, Nem Barbari Nem Civilizaco. Sao Paulo, Anna Bloom, 2006, 18. 192 Georges Duveau, La Pensée ouvrière sur l'éducation pendant la Seconde République et le Second Empire, Paris, Domat Montresien, 1948, 63-64. 193 Louise Michel, The Red Virgin, Memoirs of Louise Michel, eds, and trans. Bullitt Lowry and Elizabeth Ellington Gunter, Tuscaloosa A.L., University of Alabama Press, 1981, 16-17, 111-117, Salon, Romancero Libertario, 19-20, Reed, The Philosophy of Modern Art, New York, World, 1953, 119. 194 Walter Fonders, Anarchismus und Literatur, Stuttgart, Metzler, 1987, 98, 64. 195 Ferran Issa, La Cultura Anarquista a Catalunya, Barcelona, Editions de 1984, 2006, 264, Gonzalo Espino, La Lira Rebelde Proletaria, Lima, Teria, 1984, 34, Joseph D. Jack, Les Lazarines. Fables et chansons, Poésies sociales, Nouvelle Orleans, J. Lamar, 1857, Ray, Poesia Popular Libertaria, 179. 196 Stéphane Mallarmé, Ouvres Complètes, ed. Bernard Marichal, Paris, Gallimard, 1998, 309, Archibald MacLeish, Ars Poetica, Poems, 1924-1933, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1933, 1. 197 Ventura, Nembarbari, 16, Daniel R. Magathe, Myths et transcendance révolutionnaire dans la poésie de Louise Michel, in à travers la vie et la mort, over poétique, eds. Daniel R. Magathe and Marianne V. Piper, Paris, F. Maspero, 1982, 10. 198 Salon, Roman Ciro Libertario, 35. 199 William Wordsworth and Samuel T. Coleridge. Lyrical Ballads, ed. R.L. Brett, London, Routledge, 2007, 300. 200 Jonathan Culler, Literary Theory, A Very Short Introduction, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2000, 76, and the Pursuit of Signs, Semiotics, Literature, Deconstruction, Ithaca, New York, Cornell University Press, 2002, 137. 201 William Butler Yeats, Mythologies, London, Macmillan, 1959, 331. 202 Goldman, Living My Life, Volume 2, New York, A. A. Knopf, 1931, 706, Paul Avriche, The Modern School Movement, Anarchism and Education in the United States, Oakland, CA, AK Press, 2006, 170-171. 203 Daniel Tobin, Modernism, Leftism and the Spirit, The Poetry of Lola Ridge, in Light in Hand, Selected Early Poems of Lola Ridge, ed. Daniel Tobin, Florence Mott, Quayle Press, 2007, XXX. 204 Lola Ridge Reveille, The Dial 66.791, May 31, 1919. 205 C. Colson, Petit Lexique, 121-123 and 257-272 on what he calls force plastique and, after Deleuze, the power of the outside. 206 Lola Ridge, The Song of Iron, The Ghetto, and Other Poems, New York, B. W. Hubsch, 1918, 15, 17-18, John Donne, Holy Sonnet 14, in Metaphysical Poetry, an Anthology, ed. Paul Negri, New York, Dover, 2002, 4. 207 Ridge, Reveille. 208 Conrad Aiken, The Literary Abbazzo, The Dial 66.782, January 25, 1919 83-84. 209 Nicholas Just, Schofield Thayer and The Dial, An Illustrated History, Carbondale, I.L., Southern Illinois University Press, 1964, 10-11. 210 Giovanni Baldelli, Epenchement, L'Épide à Lettrier, Poems, Rodez, Editions Suburbi, 1969, 13-15. 211 Henry de Montaiglon, Introduction, in Giovanni Baldelli, Quand l'aube est servite, Poems, Rodez, Editions Suburbi, 1965, 7. 212 Jens Hornebo, The Emigrant, trans. Esther Greenleaf Murer, 8, Web. 213 José Oiticica, Aos Compañeros de Prisão, to the Comrades in Prison, in O Anarquismo na Escola, 307-308, originally published in O Sindicalista, 1921, written in prison, 1918. 214 Miyamoto Qtd. In Filler, Chaos from Order, 213, trans. Filler. 215 Oiticica, Aos Compañeros de Prisão, 8. 216 Yara Oncauri, A Poesia Anarquista, Revista Brasileira de Historia 8.15, February 1988. 216. 217 Declare, Selected Works, 50. 218 Ricardo Goncalves, Rebellion Rebellion, in O Anarquismo na Escola, 57-59, originally in a plebe, 1917. 219 Augusto Boal, Theater of the Oppressed, trans. Charles A. McBride and Maria Odelia Lil McBride, New York, Theater Communications Group, 1985, 122, Émile Pouget, La Confédération Générale du Travail, Paris, M. Rivière, 1908, 59. 220 Basil Dahl, Joseph Bob Shover, To the Toilers, Liberty 11.22, March 7, 1896 5, Edelstadt, Schnell Leuten die Redder The Factory Wheels Run Fast, trans. Helena Frank and Rose Pastor Stokes, In the Yiddish Songbook, ed. Jerry Silverman, New York, Stein and Day, 1983, 168. 221 Josefa M. R. Martinez, Brindis a Toast, La Voz de la Mujer, Periódico Comunista Anarchico, 1896-1897, ed. Universidad Nacional de Quilmes, Buenos Aires, Universidad Nacional de Quilmes, 1997, 44. Originally published in La Voz de la Mujer, 1896. 222 Agraz Qtd. In Steinbeiss, Mein vers Sollen Bomben sen. 223 Edelstadt Qtd. In Malek Epstein, Jewish Labor in the USA, An Industrial, Political, and Cultural History of the Jewish Labor Movement, 1882-1914, New York, Trade Union Sponsoring Committee, 1950, 288. 224 This is a dangerously inexact translation of a Spanish term that has more accurate cognates in Catalan, obrierisme, Italian, operaismo, and French, ouvriérisme, even though they came into circulation at different times. The Spanish word, as David D. Gilmore explains, can mean worker culture, class cohesiveness, working class ideology, or simply the common denominators of working class life, laborers' routine, style of life, and self-images, the people of the plain, class and community in Lower Andalusia, New York, Columbia University Press, 1980, 87, it names, in short, allegiance to a non-branded, non-sectarian politics articulated from the perspective of workers. However, the English term workerism is mainly used, in contemporary anarchist discourse, to denote a fetishism of the working classes and ultimately of toil as a good in itself, an ideal that many anarchists of earlier periods, laborers by necessity rather than choice, would have seen as perverse. Even in reaction to the Stalinist cult of work, Camillo Bernieri criticized not operaismo per se but operiolatria, i.e., workerolatry, the uncritical celebration of workers per se, see his El Operiolatria. 225 Morris U. Shapps, The Jews in the United States, A Pictorial History, 1654 to the present, New York, Citadel Press, 1958, 136. 226 Percy Bysshe Shelley, Shelley's Prose, or, The Trumpet of a Prophecy, ed. David Lee Clark, London, Fourth Estate, 1988, 240, Goodman, Speaking and Language, 230. 227 Nellie Wolfe, L.E. Roman de la Démocratie, St. Denis, Presses Universitaires de Vincennes, 2003, 23. 228 Salon, Roman Ciro Libertario, 34-35. 229 cf. Robert F. Barsky, Bakhtin as Anarchist, Language, Law and Creative Impulses in the Work of Mikhail Bakhtin and Rudolf Rocker, South Atlantic Quarterly 97.3, Summer 1968 629. 230 Diane DiPrima, Revolutionary Letters, San Francisco, Last Gasp, 2007, 164. 231 Victor Merrick, Poesy, in Encyclopedia Anarchist, 2070-2071, trans. Mine. 232 QTD in Howard G. Lay, Reflex d'Unneuf, on Émile Pouget and L.E. Paynard, in Making the News, Modernity and the Mass Press in 19th-Century France, eds. Dean de Lamotte and Jean Néné-Przebylski, Amherst Ma, University of Massachusetts Press, 1999, 85-86. 233 Neil Birrell, Notes on Culture and Ideology, The Raven 10.39, Summer 1999 193-201. 234 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 77. Cf. Also Proudhon's critique of the very notion of intellectual property in Majorats littéraires, Paris, Librairie Internationale, 1868. 235 Joseph Labadie, to Mr. and Mrs. Mahan, on their return from the East, unpublished, dated Detroit, June, 1901, Labadie Collection, University of Michigan. 236 Paul Goodman, Advance Guard Writing, 1900, 1950, Kenyon Review 13, Summer 1951 376. 237 Simon Dedeo, Towards an Anarchist Poetics, Absent Magazine 1, December 2006. 238 Kathy E. Ferguson, Anarchist Counterpublics, New Political Science 32.2, 2010 213. 239 Michael Warner QTD. In Ferguson, Anarchist Counterpublics 195. 240 Ibid, 197, Michael Warner, Publics and Counterpublics, New York, Zone Books, 2002, 56. 241 Ibid. 242 Rosenberg, The Cult of Self-Sacrifice, 178. 243 Scott, Domination and the Arts of Resistance, Hidden Transcripts, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1990, 18, Edward Hallett-Carr, Michael Bakunin, New York, Vintage Books, 1961, 272, 432, 438, 464, Colson, Petit Lexique, 163. 244 David Cohn, The Code Breakers, The Comprehensive History of Secret Communication from Ancient Times to the Internet, New York, Scribner's Sons, 1997, 245. 245 Roger Farr, The Strategy of Concealment, Argot and Slang of the Dangerous Classes, 5th Estate 373, Fall 2006 19, 54. Even here, however, Maurice Tournier warns us that we ought not to exaggerate the neologistic character of Pouget's Argot, which he finds quite readable. Le Bestiaire Anarchiste à la fin du XIXe siècle, Revue de Lettres et de Traduction 8 2002, 254. 246 Michael Confino, Idéologie et Sémantique, Le Vocabulaire Politique de Anarchistes Russes, Cahiers du Monde Russe et Soviétique 30.3, 1989 262. 2. The Devil's Best Tunes. There is a Japanese anarchist song, sometimes dated from 1924, called Anarchisuto no Yuta Anarchist Song. Bizarrely, it is sung to a tune that an American would instantly recognize as "Oh Christmas Tree." It appears to have been written as a swipe at the communists, who used the same tune for their anthem, the Akahata no Yuta Song of the Red Flag. This was a 1921 translation of James Connell's song, The Red Flag, 1889. The workers' flag is deepest red. It shrouded oft our martyred dead. And ere their limbs grew stiff and cold, their lifeblood dyed its every fold. Which had been written with a Scottish air in mind, but which had been popularized in the IWW song canon with the tune to a German schoolmaster's revision of an old Silesian song, O Tannenbaum, 1824. 247 Red flags had belonged to all factions of the international workers' movement in the so-called Akahata Jikan Red Flags incident of 1908. Japanese anarchists, arrested en masse for singing socialist songs, had indeed inscribed their slogans on red banners 248 until the advent of the Russian Revolution and the consolidation of Communist Party power. Confronting former allies turned rivals, then, the anarchists remade the Akahata no Yuta as the Kurohatan no Yuta song of the Black Flag, now invested with lyrics accusing the Bolsheviks of having defiled Yagasuya, the sacred Shinsei symbol. 249 And so anarchists engaged in a public war of songs with their authoritarian and reformist rivals. 250. Fig. 1, a songbook issued by the Goguette La Muse Rouge, illustrated by Félix Locard, 1905. Is anarchist song, then, the product of a struggle over sacred symbols, a holy war? Perhaps it is telling that Pierre-Joseph Proudhon's prototypical example of social art and of the value of art for resistance is a hymn. During my captivity at Saint Pelagia, in 1849, there were around 80 political prisoners, at a minimal estimate, if one thinks of the thousands of prisoners of that sad period. Every evening, half an hour before the closing of the cells, the detainees gathered in the courtyard and sang the Priora. It was a hymn to liberty attributed to Armand Marist. One sole voice spoke the strophe, and the 80 prisoners gave back the refrain, which then was taken up by the 500 unfortunates detained in the other section of the prison. That was a real music, realist, applied, a situated art and situation, like church songs or fanfares in a parade, and no music pleases me more. 251. Popular song parallel in form and function, as Proudhon notes, to church hymns is doubly valued, performed, enacted, it can be situated in the concrete, pragmatic needs of a specific community, for whom it enables collective resistance. At the same time, Marist's song is not primarily propaganda for a belief that would be aimed at converting those outside its circle of the saved. Those who sing it are those who already identify with its premises, and their singing serves to intensify that identity. When one sings, Gaetano Manfredonia observes, it is not only for others but also for oneself. At the same time it seeks to mobilize, the song affects a labor of differentiation vis-a-vis others and identification between members of the group. It is not directed exclusively to external parties to be conquered but also to militants for whom it reaffirms the validity of the common struggle to be carried out. It helps keep alive the sense of group membership and encourage participation in its system of values. Just like the color of the flag or other distinguishing signs, it constitutes a powerful means to create and strengthen the militant's feeling of belonging to a single school of thought. Often, the songs are only written and sung for the militants themselves. 252. Songs could be carried and spread by individuals, but singing was also a communal activity, not only, as Alvin Sanborn observed, in the little wine-shop concerts of the faubourgs, at which each and every person present is expected to do his turn and all are counted on to help out with the choruses, but in organized workers' singing groups, Goguettes, one such group, La Muse Rouge, the Red Muse, 1901–1939, not only convened monthly but published illustrated sheet music, Figure 1, and a series of seditious journals. 253. It may be logical, then, if strange, that according to the French Penal Code of 1894, the singing of anarchist songs in public was a matter for the assize court, punishable by a few days in jail, but those caught singing the same songs behind closed doors could be hauled before the criminal court and subjected to banishment. 254. As one anarchist remarked in Sao Paulo's Union newspaper, La Lotta Proletaria, the notes of our anthems give us spirit. 255. This privileging of song as the collective foundation of anarchist poetry is visible not only in the breadth and depth of anarchist song culture, as evidenced by the Argentine Cancionero Revolucionario, 1905, or the IWW songs to fan the flames of discontent, ca. 1909, but also in the titles of anarchist poems and poetry collections such as Erich Mussum's Gesang der Jungen Anarchisten, Young Anarchists Song, 1914, Alberto Giraldo's, 1875–1946, Canción del Deportado Deportes Song, 1921, J. William Lloyd's, 1857–1940, Songs of the Unblind Cupid, 1899, Akira Tanzawa's Ko Ana no Yuta Factory Woman's Song, 1929, or Herbert Reed's Song for the Spanish Anarchists, 1940. A great number of anarchist poems are specifically titled in imitation or parody of religious songs, such as Paul Napoleon Rouinard's Cantique de Cantiques Song of Songs, 1891, Paul Robbins' Hymn à la Nude Hymn to the Night, 1906, Jens Hornebo's Federalansel Hymn to the Fatherland, 1968, Attilio Panizza's Inno dei Malfattori Criminals Hymn, 1891, and innumerable anonymous poems with titles such as Hymno Acratico or Hymno Anarquista Anarchist Hymn. In addition, many poems were given musical settings, thus David Edelstadt's In Kampf in Struggle, composed in 1889, became a popular protest song among anarchist workers by 1903, for instance, and Carlo Monticelli's El Inno dei Pesanti Tramps Hymn, also titled La Marseillaise del Lavoro the Labor Marseillaise, written in 1881, was set to music by Guglielmo Vecchi in 1895.256. Even poems not set to music were often recited publicly, one of the most widespread anarchist cultural forms. The velata, a kind of amateur evening variety show, combined recitations with songs, dances, and theatrical skits as well as lectures, debates, and speeches performed by workers and their families for one another. 257 In her study of French anarchist culture, Caroline Granier argues that pure poetry holds a minor place in the corpus of the anarchist writers, and that pride of place belongs to the anarchist song. 258. What kind of place is this world of songs? For an answer, we might look to the Chansonnière Internationale du Revolt, 1906, compiled by Arnold Roller, aka Siegfried Nacht, 1878-1956, and Max Nomad, aka Max Nacht, 1881-1973, which presents a cross-section of the global anarchist song canon, at least in the diasporic languages of continental Europe. Other tongues are absent. Out of 65 songs included, 11 are in French, 12 in German, 9 in Yiddish, with some duplication, 7 in Russian, 6 in Polish, 5 each in Spanish, Italian, and Czech, and just 1 in Ukrainian. Only 13 songs are attributed to songwriters, most of these representing radical classics by fellow travelers among the mighty dead, e.g., Heinrich Heine, Adam Mickiewicz, Eugene Pottier, William Morris, Joseph Boleslaw Pecha, and Max Kegel. The rest, of more recent date, are by anarchists. Evidently, the place of anarchist song is as international as the book's title, in other words, placeless. Go forth into the world, little song book, the editors write, accompany, in their struggle and on their journey, the homeless, the wandering, expelled, banished comrades, and with the sound of your songs, the home of the homeless, the fatherland of the anti-patriots becomes the whole earth, becomes all mankind. 259. If a certain kind of vagrancy is part of the condition of much anarchist poetry, it is doubly so for anarchist song. As the book's editors acknowledge, the prototypical creator and transmitter of the anarchist song is not the proletarian, but a more marginal type, a lumpenproletarian, the tramp, the itinerant, possessing only the most tenuous ties to the world of work. In France, this quasi-mythical figure, elevated to the status of an ideal, was called the trimardeur, from trimanquer, in French argot, to walk along the road, the voluntary vagrant, who, having refused employment and citizenship alike, is free to be a full-time militant. As a total anarchist, the trimardeur was imagined as escaping the dilemma of vocation that haunted proletarians. As Pessin observes, with the practice of the trimard, anarchy is no longer a belief, a conception, or an activity separate from the rest of the individual's existence. 260 Known in Italian as Cavalieri Erranti, Knights Errant, in English as the hobo, this nomad is the privileged carrier of song to whom the Knack brothers intend to provide a paper traveling companion. As soon as one comes into a new country, among comrades of other languages, one wants to share their enthusiasm before one can speak with them, one wants to sing their songs with them, one quite often learns the language from revolutionary songs, and later carries the song back to the homeland, a warm memory in happy hours, which one has brought back from the circles of comrades in other lands. 261. The anarchist song, then, is first and foremost a means of international communication. Or is it? If no one language is shared among the singers, then whatever specific statement or demand the songs might make, e.g., Tsar Alexander, go home. Warzainksa, what did the British Empire ever do for us? The starving poor of Old England, or I'm ready to die for the cause, Das Testament / Mein Savo, is not transmitted, no more than the content of punk lyrics screamed over guitar feedback in a noisy basement club. What is transmitted, at such moments, is not necessarily content, but comradeship, communion, not communication. The song's meaning, then, would consist less in what it says, its constitutive message, as philosophers of language put it, than in what it does, its performative function. If anarchist songs are primarily intended to produce or perform harmony, the social kind by way of the musical kind, then why does the constitutive content matter? Wouldn't the comrades do just as well to sing school fight songs, dance floor hits, or gospel tunes? In fact, a preeminent strategy of anarchist songwriter is to place dissident contents into just such familiar musical settings. Perhaps the easiest way to imagine this is as a radical equivalent of Weird Al Yankovic or the Capitol Steps, i.e., what Tully Kupferberg, 1923-2010, dubbed the Para song. Para song, a song using new and original lyrics set to an older, generally a popular, melody. Martin Luther set many of his religious hymns to the popular songs of that period. His reasoning, why should the devil have the best of tunes? And in our time, the Wobblies repaid the compliment by resetting many old hymns to new radical labor anthems. And so, thanks to Kupferberg, the Christian classic Jesus Loves Me, 1860, becomes Nixon Fucks Me, 1971, the gentle liberal hymn, Will the Circle Be Unbroken, 1907, becomes, courtesy of contemporary wobbly Daryl Cherney, B. 1956, Will the Fetus Be Aborted, 1988, 262, and in the hands of the Swedish-American wobbly trummerter Joe Hill, aka Joel Emanuel Hagelund, Joseph Hillström, 1879-1915, the old hymn in the Suite by and by, 1868, becomes The Preacher and the Slave, ca. 1911. In the Suite by and by, there's a land that is fairer than day. And by faith we can see it afar. For the Father waits over the way, to prepare us a dwelling place there. Refrain. In the Suite by and by, we shall meet on that beautiful shore. In the Suite by and by, we shall meet on that beautiful shore. The preacher and the slave. Long-haired preachers come out every night. Try to tell you what's wrong and what's right. But when asked how about something to eat, they will answer in voices so sweet. Chorus. You will eat, by and by, in that glorious land above the sky. Work and pray, live on hay. You'll get pie in the sky when you die. The relation of song to parasong is something like the relation of host to virus. The subversive lyrics insinuate their radical DNA into the ready-made reproductive apparatus of the cell, forcing it to crank out copies of the enemy as its integrity degrades. The key is successful mimicry, the matching of rhythms, first of all, anapestic trimeter, roughly, for the verses, but also of rhyming words not vertically, from one line to the subsequent, or even internally, although Pi Sky Die is already a savage punchline, but laterally, from parody to original, in the Suite / You Will Eat, and the echo of imagery, beautiful shore / glorious land. The audience is expected to hear the match, to recognize the original in the mimic, the better to appreciate the inversion of meanings, from spiritual otherworldliness to the materiality of the body, and of affects, from ascetic piety to the insistent demands of the body. The overturning of the world of values projected by the hymn is swift and complete, a musical instance of what Mikhail Bakhtin called carnivalization, evoking that satirical condition in which feasting trumps fasting, laughter replaces prayer, and life is subject only to its laws, that is, the laws of its own freedom. 263. Hill's parodic reappropriation of the Lord's tunes for the devil's works, a tactic that would later be called détournement, was by no means the only mode possible. If wobbly bards such as John Brill, T-Bone Slim, aka Matty Valentine Hudda, c. 1890, 1942, and countless anonymous fellow workers delighted in plundering hymns and show tunes for songs like Dump the Bosses Off Your Back, to the tune of What a Friend We Have in Jesus, the popular wobbly, to the tune of They Go Wild, Simply Wild, Over Me, or It's a Long Way Down to the Soup Line, to the tune of It's a Long Way to Tipperary. There are perhaps even more cases where the relation between sound and sense was rather less overtly hostile. Observe, a Methodist camp meeting tune, say, Brothers, Will You Meet Us, wedded to the joke song become abolitionist tribute John Brown's Body, then dressed up by Julia Ward Howe as the patriotic battle hymn of the Republic. 264 gives Ralph Chaplin, 1887–1961, a setting for the IWW anthem, Solidarity Forever. The end result has something of the pious fervor of the religious revivalist, abolitionist, and patriotic instantiations, albeit given a new direction and rationale. What force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the Union makes us strong. Another example, a Polish national liberation song, the Mars Ziowo, the Zouaves March, popularized during the rebellion of 1863, supplies the music for a labor song, the Warszawianka, 1883, written in prison by the socialist Wacław Świecicki, 1848–1900. In translation, Świecicki's song gets taken up by some German anarcho-syndicalists, who bring it with them to Spain, where it catches on among the young comrades. It is then to this thrice translated tune Valeriano Orobon Fernandez, 1901–1936, sets a Las Barricadas, Marca Triunfal, 1933, battle anthem of the C.N.T.265 in this form. It retains the labor and national liberation inspirations of its earlier incarnations, but with a difference. The valences and connotations of music and words alike are repeatedly transformed in ways that suggest something more like co-evolution mutualism, not predation. Instead of reversing the music's ideological signs, anarchist lyrics might add to or amplify them. One of the uses to which anarchists put their stolen tunes, indeed, was not mockery but dignification. If Marx, contemptuous of the ways in which the radicals of 1848 presented their ideas in words and images borrowed from the Revolution of 1789, could complain of the slavish imitation of the tradition of all the dead generations, insisting the social revolution of the 19th century cannot draw its poetry from the past, but only from the future. 266 This was not so evident a necessity for his anarchist counterparts. On the contrary, as C. Alexander McKinley has shown, French anarchists of the late 19th century, struggling to popularize their movement, saw that a way to reach working-class audiences, many of whom were illiterate, but who knew the songs of the French Revolution, was to use the old songs as a fulcrum for their own ideological work. Thus, if workers who were wary of identifying themselves with Ravekal's bombings of the judiciary nonetheless identified with the bloodthirsty heritage of the sansculottes associated with songs like the Carmagnole and Caira, it made perfect sense to set the song La Ravachole to the tune of Caira and to give it the subtitle The New Carmagnole. 267 The newer, more radical content is couched in terms of an already assimilated, seemingly safe context that is still pregnant with a radical content of its own. Indeed, to sing La Ravachole is to demonstrate that the past and its poetry are not spent forces, mere weights upon the living. Thus, Evito argues that this unique relation to the past is precisely the greatest virtue of song as an art form, where the visual arts preserve a distance between the spectator and the image of history. Anyone who sings a chanson becomes a participant in it, intimately involved in the life of what it recounts or recalls, criticizes, or glorifies. In that sense, it gives us the truest picture la plus real image of the past, a past which, as the latter-day wobbly singer Utah Phillips, 1935-2008, reminds us, didn't go anywhere. 268. Part of what is at stake in Anarchist's song, indeed, is the future of the past. If, as Bakunin declared, all the products of collective thought and experience are the intellectual and moral patrimony of the people as a whole, then the progressive appropriation of that patrimony to the profit of a few is as monstrous a form of exploitation and expropriation as any. 269. In this sense, the official adoption of the Marseillaise as the French national anthem in 1879, ostensibly a victory for the forces of republicanism and progress, is actually a dispossession. Monopolizing a song that belongs to everyone. Rather than simply abandoning the Marseillaise in disgust, however, French anarchists spent the next 2 decades fighting its officialization, rewriting it and overcoating it with their own ideology. 270. Well after the turn of the century, we can find innumerable songs in Italian, Portuguese, German, and even English with the title Anarchist Marseillaise, and among Latin American anarchists, as Iris M. Zavala notes, the Marseillaise remained popular and entirely compatible with new reaccentuations. 271. Observing the shifting relations of the anarchist song to its historical contexts and sources, we see a process of cultural contestation, a continuous stealing back and forth of symbols, as Burke would call it, that speaks to the nature of resistance culture in relation to the culture of the past. These matters much occupied the mind of Dr. Felix Martí Ibáñez, 1911-1972, living in a Barcelona that had birthed the Spanish Revolution but was being torn apart by the Civil War in 1937. Even in these precarious conditions, however, the doctor, about whom we shall hear more later, insisted that it was a dangerous error to disregard the importance of culture in the revolutionary struggle, to see it as subsidiary to economic or military struggle, to work for a dignified and humanist culture. He wrote that October is, to defend the revolution, forging a revolutionary conviction, a wall of souls against which fascism will crash. A revolution, he argued, was preeminently a process of cultural transformation, the crumbling of a decrepit system of ideas and values, the construction of a new order of the spirit. 272. A revolution is, a period of social abnormality in which, all the integral factors of society that give it its personality are thrown into a confused chaos. At moments of danger or commotion like a revolution, in order to admit the lived moment into consciousness, to orient ourselves to it, temporally and spatially, and adapt to it, proto-images or archetypes, coming from and arising within our mental life, become the guides of our actions. 273. Accordingly, in an extended pamphlet published by the anarchist journal Tierra y Libertad, Martí Ibáñez pursued his Psicoanálisis de la Revolución Social Española, 1937. An enthusiast of Freud and Jung, Martí Ibáñez's point of departure for understanding this crisis of the soul of the people was the pubertal crisis, the developmental narrative according to which children are transformed into adults, and its social analogue, the speculative prehistory sketched by Freud in Totem and Taboo, 1913. A society in the process of overcoming authority, Martí Ibáñez reasoned, paralleled the historical process whereby, according to Freud, humanity had overcome its abject submission to a primitive patriarchal tyranny. Just as the sons of the primal horde had to kill and castrate the obscene, greedy father to gain access to his women, the Spanish people had to overcome the violent, plutocratic state and strip it of its force in order to gain access not only to the land, Mother Earth, but to all the other symbols of value, likewise traditionally represented by archetypal female figures: freedom, justice, peace, etc. 274. In light of Martí Ibáñez's theory of cultural revolution as positive symbolic parricide and incest, then, anarchist song might not be an attempt to differentiate the individual artist from the matrix of poetic tradition at all costs, but precisely as an attempt to wrest valuable, potent symbols away from the father, the nexus of social authority, who possesses and controls them. To put it another way, Why should the good Lord have all the best tunes? 247 James Connell, The Red Flag, IWW. Songs to Fan the Flames of Discontent, Chicago, IWW Publishing Bureau, ND, 2nd print, Connell, How I Wrote the Red Flag, The Call, May 6, 1925. 248 Vera C. Mackey, Creating Socialist Women in Japan, Gender, Labor, and Activism, 1900 to 1937, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2002, 66. 249 Anarchisuto no Yuta Anarchist Song, in Nihon no Keikumeka, eds. Jirahei Nishio and Tomatsu Yazawa, Tokyo, East Saisha, 1974, 188. 250 See Stephen S. Large for a description of such song battles in the struggle over direction of the labor movement, organized workers and socialist politics in interwar Japan. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2010, 41. 251 Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, Du Principe de l'Art et de sa Destination Sociale, Paris, Lacroix, 1875, 332. 252 Gaetano Manfredonia, de l'usage de la chanson politique, La production anarchiste d'avant 1914, Cites 3.19, 2004 45. 253 C. Gaetano Manfredonia, La chanson anarchiste en France d'origines en 1914, Dansons la Ravachole. Paris, El Harmattan, 1997, and Robert Bressi, Auteur de la Muse Rouge, Groupe de Poètes et Chansonniers Révolutionnaires, 1901-1939, Saint-Cyr-sur-Loire, France, Edition Ch. Barat, 1991. 254 René Guéraud, L'Anarchie et la Répression, Paris, Libre du Recueil Général de Lois et de Arts L. Larose, 1895, 67-68. 255 Angelo Scala Qtd. In Gordon, Anarchism in Brazil, 222, Angelo Trento do Outro Lado do Atlântico, Século de Imigração Italiana no Brasil, São Paulo, SP, Nobel, 1989, 243, 223. 256 Karanelquist, Chorus and Community, Urbana, Illinois, University of Chicago Press, 2006, 207-208. 257 Maria Antonia Fernandez, Evaluación de la Propaganda Anarquista Española en la Etapa Fundacional del Movimiento, 1868-1897, Cuadernos Republicanos 56, Otono 2004 72-73, Schaeffer, Anarchism and Countercultural Politics, 196-197, Gordon, Anarchism in Brazil, 221-222. The format of the velada seems to derive from the liberal tradition in Spain, see Navarro, a la Revolución por la Cultura, 265, and Angel Smith, Anarchism, Revolution and Reaction, Catalan Labor and the Crisis of the Spanish State, 1898-1923, New York, Berghahn Books, 2007, 157. 258 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 81. 259 Arnold Roller and Max Nomad, Les Chants de Revolt/Rebellion Leader, Le Chansonnier International du Revolt, London, Broskeren Group de Commabv, 1906, 6. 260 John G. Hutton, Les Perles Vagabondantes, Neo-Impressionism and the Anarchist Image of the Trumerdeur, The Art Bulletin 72.2, June 1990 296-309, Pessin, La Rêverie Anarchiste, 79. Hutton emphasizes the imaginary nature of the Trumerdeur, whose reality was more often dismal than emancipatory, citing an 1891 study finding that the homeless unemployed were so enervated that they have not the strength of will and purpose to accomplish such a revolt, Leprolus vagabondant, 302. 261 Roller and nomad, lay chance to revolt, 5-6. 262 Tully-Kupferberg, listen to the mockingbird, Washington, New Jersey, Times Change Press, 1971, 21, Paul Lewis, Cracking Up, American Humor in a Time of Conflict, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 2006, 130-131. 263 Mikhail Bakhtin, Rabelais and His World, trans. Helen Izwolski, Bloomington Inn, Indiana University Press, 1984, 7. 264 Sarah Vowell, John Brown's Body, in the Rose and the Briar, Death, Love and Liberty in the American Ballad, ed. Sean Willants, New York, W. W. Norton, 2005, 85-86. 265 Apparently, the Warzainksa also caught the ear of Chinese anarchist educator Liu Jianbo, 1904-1991, who set his own revolutionary song to its tune, Liu Jianbo Ba Jin Yan Zong De Zongguo Gandhi, Chengdu Raibao February 13, 2012, Web. 266 Marx, in Marx Engels Collected Works, 11.103, 106. 267 C. Alexander McKinley, Anarchists and the Music of the French Revolution, Journal for the Study of Radicalism 1.2, 2008, 3-4. 268 Georges Avito, Chanson, Encyclopédie Anarchiste, 320, Phillips and DeFranco. See Daniel Colson's Meditations on the Ontology of the Past in Anarchism, sketched briefly in L'Ange de l'Histoire, Le Monde Libertaire 1377 November 18-25, 2004, and at greater length in his essay on Nietzsche's notion of eternal return in the Petit Lexique, 99-108. 269 Bakunin on Anarchism, 241. 270 McKinley, Anarchists and the Music of the French Revolution, 6-10. 271 Iris M. Zavala, Colonialism and Culture, Hispanic Modernisms and the Social Imaginary, Bloomington Inn, Indiana University Press, 1991, 172. For instance, there is Carlo Ponticelli's Marcellise del Lavoro, 1895, Eric Mussem's General Strake Marseillaise, 1905, Ricardo Flores Magan's Marcellisa Anarquista, 1907, the anonymously authored Workers' Marseillaise that appears in the 9th edition of the IWW Songbook, 1917, and Raimundo Risa's Marcellisa Anarquista, 1933. There are accounts of German, Italian, and Russian anarchists around the world singing the Marseillaise with enthusiasm throughout the heyday of the movement, and Moses Riskin recounts that, in 1890, the same Russian-speaking Jewish anarchists who sang anti-religious para songs at their Grand Yom Kippur Ball in Brooklyn promoted the event with flyers promising not only a Kol Nidrei to be sung by Johann Most, author of the Deistic Pestilence, but the singing of the Marseillaise and other hymns against Satan. Riskin, The Promised City, New York's Jews, 1870-1914 Cambridge, Ma, Harvard University Press, 1978, 154-155. 272 Martí Ibáñez, La Cultura, 11-12. 273 Félix Martí Ibáñez, Psicoanálisis de la Revolución Social Española, Barcelona, Ediciones Tierra y Libertad, 1937, 17. 274 Ibid, 14-15, 23. 3. Two Crises of Language. If song is the foundation of anarchist poetry, then we can only wonder at the difference between the kind of songwriter characteristic of the chansonnier international du revolt or songs to fan the flames of discontent, on the one hand, and the sound of the music that is now most widely recognized as anarchist, punk. The change has been neither continuous nor instantaneous. Even well before the advent of the Sex Pistols, someone grounded in the tradition of the anarchist movement could observe, with Utah Phillips, that there's a big difference between how many miles must a white dove sail before it can rest in the sand and dump the bosses off your back. Curiously, as Phillips observes, it is precisely as protest songs became more poetic, their lyrics more introverted, harder to understand, that anarchist poetry became less song-like. 275 What was happening? There is a collection of essays, published by the Free Society Group of Chicago in 1951, titled The World Seen from the Libertarian Point of View. It is a gloomy book. The contributors, Spanish, Russian, German, Japanese, many of them writing from political exile, struggle against despair. A few dare to hope that capitalism and its false alternatives may yet someday collapse, but the assessment of the present, from every corner, is almost uniformly dismal. It is not only that capitalism has survived its crisis, Stalin has remained in power, the labor movement has been bureaucratized and co-opted, all the old modes of cultural resistance, too, have been outflanked. More and more, the ways that anarchists knew of constructing a counter-public sphere, pamphlets, speeches, agitation, theater, no longer work. There is no longer an opening to a wider world. By the 50s, Jerry Zaslov reflects, social hopes for an authentic public sphere had fallen into eclipse. It seemed instead that any public culture would have to be clumsily made up of fragments of lost polises, mythical remnants of stories of vanished places, sacred reminders and traces lost in collective memory. 276 Nor would the shrinkage of public space leave the counter-public of anarchist movement poetics unscathed. Writing in 1964, Herbert Read credits Mallarmé with having first identified the basic predicament of modern poetry, a problem affecting not only the poet, but social communication in general, the evident fact that the language of our Western civilization had become too corrupt for poetic use. 277 If this attribution seems to be a bit of an overstatement, Percy Bysshe Shelley, for instance, had warned almost a century before Mallarmé that unless it is perpetually renewed by poets, language will be dead to all the nobler purposes of human intercourse. It is still telling that Mallarmé serves as Read's prophet, and that the prophecy is seen as already having come true. By the mid-20th century, it can be taken as given that language is, for all the nobler purposes of human intercourse, dead. 278 What has killed language? More specifically, what has put it beyond poetic repair? Frederick Jameson reads the 1960s as the moment when capitalism attained its maximum reach, assimilating the last vestiges of nature, i.e., not only the Third World, via the so-called Green Revolution of agribusiness, but also, via the new techniques of commercial media culture, the unconscious itself. 279 This may be a fair assessment, and more than one commentator has noted how this last development spelled doom for a whole host of oppositional avant-garde ways of making art, as seemingly everything from surrealism to abstract expressionism to graffiti were converted into marketing materials by hip consumerism. 280 By 1968, the euphemistic language of pacification in Vietnam could bring Denise Levertov to despair. O language, mother of thought, / are you rejecting us as we reject you? 281 However, the damage is not confined to Vietnam or to the United States. In a recent interview, the Swiss anarchist writing under the nom de plume of P.M., Hans Widmer, B. 1946, reflected on his rationale for inventing a weird secret language for the elements of his utopia. Bolo Bolo, 1983 European left-wing terminology was no longer viable, he reflects, because it only conjures up images of the Gulag or of a tepid reformism. All of the other standard left-wing expressions such as solidarity, community, they're all contaminated and no longer useful. 282 Indeed, the global eclipse of radical working-class poetics had begun much earlier, during the crisis that had marked anarchism's finest hour, and, in most conventional historical accounts, its last stand the transition from the Great Depression to the Second World War. We can see this shift taking place perhaps most clearly in the US and Britain. Repression following the First World War and the Red Scare lynchings, raids, trials, deportations had taken a tremendous toll on the ability of American anarchists to operate and organize, and increasing restrictions on immigration cut off the further influx of workers such as the Jews, Russians, and Italians who had formed the backbone of the movement. 283 By the end of the 1920s, American activists like the Russian-born Joseph Spivak, 1882–1971, were asking, why is it that the anarchist movement is so weak? Why is it that our influence upon the population of this country is so negligible? 284 By the time the Depression hit, anarchists were too poorly positioned to respond to the crisis. Instead, other labor organizations confrontational, but with far more circumscribed goals, and the Communist Party became the privileged organs of working-class contestation. Indeed, particularly during the period of the Popular Front, 1934–1939, when communist parties sought broad alliances with liberal and progressive forces against the fascist right, we see writers on the communist left increasingly appropriating and adopting the poetics that had once typified the anarchist movement. Marcus Graham's 1929 Anthology of Revolutionary Poetry, capturing and codifying what anarchist movement poetics had been, became a touchstone for the rebel poets, whose work, in turn, became seminal for an entire genealogy of left-wing American writers. 285 A broad meeting ground for communists, socialists, anarchists, and other non-affiliated proletarian poets, the rebel poet group had been convened in the previous year by Jack Conroy, 1899–1990, who later in life admitted being more of a philosophical anarchist than anything. 286 Among the co-authors of the Rebel Poets' 1931 Manifesto were the authors of the preface to Graham's anthology, Ralph Cheney, 1896–1941, who also defined himself as a philosophical anarchist, and Lucia Trent, 1897–1977, the Unrest anthologies of 1929, 1930, and 1931 were co-edited by Conroy and Cheney, with Harry Crosby, 1898–1929, who also called himself an anarchist, joining them on the 1930 anthology. 287 The first two issues of their house organ. The Rebel Poet, 1931–1932, reported on Graham's sedition trial and featured poems by anarchists Joe Labadie, The Unemployed, and Charles Erskine Scott Wood, Authority. 288. While the group's manifesto insisted that nothing but general sympathy with our aims is required of members and that it was affiliated with no political party, it already insisted on defense of the Soviet Union against the enemies that are massing for attack. 289 Conroy and the rest of the group drifted towards an increasing acceptance of Communist Party orthodoxy, leading Cheney to withdraw in 1933, when the Rebel Poet Journal was retitled The Anvil, Stories for Workers, and the group itself renamed the Proletarian Writers League. 290 Indeed, Conroy, finding himself increasingly marginalized within his own groupings, was already warning fellow worker writers against collaboration with Roosevelt's New Deal in October of that same year. The ancient lies have only been refurbished. 291. In Europe, anarchists were dealing with similar challenges. Henry Palale, 1896–1980, literary editor of the Confédération Générale du Travail's daily paper, Le Peuple, 1924–1939, and author of Nouvelle Age littéraire, 1930, championed a conception of proletarian literature with roots in the 19th-century anarchist tradition of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon and Bernard Lazare, but which, in foregrounding the anti-vanguardist aspects of anarchism, was to remain non-sectarian, identified simply with the working class. 292 By 1935, Palale was fending off friendly overtures from both the Populists and the Communist Party-affiliated Association des Écrivains et des Artistes Révolutionnaires, AEAR, proposing a front littéraire commune against the common enemy, fascism. At this moment, warned the ex-surrealist poet Louis Aragon on behalf of the AEAR, there is but one single organization of anti-fascist writers, and that is ours. To divide efforts, today, is to play into the hands of the enemy. Palai's response: we are within the proletariat and remain there, and that is where we want to remain. 293 The creation of the Fédération du Théâtre Ouvrier de France, FTOF, in 1931, likewise under the tutelage of the Communist Party, posed a dilemma for the surviving members of La Muse Rouge. After a painful split, the revolutionary poets and songwriters opted to remain faithful to their anarchist theory and non-sectarian practice, but found themselves increasingly isolated, ostracized by workers' groups, and dissolved in 1939. 294. With few significant differences, this was how the story ran in Latin America as well. In the early 1920s, anarchist poets such as Brandão were quickly drawn into the newly formed Partido Comunista Brasileiro. 295 In Chile, Pablo Neruda, 1904–1973, makes a similar transition away from the anarchist politics he espoused in the 1920s, when he was active with the anti-authoritarian Federación de Estudiantes de Chile, FECH, to Communist Party membership in the 1940s, following in the path of his friend, Luis Aragon. 296 Another friend of Neruda's, the Peruvian César Vallejo, 1892. 1938, took a similar trajectory from the influence of the anarchist Manuel González Prada, 1844–1918, to that of the Comintern. 297 Perhaps fewer deserted anarchism in Argentina, but some of the most vigorous radical writers of the mid-20th century, e.g., Elias Castelnuovo, 1893–1982, Alvaro Yunque, 1889–1982, would, without quite renouncing their libertarian sympathies, remain in the communist cultural orbit. 298. Central to the dynamic that the Japanese refer to as the Anaburenso, anarchist Bolshevik controversy, in the 1920s was the dispute between anarchists and Marxists over how a new feminist and proletarian culture should be constructed. In the 1920s, Japanese anarchists such as Asuji Soxie, 1885–1923, and Nii Itaru, 1888–1951, struggled against the notion that only an intellectual vanguard could constitute the authorship or even the audience for radical verse, advocating a kind of proletarian poetry that would be both for and by the working classes themselves. 299 Anarchist writers like Takamura Itsu and Yomura Tai, 1903–1959, from Japan, Kim Wasan, aka Bang Junjai-Eong, 1905–1970, and Yuseo, 1905–1980, from Korea, and Oyu Shenbei, aka Chu Shenbei, 1893–1973, from China, tended to resist the narrowly instrumentalist, class, and party-centered conceptions of the Marxists. 300 Organizations such as the NAPF, Nippona Artista Proleta Federacio, and KAPF, Korea Artista Proletaria Federacio, as well as journals like Funisheng, Women's Voice, 1921–1922, in China, and Bunji Sensen, Literary Battleground, 1924–1930, and Nyonin Geijutsu, Women's Arts, 1928–1931, became sites for this contestation. Ultimately, they were captured by Marxists, and anarchists were expelled. 301 Resisting Communist Party demands for committed literature, anarchist poet Tsuboi Shijiji, 1897–1975, insisted, in 1927, that the literary theory of anarchism is the negation of the communist political party in literature, or, in extreme terms, the negation of political party literature in general. 302 Regardless, increasing government persecution largely stifled proletarian poetry and the anarchist movement as a whole well before the start of World War II. 303 When the lights came back on, the anarchists had largely been swept from the stage. Among the many writers on the American left who disregarded warnings against Popular Front-style collaboration was the head of the Federal Writers Project, Henry G. Alsberg, 1881–1970. In younger days, Alsberg had flirted with radicalism, traveling to Russia as a journalist to bear witness to the Bolshevik experience and meeting Emma Goldman, Alexander Berkman, and Peter Kropotkin. Disgusted by the new regime and impressed by the intransigent morality of his anarchist friends, he called himself a philosophical anarchist, a label he still used to describe himself in the 1930s, when he was appointed to the government post, although the passage of time had obviously softened his politics. Alsberg drew many talented radical writers into the Federal Writers Project, including Conroy himself, the anarchist Leonard D. Abbott, 1878–1953, and, in San Francisco, an American wobbly-and poet, Kenneth Rexroth. 304. Rexroth, who had previously styled himself a Marxist and attended Communist Party meetings, quit his WPA Federal Writers Project job in 1939 in anger over appeasement of the fascists by the Western powers and the Soviets alike. 305 Their eventual realignment against fascism in the Popular Front and World War II would only confirm their hypocrisy. In 1947, writing for the British anarchist literary journal Now, Rexroth would recall that years of the expedientialism of Lenin, Stalin, and / Trotsky and / John Dewey had accomplished a miracle of surgery. Thousands of people woke up one day to discover that their backbones had been painlessly removed. The WPA Writers Project changed its name to the Office of War Information. Salaries were upped handsomely. These people are not innocent with invincible ignorance. They all knew they were selling their souls for a mess of government vouchers. 306. Gathering around himself a nexus of like-minded dissidents from what had become the mainstream of the left, pacifists, homosexuals, anti-statists, Rexroth formed the San Francisco Anarchist Circle, ca. 1945–1948, one of the primary vehicles for the regeneration of a shattered and enervated American anarchist movement and, not incidentally, a flashpoint for post-war American poetry. Among the libertarian poets who gathered, first in Rexroth's apartment, then in an old Arbiter Ring hall, were Kenneth Patchen, Jack Spicer, 1925–1965, and Robert Duncan, 1919–1988, as well as William Everson, aka Brother Antoninus, 1912–1994, Philip Whalen, 1923–2002, Robin Blaser, 1925–2009, and Philip La Mancha, 1927–2005. Rexroth also formed links between these poets and their anarchist counterparts on the east coast of the U.S., where the journals Y. An Anarchist Bulletin, 1942–1947, its successor, Resistance, 1947–1954, Dwight MacDonald's Politics, 1944–1949, and Retort, an anarchist quarterly of social philosophy and the arts, 1942–1951, were the anchors, as well as in England, where George Woodcock's journal Now, 1943–1947, featuring the work of anarchist poets Herbert Reed, Louis Adiana, B. 1922, Derek Savage, 1917–2007, and Alex Comfort, 1920–2000, served a similar purpose for the anti-war remnant of British anarchism. It is in the very first issue of Retort that we find an attack, penned by one of the journal's editors, Holly Canteen, on one of the grand patriarchs of anarchist poetry, Walt Whitman himself. The Whitman who appears in Canteen's essay is almost unrecognizable as the poet hailed by Bell, Goldman, Landauer, and Abbott. In 1907, a writer for Goldman's Mother Earth could simply declare, without fear of objection, that Walt Whitman is the poet of democracy. In 1942, Retort retorts that his effusions over the common man were not enough to make a real Democrat, indeed, that his exaggerated respect for the popular will amounted to the belief that whatever a majority of the people happened to believe at any particular moment was by definition both true and good, a fascist notion. 307 In 1919, the German anarchist newspaper Freie Jugend, 1919–1925, could print translations of Whitman's To a Foiled European Revolutionaire alongside an appeal to Communist Party members to hear his ardent calls and renounce blood and power, 308. In 1942, American anarchists instead read Whitman through the lens of the Popular Front and the war propaganda machine that has seized on his works. During the lead-up to the war, Canteen recounts, liberal interventionists argued that Walt Whitman was the great affirmer of democracy. Walt Whitman sanctioned the fighting of a war for democracy. Therefore, how can anyone who professes to believe in democracy fail to support American participation in the present war? 309. What is at stake here is much, much more than just a tussle over the political ownership of the good grey poet. What is revealed by this dispute, instead, is the opening of an even greater fissure between public and counter-public. As Canteen observes, he, the intelligentsia of the liberal states, and their left allies can all agree that Whitman sanctioned the fighting of a war for democracy, but cannot agree on a, whether or not what Whitman affirmed was democracy, b, whether or not the war against the Axis powers is a war for democracy, c, what counts as democracy, or d, whether or not a war for democracy is a contradiction in terms. In short, while the facts are not a matter of dispute, the values assumed by these two universes of discourse are so different that it is almost as if they refer to two different universes. Whitman and the discredited language of the entire prophetic populist tradition, on the one hand, and the ancestral figures associated with the rhetoric of mass organizing on the other. It is at this point, ironically, that the anarchist poets published in journals such as Now and Retort actually are placed in something like the position described by Kristova's revolution in poetic language. By 1951, Goodman will retrospectively describe this as a crisis of alienation. 310. After Kronstadt, after the Moscow show trials, after the Bloody Week in Madrid, after the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, it is in vain that Red will counsel his fellow anarchist poets not to be afraid to use the word brotherhood, simply because it has sentimental associations. 311. Falsified, betrayed, the word has now become a sign of falsehood and betrayal. Indeed, brotherhood increasingly appears not as a concrete existential bond but as an empty abstraction, and Pound's imagist counsel go in fear of abstractions is becoming an imperative. 312 times are inauspicious for anarchist speech in public. Anarchist poetry, accordingly, will turn away from the apparently blocked channels of democratic and plebeian discourse, back toward the bohemian aristocratic poetics that had been so assiduously developed by that long series of avant-gardes, stretching from the symbolists to the surrealists. In retort, we see an alternation between the old and new modes. The first issue, appearing immediately in the wake of Pearl Harbor, features Rex Roth's Again at Waldheim, an elegy in homage to de Clare's Light upon Waldheim, itself an elegy for the Haymarket anarchist martyrs buried in Waldheim Cemetery in Chicago, subsequently the resting place of Emma Goldman and de Clare herself as well. Dated London, October, 1897. Nearly 10 years after the execution of George Engel, Adolf Fischer, Albert Parsons, and August Spies. Light upon Waldheim. And the earth is grey. A bitter wind is driving from the north. The stone is cold, and strange cold whispers say, "What do ye here with death? Go forth! Go forth!" 313. Rex Roth's half-century late reply addresses the fallen precursors, when every voice was cowed. You spoke against the coalition for the duration of the emergency in the permanent emergency you spoke for the irrefutable coalition of the blood of man. 314. This relatively simple piece, written in a restrained free verse, is linked to the traditions of anarchist poetry by more than allusions and ideas. At the same time that it repudiates false identities, coalition for the duration of the emergency, it communicates, eliciting and embodying a true community, the irrefutable coalition. It is a poem of and for a movement, written for an occasion, the onset of war, the dissolution of hopes. It is an artifact of anarchist resistance culture, summoning the forces of memory and example, the tradition of the oppressed, as Walter Benjamin put it, that teaches us that the state of emergency in which we live is not the exception but the rule. 315. Against the hopelessness bred by permanent emergency. At the same time, Rex Roth's rhetoric of mourning cuts quite against Declare's imperative, stand not to weep for these. If the former imagines the statue urging us to go forth, the latter seems to answer, where? Even the closing invocation of a coalition of the blood of man seems more a consolation than a charge. Rex Roth's poem confirms, in a way that Declare's did not, Auden's quintessentially late modernist conclusion, poetry makes nothing happen 316. More indicative of the new direction, in retort, are the poems of Dachshund Rainer, aka Sylvia Newman, 1921-2000, and Jackson Mac Low, 1922-2004. Here, although some traces of nostalgia for them remain, 317 the old oral musical forms and genres, revolutionary hymn, proletarian ballad, lyrical call to arms fall away entirely as the scope of potential readership radically diminishes, abandoned in favor of quieter, more private and meditative modes, elegies not only for the passing of a moment but that of community and meaning. The stylized abstractions of Rainer's The Psychoneurotic only hint obliquely at concrete social realities. The incident is principle. A rationalized focal shift. Each new center a rosary and an axe. Fixed upon the cross, disciplined. Nails still hold the moldy order. Of charred bone, 318. Out of a cloud of empty terms and phrases vaguely reminiscent of the jargon of psychiatry, psychoneurotic, incident, principle, rationalized focal shift, precipitate a series of concrete images, rosary, axe, cross, nails, charred bone, that imply both prayer and torture. It is up to the reader to infer the relationships between these ideas. Perhaps psychiatry, as a new form of order, in contrast to the moldy order of the Church, is being likened to a form of religious discipline, such as confession. This was, indeed, a common theme in the experiences of pacifist prisoners documented in Prison Etiquette, the Convict's Compendium of Useful Information, 1950, a book Rainer edited with Canteen, where many testify to the practice of bugging, or labeling recalcitrant prisoners insane in order to have them transferred to the psychoneurotic wards of prisons with harsher regimes. 319 At the same time, the poem suggests relationships between the concepts of a focal shift, a new center, and a cross, in the sense of an intersection, together with a dichotomy between rosary and axe. If someone, perhaps a psychoneurotic under analysis, is shifting focus, each new center of attention can serve as a vehicle for guilty submission, the function served by a rosary, or as a means of aggression directed outward, like an axe. A fragmentary, obscure drama of violence and resistance is being played out here for only the most attentive among a tiny circle of readers. Jackson Mac Low's poetic contributions to retort were often much more in keeping with the older traditions of movement poetry than the kinds of experimental verse he had been working on since his teens. Compare, for instance, Hungerstrikewhat's Life Mean with an untitled poem he published in retort in 1947. Men are sheep today, savage as tigers. Destroying at command, loosing unwilled vengeance. Repudiating themselves, repudiating nature. Not repudiating their masters, 320. The precocious experimentalism of the earlier poem is strongly reminiscent of modernists like Guillaume Apollinaire and Gertrude Stein, while the second, in its emotive, rhetorical directness, would not have been out of place in the pages of a journal like Mother Earth or Blast, or even, as Louis Cabri suggests, the communist new masses. 321 The invective against men, today and their masters perhaps reflects the influence of the older generation of immigrant anarchist stalwarts like Sam Dolgoff, 1902-1990, from the Stelton Colony, the IWW, and the Vanguard Group who had mentored Mac Low, Goodman, and the other young men and women of the Y/resistance circle. 322 The intergenerational tensions that divided these paternal anarchists from their intellectual offspring might provide one reason for Mac Low to reject what had been, after all, the parents' poetry. Yet his poem for retort, in its apprehension of a depraved world, also does much to explain why Maclow would turn back to a modernist poetics, for why should a poet bother to address such a depraved audience? This is the question posed by another such poem Maclow had published in Now earlier that same year. We who by addiction and by choice address the public in our private voice can, if we reach, but little hope to please ears that have only heard the public wheeze. When taste is formed on corporation prose, the candid protest seems a mannered pose. By private anger, clothed in outworn styles, provokes in private readers public smiles. 323. Here, in language closer to Heine or Hugo, if not to Alexander Pope mannered, clothed, outworn, than to Apollinaire or Stein, Maclow demonstrates why it won't do to write like this. Such language is too corrupt for poetic use. It belongs to a public, corrupted by corporation prose, which is unreachable, willfully ignorant, determined to misread. As Paul Goodman lamented, in an article published in Politics that same month, poets are able to strengthen the sense of community only if the sense of community is already strong. 324. Faced with this impasse, the features of Anglo-American anarchist poetry that had once rendered it maximally accessible, forming a porous and open-ended counter-public sphere rhyme, rhythmic regularity, concrete imagery, narrative, grammatical coherence faded away. There was less concern with position-taking. All the available positions had been occupied by the agencies of institutionalized coercive power and a corrupt, anonymous social authority. I am not concerned with the practicability of a program, Red declared in Poetry and Anarchism, 1938, I am only concerned to establish truth, and to resist all forms of discipline and coercion. It is the only protest an individual can make against the mass stupidity of the modern world. 325. Just as Mallarmé had declared, in the spirit of Rimbaud's I'm on strike, that the poet was on strike against society, post-war anarchist poets went on hungerstrik. 326. 275. Utah Phillips, in Utah Phillips and Jeffrey Lewis, The True Tall Tale of Utah Phillips, Folk Legend and 21st Century Wobbly, in Wobblies, A Graphic History of the Industrial Workers of the World, eds. Paul Burrell and Nicole Schulman, New York, Verso, 2005, 251. 276. Jerry Zaslov, The Public Spheroid Following the Paths in the Millennial Wilderness, or Lost Without a Utopic Map in the Spheres of Hannah Arendt and Robin Blaser, in the Recovery of the Public World, Essays on Poetics in Honor of Robin Blaser, eds. Charles Watts and Edward Byrne, Burnaby, B.C., Talon Books, 1998, 435. 277. Herbert Reed, The Resurrection of the Word, in Arlene Zekowski, Abraxas, New York, Wittenborn, 1964, 5. 278. Shelley, Shelley's Prose, 278. 279. Frederick Jameson, The Ideologies of Theory 2, The Syntax of History, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1989, 207. 280. Andrei Codorescu, The Disappearance of the Outside, A Manifesto for Escape, Reading Mott, Addison Wesley, 1990, Thomas Frank, The Conquest of Cool, Business, Culture, Counterculture and the Rise of Hip Consumerism, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1997. 281. Denise Levertov, Prologue, An Interim, Poems 1968-1972, New York, New Directions, 1987, 29-30. 282. p.m., Bolo Bolo, transcription of a video by a wrestler, recorded in Zurich, Switzerland, 24 minutes, 2004, European Institute for Progressive Cultural Policies, Web, 1. See Part 3, Chapter 6 for more on this language. 283. Bill Onghing, Defining America Through Immigration Policy, Philadelphia, Temple University Press, 2004, 67, 215 to 216. 284 Joseph Spivak, What is Wrong with Our Movement, The Road to Freedom 4.9, April 1928 2. See also Abe Lecker, Problems of Freedom and Practice, The Road to Freedom 2.11, August 1, 1926 7-8, Samuel Polinow, Propaganda and Education, The Road to Freedom 2.10, July 15, 1926 5-6, and W.S. Van Valkenburg, What is Wrong with Our Movement, The Road to Freedom 4.10, May 1928 3. 285 Douglas Wixon, Worker Writer in America, Jack Conroy and the Tradition of Midwestern Literary Radicalism, Urbana, Illinois, University of Illinois Press, 1999, 164, James Edward Smethurst, The New Red Negro, The Literary Left and African American Poetry, 1930 to 1946, New York, Oxford University Press, 1999, 19 to 20. 286 Walter B. Kalajian, American Culture Between the Wars, Revisionary Modernism and Postmodern Critique, New York, Columbia University Press, 1993, 107, Jack Conroy QTD. In David Ray and Jack Salzman, Introduction, in the Jack Conroy Reader, eds. Jack Salzman and David Ray, New York, B. Franklin, 1979, 15. 287 Wixon, Worker Writer in America, 274, Harry Crosby, Shadows of the Sun, The Diaries of Harry Crosby, ed. Edward Germain, Santa Barbara, Black Sparrow Press, 1977, 205. 288 First and Second Issues of The Rebel Poet, January and February 1931. 289 Conroy et.al., Manifesto, QTD. In the Little Magazine in America, A Modern Documentary History, eds. Elliot Anderson and Mary Kinsey, Yonkers, New York, Pushcart Press, 1978, 118. 290 Wixon, Worker Writer in America, 301 to 302. 291 Jack Conroy, American Proletarian Writers and the New Deal, The Jack Conroy Reader, 214. 292 Henry Palale, Nouvelle Age Littéraire, Paris, Valois, 1930, 16 to 17. 293 Aragon QTD. In Chapman, Henry Palale and Proletarian Literature, 84, and Palale QTD. Ibid, 86. 294 Manfredonia, La Chanson Anarchiste en France, 300. 295 John W. F. Dulles, Anarchists and Communists in Brazil, 1900 to 1935, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1974, 181 to 183. 296 Neruda QTD. In Rita Guibert, 7 Voices, 7 Latin American Writers Talk to Rita Guibert, New York, Knopf, 1973, 13, Hernan Loyola, Neruda, La Biografía Literaria, Santiago, Cia Beryl, 2006, 77, 97, 197, Greg Dawes, Verses Against the Darkness, Pablo Neruda's Poetry and Politics, Lewisburg, PA, Bucknell University Press, 2006, 54 to 55, 74 to 75. 297 Franco, Cesar Vallejo, The Dialectics of Poetry and Silence, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1976, 7 to 8, 20, 150. 298 Carlos M. Rama and Angel J. Capelletti, El Anarquismo en America Latina, Caracas, Venezuela, Biblioteca Ayacucho, 1990, 13, Lyon, Liv. 299 Thomas A. Stanley, Asuji Soxi, Anarchist in Taisho, Japan, The Creativity of the Ego, Cambridge, Ma, Council on East Asian Studies, Harvard University, 1982, 116, George Tyson Shea, Left-Wing Literature in Japan, A Brief History of the Proletarian Literary Movement, Tokyo, Jose University Press, 1964, 87, filler, Chaos from Order, 209. 300 Hockey Rack, History of the Korean Anarchist Movement, Taegu, Korea, Anarchist Publishing Committee, 1986, 39-51, Dongyun Wang, Korean Anarchism Before 1945, in Anarchism and Syndicalism in the Colonial and Post-Colonial World, 1870-1940, eds. Stephen Hirsch and Lucien van der Walt, Leiden, Brill, 2010, 113. 301 Kim Yoon-sik, KAPF Literature in Modern Korean Literary History, Positions, East Asia Cultures Critique 14.2, Fall 2006 412-413, filler, Chaos from Order, 22, Angela Kautz, Imagining Radical Women in Interwar Japan, Leftist and Feminist Perspectives, Signs 37.2, Winter 2012 351-52. 302 Tsuboy Qtd. In CGM Lippert, Topographies of Japanese Modernism, New York, Columbia University Press, 2002, 254 and 55. 303 Ibid. 304 Jerry Mangione, The Dream and the Deal, The Federal Writers Project, 1935-1943, Syracuse, New York, Syracuse University Press, 1996, 55-56, Reed Harris, in United States ETAL, Executive Sessions of the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations of the Committee on Government Operations, Washington, D.C., USGPO, 2003, 666, Paul Avrish, Anarchist Voices, An Oral History of Anarchism in America, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 1995, 479 and 34. 305 Mangione, The Dream and the Deal, 132. 306 Kenneth Rexroth, Letter from America, Now 7, February, March 1947 61-62. 307 Elizabeth Burns Firm, The Democracy of Whitman, Mother Earth 1.12, February 1907 18, Holly Argentine, A Footnote on Walt Whitman, Retort 1.1, Winter 1942 54, 52-53. 308 QTD in Walter Grunsweg, Constructing the German Walt Whitman, Iowa City, Iowa, University of Iowa Press, 1995, 162-163, trans. Grunsweg. 309 Canteen, A Footnote on Walt Whitman, 51. 310 Goodman, Advance Guard Writing, 375. 311 Herbert Read, Chains of Freedom, 2, Now 9, July, August 1947 21. 312 Ibid, 21, Ezra Pound, Literary Essays of Ezra Pound, ed. T.S. Eliot, New York, New Directions, 1968, 5. 313 Voltairine de Cleyre, Light upon Waldheim, Selected Works of Voltairine de Cleyre, 66. 314 Kenneth Rexroth, Again at Waldheim, Retort 1.1, Winter 1942 27-32. The substitution of rain for light was corrected in subsequent editions of Again at Waldheim. 315 Benjamin, Illuminations, 257. 316 Or, one might add, to Holly Canteen's contention that art is, in its pre-capitalist essence, activity that has no direct practical value, art, play and its perversions, Retort 4.1 Fall 1947, 6. 317c, for instance, the reprinting of the original French version of Eugene Potier's L'Internationale, followed by Jackson Maclow's original translation of it, in Retort 3.2, Spring 1946, 3.3, Winter 1947, respectively. In an accompanying note, Maclow explains that he has chosen, in the interests of literalness, to partially dispense with rhyme and strict meter, maintaining only some sort of singability with the usual tune. Maclow, The International, Retort 3.3 Winter 1947, 39n. 318 Dachine Rainer, The Psychoneurotic, Retort 3.3, Winter 1947. 319 Holly Argentine and Dachine Rainer, eds, Prison Etiquette, The Convict's Compendium of Useful Information, Beyersville, New York, Retort Press, 1950, 36, 31, 89. Contributions to this anthology were solicited in the pages of Retort, and an excerpt Cliff Bennett's Resistance in Prison was published in Retort 4.3, Winter 1949. 320 Jackson Maclow, Untitled Poem Men Are Sheep Today, Savage as Tigers, Retort 4.1, Fall 1947 20. 321 Louis Cabri, Rebus Effort Remove Government, Jackson Maclow, Y/Resistance, Anarcho-Pacifism, Crayon 1, 1997 53. 322 Stower, Introduction, Drawing the Line, 16, Sam Dolgoff, in Avriche, Anarchist Voices, 425. 323 Jackson Maclow, Post Victoriam Nec Dulcem Nec Decoram, Now 7, February, March 1947. 324 Paul Goodman, Occasional Poetry, Politics, March, April, 1947-59. 325 Herbert Read, Poetry and Anarchism, London, Faber and Faber, 1938, 17. 326 Arthur Rimbaud, I Promise to Be Good, The Letters of Arthur Rimbaud, trans. Wyatt Alexander Mason, New York, Modern Library, 2004, 28, Stephen Mallarmé, Selected Prose Poems, Essays, and Letters, trans. Bradford Cook, Baltimore, Johns Hopkins Press, 1956, 22. 4. A Need Without a Hope. It is during this post-war period, fortuitously, that the surrealists around André Breton and Benjamin Parrott make their final turn away from the Communist Party and toward anarchism. Between 1947 and 1953, a group of surrealists published a series of overtures to the French anarchist movement in Le Libertaire. Breton wistfully recalls a moment when the symbolist avant-garde spiritual ancestors of surrealism had been close to the anarchist movement, averring, "It is in the black mirror of anarchism that surrealism, long before it achieved self-definition, first recognized its own reflection." Parrott, who had gone into the Spanish Civil War as a Trotskyite but ended up fighting with Buenaventura Durruti's anarchist militia, assured anarchist readers that the enemies of poetry were their own enemies as well as was grimly emphasized by the Falangist assassination of Federico Garcia Lorca. 327. Surrealism exercised a profound appeal for young English-speaking anarchist poets such as Philip Levine, Carlos Cortez, 1923-2005, Bob Kaufman, 1925-1986, Franklin P. Rosemont, 1943-2009, and Adam Cornford, B. 1950, seeking an alternative to the seemingly foreclosed language of a past anarchist movement, who greeted surrealist elders, Lorca, for Kaufman, and Levine, the quasi-surrealist Pachin, for Cortez, Breton, for Rosemont, and La Mancha, Nanis Valeritis, for Cornford, not as seducers but liberators. Nonetheless, this rapprochement was at first viewed with skepticism by anarchists. In Le Libertaire, a group of militants expressed reservations about surrealist complicity with the Hermeticism and search for originality's sake endemic to modern art. Writing for Now, Jean Trios doubted whether Parrott and Breton could dislodge surrealism from the zone of inertia in which it rests at the moment. 328 Other anarchists were more pointed in their criticism. As editor of 20th Century Verse, Julian Simons scrapped what was to have been a special surrealist issue, publishing instead an editorial against surrealism, while in Arc, Robert Duncan castigated what he saw as the cynical diabolism of the U.S. Surrealist Journal View, the aesthetic of the insane and the sadistic for its complicity with the mundane cruelty of the state and its wars. For his part, Kenneth Rex Roth discouraged Philip La Mancha from associating himself further with Breton, who had attempted to take the young poet under his wing in 1943.329. Surrealism, in its belated anarchist acceptation, both invited and repelled these anarchist critiques. On the one hand, in the spirit of La Tremont's aphorism, poetry shall be made by all, not by one alone. Surrealists rejected the ethos of the poet as craftsman. 330 If Simons complained that it has no standards of craftsmanship, so that every crackpot can write a poem that may be called surrealist, 331 this was not in the least troubling to La Mancha, once he had rejoined the surrealist fold, rejecting the etymological connection between poetry and the Greek poiesis, making the surrealist also reject craftsmanship in favor of a subjectivist sovereignty of mind, the primacy of human desires and oniric exaltation. 332 Driving a wedge between poetry as expression and poetry as craft, however, had paradoxical results. On the one hand, it argued for a rejection of formalism in favor of expressive content, placing the speaking subject back at the center. At the same time, insofar as self-expression was privileged over communication with others, it cut the poet loose from the judgment of the audience, the other men to whom the speaker was obligated. Rather than emphasizing the poem as an autonomous object, a well-wrought urn, anarchist surrealism emphasized the autonomy of the poet. Accordingly, the wedding, or remarriage, of surrealism to anarchist poetry was accompanied by a resurgence of interest in the Hermetic, both in the sense of secrecy and in the sense of magic. Certainly, some kind of Orphic mysteries and magics in poetry, as Duncan put it in retrospect, seemed necessary to undo the spell of resignation and complacency that held sway over the industrialized countries in the period of post-war affluence. 333 Mallarmé and the symbolists had long before flirted with the notion of poetry as a form of mysticism, but this had put them at odds with the anarchists' materialism and populism. Was not esoteric poetry, by definition, antithetical to the popular? Poetry, argued Argentine surrealist Aldo Pellegrini, 1903–1973, son of anarchist militants, merely keeps its door hermetically sealed against idiots, i.e., those for whom value is only given by the exercise of power. 334 Serge Nin, aka Jean Seninger, Serge Seninger, etc., b. 1921, a founding member of the French Federation Anarchist after the war, and who would later become an adept of Alfred Jarry's pataphysics, was quick to adopt the rhetoric of his surrealist comrades in London. Rhapsodizing over the magic of the word, we seek the philosopher's stone of language, he wrote in the Anarchist Journal plus Loin. 335 in the 1950s and 60s, Jack Spicer, Robert Duncan, and Diane de Prima, too, would turn toward the Hermetic tradition as a wisdom of other times for which, as de Prima put it, spirit and matter, man and cosmos, were one. 336 Thus the spiritual was translated into the material and esoteric into the popular, but not, by the same token, into the public. A strangely similar poetic strategy is urged by Paul Goodman. In the very same 1951 essay for Kenyon Review, in which he re-examined the premises of the last half-century of avant-garde poetics, Goodman argued that the most vital task for present-day advance-garde efforts would be not to shock and confuse the audience, the old modernist strategy of épater la bourgeoisie, nor to pander so as to compete for audience approval on mass culture's commercial terrain, flatter la bourgeoisie, but to attempt the physical re-establishment of community. Taking up Goethe's maxim that occasional poetry is the highest kind, Goodman proposed. To solve the crisis of alienation in the simple way, the persons are estranged from themselves, from one another, and from their artist. He takes the initiative precisely by putting his arms around them and drawing them together. In literary terms this means, to write for them about them personally. It makes no difference what the genre is, whether praise or satire or description, or whether the style is subtle or obscure, for anyone will pay concentrated attention to a work in which he in his own name is a principal character. But such personal writing about the audience itself can occur only in a small community of acquaintances, where everybody knows everybody and understands what is at stake. 337. This strategy neither to attack the reigning culture nor to surrender to it, but to retreat to a more favorable terrain met with an enthusiastic reception among many poets inhabiting the countercultural margins of the world of official culture, notably among those based in San Francisco/Berkeley, New York, and the experimental Black Mountain College of North Carolina. Charles Olson immediately felt that Goodman had clarified what he and his friends were actually already doing. All this damn funny recent verse, he wrote to Robert Creeley, was directed to actual persons, composed, actually, by and for occasion. Frank O'Hara responded with excitement to Goodman's delicious message, and later, in a letter to Creeley, cited as justification for his own poetic practice that remark of Goodman: Goethe, occasional poetry is the best kind. 338. Jack Spicer would later declare that certainly we belong to a community rather than a society, we poets having specified, if you mean what Paul Goodman means by the word community. 339. What Goodman seemed to mean, for post-war anarchist and anarchisant poets, was less the public sphere than the intimate circle, the coterie, perhaps even the cabal or conspiracy. They might say, with the Australian Harry Houghton, 1908–1961, that ordinary people don't want my poems, that my poems are for extraordinary people. 340. Their poetry was increasingly directly addressed to individuals, populated with insider references, allusions to proper names and shared memories. Spicer and a friend jokingly founded a secret society, the Interplanetary Services of the Martian Anarchy, with its own language, in North Martian and South Martian dialects. 341. In 1957, Spicer and Duncan held a poetry as magic workshop for a select group of 15 poets, featuring assignments such as write a poem concerning some magic sacrifice and evoke magic spirits. 342. At the same time, Duncan, too, in the poems he would publish under the ironic title The Opening of the Field, 1960, was swerving from the occasional overt statement, couched in an almost public rhetoric. Here. Beautiful damned man that lays down his law lays down himself creates hell. A sentence unfolding healthy heaven. To esoteric allusions. The earth shakes. Koret. 4. I was thinking of her she. Who shakes the stores of ancestral grain. To a kind of private rumination, sprinkled with proper names and references to personal experiences only half disclosed. Writing it down now, it is the aftermath, the silence, I remember, part of the dance too, an articulation of the time of dancing, like the almost dead sleeping is a step. I've got it in a poem, about Friedel, moaning in the depths of. But that was another room that summer. To the cryptic and sometimes downright opaque. After a shower, the mirror shows the body spreading, orange in time. Reveals accumulations of my uses, beyond all earliness. 343. A reader trained to the standards of an Ezra Pound or a T.S. Eliot might conceivably understand the word Korah as an allusion to the myth of Persephone, daughter of Ceres, goddess of grain. Only a close friend or a posthumous biographer could hope to recognize the name Friedel. Recognition and reference meet a dead end in the body spreading, orange in time. Thus, anarchist poets reconstrued mystery, obscurity, and encryption as tactics of resistance culture. But what of the communitarian and public dimensions of anarchism? In the essay that had excited such enthusiasm among post-war anarchist poets, Goodman had suggested, in our estranged society, it is objected, just such intimate community is lacking. Of course it is lacking. The point is that the advance-guard action helps create such community, starting with the artist's primary friends. The community comes to exist by having its culture, the artist makes this culture. Point 344. The community so described is not a public but, once again, a counter-public. Nonetheless, a hermetic counter-public would seem to be much less porous or expansive than that engineered by Emma Goldman and her comrades. This acceptance of opacity, the withdrawal of poetry into the personal and parochial, seems to have troubled Goodman in time, as did the popularity of mysticism and irrationalism. Young people say that science is anti-life, he mourned. Point 345 as his friend Hayden Carruth, 1921–2008, remarked, Goodman was too thoroughly Aristotelian and psychoanalytic in his bias to accept ultimately the idea of a secret, mystical, supraverbal logos. 346 Finding an alternative to the cryptic or esoteric in poetry seemed imperative. It is in these circumstances that a certain nostalgia for a lost or eclipsed populist tradition is stirred up. Even Spicer, with his love of the magical and the secret, mourned the absence of a broad audience for poetry, the lack of public relevance, and remembered, by contrast, the appeal of his father's wobbly songs. If I could write popular songs, I'd do it, he admitted. Certainly the IWW songs Joe Hill did have some effect. 347 For Utah Phillips, likewise, the authentic protest tradition is firmly on the side of communication, talk to each other, by God. 348. Lawrence Ferlinghetti tried to revive interest in populism, not only the populism of Whitman but that of Vachel Lindsay, 1879–1931, Edgar Lee Masters, 1868–1950, and Carl Sandburg, 1878–1967. I liked the way these writers communicated directly. None of them was obscure. 15 years after having gone on record as an advocate of getting the poet out of the inner aesthetic sanctum where he has too long been contemplating his complicated navel, and getting poetry back into the street where it once was, Ferlinghetti issued the first in a series of populist manifestos, calling on fellow poets to come out of your closets, open your windows, open your doors, secret words and chants won't do any longer. The hour of oming is over. Stop mumbling and speak out. With a new wide open poetry. With a new commonsensual public surface. With other subjective levels. Or other subversive levels. Recalling Whitman's blending of individualism and collectivism, Ferlinghetti invited them to of your own sweet self still sing yet utter the word en masse poetry the common carrier for the transportation of the public to higher places than other wheels can carry it. 349. It would not be hard to see a number of post-war anarchist poets as already pursuing this kind of project, particularly Americans like Levertov, Levine, Carruth, and Goodman. Goodman's poetic bias toward transparency and self-revelation leads Alicia Ostreicher to call him a poet of indecorum, a self-exhibitionist who means everything literally. 350 An affront to readers schooled in the canons of new criticism, watchful against the pathetic fallacy and the heresy of paraphrase, Paul Goodman annoys his reader, one complained, by the bald statement of his ideas. Every important situation and feeling is not only presented, it is explained. Its composition or significance is formulated, in the language of ideas, by the author as lecturer to the reader. 351 His other sin against modernism, of course, was precisely his resort to decorous traditional forms, not only the borrowed Eastern finery of the haka taken up by anarcho-beats Rexroth, Whalen, and Gary Snyder, b. 1930, as well as by Pound long before them, but also Western genres such as the ballad, the ballade, and, not insignificantly, the sonnet. These hand-me-downs of Milton that I wear. 352 By turns self-conscious, playful, reverent, and irreverent, Goodman's sonnets employ a personal address and expressive use of space characteristic of post-war anarchist poetry, but in a classical guise. And so it was that Hayden Carruth, discharged from a mental institution in 1955, latched onto Goodman's flexible adaptation of the sonnet form, inventing what he called the paragraph, his own 15-line stanza, just hinting at the traditional sonnet's music, but more discursive, more abundant, than the severe form would allow. Darkly lyrical in his autobiographical The Asylum, 1959, Carruth's paragraphs allowed for a kind of essayistic mode when linked together in Brothers, I Loved You All, 1978. The voice here is by turns ambitious and despairing. It is ambitious in its will to invoke and convoke a public even in violation of the regional customs of respect for privacy and property, and at the same time, attempting to speak in a popular idiom, even a regional vernacular. Lamenting the sale of farms to real estate developers all for a hot pocketful of dollars, Carruth points fingers, yes, townsmen, friends, I name you, Andy and Jake, against every rule of Yankee decorum, I name you in your public guilt. The use of personal names here is no longer an exercise in the construction of a counter-community as bohemian coterie, a la Frank O'Hara, but a direct address to members of an existing, non-literary, community. It is an attempt to summon up the very forces of social disapprobation that it runs up against, calling to account those who have sold out, who have betrayed the loyalties of custom and place. But Carruth's awareness that the buck of public guilt does not stop there dislodges him from what might otherwise be the position of the bard or griot as keeper of community morals. Looking outward, the poem registers a floating despair in its apprehension of larger, more mobile and global forces at work, the economic powers that are rendering this intimate landscape into something ugly, evil, dying forces that cannot be shamed, for they have no personal names or community attachments, no face to lose, no social capital to risk. The force of mourning in this poem forecloses any hope of consolation. Even equipped with an ingenious social eco-poetics, a way of writing capable of evoking community memory and the spirit of place, Carruth is unable to achieve much more than an elegy for the death of a landscape and the culture it sustained. In the absence of solidarity, even a vision of revolutionary redemption, black is the color of my only flag and of man's hope, flickers out quickly. Will revolution bring the farms back? Gone, gone. Someday we will be free. Someday when it's too late. It's true, the real revolutionary is one who can see all dark ahead and behind, his fate. A need without a hope, the will to resist. The state is universal, the universe is a state. Now ask me if I am really an anarchist. 353. If paragraphs is determined, in the face of this dying life world, to manifest an anarchist will to resist, this resistance appears to have shrunk to something like the size of an individual. There is no culture of resistance to be had. The vision of an ecological wasteland, worthy of a T.S. Eliot or a Theodore Adorno, the state is universal, the universe is a state, renders perilously tentative what would otherwise be a dare, a rhetorical turn toward closure made all the more dramatic by its placement, hedged by suddenly heavy end rhymes, at the last line of the 15-line stanza. Now ask me if I am really an anarchist. What, in this state, this condition, this dominated territory, could that really be? 327 André Breton, Tower of Light, Free Reign, Trans. Michel Parmentier and Jacqueline d'Amboise, Lincoln, N.B., University of Nebraska Press, 1998, 265, Benjamin Parrott, Poet, C.S. Dire Revolutionnaire, in Surrealisme et Anarchie, ed. José Pierre, Paris, Plasma, 1983, 77. 328 Ungroupe de militants Roland Breton, Serge Nin, and Paul Zorkine, El Livre Sens d'une rencontre, Surrealisme et Anarchisme, Écrits pour débattre, Lyon, Atelier de Création Libertaire, 1992, 18, Jean Trioz, French Writing Today, Trans. Marie-Louise Bernieri and George Woodcock, Now 8, 1948-20. 329 Robert Duncan, Reviewing View, An Attack, The Ark, 1947-62-67, Franklin Rosemont, Surrealist, Anarchist, Afrocentrist, Philip La Mancha before and after the Beat Generation, in Are Italians White, How Race is Made in America, eds. Jennifer Guglielmo and Salvatore Salerno, New York, Routledge, 2003, 131, 126. 330 QTD in Roger Cardinal, André Breton and the Automatic Message, in André Breton, The Power of Language, ed. Ramona Fauchard, Exeter, UK, Elm Bank, 2000, 34 and 5. 331 Julian Simons, Against Surrealism, 20th Century verse 3, April, May 1937 42. 332 Philip La Mancha, The Crime of Poverty, In the Forecast is Hot, Tracts and Other Collective Declarations of the Surrealist Movement in the United States, 1966 to 1976, ed. Franklin Rosemont et al. Chicago, Black Swan Press, 1977, 206 to 207. 333 Robert Duncan, Preface, Jack Spicer, One Night Stand and Other Poems, ed. Donald Allen, San Francisco, Gray Fox Press, 2006, 13. 334 Pellegrini's 1961 manifesto is reprinted by a subsequent generation of Argentine anarchists, Aldo Pellegrini S. La poesía todo aquello que cierra la puerta a los imbéciles, Cows 5 1980, 34. See also Ruben Daniel Mendez Catiglione, Aldo Pellegrini y el Surrealismo en Argentina, in Cesar Moro y el Surrealismo en América Latina, ed. Yolanda Westphalen Rodriguez, Lima, Fondo Editorial de la UNSM, 2005, 47. 335 Serge Liberté de Mouvement, plus Loin 1, March 1946 21. 336 Diane de Prima, Paracelsus, An Appreciation, in the Hermetic and Alchemical Writings of Orolus Philippus Theophrastus Bombast, of Hohenheim, called Paracelsus the Great, ed. Arthur Edward Waite, New Hyde Park, New York, University Books, 1967, 12. 337 Goodman, Advance Guard Writing, 372, 375. 338 Creeley QTD. In Lytle Shaw, Frank O'Hara, The Poetics of Coterie, Iowa City, Iowa, University of Iowa Press, 2006, 83, O'Hara QTD. In Andrew Epstein, Beautiful Enemies, Friendship and Post-War American Poetry, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 2006, 110. 339 Jack Spicer, The House That Jack Built, The Collected Lectures of Jack Spicer, ed. Peter Gizzi, Hanover, New Hampshire, University Press of New Hampshire, 1998, 167. 340 Harry Hooton, Mipoems, Harry Hooton, 1908-1961 poet and philosopher of the 21st century, Radical Tradition, An Australasian History page, April 2001, Web. 341 Louis Ellingham and Kevin Killian, Poet Be Like God, Jack Spicer and the San Francisco Renaissance, Hanover, New Hampshire, University Press of New England, 1998, 57. 342 Ibid, 81, 83. 343 Robert Duncan, The Opening of the Field, New York, New Directions, 1973. Friedel was the name of a friend and lover of Duncan's, a middle-aged German refugee, in the summer of 1945, when he worked at an inn in the Catskills. Egbert Foss, Young Robert Duncan, Portrait of the Poet as Homosexual in Society, Santa Barbara, Black Sparrow Press, 1983, 171. 344 Goodman, Advance Guard Writing, 375 to 376. 345 Paul Goodman, New Reformation, Notes of a Neolithic Conservative, New York, Random House, 1970, 6. 346 Hayden Carruth, Suicides and Jazzers, Ann Arbor MI, University of Michigan Press, 1992, 86. 347 Spicer, The House That Jack Built, 162 to 163. 348 Phillips, in John Malkin, Sounds of Freedom, Musicians on Spirituality and Social Change, Berkeley, Parallax Press, 2005, 82. 349 Neely Cherkovsky, Ferlinghetti, A Biography, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1979, 24, Ferlinghetti QTD. In Thomas Parkinson, A Casebook on the Beat, New York, Crowell, 1961, 124, Lawrence Ferlinghetti, Populist Manifesto No. 1, Who Are We Now? New York, New Directions, 1976, 61-64. 350 Alicia Ostreicher, The Poet of Indecorum, in Artist of the Actual, Essays on Paul Goodman, ed. Peter Parisi, Metuchen, New Jersey, Scarecrow Press, 1986, 89. 351 Jacob Lititz, Notes on Some Works of Paul Goodman, The Black Mountain Review 2.5, Summer 1955-40. 352 Paul Goodman, On the Sonnet, Collected Poems, ed. Taylor Stower, New York, Random House, 1974, 217. 353 Hayden Carruth, Paragraphs, Brothers, I Loved You All, Poems, 1969-1977, New York, Sheep Meadow Press, 1978, 93-94. 5. Fight or Flight. But who am I to talk? If, as Whitman and Rimbaud would have it, the self is always a multitude, other to itself, who is represented by the word I. Kristeva argues that poetry is not responsible for conveying any definite message because its real task is to disrupt the illusion of the unified self. The univocal enunciation of such a message would itself represent a suppression of the ethical function as we understand it. 354 The problem lies in the very voice of lyric poetry, the subject who says I. The poet, masking the creative multitude behind a singular persona, is perhaps already a falsification, warns Robin Blaser. A reduction. 355. To see why the uniqueness of the poet's voice might pose a problem for anarchists, we turn to Confessions of a Mild-Mannered Enemy of the State, the Anarchist Bildungsroman of Ken Knabb, B. 1945. Living in Berkeley in October 1970, he recounts, one of my few remaining heroes was Gary Snyder, who himself was more or less an anarchist. Then one day I learned that he was coming to Berkeley to give a reading of his poetry. Did I still think such an event was a good thing? Or was it spectacular? Did it contribute toward people's passivity, complacency, star worship? 356. Stated in this way, the question answered itself. Of course the event would be just another spectacle, a spectacle of enlightenment, significant CE, the beautiful. In a later essay, Ode on the Absence of Real Poetry Here This Afternoon, a poem in dialectical prose, Knabb reflects, as with the spectacle in general, the communication of a poem is unilateral. The passive spectator or reader is presented with an image of what was lived by the poet. 357 At the same time, Knabb, member of the audience, identifies with that image of the great poet, an identification that allows him to vicariously participate in all the things the poet stands for, including anarchism. Feeling conflicted, I scarcely thought I could compare myself with Snyder. I became hesitant. How did I dare attack Gary Snyder this way, etc. Knabb came to the uneasy realization that it was not only a matter of respect for Snyder's work that was producing the hesitation to criticize the spectacle of the poet, it was that he was already anticipating a criticism of Snyder's image as an injury to his own ego ideal. 358. This is a perilous moment. In the chain of symbolic exchanges by which poetry comes to be reified into poems, which then are identified with the poet, with whom the reader/listener identifies in turn, we can recognize the same authoritarian magic by which, as Red warned, the imagination of the leader as father of his people encourages us to transfer to this figurehead all sorts of imaginary virtues which we ourselves would like to possess. Through generations we have spent our blood and expended our utmost efforts on getting rid of the leadership of priests and kings, only to find ourselves with the same infantile longing to be led. We are children seeking a father, children full of mutual jealousy and suspicion, repeating on a national scale the neurotic conflicts of the family. 359. Nab wrote, pasted together, and copied a broadside. On the day of the poetry reading, he waited for the right moment to present itself. There was an audience of several hundred people. Snyder started off by saying that before he got underway with the poetry he'd like to say a few words about the revolution. He made a few remarks on that topic which were a bit vague, but not bad. When he finished, the audience applauded. That did it. Nothing could have made the spectacular nature of the whole occasion more clear. The applause was the glaring sign that his words would not be taken up practically, but would merely serve as one more tidbit for passive titillation. People would probably go home after the reading and tell their friends, he not only read a lot of great poems, but he even said some far-out stuff about revolution. I was outraged at the situation. The most insulting aspects of my leaflet were only too appropriate. I took them out, threw them into the crowd and ran away. 360. Even with its dramatic concluding demand, a line repurposed from La Tremont, poetry made by all or not at all, the leaflet, Do We Need Snyder for Poet Priest, makes for less absorbing reading than Snyder's poems. 361. As an act of public speech, Nab admits, it was ineffectual. After a few seconds pause the reading continued. However, as a private ritual of self-expression, it was, for its author, exhilarating, liberating, a real breakthrough. And so it is that later, when Nab proudly displayed his work to certain radical mentors, who were aware of my admiration for Snyder, they paid him the highest compliment, I see you've been subverting yourself as well as others. 362. As in the old Zen saying, the anarchist, meeting the Buddha poet on the road, has killed him. Nab, Duncan, and Kristeva are by no means the first to conceive of anarchist poetics as entailing a certain extinction of the I, a disruption of the illusory coherence and self-containment that is the mark of adulthood. The Dadas had envisioned this decades earlier. Thus, Tristan Tzara devised his infamous cut-up technique for, in the words of Hugo Ball, discarding the ego like a coat full of holes. A poem randomly assembled from fragments of newspaper will resemble you, an infinitely original author of charming sensibility, even though unappreciated by the vulgar herd. 363. Tzara's deliberate embrace of randomness renders laughable, in advance, any question of originality or authorship. If the cut-up poem resembles the poet, this is not because an poet's personality is the source of poetic meaning, but because poem and personality alike are the product of chance, contingency, and chaos. The resemblance is not a sign of paternity but of fraternity. Unaccompanied by any expression of collectivity, however, this avant-garde disruption of the lyric I remained a nihilistic gesture rather than forming part of an anarchist resistance culture. As Hans Richter put it, Dada was the product of, rather than the antidote to, social dissolution. Belief in belonging to anything is missing, and we thank your form of society, O state, for this, your community. 364. Even balanced by an equal contempt for the infinitely original author, Dadaist contempt for the vulgar herd was all too genuine. By contrast, for contemporary anarchist poet Michael Hafbrot, b. 1958, one of the key moments of anarchist poetics is that of collectivity. Anarchist literature is not an individual construct composed at a desk, but the result of debate and discussion, which is a collective practice. 365. Such a collective poetics could more readily take inspiration from Whitman's democratic embrace of the seething multitudes around us, of which we are inseparable parts. Democracy consists in not that half only, individualism, which isolates. There is another half, which is adhesiveness or love, that fuses, ties and aggregates, making the races comrades, and fraternizing all. This image of revolutionary fraternite not as a state but as a continuous process of dynamic mixture, fraternizing, is marked by a pluralism no doubt attractive to anarchists, suspicious of uniformity in fraternal guise. Whitman's pluralistic conception of the multitudes around us is mirrored by his conception of the multitudes within. I am large. I contain multitudes, so reminiscent of Rimbaud's I is another. 366. Similarly, Baldelli's exile perceives himself as an ocean, a vast and diffuse space traversed by peoples and centuries, while Landauer imagines the subjectivity of the poet as an inner space traversed by living people that have collected in them, that are buried in them and will be resurrected out of them. When this truth is recognized in revolutionary solidarity, the people shall be the poet shall be the people. 367. If, indeed, what one usually calls the individual, as Landauer observes, is not an isolated unit but a community, then social revolution might have to entail a liberation of one's inner being, a recovery of the many personalities masked by identity. The I kills itself so that the world I can live, Landauer had written, do not kill others, only yourself. In poetic terms, this might translate into an anarchist program for the disruption of authorial identity and assassination of the author as author ity, the sovereign guarantor of all coherence and meaning. You have to interfere with yourself, Jack Spicer says, to act as a medium for poems that are not your property. You have to, as much as possible, empty yourself for this. Thus, in a letter to Robin Blaser, Spicer urges the poet to go mad. Commit suicide. There will be nothing left after you die or go mad, but the calmness of poetry. 368. In the open space left by this withdrawal of the creator from the creation, a kind of poetic zimzum, the act of divine contraction, concealment and limitation, in Kabbalah, by which God makes room for the universe, or kenosis, an emptying, humbling, or self-abnegation of the divine. In the Christian tradition, 369, the anarchist poem might take meaning from the activity of the reader. Juliana Spar, B. 1966, argues that this is precisely the way in which poetry can promote autonomy, equality, and community. By creating gaps and ambiguities, the work allows readers self-governance and autonomy, evoking dynamic participation rather than passive consumption, so that the reading act is given as much authority as the authoring act. Rather than reading the strange signs of avant-garde poetry as simply nonsense, or private, or encoded, or presymbolic, Spar rereads them as invitations to create meaning collectively rather than unilaterally. A poetry created by all, in a sense. 370 Adhesiveness, then, would be evoked by permitting the multitudes to fraternize within the space of the poem. This, indeed, is what Maclow aimed at in his experimental poetic texts/performances, which systematically incorporated randomness, unpredictable processes of permutation, and multiple participants to produce poems without any single author. The point was not to make a text representing an author's ideas, not even anarchist ideas, but to embody such ideas in microcosm by creating works wherein both other human beings, their environments, and the world in general, as represented by such objectively hazardous means as random digits, are all able to act. The poet creates a situation wherein she or he invites other persons and the world in general to be co-creators. The poet does not wish to be a dictator but a loyal co-initiator of action within the free society of equals which it is hoped the work will help to bring about. Maclow's inclusion of the world in general in the creative process is significant. The anarchy that he envisions is one in which the elementary actions of the world itself and of all sentient beings are regarded as being on the level with those of humans. One comes to a situation where even plants have rights. One doesn't chop down a tree unless there's a damn good reason to do so. 371. As Coulson explains, anarchists have denounced the humanist assumption that man as pure subject, guided by reason, free and responsible for his actions, faces the world as pure object, open to man's manipulation, insisting, instead, that human beings are not distinct from the reality through which they move and in which they are embedded. 372 In this sense, Maclow's goal might be to make Landauer's world a contradiction in terms, from the perspective of humanist individualism, as if he had spoken of an object-subject actively, effectively real. One might question, however, whether a poetics that assassinates the image of the author is necessarily non-authoritarian per se. It is troubling, for instance, that Nab's smashing of his own poetic idol elicits emotions that combine the aggressive with the regressive. As I ran from the auditorium I felt like a child again, as excited as a grade school kid playing a prank. 373 The conclusion of the episode, too, evokes childhood, albeit this time on the register of the good boy rather than his naughty counterpart. Beaming under the gaze of his subversive friends, Nab behaves something like a kid proudly showing his parents the test he has just aced. Has the authority, the patriarch/poet, been destroyed or simply displaced? The sheer repetitiveness of Nab's own writing, its ceaseless reiteration of the catchphrases and formulas of his radical models, example guide aboard, sometimes threatens to collapse the difference between Nab's rejection of the author's claim to originality, his embrace of plagiarism as necessary in theory, a poetics of subversive appropriation, contesting literary property and propriety, and what, in practice, looks disturbingly like a mere reproduction of the same point. 374. And if Maclow's goal, as anarchist poet, is to collapse the distance between the two poles of subject and object, to construct situations in which the self no longer stands apart from the non-self, might we also see this poetics as a reproduction of the Kara, the indivision of baby subject from mother object? Or is this another way of saying that Maclow's self-generating poems babble? That, like the baby suspended in its matrix, it owes an unreturnable debt to that structuring agency, the general framework and set of rules, as Maclow acknowledges, that are given by the poet. 375 That in abandoning communication, they also lose the sense of community. That, far from achieving Whitman's vision of adhesion, they evoke nothing so much as the anomie of life under capitalism. That in undoing the illusion of a coherent subject, they fail to imagine another kind of social selfhood to put in its place. These doubts seem to haunt Maclow, who never definitively abandons his earlier, more accessible style. Well after what Louis Cabri identifies as Maclow's turning point in 1954, he is still contributing work in something like the pre-war mode of Tendon's lyric to radical journals such as Liberation 1956 to 1977 and Win, Peace and Freedom Through Nonviolent Action 1965 to 1983. In a 1988 conversation with language poet Bruce Andrews, Maclow confesses that, "I feel sometimes I ought to speak in a way that a larger number of people here and there might be interested in. You might not just have the converted, but those on the line, etc., by bringing in a lot of things that are efficacious, in the sense of a rhetorical poetry, a more basic poetry." 376. Rather than regarding this as a refutation of the premises of his more experimental work, he urges Andrews to consider the two modes as alternatives appropriate to different occasions and purposes, a kind of poetic diversity of tactics. Why not, he suggests, pursue a tandem project of social writing, devoting some time to radical disruptive writing and some to writing that might be, if not efficacious, at least understandable to a wider audience without the background, etc. Why should poets have to choose only one mode? 377 Jens Hornebo makes just this assessment in a 1970 essay, Dichtning og Kritik Mittel til Kamp eller Flight. Writing and Criticism Fight or Flight, in which he lashes modernist critics who demand that literature shall be written in free verse, without punctuation and with lowercase letters, and, on the other hand, those critics who would impose the same dictatorship, but with the opposite sign, demanding that poets write for the masses, producing only positive and edifying works. Refusing both demands, he declared, "I declare myself an adherent of engaged writing. But, to bring the matter into balance, that doesn't mean that I'm opposed to pure writing." 378. This suspension, this hesitation between alternatives, or is it a refusal of the alternatives on offer, is reminiscent of what Diderot describes in his recent manifesto, Towards an Anarchist Poetics. In terms strikingly similar to Bourneau's, Diderot writes that, in the face of the current crisis of language that is simultaneously the current political crisis, poems can engage in flight away from any public language or in a fight to wrest that language away from its powerful abusers. Flight takes poetry away from its potential readers, fighting is all but impossible. In this light, it might seem that Maclow's tandem project is a choice of fight and flight for Diderot, a choice of two opposed and equal impossibilities. Laudable as the motives might be, opting for a poetic diversity of tactics might only amount to a helpless hesitation between mutually exclusive, equally unacceptable alternatives, a decision not to decide between them. 379 The problem, as Diderot succinctly frames it, remains, given the brute obviousness of power, its massive colonization of the actual daily use of words. How can the poet create a work that challenges or renounces this power without becoming incomprehensible to the ear? 380. One answer to this impossible question might look something like Spar's This Connection of Everyone with Lungs, 2005, a title that doubles down on the wager of her book of criticism, Everybody's Autonomy, Connective Reading and Collective Identity, 2001. It is gutsy, who can still pretend to speak to everyone? What can connect us, atomized as we are? This connection of everyone with lungs collects a series of poems, named Poem Written After September 11, 2001 and Poem Written from November 30, 2002 to March 27, 2003, in response to the pervasive sense of helplessness that comes from watching video images of airplanes full of people smashing into enormous office buildings, over and over again, a helplessness assuaged, for many, by militaristic vengeance. Spar's response is not more subtle than this pageant of power. The difficulty in reading it is of another order altogether. In her search for that which connects, after something like the manner of Snyder's or Carruth's eco-poetics, Spar begins from the biological. There are these things. Cells, the movement of cells and the division of cells. And then the general beating of circulation. And hands, and body, and feet. And skin that surrounds hands, body, feet. This is a shape. A shape of blood beating and cells dividing. 381. The body, then, as the foundation, cells, hands, feet, skin, blood, and lungs are precisely what connect everyone. But this is only a point of departure for an investigation of the space in the room that surrounds the shapes of everyone's hands and body and feet and cells and the beating contained within. Everyone with lungs breathes the space in and out as everyone with lungs breathes the space between the hands in and out. 382 In and out are not distinct, bounded spaces but repeating moments in a process, in and out, the cyclical process of breathing that connects everyone with lungs, which could be abbreviated, much as we fail to recognize it every day, as simply everyone. The individual body, a world in itself, is also internally defined by its relation to its outside, a relation so intimate that the very word outside is inadequate, misleading a totally commonplace observation, albeit one that cannot be recognized by governments and corporations. Fatally required to apprehend the world as something that is outside, controllable and possessible. There is nothing esoteric about this, and nothing yet that is an argument, except perhaps for the pathos of remembering the fact of being this microcosm, a body, its frailty and its incompleteness, its radical dependence on what it cannot contain, and, once more, its universality. Spar's meditation on the fact of lungs, on breathing and embodiment, expands and expands until it encompasses the globe. There is no nonsense here, no cubist pyrotechnics, nothing the least bit surreal. This is as realistic, as literal, as deadly earnest as we can get. The language is relatively simple and straightforward, though lyrical in its own way, and although it manifests a certain humility, a cautiousness, sticking close to the observable, the intuitive, and a reticence, waiving, or at least exercising very carefully, its right to make demands on us, to endorse or denounce, to bring any more strenuous rhetoric to bear on us, that might amount to a kind of communicative nonviolence, reminiscent of the kind of textual openness Spar has praised in more difficult poets. We can see Gertrude Stein's influence, maybe, in the plain diction and the use of slow repetition, but where a work like Tender Buttons enforces the modernist law against the heresy of paraphrase, Spar is not concerned to do so. One of the very few places that Spar alludes to anything less contemporary than Fox News or Mariah Carey is in the section marked January 20, 2003. The allusion is to Sappho's Fragment 16, sometimes called the Anactoria poem, or to an army wife, in Sardis. Some say thronging cavalry, some say foot soldiers. Others call a fleet the most beautiful of sights the dark earth offers, but I say it's what ever you love best. 383. This fragment of poetic antiquity returns is it Marx's tradition of all the dead generations, that weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the living, in contemporary costume. Some say 120 Challenger 2 tanks, or infantry, or a fleet of ships. There are those who say a host of cavalry, M1A2 Abrams tanks, and others Bradley fighting vehicles. Some say others of infantry, and others of ships, and others of 155 mm howitzers. Some say thronging warrior combat vehicles, some say foot soldiers, others call a fleet the most beautiful of sights the dark earth offers. Some say that the fairest thing upon the dark earth is a host of anti-armor A-64 Apache attack helicopters, and others again a fleet of ships. Some say that the most beautiful thing upon the black earth is an army of S-90 self-propelled guns, others, infantry, still others, ships. On this dark earth, some say the thing most lovely is the 30,000 assault troops from Britain today joining the 62,000 from the US mobilized in the past 10 days, and a further 60,000 from the US on their way. On this black earth, over the coal black earth, some say all of this and more. But I say it's whatever you love best. 384. The juxtaposition of Sappho's classical diction, a host, thronging, the dark earth, the coal black earth, and the discourse of a Jane's military vehicles and logistics catalog, 120 Challenger 2 tanks, 155 mm howitzers, is jarring. It is the Jane's discourse, the numbing discourse of the displays at international arms fairs, with its rhetoric of technical mastery, the promise of control at a distance, that is recycled by the news media, so that thousands upon thousands of living bodies, the kind Spar has led us to think about for many pages now, become effectively abstract, part of this endless parts list. The gap between the two languages, between that ancient music and this terrible new sense, creates an opening for possibilities of meaning. It could be that, just as in the modern poetry of an Ezra Pound or a T.S. Eliot, the classical serves as an anchor for a shaky modern consciousness, fragments I have shored against my ruins. 385. Perhaps the beauty and glamour of Sappho's elevated diction is being ironically contrasted with the ugly, resolutely anti-heroic mundanity of contemporary war-making. On the other hand, maybe Sappho and Spar are more alike than different in that both draw a contrast between the perspective of the lyrical I but I say and the perspective of the others, now as then, who are perverse enough to find killing the most beautiful. The reader can fill the gap with a number of possible meanings, but this last possibility seems the most persuasive, and this leads me to see parallels between the way January 20, 2003 talks to us and the way Armand Marist's song spoke to Proudhon in the prison of Saint Pelagie. In both cases, poetry enacts a we, a collective identity, as Spar has it. It commits us to the values that tell us who we are, setting us even more firmly against the forces that endanger them. We are not killers at a distance, admirers of war. We are lovers, the people who love. It's what one loves, the most beautiful is whomever one loves. I say it is whatsoever a person loves. I say for me it is my beloved's. For me naught else, it is my beloved's, it is the loveliest sight. I say the sight of the ones you love. I say it again, the sight of the ones you love, those you've met and those you haven't. I say it again and again. Again and again. I try to keep saying it to keep making it happen. I say it again, the sight of the ones you love, those you've met and those you haven't. 386. With this incantation, the speaker of the poem struggles not to justify but to enact a value, to keep making it happen, to perpetuate it in the mind against the entire force of a world that is indifferent to it, to persuade, not others, in the mode of propaganda, but herself, I say for me, that her perspective is real at all. But if we are the likely readers of this poem, and if we are not made of stone, then it is hard not to feel that the I who desperately says it again and again is also one's own. If there is a rhetoric at work here, it is something less like Aristotle's instrumentalist means of persuasion and more like Burke's identification. You persuade a man sick only insofar as you can talk his language by speech, gesture, tonality, order, image, attitude, idea, identifying your ways with his. 387. Or is it, in another way, Goodman's physical re-establishment of community? It is, in any case, a poetry that, in a quietly determined manner, renounces the kind of rhetorical power that sends planes into buildings and rains cluster bomblets upon children while remaining entirely comprehensible to the ear. It is both a kind of public speech, an exercise in solidarity global, universal, and terribly intimate. Here is a woman speaking to other women and men in public space. She hails them as my beloveds, as her own. 354. Kristeva, Revolution in Poetic Language, 223, emphasis mine. 355. Robin Blaser, The Practice of Outside, in the Collected Books of Jack Spicer, ed. Robin Blaser, Los Angeles, Black Sparrow Press, 1975, 271. 356. Ken Nab, Public Secrets, Collected Skirmishes of Ken Nab, 1970-1997, Berkeley, Bureau of Public Secrets, 1997, 113. 357. Ibid, 163-164. 358. Ibid, 114. 359. Herbert Read, The Philosophy of Anarchism, London, Freedom Press, 1940, 13, and The Cult of Leadership, Now 1, 1943, 13. 360. Nab, Public Secrets, 114. 361. Ibid, 161. 362. Ibid, 114-115. 363. Ball, Flight Out of Time, 29, Tristan Zara, 7. Dada Manifestos and Lampisteries, trans. Barbara Wright, London, Calder, 1977, 39. 364. Hans Richter, trans. Cleve Gray, New York, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, 1971, 96. 365. Michael Hafbrot in Bernd Druck, Ralph Bernicki, and Michael Hafbrot, Poetry for Anarchy, ein Interview zum Geburtstag der Libertären Literaturprojekts Black Box, Graswurzel Revolution 294, December 2004. 366. Walt Whitman, Complete Poetry and Collected Prose, New York, Library of America, 1982, 87, 661, 949. 367. Landauer, Der Werdende Mensch, 359, and For Socialism, 33. 368. Landauer, Revolution, 96-97, 88-89, Spicer, The House That Jack Built, 13-14, Spicer, a poem without a single bird in it, My Vocabulary Did This to Me, The Collected Poetry of Jack Spicer, eds. Peter Gizzi and Kevin Killian, Middletown, CN, Wesleyan University Press, 2008, 73. 369. Gershom Scholem, Kabbalah, New York, Meridian, 1978, 129, Bloom, The Anxiety of Influence, 87, 91. 370 Juliana Spar, Everybody's Autonomy, Connective Reading and Collective Identity, Tuscaloosa A.L., University of Alabama Press, 2001, 14, 6, 13. 371 Jackson Maclow, The Pronouns, A Collection of 40 Dances for the Dancers, February 3 to March 22, 1964, Berrytown, New York, Station Hill Press, 1979, 75. 372 Colson, Petit Lexique, 120-121, Daniel Colson, Subjectivites Anarchists et Subjectivite Moderne, La Culture Libertaire, Actes du Colloque International, Grenoble, Mars 1996, ed. Alain Pessin, Leon, Atelier de Création Libertaire, 1997, 149. 373 Nab, Public Secrets, 115, italics mine. 374 La Tremont, QTD. By Guy Debord, in Mustafa Captive Words, Preface to a Situationist Dictionary, trans. Ken Nab in Situationist International Anthology, ed. Ken Nab, Berkeley, Bureau of Public Secrets, 2006, 171. 375 Maclow, The Pronouns, 75. The debt, if unreturnable, is not unacknowledged. As Bruce Andrews recounts, Maclow made a conscientious practice of appending elaborate notes to his work, detailing the process by which the works were generated, so that the reader would be brought into the process but not the realm of the significance or the value of what they were actually reading, as if the part of the reader's experience that Maclow wanted highlighted was the reader's experience of being intrigued or impressed by the process by which the work was generated, regardless of what it meant. Dan Thomas Glass and Bruce Andrews interview, The Argotist Online, Web. Nonetheless, the solitary writer's control over the process and its range of possible outcomes disturbs the pretense of self-organization. Behind what might look like autopoiesis, there is still a poet, a giver of laws from the outside. 376 Maclow in Bruce Andrews, Paradise and Method, Poetics and Praxis, Evanston, Illinois, Northwestern University Press, 1996, 68. 377 Ibid, 66-67. 378 Jens Hornebo, Writing and Criticism Fight or Flight, trans. Esther Greenleaf Muir, Web. 379 I am thinking, here, of Herman Rappaport's distinction between a philosophical undecidability and mere indecision, The Theory Mess, Deconstruction in Eclipse, New York, Columbia University Press, 2001, 121-122. The phrase diversity of tactics has long been used, in the anti-capitalist/altermondialist movement, to signal the coexistence of conventional, nonviolent demonstrations with more disruptive forms of protest such as property destruction. 380 Dedeo, Towards an Anarchist Poetics. 381 Juliana Spar, poem written after September 11, 2001, This Connection of Everyone with Lungs, Poems, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2005. 382 Ibid. 383 Sappho, LP 16, The Poetry of Sappho, trans. And ed. Jim Powell, New York, Oxford University Press, 2007, 7. 384 Spar, January 20, 2003, This Connection. 385 T.S. Eliot, The Wasteland and Other Poems, ed. Frank Kermode, New York, Penguin Books, 2003, line 430. 386 Spar, January 20, 2003. 387 Aristotle, Rhetoric, trans. W. Reese Roberts, in The Rhetoric and the Poetics, New York, Random House, 1977, 1355b, Kenneth Burke, A Grammar of Motives and a Rhetoric of Motives, Cleveland, World Pub Co., 1962, 579, emphasis mine. Part 3, Out of the Bind of the Eternal Present, Anarchist Narrative. A man sick who cannot imagine away from the actual soon cannot move, because he is like Zeno's arrow, which cannot move where it is and cannot move where it is not. Paul Goodman, on a writer's block. We cannot ask reason to take us across the gulfs of the absurd. Only the imagination can get us out of the bind of the eternal present, inventing or hypothesizing or pretending or discovering a way that reason can then follow into the infinity of options, a clue through the labyrinths of choice, a golden string, the story, leading us to the freedom that is properly human, the freedom open to those whose minds can accept unreality. Ursula K. Le Guin, Dancing at the Edge of the World. 1. White Rooms. The tramp who is the protagonist of Bernard Lazare's Les Porteurs de Torches, 1898, is indeed named Justice, in the world of private property, is homeless. And so it is not surprising that he should meet, on his travels, another traveler who claims to be from a country, where all belongs to all. A homeland just recognizes immediately, that is a utopian idea, sir. Of course, within the reality of Lazare's novel, this recognition, which amounts to saying nonsense, is really a misrecognition. The other country is every bit as real as this one, and indeed, as the dialogue progresses, it is our world that comes to seem implausible, fictive, notional, a tissue of flimsy ideas. 388 It is within the system of ideas that the adjective utopian means unreal, a judgment embedded in its very coinage, as Lazare was surely aware. Thomas More invented the term utopia as a pun on utopos, good place, and utopos, no place. There is almost literally no place for anarchist fiction in literary history. That is to say, as soon as literature is defined as imaginative works of poetry and narrative prose, the only place allotted for anarchism is that of the no place, utopia, that pigeonhole allotted for daydreams and paradoxes. As Lazare puts it. 389 Utopias are taken to form a comfortably self-contained genre of their own, marginal to literature, more akin to political philosophy. If they are undeniably imaginative works of prose, they are more akin to the essay than to any narrative genre. The utopian text, Frederick Jameson writes, furnishes a blueprint for a kind of machine. It does not tell a story at all. 390 Blueprints can be pretty, of course, but even when utopias happen not to be merely uninspired mixtures of technological reform in fictional guise, in the words of Judith Sklar, they are essentially static images rather than tales in the process of being told. 391 In other words, beyond the purely explanatory and persuasive functions, which belong to the vulgar, utilitarian world of politics, technological reform, rather than the aesthetic realm of literature, utopian writing is supposed to be a kind of picture painting. It is visual, spatial, a blueprint, rather than narrative. To the extent that utopian writing breaks out of this static, spatial model, example by the injection of conflict and contradiction, it is no longer properly utopia but heterotopia or critical utopia, underscoring the extent to which we are encouraged to think of utopias as monolithic and uncritical, even if their very existence as writing stands as a criticism of the existing, non-fictional reality. If, as we are told, conflict is the essence of fictional narrative, utopias, by their very nature, are free from conflict and contradiction, hence from plurality and diversity. As dreams of uniformity, they are constituted by repression, that is to say, by exclusion, just as Plato formed his republic by the exclusion of poets. By such paradoxical arguments, literary history, that republic of letters, excludes anarchists. There are at least two dominant versions of the history of the novel, for instance, which perform this kind of exclusion, having decided in advance that utopias are not to be counted. but that there is at least such a thing as a radical stance in fiction, a critical stance. One version assumes that authentic political radicalism, in the field of the novel, is essentially social realism. The other version, standing the first on its head, assumes that the authentically radical tradition in fiction is to be found in anti-realist, formalist experimentation, i.e., what Anglo-American literary historians were content, until recently, to simply call modernism. Seen from this perspective, the question is whether the true model of the radical novel ought to be considered to be Upton Sinclair's The Jungle or James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. The emergence of cultural studies has punctured this conversation about literary history by opening up the category of culture, forcing us to read high culture works, example Jane Austen or Charles Dickens, alongside their disavowed mass cultural kin, example the paperback romance or the soap opera. Yet even this opening has merely produced another pair of authoritative narratives about narrative. On the one hand, we find accounts of mass cultural narrative that, loyal to a high culture vision of the writerly text as against the text as mass market commodity, calculated to pander to a slovenly, plebeian readership, write the latter off as yet another safety valve for the discontents of life under patriarchy and capitalism, offering just so many varieties of escapism, consolation, and accommodation. On the other hand, there is an account according to which these mass genres positively brim with subversive energies, reflections of radical desires, and opportunities for readerly agency, so much so that the snobbish label mass culture must give way to the democratic embrace of popular culture. Finally, we are offered a grand synthesis under the auspices of Frederick Jameson's theories, the high culture fiction of the postmodern era, and postmodernism, we are informed, is merely the cultural logic of late capitalism, is so thoroughly imbued with references to mass culture, and the distinctions between social reality and media-generated simulacra have become so thoroughly blurred, that the distinction between the avant-garde and the popular falls away entirely, and we can speak without embarrassment of an avant-pop in which all contradictions are happily resolved. 392. What would anarchist fiction look like, then? John Dos Passos's 1919. Henry Miller's Nexus. Thomas Pynchon's The Crying of Lot 49. All of these writings manifest an anti-authoritarian imagination, striving against what Lewis Marin calls the traps of narrative. All are notable for experimentation with narrative form, multiple points of view, stream of consciousness, dream imagery, lyricism, denial of resolution, etc., verging on anti-narrative, a refusal to narrate. Moreover, all of them bear tantalizing traces of historical encounters with anarchism, knowing references to wobbly culture and anarchist picnics, rosy memories of Red Emma, moldering copies of Regeneration. 393. Yet none of these authors self-identifies as anarchist or writes with explicit political commitments. None of these works emerges from an anarchist movement or is circulated within anarchist counter-communities. Readers of Dos Passos, Miller, or Pynchon encounter anarchism only as a vague atmosphere or in scholarly footnotes. For some critics, on the contrary, it is difficult to tell the difference between anarchist social art and Marxist socialist realism. Maria Luisa Sigüen finds works of fiction by Spanish anarchists to be perfectly similar to those of Marxist party literature, unremittingly positive, didactic, exemplary tales of proletarian heroism. 394. Conversely, avant-garde movements in the arts had relatively little impact on anarchists' writing before the Second World War. The work of writers like Joyce, Woolf, Kafka, and Proust goes all but unnoticed by anarchist critics, and when they refer to trends such as symbolism or futurism, it is typically with derision. It is enough for us to open a symbolist book, writes a critic in the pages of the Argentine anarchist literary journal Los Nuevos Caminos, to be convinced that this book is the product of a disordered brain, while for Federica Montseny, futurism is caught like the measles. 395. This frequently reiterated analogy of modernism with disease. 396 is carried to its satirical extreme in Ret Marutz, aka B. Traven, Mijn besuch bij dichter Pguskerjarenfajbskselqui. My visit to the writer Pguskerjarenfajbskselqui, 1919, in which the adulatory critic finds his subject, the avant-garde writer with the unpronounceable name and the unreadable oeuvre, the fact that his works are impossible to understand is taken as confirmation of his superior genius, in his natural setting, the Clinic for the Incurably Insane 397. The imperative, for writers emerging from and working within the anarchist movement, is not innovation or originality in style, the decadent lunacy that is called originality, as Monsanelli puts it 398, but effectiveness in conveying a content, and establishing contact between this textual content and a non-textual reality that moves, evolves, and changes. Thus, echoing Bakunin's admonition that good art, while dealing with general types and general situations, nonetheless recalls to our minds the living, real individualities which appear and disappear under our eyes, Francisco Caro Crespo declares that the novel must bear the stamp of life 399. Indeed, this is precisely the ambition of anarchist writers such as Alfonso Martinez Carrasco, to present the reader with an exact transcription of a page from the sublime book of life 400. At times, this aspiration seems to call for a hard-edged realism. For instance, in Japan, where anarchist writers like Miyajima Suko, 1886–1951, helped create what became known as proletarian literature, Purotaria Bungaku, featuring journalistic-style realistic reporting on the lives of the poor, or in Brazil, where the anarchist newspaper Novo Rumo published gritty slice-of-life stories, example a series of anonymous placas photográficas or snapshots, about the realities of the modern urban centers. 401 The Italian individualist anarchist leader Raffanelli called these short, quasi-journalistic narrative pieces bozzetti sociali, social sketches. The social sketch reflects, in a few pages of impressions, the feelings and sensations experienced, the varied aspects of modern life. In the grey mist of evening chill and frost, in the gloomy shadows of the slum, in the modern abysses of the workshops, and also in the glare of the waterfront, more beings that the novelist cannot see. They live in houses, shacks, in the depths of mines, in the cold solitude of prisons, in the quiet of convents, all the victims of torture and pain, all those subject to the conventionality of the present laws, the castaways of life, without any to pass them the lifeline of salvation. These short and true brevi descriptions of the lives of modern society's victims have their genealogy not in Dada, nor even in Futurism, which had attracted Raffanelli for a time, but in Italian Verismo, as well as in the naturalism of Émile Zola and Leo Tolstoy's passionate Christian humanist realism. 402 Indeed, Zola's novels Germinal, Paris, and Travail were avidly read by anarchists from Chicago to Chengdu. At least 8 journals, in Yiddish, Spanish, French, Italian, and Portuguese, and an untold number of anarchist children were named Germinal in honor of the first alone, and Tolstoy's work, published in translation by anarchist journals such as La Revista Blanca in Spain, La Battaglia in Brazil, Wohlstand für alle in Austria, Tianyi Bao in Japan, and Mother Earth in the US, was also highly influential in the anarchist milieu. 403. At the same time, however, we find anarchists repeatedly distancing themselves from what they refer to, often disparagingly, as realism. This begins with Proudhon himself, who kicks off his book-length defense of his friend, Courbet, by denying the distinction between idealism and realism. Art is, by its very nature, at once realist and idealist, and concludes that the real is not the same as the truth. The early schools of art departed from truth by way of the ideal, do not yourself depart from it by way of the real. In remarkably similar terms, Kropotkin suggested that realistic description, if deprived of any idealistic aim, would in fact be falsified. Literature must tell the truth, not only of the concretely present, but of desire. 404 Just as Zola's pretension to photograph reality objectively is rejected by Bernard Lazare as pitiably incomplete, so for José Prat, 1867–1932, art has to be something more than a photography that paints the vices and the virtues that we have. It also must point out new courses to humanity. 405 Messislas Goldberg, 1869–1907, likewise, calls this photographic style of realism sterile, a kind of self-neutering capitulation to what Freud would call the reality principle. Cleaving to the pole of objectivity, this would-be literature of protest turns out to be precisely the kind of writing that allows us to write off alternatives to the status quo as utopian 406. And yet surprisingly we will just as consistently hear the same anarchists denounce utopias and utopian thinking. The entry for utopia in the Encyclopedia Anarchist immediately notes that the common usage of the word is entirely negative, something to be disavowed rather than claimed. All that is impossible to achieve 407 taken in its usual current sense, Kropotkin argued, the word utopia ought to be limited to those conceptions only which are based on merely theoretical reasonings as to what is desirable from the writer's point of view. Anarchism, on the contrary, is based on an analysis of tendencies of an evolution that is already going on in society, something already developing. 408 Society is plural and mobile. A utopia is the product of a single intellect, a fixed idea. To wish to impose one such idea on everyone, for Proudhon, is already to dream of dictatorship. No one on earth is capable, as Saint-Simon and Fourier were said to be, of providing a complete system, made from scratch, that one simply has to put into practice. 409 As Jean Grey puts it, given the diversity of temperaments and characters, establishing a single mode of organization to which everyone has to conform and that we would impose immediately after the revolution would be a utopia very much in the sense of impossible to achieve. 410 Accordingly, for Paul Goodman, writing on the other side of the age of revolutions, the best solutions are usually not global but a little of this and a little of that. 411 To imagine global solutions, societies made from scratch, is to dream of eliminating the messiness of actual history, of actual human beings, in the purity of a year zero, the terrifying void, as Coulson writes, in which the imagination of the revolutionary leaders can finally deploy itself without obstruction. 412 In short, the concept of utopia, from these perspectives, stands for all that anarchism opposes. 413 Consider Voltairine declares Gothic tale, The White Room, first published in the free-thinking journal The Open Court, 1896. An artist creates the perfect home, the white room, for his perfect wife, herself the whitest thing, his pure-faced Scandinavian girl, with that beautiful, meek, white patience of hers, white walls, ceiling, floors, furnishings, decor, etc. He is intent on the imitation of nature. The dazzling beauty of the ceiling was like a broken arc from a cave's roof, so white and gleaming was it with the strange substance he had made, and the walls had all the wild fantastic tracery of the frost forests on our winter windows, which God paints but no man. So meticulous is he that he does not notice his beloved pining away with boredom and neglect in their grubby garret, until the day he finishes the work and returns to find her gone, of course. When she turns up years later, in the gutter, quite drunk and dying, he takes her in, allowing her to die in her white room, soiling it, leaving behind this final curse. Ugh! The horrid fancies in the liquor. It looks all white, like a dead house. 414 The White Room is, of course, a work of art, and as such bears no small resemblance to the centerpiece of Edgar Allan Poe's The Oval Portrait, a painting that takes on increasingly lifelike qualities at the expense of the very life force of its subject, the artist's wife, who dies on its completion. Each story could be described, in the words of Declare's fellow anarchist, E. Armand, as an extraordinary case of the transfer of the vital element from a living body to a representation of this body, a lesson on the dangers of representation. 415 Eugenia C. Delamotte reads it as a critique of the 19th century notion of the virtuous woman as the angel in the house and, incidentally, as an allegory of the way in which we are all led to define ourselves by what we are not, example not perfect, not pure. Just as the real woman is forever excluded, while living, from the ideal room, we create our identities by abjection by deciding that some stuff is beneath us, beyond the pale, not for me, so that, paradoxically, this outside is what shapes and defines our inside, so that it is in a sense part of us, an inner-outside. 416 But the White Room is also a place, intended to be perfect. It is, in the classical sense, a kind of utopia. And it is uninhabitable, at least by the one for whom it is constructed. It cannot support life. And aren't books also a kind of white room, a space of representation that attempts to fix and capture life? Anarchists seek to tunnel out of the white room of idealist or utopian representation, a closed space that cannot accommodate the messiness of real women, real bodies, or real life. But isn't the very mark of the book the fact that it can be closed, that it has a beginning and an end, unlike life? What realistic representation could ever present anything but an infinitely tidier version of the real? A closed system, Andrew M. Cook points out, always omits an element contained in the object it seeks to describe. 417 In that case, it would seem, anarchist resistance to representation entails a resistance to realism as well. Are the anarchists, then, to be seen as realists or anti-realists, chroniclers of the dystopian everyday or intransigent utopians? Perhaps they are both at once, or neither. José Martín, 1892–1930, writing in the Revista Blanca, proposed that the novel should be neither realistic nor utopian. We live in reality, there is no need for us to read it. The utopia, as such, is chimerical, and chimeras cannot and should not substantiate anything. Between reality and utopia is an area of darkness that the novel should illuminate. 418 The staging ground for anarchist narrative is precisely this heterotopian space caught between reality and utopia, between in the title of Teresa Claramont's band play of 1896 El Mundo que muere y el mundo que nace, the world that is dying and the world that is being born. And here we are, in the area of darkness. We have wandered off the maps of literary history. Here be dragons. As usual, tracing the history of anarchist resistance culture will require a more careful kind of reconstruction, looking beyond old and new canons. At the same time that anarchist writers, pushing against the constraints of literary convention, evoke a sense of strangeness, courting the limits of anti-narrative, they are also impelled toward classical and popular forms of narrative, both to avoid estranging readers and in order to overcome those other orders of alienation that persuade us that we are not the authors of our own lives, that forbid the imagination to venture beyond certain bounds, that obscure the possibilities inherent in the real. 388 Bernard Lazare, Les Porteurs de Torches, Paris, Armand Collin, 1898, 4. 389 Ibid, 259. 390 Frederick Jameson, The Seeds of Time, New York, Columbia University Press, 1994, 56, Emphasis Mine. 391 William V. Spanos, Heidegger and Criticism, Retrieving the Cultural Politics of Destruction, Minneapolis, University of Minnesota Press, 1993, 77–78, see also Russell Jacoby, Picture Imperfect, Utopian Thought for an Anti-Utopian Age, New York, Columbia University Press, 2005, 136. 392 Mark America and Lance Olson, eds, In Memoriam to Postmodernism, Essays on the Avant-Pop, San Diego State University Press, 1995. 393 John Dos Passos, 1919, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 2000, 335, 338, Henry Miller, Nexus, New York, Grove Press, 1987, 83, 315, Thomas Pynchon, The Crying of Lot 49, New York, Harper Perennial, 1999, 98. 394 Sigwan, La Novella Ideal, 419–420. 395 Manuel Laranjeira, Algunos apuntes sobre arte contemporáneo, Los Nuevos Caminos 1.1, Mayo de 1906–68, Federica Montseny, El Futurismo, La Revista Blanca 2.1.1, June 1, 1923 8. 396c, for instance, declares literature the mirror of man, in which she bemusedly wonders at the prevalence in modern literature of madmen explaining their own madness, diseased men picking apart their own diseases, perverted men analyzing their own perversions, anything, everything but sane and normal men. Selected works, 378, or José Pirates' admonition to fellow anarchists not to catch the disease of avant-garde blah blah blahism, pour un language libertario que se entienda for a libertarian language that can be understood, Bicicleta, Revista de Comunicaciones Libertarias 20 October 1979, 45. 397 B. Traven, to the Honorable Miss S., and Other Stories, ed. And trans. Peter Silcock, Westport Court, El Hill, 1981, 67, 69. 398 Federica Monsanei, La Estética y la Originalidad en la Literatura, La Revista Blanca 2.1.7, September 15, 1923 11. 399 Bakunin, God and the State, 56-57, f. Ferdinando Caro Crespo, Gicio sobre la novela, La Revista Blanca 4.65, February 1, 1926-26. 400 Alfonso Martinez Carrasco, Pero Mato a Unbergs, La Novela Proletaria, 1932-1933, ed. Gonzalo Santangia, Madrid, Ayuso, 1979, 125. 401 Filler, Chaos from Order, 2, Fotografo, Placas Fotográficas, 1, Contos Anarquistas, 100-1, and Placas Fotográficas, 2, 52-3. 402 Lita Raffanelli, Bozzetti Sociali, Milan, Casa Editori Sociali, 1921, 5-6, Franco Andre Uxi, Raffanelli, Lita, 1880-1971, Italian Women Writers Database, University of Chicago Library, 2004, Web. For Raffanelli's links to futurism, see Günter Berghaus, Futurism and Politics, Between Anarchist Rebellion and Fascist Reaction, 1909-1944, Providence, Rhode Island, Berghahn Books, 1996, 53 and 85 and 20, and Alberto Ciampi, Lita Raffanelli Carlo Cara, Un romanzo, Venezia, Centro Internazionale della Grafica, 2005. 403 Vittorio Frigerio, Emile Zola Au Pays de l'Anarchie, Chrononogle, Elug, Universität Stendhal, 2006, 37, Litvak, La Mirada Roja, 34, 134 and 93, 9, 129-130 and 1, Chan and Derlich, Schools into Fields and Factories, 22. 404 Proudhon QTD. In James Henry Rubin, Realism and Social Vision in Courbet and Proudhon, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 1980, 94, trans. Rubin, Kropotkin, Ideals and Realities, 85-86. Lest this notion of truth sound too Platonic, it might help to read it against Zodiac's statement, we aren't going to bother ourselves with eternal truth with a capital T, la sempiternal vérité avec un grand V, News, L. Enda or, Anthology, 1891-1893 S.L., Chamuel, 1896, 125. 405 Lazare, Elicriven et l'art social, 29, 27, José Prat, Teatro Nuevo, Ciencia Social 2.3, September 1898 48. 406 Galberg, Letter to Zola, May 29, 1896, QTD. In Frigerio, Emile Zola, 24. 407 A. Blick, Utopie, Utopist, Encyclopédie Anarchiste, 2829. 408 Kropotkin, Modern Science and Anarchism, Evolution and Environment, Montreal, Black Rose Books, 1995, 60. 409 Proudhon, Letter to Antoine Gautier, May 2, 1841, in Correspondance de P.J. Proudhon, ed. Amédée Jérôme Langlois, Paris, A. Lacroix ETCIE, 1875, 1.326. 410 Jean Grave, La Société au lendemain de la Révolution, Paris, Bureau de la Révolte, 1893, 4. 411 Goodman, New Reformation, 204. 412 Daniel Colson, Anarchist Readings of Spinoza, trans. Jesse Cohn and Nathan June, Journal of French Philosophy 17.2, 2011 104. Colson's phrase, here, could almost serve as a plot summary of L. Egan's The Lathe of Heaven, New York, Scribner, 1971, in which one well-intentioned man actually does gain the ability to shape the perfect world from his own imagination. The ensuing technocratic nightmare is an authentically anarchist anti-utopia. 413 For a more in-depth exploration of anarchist anti-utopianism, see Michel Antony, Les Libertaires face à l'utopie, Entrées critiques, analyses, experimentations et projets, ressources sur l'utopie, sur les utopies libertaires et les utopies anarchistes, Académie de Besançon, November 8, 2008 1-35. 414 Voltairine Declare, The White Room, The Open Court 10.459, June 11, 1896 49-45-49-46. 415 Émile Armand, Edgar Poe, Les Contours de l'extraordinaire, Profils de précurseurs et figures de rêve, Paris, Editions de l'Endor, 1931, 75. 416 Eugenia C. Delamotte Revolution of the Mind, Gates of Freedom, Voltairine Declare and the Revolution of the Mind, with selections from her writing, Ann Arbor M.I., University of Michigan Press, 2004, 119. 417 Andrew M. Cook, Post-Structuralism and the Epistemological Basis of Anarchism, Philosophy of the Social Sciences 23.3, 1993 337. 418 José Martín, Estudios, La Novela, La Revista Blanca 3.48, May 15, 1925-29. 2. Varieties of Estrangement. In Havana, Cuba, 1903, a new book of short stories bearing the insouciant title Cuentos Inverosimiles, Implausible Stories, appeared in a series published by the Biblioteca Provida. The author, a Catalan anarchist named Adrián del Valle, 1872-1945, who was also the director of the Revista Provida, house organ of the Institución Naturalista Cubana Provida, dedicated to the cause of social nudism, had been publishing stories under such noms de plume as Palmero de Lidia, Fructador, and Hindu's Fakir. The collection begins, appropriately enough, with a story about a talking cello, El Musico Polaco, the Polish musician. Nothing can surprise me, remarks the impoverished cellist, William Kozek, when his instrument strikes up a conversation with him. You have suffered a lot of disappointment. It was your own fault, admonishes the cello. Don't be cruel, the musician pleads. 419 The violation of verisimilitude. We know from experience that cellos are things, not people, and do not talk is not unprecedented, of course. In fairy tales, harps, swords, and gingerbread cookies are routinely heard from. The premise could have come from Hans Christian Andersen or the Brothers Grimm. A poor but virtuous man is on the verge of starvation, when he is addressed by a magical voice. But we are not in a fairy tale. The non-realist element is abruptly annulled a third of the way through. Kozek wakes up. It had been only a strange dream. More fundamentally, the magical laws that should fill the Polish musician's empty belly are not in force, and after futile attempts to sing and beg for his supper, Kozek will end up dangling by the neck from the unhappy end of his own cello string. What is happening here? A psychoanalyst might quickly diagnose the voice of the cello as a projection of Kozek's own, ventriloquizing. The failed artist places in the mouth of his instrument accusations that make sense of his failure. It was your own fault. More precisely, the cello speaks with the chastising voice of a superego, berating a diminished ego for having fallen short of its ego ideal. But the accusation it levels at Kozek is quite otherwise. The strange dream section of the story runs like a kind of Socratic dialogue in reverse, in which the philosophical cello mercilessly demolishes every one of the ideals to which Kozek has attached his ego. "Ah," exclaimed Kozek. "Poor me, who have spent my life dreaming of art, longing for glory, to learn at the end of my journey, old, poor and forgotten, that life, art and glory are nothing more than wishful fictions." 420 It seems to be the musician's inability to fully learn this lesson that dooms him, losing all hope of assuaging his hunger by getting others to pay him for his music. He pawns his beloved cello, repaying its service with the blackest ingratitude, as he thinks of it, simply to satisfy the material demands of the stomach, to extend his miserable existence a few days. It is for this, finally, that he commits suicide. 421. A good materialist, of course, would know just what to do with the insolent cello, this means of production that seems to take on life at the expense of the producer. It is all too similar to the famous passage in Marx's Capital in which he explores the metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties that appear when wood, hewn and assembled into a table, enters the marketplace. So soon as it steps forth as a commodity, it is changed into something transcendent. It not only stands with its feet on the ground, but stands on its head, and evolves out of its wooden brain grotesque ideas, far more wonderful than table turning ever was, referring to the spiritualist practice of communing with the dead through table rapping. 422 In other words, if your stuff appears to talk back to you, this is a symptom of the fetishism of commodities, a general phenomenon of life under capitalism. Alienated from his product, it is the wage worker who is a mere instrument, an object without a soul, as Kozek objects. No wonder he has consoled himself with fantasies of being elevated above material considerations by art, transported to ethereal regions, far from the earth, far from men. 423. Much as he is estranged from men, Kozek is not alienated, at least as far as his labor goes. If the cello is his means of production, it is small, and he owns it, technically, even though he is destitute. That would place him in the class of the petit bourgeois. Moreover, he is an artist. The sensuous act of making music, for him, carries its purpose in itself. An artist might be in a good position to achieve what Emma Goldman, following Nietzsche, liked to call the transvaluation of all values, in other words, to refuse to allow others to judge for me what is beautiful or ugly, good or bad, worthwhile or worthless, to decide that what is valuable to me is valuable in itself. Kozek takes up a passive stance with respect to values, receiving rather than creating them for himself. This is why it is so devastating for him to realize, belatedly, that he has no idea what he means by art or even by life, and that a posthumous glory seems pointless. This is why, having been found worthless by the standards of a utilitarian society, he helplessly agrees to act as his own executioner. Pawning his one true love for a little bread, he has allowed the capitalist economy in which he is marooned, an economy that fails to assign value to his actions, to invalidate his values. Thus, when he tries to trade music for food, his offer is received as begging. If you want to eat, pay in more solid cash. Music is money that blows away in the wind. To be an artist, in such a world, is to face a continual threat of death by starvation in a world where art, as Kozek observes, matters little before the materiality of life. 424 What is truly implausible, grotesque, is not so much that an object should take on life to which an object without a soul should have no claim. Indeed, for Del Valle, a philosophical vitalist, this claim is not at all spurious. 425 What is unthinkable is that a thinking, feeling, creative subject should be reduced to the status of a mute and meaningless object. This transposition of subject and object, of self and non-self, is an important motif of anarchist fiction. 426 In Francisco Pi y Arsuega's parable, Lo que dicen los máquinas, what the machines say, for instance, we hear a machine literally admonish the worker who tends it, don't be proud. In no way are you different from me. An instrument of labor like me, your stomach, like my indispensable coal furnace, receives just sufficient food to keep you engaged in your mechanical function. 427 To be the tool of another, to be exploited, is to be made a victim, and many anarchist stories are indeed fictions of social victimization under oppressive forces of militarism, colonialism, and religious bigotries, of grinding poverty and the cruel juridical machineries of punishment, of the petty tyrannies of the patriarchal family, the marriage bond, and the educational system, and especially of the predatory sexism practiced in prostitution and rape. What Granier says about French anarchist novels could be applied, with some justice, to the work of anarchists around the globe. They are novels of denunciation, first and foremost. 428. This focus on the victims might seem an obvious choice for writers of fiction affiliated with the anarchist movement, a politics often defined in terms of the negative. The denunciations on which these stories center make them, in the heading of one series that ran in Le Libertaire, Bitter Tales Contes Amers, or, in the subtitle of Escobedo Herrera's story collection, Su Majestad Alhambra, His Majesty, Hunger, 1910, Brutal Stories Cuentos Brutals. But they are quite as often presented as frankly implausible stories, mysterious stories Cuentos Misteriosos, phantasmagorical stories Cuentos Phantasmagóricos, marvelous and prodigious stories Cuentos de Maravilla y Prodigio, prophetic stories Contes Prophetiques, incredible tales Histoires Incroyables, or even impossible tales Fabula Impossible. 429 What is apparently one of the earliest pieces of anarchist fiction in China, an unsigned short story, Yu Chu Jin Yu Renro Lu, a modern Yu Chu story, House of Human Flesh, published in the Xinmin Kanbao New Citizens Journal in 1902, is just such a tale, a satirical attack on the faltering Qing regime. Presented as a modern Yu Chu story, or Yu Chu in contemporary language. Yu Chu was a name synonymous with the weird or tall tale, dating back to the Han Dynasty. The imagery is accordingly outrageous, symbolically representing exploitation as a form of cannibalism, predating Lu Xun's use of the same motif in his famous Quangren Regi Madman's Diary by a decade and a half. 30 years later, B.A. Jin's Go Dog, 1931, strikes a similarly Kafkaesque note with its most unreliable narrator, a Chinese man who, brutalized by poverty and colonialism, comes to think of the people with fair skin, blonde hair, green eyes, big noses, and tall, strong bodies as the true human beings, viewing himself as a stone, a lost object, ultimately, a dog, or something like it. 430 Of course, even in its extremity, this distorted self-perception mirrors China's colonial reality. Decades ago, as B.A. Jin laconically notes in a reflection of 1958, on the entrance door of a park in the Shanghai concession, there hung a plaque with the words, "No Chinese or dogs admitted." 431 These are conditions not to be believed, but to be rejected. Western anarchist stories often take something like the form of the scientific romance a la Hawthorne or Poe before modern science fiction along the stricter lines laid down by Verne and Wells appeared. In Del Valle's collection, for instance, we encounter a scientist driven mad by his belief that he can bring back the dead, Vitalis, a jealous lover who kills his rival with a thought, Cerebralis, a despondent dreamer lectured on the nature of the soul by a sentient beam of sunlight, Un rayo de sol, and so on. Jules Lermana, 1839–1913, author of La.B.C. du Libertaire, 1906, and contributor to the Argentine anarchist newspaper La Protesta Humana, also penned scores of Histoires Incroyables, 1885, 1888, and science fiction novels inspired by Bulwer Lytton. The fictional work of Han Reiner, aka Henryna, 1861–1938, is just as adventurous in exploring the possibilities of the Roman de-anticipation, from his futuristic tale of robot insurrection, La Revolte des Machines, The Revolt of the Machines, 1896, to his post-human epic, Laserhums, Roman Prophetic, The Superhumans, a prophetic novel, 1929, in which hyper-intelligent mastodons have inherited the Earth from a defunct human race. Novels advertised in Gilded Age anarchist journals such as Lucifer, the Light-Bearer, often featured what Bridget Koenig refers to, not unfairly, as an extraterrestrial prophet, a Marsite in Henry Ulrich's, 1851–1927, A Cityless and Countryless World, 1893, a Venusian in William Windsor's, B.1827, date of death unknown, Loma, A Citizen of Venus, 1897, .432. Even the protagonists of John Lloyd's Dwellers in Vale Sunrise, 1904, were as messengers from another world in their sheer otherness. A sort of godlike dignity and health seemed to hang about them. 433. Indeed, in The Dispossessed, an ambiguous utopia, 1974, when Ursula K. Le Guin deploys her anarchist protagonist, Shevek, the first man from the moon, as his hosts call him, to the authoritarian world of Uruz, she rediscovers a century-old tradition. 434. Nor did anarchist writers, for all their enthusiasm over science and technology, confine their violations of realism to the rationally possible, domesticating the impossible along the lines laid down by the Fabian socialist Wells. 435. On the contrary, they were often fascinated by the mythic and folkloric, regarding them as the as yet undomesticated remnants of oral cultures hostile to regimentation and the state. 436. Thus, from their prison colony exile in New Caledonia, Louise Michel, with the help of her friend and fellow anarchist exile, Charles Melito, avidly collected the tales of the native Canucks, which she compared to the Eddas, the Sagas, the Roman Siro, the Nibelungen. 1885. 437. She had already published a volume of French regional folklore, Le Garzavon, Legend Bretonne, 1882, as had her comrade in arms, André Leo, aka Victoire Léodile Barra, 1824–1900, who collected tales from her husband's native region, Curaz, in Legends Caraziennes, 1870. Other French anarchist writers around the turn of the century experimented with the fairy tale form as well, from Bernard Lazare's Porte d'Ivoire, The Gate of Ivory, 1897, to Reiners Elongformai, The Ant-Man, 1901. Nor was this fascination with the folkloric by any means confined to France. In Germany, both Gustav Landauer, Der Gelbestein, Ein Märchen the Yellowstone, A Fairy Tale, 1910, and R.E.T. Merott, Kundar, Ein Deutsches Märchen Kundar, A German Fairy Tale, 1920, try their hands at the fairy tale form, the first of these adapting a story from the Welsh Mabinogion, the latter a more idiosyncratic allegory with vague echoes of Percy Bysshe Shelley's Alastor. 438. Shortly thereafter, in the mid-1920s and 1930s, we find Merott, writing under the name of B. Traven, collecting and adapting the oral literature of his adopted country, much as Manuel Rojas Sepulveda, 1896–1973, was doing for his native Chile around the same time. 439. Meanwhile, the Korean anti-colonial historian Shin Chae-ho, aka Tanji, 1880–1936, rewrote national folklore into a revolutionary allegory, Yonggueong Ui de Gyeok Jajan, Battle of Dragon against Dragon, 1928. 440. Even the usually rather bluntly pragmatic Asuji Soxi, 1885–1923, resorts to the fantastic and allegorical in his story. Kuzari Kojo The Chain Factory, 1913. One night, when I opened my eyes, I suddenly found myself in a strange place. As far as the eye could see, there were only countless masses of human beings, everyone individually working on something. I was making a chain. A fellow right next to me took a long, extended chain, wrapped it once around his body, and passed the end to the person next to him. The person next to him extended the chain further, wrapped it around his body, and passed the end to yet the next person. While this was happening, the first fellow received a chain from the person next to him, and as before stretched it out, wrapped it once around his body, and passed the end to the fellow on the other side of him. All repeated the same action over and over, and this took place at a dizzying speed. The bizarrerie of the scene, the fantastic element, underlines the absurdity of human self-enslavement. Chains, a fellow worker solemnly informs the narrator, are sacred things which protect us and make us free. When the narrator protests the irrationality of manufacturing one's own chains, he recalls Hegel's admonition, everything real accords with reason, and everything that accords with reason is real. 441 Clearly, this reality is not all it is cracked up to be. This fascination with the irrational and unreal coincided rather than conflicted with the writing of more conventionally realist victim of society narratives. Thus, in her collected works, Luisa Capetillo directly follows her short story La Igualdad Humana, Human Equality, in which the narrator speaks with an allegorical eagle and a radiant, splendid, magnificent figure wrapped in a white transparent tunic with a diadem on it that in sparkling letters read, Anarchy with El Cajero the cashier, a melodrama of working-class frustration, revenge, and escape. 442 Rather than opting for Sacco over Sappho, as Muriel Rukeyser put it, Anarchist. Writers of fiction like Capetillo were capable of shifting between materialist and mythical modes, a mélange d'antique et de moderne, as Bernard Lazare's narrator puts it in La Porte d'Ivoire. 443. Indeed, the materialistic and the mythic, the ancient and the modern often overlapped in the form of anarchist fables or parables, such as Multatula's Geschichte der Autorität, Tales of Authority, in Minnebrieverei, 1861, reprinted in Der Freie Arbeiter 1907, Francisco Pi y Arsuegas El Cuervo, in Preludios de la Lucha, 1886, reprinted in the Flores Magón Brothers Regeneration in 1911, Lillian Brown's Parable of the Benefactor, Mother Earth, 1910, or Gertrude Naif's The Woman Who Stood in the Marketplace, Mother Earth, 1914. All of these closely match Vittorio Fruggerio's description of a prominent subgenre of the French anarchist nouvelle, the allegory, featuring highly symbolic characters: the lion, Multatula, the woman, Knave, the crow, Pi y Arsuega, installed in what is often a geographically and temporally indecipherable setting: the plain, the marketplace, the land tilled by a man who works it. 444 Like their Greek or Christian counterparts, these anarchist fables are openly didactic. Indeed, they are often written for expressly pedagogical purposes by educators such as Naif and Brown. In this way, as in many others, anarchist fiction forms part of the materials of anarchist pedagogy, and demands to be read as such. This is not to say, however, that the didacticism of these works is exactly the same as that of Aesop or the Gospels. A book is not a gospel, Kropotkin warns us, it is a suggestion, a proposal, nothing more. It is for us to reflect, to see what it contains that is good, and to reject whatever we find erroneous in it. 445 Thus, not only might the moral content of an anarchist parable differ from its classical antecedents, but the presentation of the content takes on a rather different form. It invites not a passive but an active reading. This, too, was consistent with the goals of anarchist pedagogy as it had been articulated by educators such as Paul Robin, 1837–1912, Francisco Ferrer y Guardia, 1859–1909, and Madeleine Vernet, aka Madeleine Eugenie Cavalier, 1878–1949, against the rote learning style of the schools erected by church and state, a system that naturally produced copyists rather than creators. Let the child make his own discoveries, urged Robin, so that his mind continues its own efforts, and above all, refrain from imposing on him ready-made, banal ideas, transmitted by unthinking and stupefying routine. 446 Anarchist fables, likewise, could not merely present moral maxims for the pupil reader to memorize and repeat. As Granier points out, anarchists often engaged not so much in retellings of fables and legends as in reworkings of them, indeed, détournements, violent appropriations, or deformations, parodic undoings, of the originals. 447 rather than merely soliciting our reading. Such stories seem to elicit, and perform, a kind of rereading, as if they were designed to teach the habit of reading twice, or at least with a double intent recommended by Voltaire declare, i.e., in an empathetic or recollective reading that allows the reader to feel what the writer felt, a romantic hermeneutics of recollection, and in a skeptical reading that places the text at a distance from the reader, an enlightenment hermeneutics of suspicion. 448. Bernard Lazare's Les Porteurs de Torches, The Torch-Bearers, 1897, and La Porte d'Ivoire, The Gate of Ivory, 1897, are particularly noteworthy for the way in which they consistently invert or bracket the ready-made meanings that these transmitted stories seem to suggest. One way that Lazare achieves this destabilization of conventional meaning is by playing with the generic code of the frame story, just as, in the Arabian Nights, individual tales are embedded within the story of the storyteller, Scheherazada's game of survival, forestalling her death one night's tale at a time. Lazare presents his fables within a single, overarching narrative about their narrators. It might even be more accurate to say that he lets us overhear them, for the manner of the narration emphasizes orality. Within these stories, tellers are often interrupted or challenged by listeners, and there is often a discussion of the tale's meaning subsequent to the telling which complicates or reverses its apparent meaning. Thus, in Le Triomphe de l'Âme or The Triumph of Love, we are presented with a pseudo-oriental fable of a familiar form. The young nobleman, Kandilya, based loosely on a Hindu sage, ventures into the world to seek wisdom, achieving an impressive but superficial degree of learning, then is humbled into a sudden recognition of the vanity of knowledge. He subsequently retires into asceticism, becoming famous instead for being able to spend 6 months without taking food, standing on the toe of his right foot with his left leg resting on his loins. The encounter that humbles him is with a boy who repeats to him a tale he heard from an old woman on the banks of the Ganges concerning the lovers Sambadar and Saranya. While Sambadar is away on a voyage, his betrothed, Saranya, is bitten by a snake and dies, but after Sambadar prays to the love god Kama, Saranya is miraculously resurrected. The moral of the story, claims the boy, is that love was the highest of the gods, with the further significance that to learn this truth, I did not even need to leave the banks of the Ganges. Thus, as an old philosophy professor comments, Kandilya owed his saintliness to the words of an old woman, repeated by a child. 449. At this point, it seems that we have a standard bit of Eastern mysticism. Worldly knowledge, born of travel and education, is worthless beside the untutored virtues of love and piety, inverting social hierarchies, so that the poor knows better than the rich, the woman better than the man, the child better than the adult. There seems to be an additional symmetry between Kandilya's voyaging and the voyage of Sambadar, as if to suggest a repetition of the theme. In both cases, the greater value, truth, love, is to be found at home, not abroad. However, the narrator of Kandilya's story is Western. It is Lazare's protagonist, Anselme, who himself has the story second-hand from the old philosophy professor whom Anselme introduces to us as a thoroughly disreputable source, a hypocrite who seemed to delight in contradicting his thoughts by his actions. Moreover, Anselme does not allow the professor's gloss to stand as the last word. If Kandilya owed his saintliness to the comments of an old woman, repeated by a child, he argues, this in turn implies that he also owed it to one who was basically feeble-minded, for stupidity is a prerequisite for saintliness. We are abruptly jerked out of the romantic frame of the folkloric narrative and returned to a suspicious, critical perspective from which the ready-made conclusion can be questioned and perhaps undone. Had Kandilya been more intelligent, he could have replied to the young man that he had not had in mind the selfish and particular love celebrated by the old woman from the outskirts of the city, but the vast, profound, subtle, intelligent love that allows one to know, understand, and serve men. But travel could teach Kandilya nothing, for Kandilya was a fool, and he was born to believe that wisdom resides in the wailings of the simple-minded as interpreted by sophists and soft-headed skeptics, philosophers of uncertainty, that is to say, the most conceited and foolish of men. That is why the only effort of which the prince found himself capable, after years of reflection, was to place his left foot on his loins. 450. The swiftness of this second inversion might leave the reader reeling, uncertain of the direction of narrative gravity. Which narrator is to be trusted, Anselme? The professor? The boy? The old woman? Was Kandilya foolish to have thought to have found wisdom through worldly travel and learning, or was he foolish to have dismissed this wisdom too quickly as folly? Perhaps we are meant to adopt the latter position in the end, since the last words of this story, that is why the only effort of which the prince found himself capable, after years of reflection, was to place his left foot on his loins, echo those of the introduction to Kandilya's tale, in which we are made to marvel at the ascetic Kandilya, who is capable of spending 6 months without taking food, standing on the toe of his right foot with his left leg resting on his loins. Since narrative conclusions are marked by symmetries like these, then it might seem that the weight of judgment is being thrown behind the value of active effort rather than ascetic passivity. All of this is given an additional twist of complication if we recall Anselme's comment that when he encountered the story in the professor's book, I took the extreme pleasure of a child from that reading. 451. If reading like a child means being simple-minded, i.e., overly trusting, the boy takes the old woman's words as true without question, and overly concrete, the boy confuses sensual, erotic love with intellectual, philosophical love, and if Anselme's relationship to the professor parallels the relationship between the old woman and the boy, is Anselme to be trusted? This proliferation of ambiguities is deliberate. For Lazare, as Granier explains, the anarchist fable is calculated to produce, not to reduce, uncertainty as to the meaning to be assigned to the work. 452. If this is a gospel, a means of transmitting the anarchist idea and will to the reader, then it also attempts to ensure that this transmission requires the receiver to be active rather than passive, to exercise skepticism. It attempts to prevent the perpetuation of followership, in Howard J. Ehrlich's term the condition of Vallace's victims du livre. 453. In this respect, too, the anarchist fable bears a certain resemblance to Christ's parables, which are also constructed so as to prevent a superficial, too quick understanding, the solidification of the life-giving word into the dead and deadening letter. For all the, fully reciprocated, hostility of anarchism to the church that makes a cult of the rotting corpse from Nazareth, 454. Indeed, anarchists have frequently expressed their admiration for Jesus as martyred man of conviction, an honorary member of a long list of secular figures in the anarchist martyrology, of which more later, an itinerant idealist, at once a figure in the most powerful victim narrative ever told and a kind of extraterrestrial visitor. According to Tema Kaplan, the Spanish anarchists often referred to Christ as the first anarchist, to themselves as Christians, and to their leaders as apostles sincerely, if also with self-conscious irony. 455. And so it is that, in anarchist stories, from the anonymously penned satire The Christmas Adventures of Jesus, 1907, 456, to Han Reiner's novel-length Chinkim Evangel, 1911, a recurring character is none other than the vagabond carpenter from Galilee, as the Mexican anarchist. Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama called him, or in Gaston Coutts' more pungent phrase, the great anarchist tramp. 457. 419. Adrian del Valle, Cuentos Inverosimiles, Havana, IMP Cervantes, 1921, 3-4. 420. Ibid, 6. 421. Ibid, 8. 422. Marx, in Marx and Engels, Collected Works, 35.81-82. 423. There are, interestingly, no women visible in this story, though he embraces his cello as if it were his lover amante and with a mother's caresses. Caricias de Madre, del Valle, Cuentos Inverosimiles, 9. 424 Ibid, 9-10. 425 An element of vitalism runs through anarchist philosophy. Bakunin denies that there is any such thing as mere matter, i.e., matter devoid of movement, spontaneity, activity, even intelligence, God and the state. 12-14, 49. Del Valle frequently returns to this idea, both in his philosophical writings for intellectual journals such as Revista de Filosofia and in his stories. Thus, he has the talking cello opine that everything that exists has sensation, to varying degrees, Cuentos Inverosimiles, 5. In another of the Cuentos Inverosimiles, Un rayo de sol, a beam of sunlight, it is a talking sunbeam who informs the narrator that what he has heretofore incorrectly understood as soul is really only matter reflected in itself, while matter is really only soul reflected in itself. 181-182. Similarly, in El Medio Social como Factor Psicológico, published in translation as Social Environment as a Psychological Factor in Interamerica 7.8 August 1924, Del Valle proposes the existence of psychism in all the manifestations of life and even psychic manifestation in every form of energy. 471. 426 Thus, Curtis Mares astutely notes that Ricardo Flores Magin's stories, too, often represent a modern world filled with commodities and machines that come to life and speak, as in fantastic dialogues involving inanimate objects such as man and machine. El obrero y la máquina, an expensive pen and a cheap pen, Las dos plumas, and a fancy coat and a workman's smock, La levita y la blusa. Like early cartoons, these animated engines, pens, and coats represent what Walter Benjamin would call a new sensorium of urban life where commodities seem to have a thrilling life of their own. Yet in contrast to Marx's famous analysis of fetishism, in which commodities appear to be alive because they displace living human labor, Magin's commodities make speeches about the labor theory of value, reminding readers that, from cars to clothes, commercial goods are the product of work. Mares, Pancho Villa meets Sun Yat-sen, Third World Revolution and the History of Hollywood Cinema, American Literary History 17.3 Fall 2005, 490. 427 Francisco Pi y Arzuaga, Lo que dicen los máquinas, Regeneration, Semanal Revolucionario 4.92, June 1, 1912 1. This particular motif of the human changing places with the machine is echoed in numerous other stories, including Anselmo Lorenzo's Os Homens Machinas, The Machine Men, 1908, and Han Reiner's La Revolte de Machines, Revolt of the Machines, 1896. A related motif, the transformation of human beings into animals or insects, as in Biagin's Go Dog, 1931, Octave Mirbeau's Dingo, 1913, Charles Melito's Entre los Gorillas, Cuento Simbolico Among the Gorillas, A Symbolic Tale, 1904, and, under the pseudonym of Talamo, Les Memoirs d'un Gorille, Memoirs of a Gorilla, 1901, or Han Reiner's El Homme Singe, The Ape Man, 1894, and El Homme Fourmi, The Ant Man, 1901. In Felix Finian's Les Ventres, The Bellies, 1883, as Granier points out, this inversion of lexical fields operates in both directions. Thus, the animals dine mangent while the villagers swill baffrant, and vagrants are treated as human game, to be hunted. Les Brissures de Formules, 362-363. Similarly, Maurice Tournier shows how Émile Poget's denunciatory rhetoric makes use of the portmanteau, e.g., clerications or clericafards, from clericaux, of or pertaining to the clergy, plus cochons, pigs, or cafards, cockroaches, to create an imagery of chimeras, monstrous hybrids. Le Bestiaire Anarchist, 257-258. 428 Granier, Les Brissures de Formules, 111. 429 Cu Chu Jinyu, Renro Luzin Min Kanbeo 1.5, April 8, 1902 97-100, and Geng Chuan Ming, Wu Zhenfuzuyi Yuzongguo Xiande Wengxiu Xiande Xing de Qiwan, Hua Dongshi Fan de Shui Shui Bao 6, 1998 25-26. 430 Bajian, Dog, Trans. Lance Halvorsen, in the Columbia Anthology of Modern Chinese Literature, eds. Joseph S. M. Lau and Howard Goldblatt, New York, Columbia University Press, 2007, 113, 110-111. 431 Bajian, Selected Works, Trans. Sidney Shapiro and Wang Mingjia, Beijing, Foreign Languages Press, 1988, 4.134. He also notes that such distortion, what Iris M. Zavala calls an anatropic or inverted representation of the world, colonialism and culture 1, was one way to smuggle anti-colonial critique past the censors, 4.133. 432 Bridget Koenig, Visions of the Future, Reproduction, Revolution, and Regeneration in American Anarchist Utopian Fiction, in Anarchism and Utopianism, eds. Lawrence Davis and Ruth Kinna, Manchester, Manchester University Press, 2009, 175. 433 J. William Lloyd, The Dwellers in Vale Sunrise, How They Got Together and Lived Happily Ever After, Westwood Ma, Ariel Press, 1904, 15. 434 Ursula K. L. E. Guin, The Dispossessed, An Ambiguous Utopia, New York, Harper and Row, 1974, 20. One is also reminded of the mysterious stranger in Pietro Gori's often performed play, Primo Maggio, Bar Vermont, Paul Lovicini, 1896, who represents the fate that guides us to a peaceful and harmonious future. 1. 435 H.G. Wells, The Scientific Romances of H.G. Wells, London, Gollancz, 1933, 8. 436 For Louise Michel, for instance, the folklore of her native Haute-Marne symbolizes the resistance of the Gauls to the Roman Empire. Edith Thomas, Louise Michel Montreal, Black Rose Books, 1980, 53, while Voltairine de Cleyre sees the fairy tale as representing both a victory of the human spirit over the mythic fear animating religion and a domain of the imagination resistant to industrial rationality. Selected Works, 363, 374. In a similar vein, Felix Martí Ibáñez proposes that fairy tales allow children to negotiate, in the form of play, their struggle to carve out a realm of autonomy against forces in the adult world that threaten to devour the child's ego. Ariel, Essays on the Arts and the History and Philosophy of Medicine, New York, MD Publications, 1962, 34-35. 437 Louise Michel, Legends et Chants de Gestes Caniques, Paris, Impair des Rives, 1882, 3, trans. Mitarbeiter. 438 Suzanne Schmidt, Shelley's German Afterlives, 1814-2000, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan, 2007, 146. 439 E.G., B. Traven, Land de Frühlings, Berlin, Büchergilde Gutenberg 1928, and Sonnenskofung, Indianisk Legend, Zurich, Büchergilde Gutenberg, 1936, Manuel Rojas, Hombres del Sur, Cuentos, Santiago, Chile, Nacimiento, 1926, El Colocolo, in El Delinquent, Santiago, Chile, IMP Universitaria, 1929, El Hombre de la Rosa and El León y el Hombre Intravilla, Novelas Breves, Santiago, Chile, Editorial Nacimiento, 1934, and La Ciudad de los Césars, Santiago, Chile, Ediciones. Ursula, 1936. 440 Song Cheso, The Changes of Tanji's Thought, 24-28. 441 Asuji Soxi, Kuzari Kojo, Kinde Shiso 1.12, September 1913 2, trans. Stephen Filler, QTD in Filler, Chaos from Order, 9 to 10, Ibid, 10. 442 Capitillo, Absolute Equality, 78 to 82, 82 to 88. 443 Bernard Lazare, La Porte d'Ivoire, Paris, A. Collin, 1897, 4. 444 Vittorio Frigerio, Elements pour un rhétorique de la nouvelle anarchiste, Rhétorique de discours politiques, eds. Pierre Marilaud and Robert Gauthier, Toulouse, c.a.l.s/c.s.t, 2005, 174, Multatula Geschichte der Autorität, der Freie Arbeiter 4.4, January 26, 1907 7, Lillian Brown, The Parable of the Benefactor, Mother Earth 5.6, August 1910 199, Zoa Luis Garcia Munoz, Golondrinas, Tierra y Libertad 4.289, January 19, 1916 2, Gertrude Nave, The Woman Who Stood in the Marketplace, Mother Earth 8.12, February 1914 380 to 384, Pi y Arsuega, El Cuervo, 1. 445 Peter Kropotkin, Preface, in Émile Pataudet and Émile Poget, How We Shall Bring About the Revolution, Syndicalism and the Cooperative Commonwealth, trans. Charlotte Charles and Frederick Charles, London, Pluto Press, 1990, XXXI. 446 Ali Nematolahi, Jules Valles and the Anarchist Novel, 19th Century French Studies 35.3-4, Spring, Summer 2007 578, Paul Robin QTD in Christian de Mouliner d'Auxerre, Paul Robin, 1837-1912 On Militant de la Liberté et du Bonheur, Paris, Publisud, 1994, 217. 447 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 353. While Granier is speaking of French anarchist writing, the observation can be applied to works far afield. For example, as John Fitzgerald notes, in Zinian Men New Year's Dream, 1904, Cai flips the genre of the dream narrative, so that rather than projecting himself into an ideal future and awakening with wistful yearning, his dreamer relives the hopes of his youth in his dream, then awakens, to discover to his horror that nothing has changed, awakening China, politics, culture and class in the nationalist revolution. Stanford University Press, 1996, 61. 448 Declare, Selected Works, 379. 449 Lazare, La Porte d'Ivoire, 15-17. 450 Ibid, 17. 451 Ibid, 10. 452 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 365. 453 Howard Ehrlich, Anarchism and Formal Organizations, Reinventing Anarchy, again, 65. 454 Jason McQuinn, The Life and Times of Anarchy, A Journal of Desire Armed, 25 Years of Critical Anarchist Publishing, The Anarchist Library, May 21, 2012, Web, 13. 455 Tema Kaplan, Anarchists of Andalusia, 1868-1903, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, 1977, 85. Reimaginings of Jesus as anarchist are scattered throughout French, Portuguese, and Spanish anarchist literatures. See Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 118, 141-144, 352, João Freire, Freedom Fighters, Anarchist Intellectuals, Workers and Soldiers in Portugal's History, trans. Maria Fernanda Naranjada Costa e Sousa, Montreal, Black Rose Books, 2001, 145, Gordon, Anarchism in Brazil, 220-221, Reinhold Gorling, El Anarquismo como Cultura Proletaria en Andalucía, Acercamiento al Proceso de Conservación y Reforma de una Cultura Popular, in El Anarquismo Español y sus Tradiciones Culturales, ed. Bert Hoffman et al. Frankfurt am Main, Ibero-Americana, 1995, 150, and Jerome R. Mintz, The Anarchists of Casas Viejas, Bloomington Inn, Indiana University Press, 2004, 66-67. 456 Mother Earth 2.10, December 1907 427-430. 457 Soto y Gama QTD. In John M. Hart, Anarchism and the Mexican Working Class, 1860-1931, Austin, University of Texas Press, 1978, 124, Cook QTD. In Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 118. 3. Outcast Narratives. I created for myself a delusional role of a shadowy stranger, a roughish nomad, writes Mack, the pseudonymous author-hero of Evasion, 2001. Originally a zine, later released as a kind of autobiography, albeit one in which all events are purely fictional, so, no, you can't use this as evidence, by the crime ethic. Ex-Workers Collective, Evasion promotes the romance of a train-hopping, nomadic lifestyle, supported by dumpster diving, petty larceny, and a catalogue of clever scams for the avoidance of work. While omitting much overt reference to the historical specifics, apart from a few coy references to old hobo books, Evasion can be placed in a tradition of anarchist road stories, ranging from fictional and allegorical novels, such as George Bonamour's Le Trimmerteur, 1894, Adolphe Ret's Similitudes, 1895, or Han Reiner's Voyages de Psychodori, Philosopha Cynici, 1903, to life writing in the manner of Robert Reitzel's Abentuer eins Grünen, Adventures of a Greenhorn, 1900-1902, Harry Kemp's Tramping on Life, an autobiographical narrative, 1922, or Sister of the Road, the autobiography of Boxcar Bertha, 1937, this last from the pen of the notorious Ben Reitman. Reitman, the radical doctor and orator known in his day as King of the Hobos, also penned a long sequence of poems, never published, about sundry others of the men and women he met while riding the rails, which he called outcast narratives. A rather small selection of these short, sometimes stark, sometimes affectionate portraits, excerpted in a recent biography of Reitman, reveals that while each of these narratives Buffalo Slim, Blinky Morgan, Ohio Skip can stand alone, they also demand to be read together. Buffalo Slim. Buffalo Slim was a tramp. 22, and raised in the Buffalo Reform School. He had a great passion for travel. Had beat it from coast to coast in 8 days. He would deck it from Buffalo to Chicago in a night. He was a member of the Lakeshore Gang. That night in the jungle when he saw Blinky look at Skip's punk, he knew there was going to be trouble. As Skip was reaching for his gat, he knifed him. When Slim lay dying with a bullet in his lung, he said, "Kid, please go see my mother, and tell her dot." Blinky Morgan. Blinky Morgan was a bum. 53 years old, hailed from Boston. He knew all the saloon keepers in every division town between Boston and Chicago. He was a bird at finding blind pigs in dry towns. He was a member of the Lakeshore Gang. One night when the gang was having a gump stew with 3 half-barrels and a gallon of white line, Blinky whispered to Slim, "Get Skip stewed. We will cop his punk and make the fair at Fostoria." Skip shot Slim and Blinky. As Blinky died, he said, "Kid, if you want to see life, stick to the road." Ohio Skip. Ohio Skip was a hobo. He was 37 and born in Columbus. He used to work around Cleveland and Toledo. His moniker was on all the water tanks. On the B. and oh, Lakeshore and Pensy. He was a member of the old Lakeshore gang. One night Skip blew into the jungles with a 15-year-old punk that he picked up in Toledo. Blinky and Slim tried to snare the kid. They were all stewed and an awful fight started. When Skip lay dying with a knife in his kidney, he said, "Kid, go home. This is how we all end." In Slim's story, Blinky, his lover, and Skip, his killer, are third-person characters. In Skip's story, Blinky, who is after Skip's lover, and Slim, who kills him in revenge for killing Blinky, are third-person characters, and so on. Each intersection modifies how we understand each event, jealousy, anger, murder, and each participant, as victim, villain, both, neither. We are denied a stable position from which to adjudicate right and wrong. We are kept on the move. The peculiar affinity, here, between form and content. The poems are narratives about outcasts, and the manner in which they narrate these lives is also a casting out, a perpetual wandering, a refusal of the safe shelter of destinations or conclusions signals something of broader importance about how anarchists tell stories. It is not only due to the historical association of anarchism with immigrant populations or with radicalized hobos that anarchist fiction displays a distinct obsession with characters who are in transit, with mobility and flight, with the nomadic condition. My relatives were nomads, remarks the eponymous narrator of Manuel Rojas's novel, Hijo de Ladrón, migrants from city to city, from country to country, resisting, with varying success, the advances of the 8-hour workday, modern production methods and the regulation and regimentation of international travel. This resistance, he notes, makes them pariahs, generally held in contempt, and not infrequently cursed, to whom the world, envious of their freedom, gradually bars all roads. 458. The potency of this image of nomadism as simultaneously a kind of curse, the archetype of the wandering Jew is never far away, and a nobility. The Italian anarchist exiles like to call themselves cavalieri erranti, knights errant, is not at all limited to the specific historical and material conditions that produced anarchist experiences of nomadism. 459. It is also a reimagination of the worker as, in the phrase of Deleuze and Guattari, the heir to the nomad in the Western world. 460. As Pessin observes, even when anarchist organizing shifts toward more sedentary working-class populations, the figure of the tramp remains a generative axis of the libertarian dream. 461. In libertarian fiction, the narrative of movement becomes one of the most potent figures for the movement of narrative itself. Anarchist narratives attempt to deterritorialize the reader, to make us lose our spatial and temporal bearings, and thereby to dislodge us from our false consciousness, to pull us out of the hierarchy where we know our place, as the narrator of Han Reiner's Les Pacifiques, 1914, puts it. This reactionary narrator, steeped up to his ears in bourgeois ideas, as one anarchist reviewer puts it, will impart a perversely subversive thrust to Reiner's work. 462. A French traveler known by the single name Jacques, the same as Reiner's own given name, Jacques Elia Henry Ambroisna, he is a conservative soul, profoundly shaken by his encounter with the peaceful people named by the title, the inhabitants of an island utopia. Revolted by the Atlanteans' lack of respect for the pieties of French life, patriarchal order, military valor, marital rectitude, commercial success, the work ethic, and above all, progress, Jacques retreats. Although reinstalled in my beloved fatherland and my old habits, there remains in my heart I know not what disturbance. Whoever wants happiness and peace of mind must, I believe, descend far enough to see nothing other than the life to which he is condemned, to become incapable of even entertaining other possibilities or of failing to find them crazy and ridiculous. Woe unto he who no longer asserts the immobile solidity of his horizon. From now on, I shall be the wise man who looks at everything from his own home, who refuses to leave behind his solid point of view as a Frenchman and a man of the 20th century. I will not consider anything under the aspect of eternity. I will not consent to the heartbreaking and humiliating effort of looking at my life from the perspective of Sirius or even of Atlantis. I know my duty, to lock myself in my enclosure and in my moment. 463. Here, putting words in the mouth of his double, Reiner redoubles the rhetoric of place, fatherland, home, point of view, perspective, horizon, enclosure, etc., as if to lay it on so thick that we can no longer see through it. Jacques' desire for security is so fierce that we are almost compelled to pull away from him, to experience his repulsion as repulsive. If this wish to be at home means being immobile, solid, locked up, then I want nothing of it. I want to be able to imagine away from the actual, as Paul Goodman puts it, to leave home, to wander, to be a traveler, a nomad. For anarchists, according to the Brazilian scholars Francisco Foote-Hardman and Antonio Arnone Prado, the most significant works are those that have no known author, or rather those whose author is called the popular spirit or collective soul. 464. Is it any mystery then, that perhaps the most famous anarchist author in the world is at the same time and for the same reason the most obscure? In 1925, in a note attached to the German manuscript for his novel Das Totenschiff, The Death Ship, which Albert Einstein supposedly once named as one of the books he would take with him to a desert island, the author, who signed himself B. Traven, wrote, "I would like to state very clearly, the biography of a creative person is absolutely unimportant. If that person is not recognizable in his works, then either he is worth nothing or his works are worth nothing. The creative person should therefore have no other biography than his works." 465. But Traven had, by that time, already gone to extreme lengths to disguise his own identity, and would continue to do so up to and beyond his death in 1969. If literary historians are not completely mistaken, and it is difficult to know how far they are mistaken, then the death of the author was the very condition under which the writer, who also called himself, at various times, Hal Croves, T. Torsven, Traven Torsven, Traven Torsven Croves, Berik Traven Torsven, and Richard Moore Hutt, could live. His birth date and original name are doubtful, but it seems apparent that the man known as Traven had previously written for the anarcho-syndicalist newspaper Der Ziegelbrenner under the name Ret Merut, another pseudonym. 466. The last issue of Der Ziegelbrenner appeared in 1921. In defiance of the German authorities, Merut was a wanted man, having barely escaped summary execution at the hands of the paramilitary Freikorps for his enthusiastic participation in Bavarian Revolt of 1919. 467. Fleeing Germany, briefly jailed in London, then somehow slipping the traces and making his way to Tampico, Merut reinvented himself as B. Traven, a name that, as his widow observed, sounds a little like the English word betrayed. 468. But by withholding his real name from the world, B. Traven fulfilled, rather than betrayed, the ambition of Ret Merut, who resisted two curious questions from readers as so many attempts to pin me down, declaring, "I want to be nothing but the word." 469. In exile, he became freer than anybody else, capable of endless self-reinvention. "I am free to choose the parents I want, the country I want, the age I want." 470. Contrast this with the poor monarch in Merut's fable, Der Schauspieler und der König, the actor and the king, 1919, who cannot so choose. The king is amused by the fact that his friend the actor can play a king, but insists that there remains an unbridgeable abyss between a real king and a theatrical king. However remarkable your performance as a king, you cease to be a king as soon as the curtain descends. Whereas I, my dear fellow, I remain a king even when I lie in my bed. The actor harshly reminds the king that he, too, derives his power from an audience. If these people should ever cease to play their parts as unpaid extras, then you also, and not only in your bed, but also in the clear light of day, you also, my friend, will cease to be a real king. 471. Identity is revealed to be a fiction, an alibi, a passport, an indictment on trumped-up charges. Its power and its poverty are two sides of the same phenomenon. What would it mean, Merut and Traven ask us, to leave both the power and the poverty of identity behind? To be freer than anybody else? The author bio accompanying Felix Martí Ibanez's short story collection, All the Wonders We Seek, 13 Tales of Surprise and Prodigy, 1963, presents, on the contrary, a man who is thoroughly decorated with identifications. Born in Cartagena, Spain, Felix Martí Ibáñez received his doctorate in medicine from the Medical School of the University of Madrid. He then practiced psychiatry in Barcelona and lectured throughout Spain on psychology, medical history, art, and literature. During this period, he also edited several medical and literary journals and wrote novels and many books on the history of medicine and psychology. In 1937 he was appointed General Director of Public Health and Social Services of Catalonia, and later, Secretary of Public Health and Social Service for Spain. Dr. Martí Ibáñez came to reside in the United States in 1939 and subsequently became an American citizen. He has participated in the International Congresses of History of Medicine, History of Science, Psychology, and Psychiatry, held in Amsterdam, Paris, Stockholm, Nice and Zurich. 472. And so on for 3 more paragraphs of awards and publications. What is left unmentioned, in this apparently exhaustive list of distinctions, is that at the time of his service to Catalonia and Spain, it was unclear whether these nations numbered 1, 2, or 3, the Spanish Civil War was in full swing, and the anarchist CNTFAI faction had agreed, in order to fight off the fascist forces of Generalissimo Franco, to enter into the Catalonian and Spanish Republican governments. The young Dr. Martí Ibáñez was working as a representative of the anarchist faction, and in order to emigrate to the U.S., he had to flee for his life across the Pyrenees with the remnants of the anti-fascist forces. He in fact was, and had long been known as, an anarchist. Born in 1911, 473, his polymath abilities were evident early on, as a medical student at the University of Madrid specializing in psychiatry. He wrote his dissertation on the psychology and physiology of Indian mysticism, 1935, while making a reputation for himself through his contribution to anarchist publications like Estudios, Tiempos Nuevos, and Ruta of articles on sexual issues. 474 His take on sexuality and gender norms is refreshingly libertarian and egalitarian for the times, and, while he exercised authority, he made it a priority to provide working-class women with unrestricted access to abortion and family planning services, putting Catholic Catalonia well in advance of the rest of Europe. In the middle of all this, the young doctor penned 2 novels, Yo, Rebelled, Novela Juvenil y de Inquietudes, published by the Biblioteca Estudios, 1936, and Aventura, Poema de Juventudes, 1938, published by the FIJL, Federación Ibérica de Juventudes Libertarias, or Libertarian Youth Federation, the youth wing of the FAI. All the Wonders We Seek is dedicated to William Somerset Maugham, whose short stories, according to Maugham's biographer, were much prized by Martí Ibáñez after he discovered them while recovering from wounds sustained in battle. The writer of fiction, Maugham counseled the young émigré, must take care that his special interests do not cause harm to his fiction. In particular, he disapproved of a story Martí Ibáñez had sent him which amounted, in his opinion, to propaganda in condemnation of the atom bomb. 475 Was the counsel heeded? The fiction Martí Ibáñez wrote in exile, like his essays, meticulously avoids reference to anarchism. 476 However, we can also detect a certain refusal to surrender the libertarian dream. In our hurried life, the doctor writes, we do not dream enough, and daydreams are important. He admits to being a romantic. To be romantic means that a man lets his heart go to his head. Adopting a quixotic attitude, a sort of magic lens that transfigures the world and its inhabitants so that they can be viewed in a different perspective. 477. Martí Ibáñez sent stories to American science fiction and fantasy magazines. 478 They are florid, dreamy, filled with a kind of exuberance that is at the same time strangely melancholy. A recurring theme, Evelyn C. Leeper notes, is the desire to escape from the commonplace and hopeless. 479 In The Star Hunt, for example, a grouchy, punctilious pharmacist, Don Zoolo, goes out one morning on an errand and finds himself drawn into a series of extraordinary adventures far beyond his normal banal existence. Yet Don Zoolo experiences all of this as an assault on his person, on his sense of what is right, respectable, rational, and real. "I think I am going mad," he protests to one of his magical abductors, a violet-eyed girl who frequents his shop but whom he has never noticed before. "You must be joking." "There's nothing funny about this," the girl retorts. "Your world is confined to your drugstore and your bottles. Your imagination stops at your prescriptions. You never even noticed the young girl who day in day out sat at her sewing machine looking out her window at a tiny fragment of street. One can stand that sort of existence only so long and no more. One day something bursts in one's heart like a spring, and one can bear it no longer. Either one escapes from the cage or one suffocates. 480. The cage seems to be something like what Freud called the reality principle, the tendency to avoid pain, as opposed to the pleasure principle that drives us to seek greater pleasure, indispensable as a means of self-preservation and adjustment to the contours of the natural and social worlds. Pain avoidance can overtake pleasure seeking to such an extent that we hobble ourselves, limiting our explorations to what social conventions have decreed safe. No wonder the process that takes Don Zoolo out of his tidy routine, which others experience as self-fulfillment and liberation, feels to him like a threat to his very being, a cracking apart of the world. What would our world look like if the pleasure principle were given a wider field for expression, if we were not the prisoners of our identity fictions but their authors? In The Threshold of the Door, Marty Ibanez imagines such a world in the form of a parallel dimension. A visitor from the parallel dimensional Caracas teaches an inhabitant of the mundane Caracas to step sideways into his poetic world where the desires of each intersect with the desires of every other, a heady, magic realist take on the utopian socialist Charles Fourier's new loving world, one might say. In Fourier's utopia, nobody would ever work, i.e., do anything he or he didn't want to, but productive activity would be constant, driven by passional attraction. Likewise, in Marty Ibanez's poetic world, as the mysterious visitor explains, everyone's desires complement everyone else's. In your world you are a wheel that spins around things. Here, everything spins around you. Why do you think all these people have listened to you all day? Why have they willingly given you caviar and champagne instead of coffee and toast? Why did the conductor steer the streetcar into a street where there are no tracks? Why did the girl accept your love? Because in this world everything centers around you. But what about the others? Everyone here is lord and master of himself. If they followed you in your desires and whims, it was because these fitted in perfectly with their own desires and whims. In carrying out your fantastic dreams you were actually helping the others to carry out theirs. You are the center diamond in the crown, but so are the others. That is what is so marvelous about this world. The waiter who served your exotic breakfast had always dreamed of doing just that, the aviary attendant had dreamed many times of freeing his birds, and so on down the line. In this world, unrealized desires, the lost eyes, the unlived lives, all are fulfilled. If this fantasy seems purely fantastic, it is only by way of literary flourish. The organizing principles of the poetic world are essentially the same as those of the CNTFAI. When individuals join in mutual aid, their egoistic pleasure-seeking becomes a social principle. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon borrows a similar metaphor from Pascal to describe the non-authoritarian structure of anarchy, comparing it to a sphere: its center is everywhere, its circumference nowhere. 481. If there is a gap between Proudhon's rational description of anarchy, mutuality, free contract, federation, and Marty Ibanez's romantic description of it, absurd coincidences, parallel worlds, mysterious convergence of strangers, it is the gap between 1936 and 1963. The possible, having lost its chance to become real, returns disguised as the impossible. This is how dreams live in exile. The wideness of the world used to provide a constant escape, the Czech novelist Milan Kundera reflects in an interview. A soldier could desert from the army and start another life in a neighboring country. Suddenly, in our century, the world is closing around us. 482. This closure of the world, Its transformation into a trap would seem to make impossible the kind of novel that allowed for radical imagination in the Age of Enlightenment. Diderot's supplement to the Voyage of Bougainville, 1772, for instance, or Swift's travels into several remote nations of the world, or Gulliver's Travels, 1726-1735, once the world is thoroughly mapped, carved up into territories by empires, traversed by steamships, railways, and telegraph lines, photographed and catalogued by anthropologists, there are no longer any empty oceans for a Laputa to float above, no spaces left for Diderot's noble savage, Oro, to speak from, denouncing the hypocrisies and miseries of European civilization. This conquest of space eliminates the interstices between the nodes of civilization within which alternatives could unfold in relative peace, left alone for a while, such as the utopian colonies of Nauvoo, New Harmony, or modern times in the United States of America, or refuges from capitalism like the escaped slaves Quilombos, the anarchist Colonia Sicilia, or the settlement of Canudos in Brazil. Narratives that rely on movement through space to achieve a change of perspective become more desperate, more fleeting. They become fugitive narratives. The trope of the anarchist as nomad, fugitive, exile, immigrant, permits anarchist fiction to turn the condition of placelessness into a technique for displacing the reader, jarring us out of our fixed identities. In El Trampolín, the Springboard, 1929, Manuel Rojas invites us to make just such a leap. A transnational figure like Travin or Martí Ibáñez, born in Argentina to Chilean parents, growing up in the proletarian milieus of both countries, Rojas is attuned to border crossings, to margins and those who dwell on them, to boundaries and those who transgress them. There are many who do not believe in luck, the narrator of his story tells us. They say that everything is determined and that nothing happens that does not obey fixed, unchanging laws, leading to such and such facts, and that man cannot escape what fate has in store. But there is undoubtedly a wide margin of unforeseen events, a sort of escape hatch from the determined and prescribed, a refuge from the fatal, a trampoline for blind leaps into the unknown. Saltos de la suerte. 483. It can be coincidence, happenstance, whatever you like, but it exists, and I want to prove it by telling you about a particular case. 484. The case is as follows: a pair of friends taking the train from Valparaiso to Santiago find themselves seated behind a police officer, El agent, escorting a prisoner to jail. Talking to the officer and his charge, the officer informs them that the prisoner murdered his friend, a fellow worker in the nitrate mines. The prisoner explains that it was all a drunken accident, playing with a knife, but in the eyes of the law, he has been found guilty. At a stop, the officer leaves his seat to buy a snack from one of the vendors on the platform, but takes the wrong door, and stepping out in front of an oncoming locomotive, is instantly killed. The narrator instantly realizes. Death had opened an escape hatch for the man to escape the prescribed and determined, and I was the only one who could step through it or close it again, because nobody but me, the casual observer of the accident, could recognize a police officer in that heap of flesh and tell what happened. Did the man deserve to be given an opportunity to get rid of his sentence? I think so, and thought so as well, considering that he was innocent, at least in principle. His remorse and sorrow were already enough of a weight on his soul. Moreover, the only interested party, under compulsion of his job, which served the sentence of the man, was the officer, and the officer had died. Justice, the abstract person, had lost its representative, until another appeared. The man was free. I thought. But I did not think. I entered the car and decided to help the man jumping on the trampoline of luck. To land where he may. 485. The passing train has made the neatest possible slice between the moral and the legal, interrupting the sad, pitiless automatism of the law to present a moment of stunning clarity. Instead of assuming their roles as agents of the law, agent, one who acts in place of a deputy or delegate, a representative, the narrator and his friend act instead as free agents, agent, one who acts. They take the leap, refusing to identify with the abstract person of legal justice, they help hide the prisoner's handcuffs until they can free him from them, urging him to run away. Evasion, as we have seen, is one name of the game in a post-60s US, in a time and place where revolution has vanished behind the historical horizon. In such a situation, it is perhaps no surprise that anarchist resistance culture should seize upon the old theme of the hobo, prefiguring the abolition of the class system by deserting the working class unilaterally. That the resistance thus presents to capitalism and the state is minimal, that the freedom it produces is private and transitory, are the subject of Murray Boochin's widely read broadside, 1995, against what he gave the enduring label of lifestyle anarchism, a playground for juvenile antics, personal insurrection rather than social revolution. 486. Indeed, Max Picaresque, anti-narrative, with its deliberate defiance of any teleological direction, the chapters are numbered in reverse order, from 5 to 1, seems to invite Boochin's critique of an aesthetic centering on episodic adventures, which he traces to the steady withdrawal of self-styled anarchists these days from the social domain that formed the principal arena of earlier anarchists, such as anarcho-syndicalists and revolutionary libertarian communists, into a crude egotism that feeds on the larger cultural decadence of present-day bourgeois society. 487. The publishers of Evasion are, of course, aware of such objections. In a postface, Holden Caulfield, Commando for Crime Ethic. People's Liberation Front answers these charges in advance. Mere temporary, partial, individual solution. Will cry the radical old guard, always suspicious of anyone whose resistance to capitalism begins with her own life and for her own sake and their right, of course. But that is exactly what is called for right now, since without them we are simply paralyzed, hopeless, unable to find even a starting place. These solutions are temporary, because it is absurd to seek a sustainable life in an unsustainable world. Better do whatever it takes to create new options, and go from there. They are partial solutions, for each of us is a fragment of the world that makes us, and can only act back on it as such. And they are individual, so other individuals can take them, revise them, apply them in their own ways in their own lives, without needing to wait for a mass movement to come along to save the day. That mass movement will proceed from the solutions hit upon by individuals, or else it will never come at all. 488. That these solutions are more easily practiced by certain individuals does not escape Boochin's attention, however. Without explicitly naming gender, age, ability, and racial privilege as such, though with a sharp eye to class privilege, he observes that the intentional poverty, homelessness, unemployment, and vagrancy of the neo-hobo is, perversely, a luxury that not everyone can afford. 489. Such narratives run the risk of rewriting Huck Finn's infamous Evasion, the retreat into a white fantasy of escape, at the slave's expense. 490. Where is there to run, in a world where all the magic doors have been closed? Is the no place called Utopia still accepting immigrants at all? 458. Manuel Rojas, Born Guilty, a novel, trans. Frank Gaynor, New York, Library Publishers, 1955, 10-11. 459. Dimas Antonio de Souza, O Mito Politico no Teatro Anarquista Brasileiro, Rio de Janeiro, Akiami, 2003, 72-74. 460. Gil Deleuze and Felix Guattari, 8000 Plateaus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, London, Continuum, 2008, 623 and 61. 461. Pessin, La Reverie Anarchist, 78-80. 462. Fritz Erder, Han Reiner, Nelty, Der Syndicalist 24, 1931. 463. Han Reiner, Les Pacifiques, Paris, Eugene Figuier and CIE, 1914, 289-292. 464. Antonio Arnone Prado and Francisco Food Hardman, Introduca, Encontros Anarquistas, 17. 465. John Anthony West, Forward, in B. Traven, The Death Ship, The Story of an American Sailor, Brooklyn, L. Hill Books, 1991, 3, Traven QTD. In Will Wyatt, Introduction, in B. Traven, to the Honorable Miss S. and Other Stories, ed. and trans. Peter Silcock, Westport Court, L. Hill Books, 1981, 7. 466. Nobody agrees on where, when, and under what name the man who signed his writings B. Traven was born. He may, at various times, have been a restaurant owner, a dancer, an archaeologist, a sailor, an actor, a deadbeat dad, a student of philosophy. He died a Mexican citizen, living under another false name. Some biographers claimed that he had been an American, born in Chicago, possibly a wobbly, who had emigrated to Mexico after spending time at sea. Others claimed that he had probably been Swedish or Norwegian. More exotic identities were attributed to him. He was said to be a pen name for Jack London, for Ambrose Bierce, for the boxer and surrealist poet Arthur Cravan, for an illegitimate child of Kaiser Wilhelm II, Larry Roeder. His widow reveals much of who B. Traven really was. New York Times, June 25, 1990, C13, C16. John Huston, the American director of the film adaptation of Traven's Treasure of the Sierra Madre, suspected, but was never completely convinced, that a man who arrived on the set presenting himself as Traven's agent, Hal Croves, was actually Traven. Roy Pateman, The Man Nobody Knows, The Life and Legacy of B. Traven Lanham M.D., University Press of America, 2005, 6. Complicating Things. Traven's works were published in English, German, and Spanish, and it is not always clear which versions were the originals. Sheila R. Wilson, The Fantasy of Bruno Traven, Macario, Latin American Literary Review 3.6 Spring, 1975, 17n1, Michael L. Baumann, The Question of Idioms in B. Traven's Writings, The German Quarterly 60.2 Spring 1987, 171-192. One biographer claimed, in 1981, to have finally identified him as Otto Fiege, born on February 23, 1882 in Schwiebus, Germany, now part of Poland. Wyatt, Introduction, 12, 13. This theory has since been disputed, and the International B. Traven Society biography merely declares, place and date of birth are unknown. About B. Traven, Brief Biography, 2010 Web. 467 Wyatt, Introduction, 9, x. 468 Donald O. Chankin, Anonymity and Death, The Fiction of B. Traven, University Park, Pennsylvania State University Press, 1975, 123 and 42. 469 Merritt QTD. In Wyatt, Introduction, 9. 470 B. Traven, according to Rosa Elena Lujan QTD. In Roeder, His Widow, C16. 471 Traven, to the Honorable Miss S, 28-29. 472 Felix Martí Ibáñez, All the Wonders We Seek, 13 Tales of Surprise and Prodigy, New York, C. N. Potter, 1963, 449-450. 473 Strangely, even such a basic fact of his biography is widely disputed by the literature. J.J. Lopezabor has the year of his birth as 1903, Felix Martí Ibáñez, 1903, 1972, Actas Luso Españolas de Neurología, Psiquiatría y Ciencias Afines 2.2 March 1974, 147, and according to Rafael Lavina and Javier Bandras, Martí Ibáñez was born on Christmas Day in 1911. Psicologia y Anarquismo en la Guerra Civil Española, La Obra de Felix Martí Ibáñez. Psicothema 10.3 1998, 669, and while Richard Clemenson, an expert on the subject, refers to him as having been born in Cartagena, in southeast Spain, in 1913, Sexuality and the Revolution of Mentalities, Anarchist Studies 5.1 1997, 46, The Finding Aids to Marty Ibanez's Personal Papers at Yale, established some 30 years ago, have his birth date as 1915, Yale University Library, Preliminary Guide to the Felix Marty Ibanez Papers, 2012, 3 Web. I am relying on the account of José Pardo Tomás in Felix Marty Ibanez, 1911-1972 Perfil, S. D. on Met del Siglo XX a les Ports del Siglo XXI, in Salat I Societat a les Ports del Siglo XXI, Memorial Felix Marty Ibanez, eds. José Pardo Tomás and Álvaro Martínez Vidal, Barcelona, Residencia de Investigadores CSIC Generalitat de Catalunya, 2006. 474 Richard Clemenson, anarchist, poet, and sex radical, The Estudios Writings, 1934-7, of Dr. Felix Marty Ibanez, International Journal of Iberian Studies 12.1, 1999-17, 21. 475 Marty Ibanez, All the Wonders We Seek, 9, Ted Morgan, Mom, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1979 493. 476 A forthcoming study, with Montserrat Lopez, will look more closely at the degree to which Marty Ibanez may indeed have sold his ideals and his soul in the New World. 477 Marty Ibanez, Ariel, 35, The Mirror of Souls, and Other Essays, New York, C. N. Potter, 1972, 296. 478 Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction publishes Señor Zumbira's Leg, December 1962, and Nina Soul, May 1963, Weird Tales carries Between Two Dreams, May 1953, A Tomb in Malachor, September 1954, and after his death appropriately The Buried Paradise, Fall 1973. 479 Evelyn C. Leeper, This Week's Reading, The Empty Void 27.46, May 15, 2009. 480 Marty Ibanez, All the Wonders We Seek, 36. 481 Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, General Idea of the Revolution in the 19th Century, trans. John Beverly Robinson, Mineola, New York, Dover Publications, 2004, 282. 482 Milan Kundera, The Art of the Novel, New York, Grove Press, 1988, 27. 483 Saltos de la Suerte could more accurately be translated as lucky breaks, but not without losing the metaphor of the salto, the leap. 484 Rojas, El Delinquent, 55. 485 Ibid, 60. 486 Murray Bookchin, Social Anarchism or Lifestyle Anarchism, An Unbridgeable Chasm, Oakland, CA, AK Press, 1995. 487 Ibid, 2. 488 in Mac, Evasion, Atlanta, Georgia, Crime Inc., 2003, 119. 489 Bookchin, Social Anarchism, 24, Laura Portwood Stacer, Lifestyle Politics and Radical Activism, New York, Verso, 1999, 139-140. 490 See the Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, ch. 39. Interestingly, Mac has since resurfaced to endorse a friend's business success manual, Sophia Amoruso's #GirlBoss, a transition he finds totally astonishing. If I had to sum up the fundamental shift undergone by anyone who takes the very few good parts of anarchism and brings them onward to greener pastures, I think it is best captured in this quote from serial entrepreneur Evan Pagan: the transition requires moving from a value extraction paradigm to a value creation paradigm. Nonetheless, he smugly quotes Amoruso, you know, those tricks we used to do. I use them in business every day, From the food bank to making bank, Huffington Post, May 6, 2014. For most anarchists of any time and place, it would be hard to write a more damning indictment of evasion, and perhaps of crime ethic, than this. 4. From Creedinolandia to Common Sense Country. Fig. 1, The Anarchist Ideal, by a limited member of the Future Society, from L.E. Chivarit Oranas et Algerian, December 17, 1893. Step aboard the train to utopia. Do you have a second-class ticket, or are you perhaps clambering aboard a boxcar, hoping to hell the railroad bulls don't find you, and let Zoa, aka Luis Garcia Munoz, instructor at the Institución Libre de Enseñanza Valladolid and regular contributor to the anarchist journals Tierra y Libertad and to El Latigo, where this story appears, be your conductor. Swallows. Ideal voyage. All along the way, like a magical pentagram, run the telegraph cables upon which the black swallows perch, looking like diabolical notes in fantastic dances, warbling and trilling the arpeggios to the beautiful hymn of their morning song, like a chant of honor offered up to a new day being born in the east. The diamond beads of dew forming a charmingly decorated diadem, the colorful little flowers with their unfurling corollas offered a kiss of love to the breaking dawn. The train is running its vertiginous race like a monstrous serpent of iron, its black exhalations forming a wake like a sad streamer of expired night, gnashing its iron muscles with a hammering sound. As if through a movie theater screen, scenes of light and beauty appear in the windows, and the trees seem to pass as swiftly as warriors in a vegetable army. The shrill whistle of the locomotive announces the entry of the vehicle into a tunnel. The darkness is all-consuming, and the iron echoes are louder. It looks as if we are on a path leading into the infernal abyss. Time passes. The light comes forth to kiss us. The tunnel is behind us, and the monster ventures proudly from his burrow. The smoke that bursts forth is white, like incense spilled in praise of the sun that extends its life-giving rays over the horizon. The scenery looks more beautiful, and even the swallows are happy. We have arrived. Anarchy. An eternity, repeats the powerful voice that vibrates like a judgment. Freedom, happiness, love, resonates in space. We have reached the end of our voyage. We are in the free land. 491. The breathless lyricism of this ideal voyage could make us miss the poetics of horror that initiate it, diabolical, vertiginous, monstrous, infernal. Why should this dantesque language be the vehicle for a journey to the free land? Perhaps before we are ready to leap into utopia, we need to experience the present as something other than concretely, mundanely, incontestably real. Otherwise, fear bars the way. If utopia is, by definition, the vision of our desires fulfilled, then it would seem to be the least frightening thing in the world. Can we want not to get what we want? The reception history of utopias after the French revolutions of 1789 and 1848, and even more so after the Russian Revolution of 1917, can be read as a series of attempts to answer that question. Yes. In a humor magazine from 1893, thus, we find an image of anarchy as a state of misery indeed, something very like Hobbes's notion of the state of nature as a war of all against all, if the crows picking at the bones of the dead lying in the street are any indication. Crippled, ragged, and above all friendless, the limited member of the future society is precisely a member of nothing. The caricaturist takes it as self-evident that anarchy is the opposite of society, that an anarchist civilization is a contradiction in terms. Figure 1. This figure of the miserable tramp is the scarecrow posted at the gates of our civilization, now as then. We are scared away from thinking of a better world by the production of images of our fears, fear of poverty, of violence, and above all, for this is what they amount to, fear of one another. Utopia has been successfully transformed into an object not only of ridicule, but of terror, by the evocation of a series of such scarecrows. The demon within, utopias ignore the greed and violence inherent in human nature. The demon without, utopias, as perfect societies, cannot stand contamination from the outside, they crumble at the least contact. The ignorant masses, utopian ideals including sexual freedom, internationalism, and atheism as well as the abolition of money and government are hatched by eggheads, bohemians, rootless intellectuals. They will never be popular among ordinary, uneducated people, who are by nature conservative, nationalistic, and backwards-looking, fearful of change. The impossibility of rupture, utopias require violent beginnings. There is no possible transition from the status quo to another system except through unthinkable disruption and cruelty. 492. What is needed, to resist these appeals to fear of the unknown, is encouragement. If you walk straight toward the door frame without fear, the mysterious stranger in Felix Martí Ibánez's The Threshold of the Door tells the narrator, I promise you that you shall enter the poetic world whole and safe. 493. So Vicente Carreras ends his utopian sketch, Acraciapales, published in La Revista Blanca, 1902. Those who read this description and like it, if they want to go there, just tell them that the road is well known. Always follow the road of social revolution. They will encounter many obstacles and dangers during the journey, but they must not lose heart. If they have courage and perseverance, it will come. Have no fear, it will come. 494. And so it is that the way to Acraciapales happens to run through Credonolandia, where the worst has already happened. If the name Credonolandia, the title of a story by an anarchist writing under the name Lanceta in Gigi Damiani's, 1876-1953, São Paulo Journal, Guerra Sociale, in 1917 does not appear on any of our maps, it nonetheless seems to have a capital, Credonopolis, the title of a 1901 story by Charles Melito, appearing in La Revista Blanca, and forms part of the larger continent of Anathemasia, as described by social geographer Louisa S. Bevington, 1845-1895, Ben Reitman's 1910 lecture on the geography of the underworld and the mental topography of the educator would seem to place Credonolandia somewhere in the ocean of despair, possibly adjacent to the land of respectability. 495. In this special region of the globe, the land of stupidity, Lanceta says, what was going on was fantastic, absurd, inconceivable. In this country there existed tantalic hunger, a kind of hunger that did not exist in other regions because the natives were starving to death in front of crowded grocery stores. On the crowded pier were sacks and sacks of sugar, beans, and other foodstuffs, which were exported abroad for a dirt cheap price. Within the country these same things cost 3 times more than the price at which they were sold abroad. 496. Of course, the paradox of exporting food while starving at home could serve as a description of the conditions that are guaranteed to arise from time to time anywhere the commodification of the means of living has made the very lives of their producers a secondary consideration. This is, however, the most literal description of what was happening in Brazil at the time of writing. Brazil's bean exports, for instance, negligible as recently as 1914, jumped more than 10,000-fold over the next 3 years, 3/4 of this bounty flowing into the United States, while its domestic food prices spiked, soaring 20 to 150 times their previous levels in the first half of 1917. 497. The intolerability, the irrationality, and injustice of the situation is brought into glaring focus precisely by defamiliarizing it, by displacing it, setting it in another kind of nowhere, a dystopia. A kind of dystopian or delirious realism. The careful representation of the present and real as a nightmarish impossibility is a hallmark of many works of anarchist fiction. 498. Indeed, it is only one extension of the principle of inverisimilitude employed by Adrien Del Valle and others. As Auguste Leinert wrote in the journal L'Art Social, it seems to me that drama must be terrible to be true, or at least sincere. 499. Surprisingly, it is a feature of many anarchist utopian fictions as well. Joseph de Jacques' Utopia, El Humanisphère, 1859, employs just such devices. El Humanisphère, serialized in de Jacques' journal Le Libertaire, opens with a grandiose history of humanity's errancy, culminating in the all-too-recent bloodbath that was the suppression of the 1848 revolutions. Thus he conjures up the spectacle of an army conquering, with a very military bravery, the boulevards of Paris, these boulevards where one faced an army of marchers, arm in arm, of all ages and all sexes, as well as an entire litany of judges, informers, legislators, and torturers, priests, bankers, tradesmen, usurers, leeches upon the production for which the producer is such an easy prey, rich men, lawyers, bailiffs, solicitors, and notaries, doctors of public instruction, who have the faculty to develop the children of the society in the name of scholarly or clerical cretinism. All of you, finally, who are opulent in opprobrium, abusers of authority upon whom fortune smiles in the way that prostitutes smile from the threshold of houses of disrepute, debauched by Christian decadence, corrupting and corrupted. A veritable phantasmagoria of titled, mitred, braided, silver and copper-plated, verdigrised ghosts that will flee before the new humanity. 500 Technological progress is rendered monstrous by its one-sidedness. Steam power is personified as the monster with the iron body, the raucous voice, the lungs of flame, leaves far behind it the horse-drawn carriage and the stagecoach, the slave at a million wheels. 501 We watch in horror as a civilization, infected with an incurable disease. The disease that bears the name of authority, Usurian disease, grows from error to error, takes a poison that it mistakes for an elixir. This poison, a mixture of nicotine and arsenic, has but one word on its label, God. 502 We are invited to recoil in disgust before the prospect of sexual relations in civilization, a word that comes to sound increasingly dirty, as all desires are made filthy by coercion and bribery. In the civilized world, the spirit is a sewer of contemptible thoughts, the flesh a drain for filthy pleasures. In this epoch, men and women don't make love, they do their duties. Women, not free to love as they choose, are sold like cashmere, petticoats, or beef stew. If the men of the future could have an image of this profanation of the flesh and of human thought, this crapularization of love, D. Jack writes, they would shiver in horror as we ourselves would shiver, in a dream, at the thought of a dreadful reptile squeezing us in his cold, fatal coils and gushing its tepid, poisonous spittle in our faces. 503 Only by converting the world we take for real and normal into a nauseating phantasmagoria can D. Jack make us believe in his alternative vision. Civilized, I say to you, the mirage is not a mirage, the utopia is not a utopia, what you take for a phantom is the reality. 504 And vice versa, what you take for reality is a phantom. Fig 2, capitalist as spider, worker as fly, Mochizuki K, with Asuji Soxi, Manban Manga, 1922. This, too, is the technique favored by Louise Michel in L'Air Nouvelle and Le Monde Nouveau, The New World, 1888. Both of these futuristic, utopian narratives begin in something very close to the style of her denunciatory novels of the present, such as Les Microbes Humains, The Human Microbes, 1886, which indeed forms a kind of first volume to Le Monde Nouveau, or Le Claque Dance, The Grifter, 1890. All feature mutually entangled parallel plotlines involving such events as kidnappings, abductions of children by an unscrupulous pimp, serial murders carried out by a respectable scholar, arrests of innocent victims. They are, as her biographer complains, impossible to summarize, drawing mainly on the traditions of Gothic melodrama and the serial novel associated with Eugene Sue's The Mysteries of Paris, but blended incongruously with the adventure novel, detective fiction, and burlesque, and characterized by a dark, grotesque style. If they are absurd, what could be more absurd than the fact that those who created everything lack everything? 505 What nightmare, if you think about it, could be more ghastly than life under the reign of capital, which is dead labor in the title of the opening section of Le Monde Nouveau, The Nightmare of Life, 506. All are to some extent narratives of victimization, with the victims typically young, working class, and female, a classic anarchist motif, all thematize this victimization as the hunting of prey by predators, with the predators often cast in the role of decadent bourgeois gentlemen. With the antagonists being continually compared to spiders, vipers, wolves, the prose is thick with metaphors of animals and insects, as the very atmosphere is thick. Thus, the opening scene of Les Microbes Humains unfolds in a shady bar where the smoke is so thick that Jupiter could hide behind the cloud 507. Indeed, the writing itself has been thickened in something like the manner of the paint on an impressionist canvas. There is no pretense of transparency, of detached observation. The constant use of comparisons and metaphors, Granier observes, has the effect of evoking a parallel world behind the visible world, a world in which the possible has taken refuge. 508 Utopian spaces appear, in Michel's work, as refuges. They are founded far from civilization, in the extremes of the earth, the polar deserts, the jungles of equatorial Africa, by tribes of those who have wearied of the evils done them, or sickened by the evils they did to others. 509 They draw on the energies of disgust, on what Julia Kristeva called the powers of horror. If a naturalist novel like Upton Sinclair's The Jungle taps into the same sources, it is all in service of the restoration of a norm, the correction of an error. It is fundamentally reformist. In the extremity of her descriptions, in her insistence on the grotesque, Michel resists reformist as well as conservative forces. A spider, unlike a factory boss or a president of the republic, is innately predatory, not reformable, cf. Figure 2. Thus, Granier argues, Louise Michel seems to indicate to the readers that society is not reformable. A new society will be able to be built only in a radical elsewhere, on the ruins of the old world. 510 Here, Michel seems to offer a surprising answer to what George Gooden terms the problem of hope posed by narratives of victimization. If utopian dreaming seems to be primarily a matter of hoping for something better, even victim of society stories, which would appear to be anything but utopian indeed, they are often classics of literary reformism, as in Dickens's Hard Times or Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin also require a certain quantity of hope for improvement. If there is no hope, then the narrative collapses into excessive pessimism, squandering its accumulated energies of sympathy and indignation. 511.4 Michel, on the contrary, if too much hope is offered, the utopia is unnecessary. If there is no dystopia to escape, then there is no impetus to utopia. And yet the process of exposition, once the thunder of denunciation subsides, and the properly utopian moment of the text arrives, is a rational, programmatic activist discourse. 512 Thus, the lyrical denunciatory opening of Michel's L'Ère Nouvelle, The New Era, 1887, she is dying, the old ogress who has drunk human blood from the very beginning in order to prolong her accursed life, gives way to a kind of Socratic exposition of the basis for a new society. Anticipating the usual questions, how will the lazy live? How would envy, jealousy be arranged for under a system of equality? Michel reasons, if laziness is a kind of aberration caused by life under the system of exploitation, it can be expected to vanish with that system. However, like those living with other infirmities, the lazy are entitled to life, and they will live, or rather vegetate, without harming anyone. The motives of jealousy and envy, likewise, are premised on a scarcity that stands to be eradicated forever once the machine will be at the service of man, and working for the benefit of all. 513 Here, rather than narrate the journey of an outsider into utopia, in the classical manner, or simply explicating the utopia's principles in an abstract manner, Michel articulates the good society against and through the objections that we cannot help raising to it. A rhetoric of ridicule deftly inverts the expected relations of topia to utopia, rather than allowing the here and now to be automatically justified. The real is the rational, as Hegel so smugly put it, whereas the imagined world must be defended. Michel presents the imaginary as self-evident and the here and now as questionable, dubious, ephemeral. Conversely, as prisoners of the dystopian present, we are given reasons to doubt our own grasp on what is possible and impossible, what is likely and what is unlikely. Do you know how we will see that the old world no longer exists? She asks. Those who have returned from a dungeon to light, to safety, they alone could tell. 514. This is the procedure favored by Ricardo Mella, the rationalist pedagogue, in La Nueva Utopia, 1890. Why kill, he asks, where the death of one's neighbor seemingly has no purpose, nor does theft, nor jealousy, nor ambition, nor envy? Why place oneself in open battle with the constituted society when it guarantees the satisfaction of all our desires in the natural order of life? 515. Even the dismal perception of human beings as a conformist herd can be made to work in favor of utopian hope. How many would be willing to bite the hand that feeds them? A similar logic runs through Émile Pataudit, 1869–1935, and Émile Poget's utopian work, Comment nous ferons la Révolution, How We Shall Bring About the Revolution, 1909, a title that results from a printer's error. The prefatory note explains, since, as you all know it, the revolution is over, capitalism is dead. The title was intended to have been comment/nous savons fate/la revolution how/we brought about/the revolution. 516. The book narrates how the revolution was brought about in the past tense, lending the air of a fait accompli to what otherwise might seem daring speculations. The revolution had brought about a marvel unprodige which, up to the time of its triumph, had appeared as fantastic as the search for the squaring of the circle, the friendly blending of opinions. The reconciliation was effected on the economic ground, and the foundering of the whole superstructure of the state had cemented this accord and made it lasting. Men came to laugh at their past folly. They were astonished that they could have hated each other so much, persecuted each other so bitterly, under the foolish pretext of discordant political ideas. The same phenomena were observed in religious matters. Peace was made. The disagreement in individual beliefs no longer set men quarreling. They ceased to hurl invectives at each other because of philosophical or metaphysical differences. They no longer cursed each other because their ideas about the universe and the problems of life and death were opposed. Thus, still more distant than political quarrels, more profoundly buried in the limbo of history, seemed the epochs of barbarism in the course of which men killed each other in the name of religion. Following a defensive anticipation of the reader's objection of unlikelihood, a marvel, fantastic, the rhetoric of retrospection, up to the time of its triumph, distant, buried in the limbo of history, epochs of barbarism, reverses this objection into a protest against the unlikelihood of the actual. Men came to laugh, they were astonished, etc. But the more substantive argument, underneath this narrative sleight of hand, makes a wager, with Mella, that the economic ground will prove more fundamental. The satisfaction of all our desires will trump ideology and theology, material common sense will trump metaphysics. 517. In short, the utopia of Pataudit and Poget, no less than that of Mella, in spite of its geographical location in France, is adjacent to what Bevington names common sense country, a country where common sense was as common as lunacy is in a madhouse. In common sense country all the commodities and goods, all the instruments, utensils and appliances, in short, all the things had very simple and unadventurous biographies, and, if they could have spoken, they would not have had much harrowing information to impart about the ravages of their tissues and textures caused by moth and rust, not yet of vicissitudes incurred at the hands of thieves breaking through to steal. I was needed, I was made, I was conveyed, I was applied, I was consumed. That would have summed up the history of a thing in the country where things went right, only 5 short chapters. In most countries, of course, all sorts of distressing and distracting other chapters intervene. Thus, I was coveted, I was done without, I was lied for, I was hated for, I was speculated in, I was adulterated, I was advertised, I was legislated about, I was sold, and my buyer with me I was squandered, I was hoarded, I was quarreled over, I was fought for, I was burgled, I was bombed. 518. The simplifying force of rationality pushes against the complicating force of narrative. For Mella, too, the social system of the new utopia is an admirable simplicity. Our whole problem boils down to this: meeting social needs as well as possible with the least amount of force required, developing as far as we can the sphere of our knowledge and our pleasures. 519 Indeed, why would anyone ever want to do otherwise, if they did not live in Crete and Olyndia? The appeal to self-interest, a motive usually taken to render the anarchist utopia impossible by its very existence, is in fact a major component of anarchist utopias. In a short utopian fiction, A Year of Jubilee, published in the Firebrand in 1895, we are asked to imagine not only the outbreak of the revolution in town, the critical moment, during a strike, when popular anger tips against the police and military, but the jubilation of a farmer on reading the news of capitalism's fall, naturally, in the new issue of the Firebrand. Farmer Jones, who is just getting back from town, having seen the sight and heard all the news, and when in sight of home, waves the latest issue of the Firebrand aloft and yells like a Comanche Indian, so that the team came very nearly running away, and his wife rushes out to see what is the matter. "Holy pumpkins, old girl, come here and hold me or I'll bust." Gee Whittaker Hoop. "What is up, Abe? You have not been drinking, have you?" "No, nothing of the kind, but I am full just the same, full of good news. The mortgage is paid, mother, no more interest, no more slaving from morning till night to keep the old homestead from the money sharks, no more scraping around for taxes." "But what has happened, Abe? I don't understand." "Why, the revolution, about which the papers have been talking about, for ever so long, has come and gone, and we did not know anything about it. You know, I drove to town to sell some potatoes, to get money to pay the interest on the mortgage. But there was no chance to sell anything, everything was in an uproar, such as I never saw before. They were just blowing up the armory with dynamite when I got there, and all them tin soldiers in it went to glory. Golly, that was a sight. The city is turned upside down, the workingmen are on top. The courthouse and city hall with all their records wiped out, burned down. The rich have fled or hunted their holes, and for the time being the people rule. They have declared the cooperative commonwealth, and from now on they are going to run things to suit themselves. You remember I was always opposed to these socialists and anarchists, but I don't know about it now, it strikes me rather favorably. We can keep our farm, have no more taxes or interest to pay, and I think I'll stay with the boys." "Why, of course, Abe, what better could you do? We can go and work now, with a heart, and live again as we did, when we got married and the farm was free of encumbrances." "But what have you got in the wagon?" "Well, let me talk for once and I'll tell you everything. After driving around a while, I was directed to the food committee, which has charge of all the provisions on hand, and coming in. They told me to leave my potatoes with them and I could take anything I needed. They gave me some groceries, we had to have in the house anyway. I picked out a pair of shoes for myself and some calico for a dress for you, and then I thought I had about as much as the taters were worth, and started to drive home, but they stopped me and asked if I did not want a new cultivator plow, harness, or something of that kind. "You bet I do," says I. "Well then, take it along, old man," they said, "and put it in the wagon, we have no use for it here in town and you have. And here is something for you, Sally, here wrapped up in paper." "What is it, Abe?" "Look and see for yourself." "Why, the idea, a new fashionable bonnet, just the thing I wanted. You better put up the horses, Abe, while I run in the house and try on the bonnet." The amateurish writing style, I have corrected the spelling here, out of mercy, but left the grammar and punctuation verbatim, again makes a rhetorical appeal to authenticity, to certain beliefs about how farmers and their wives think and talk. It also identifies the narrative voice fairly closely with those voices. The dialogue, conducted in a countrified dialect, attempts to imagine why protagonists like these might sign on to a revolution that is inspired by an ideology whose terms and representatives these socialists and anarchists are foreign to them. For them, the revolution appears as a jubilee in the biblical sense, another idiom commonly shared by American farmers, a lifting of the yoke of debt slavery, a setting free of the bondsman from the mortgage that makes property a kind of legal theft. and this it is that softens the blow. I knew that would strike her, said the old man, but where is the hired man? Hey Ben, where are you? Come along and help me to unhitch the team. What have you been doing? None of your business. What's up? Nothing, only I read the firebrand and know what is going on. I am going to leave you and move on to the old Carney place. I talked with the neighbors about it and they said I was entitled to it, being so long around here, and what is more, your daughter Lizzie is going to keep house for me. Well, I'll be blowed, gasped the old man, and not even ask my permission or nothing. We are all equals now, and you might as well act according to it. I like her and she likes me, and that is all there is to it. Well, Ben, I did not think of that. This comes kinder sudden. Will you please help me then with the team, and you'll stay for supper anyway, won't you? Why, of course. Now you are talking. Go in and rest yourself and I'll tend to the stock. Old man Jones strokes his whiskers meditatively and goes up to the house, where he finds his wife trying on the new bonnet. Of course Farmer Jones has something to lose. Almost everyone does. One of the few ingenuities of hierarchy is that it provides so many subjects with someone who is subject to them, lower in the pecking order. But here the spirit of equity balances out the loss of relative privilege, and the spirit of jubilee sweetens it all. If it is difficult to imagine, outside of certain chapters of the Christian identity movement, an ordinary American farmer so radical as to rejoice at watching soldiers blown sky high, let alone to subscribe to an anarchist newspaper like the Firebrand, is it beyond belief that the Joneses might be ready to live as equals with their old hired hand? 491 Zoat, Golondrinas. 492 cf. Paul Goodman, in a modern massive complex society, it is said, any rapid global revolutionary or utopian change can be incalculably destructive. Anarchism and Revolution, Drawing the Line, 266. 493 Marty Ibanez, All the Wonders We Seek, 288. 494 Vicente Carreras, Acraciapales, Cuento, La Revista Blanca 1.6.103, October 1, 1902 234. 495 Melitos Cretinopolys is run by monkeys, significantly bearing the names of established authors, who cage human beings, in an world turned upside down reminiscent of Planet of the Apes. Louisa S. Bevington's Anathemasia has a mock credo featuring such motley articles of faith as the mammon of the money bag, of the statute, and of the Holy Church is all one. This is the capitalistic faith, which except a man believe faithfully he may possibly be saved. Glory be taken from the money bag, and from the statute, and from the Holy Church. As it was in the beginning so it isn't now, nor ever will be again. Progress without end. Amen, chiefly a dialogue, concerning some difficulties of a dunce London, Freedom Office, 1895, 14. For Reitman's Geography, see Tim Cresswell, The Tramp in America, London, Reaction, 2001, 72-8. 496 Lanceta, N. A Creed in Olandia, Contos Anarquistas, 58-59, italics mine. 497 Encyclopedia Americana, A Library of Universal Knowledge, New York, Chicago, Encyclopedia Americana Corporation, 1918, 4.434-435, Dulles, Anarchists and Communists in Brazil, 43. 498 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 317. 499 Leinert QTD. In Xavier Durand, L. Art Social au Theater, L.E. Movement Social 91, April, June 1975 16-17. 500 Joseph D. Jack, L. Humanisphere, Bruxelles, Administration, 1899, 65-69. 501 Ibid, 58. 502 Ibid, 80-81, 142, 158, 30. 503 Ibid, 106. 504 Ibid, 86. 505 Louise Michel, L'Air Nouvelle, Pensée dernière, Souvenirs de Caledonie, Paris, Librairie Socialiste Internationale, 1887, 3. 506 Louise Michel, The New World, trans. Brian Stableford, Encino CA, Black Coat Press, 2012, 10. 507 Caroline Granier, Quitter son point de vue, Quelques utopies anarcho-littéraires d'Ilya un siècle, Paris, Monde Libertaire, 2007, 56, Louise Michel, The Human Microbes, trans. Brian Stableford, Encino CA, Black Coat Press, 2012, 20. 508 Granier, Quitter son point de vue, 56. 509 Thomas, Louise Michel, 265, Michel QTD. In Ibid. 510 Granier, Nous sommes les briseurs, 2.2.2.8. 511 George Gooden, The Poetics of Protest, Literary Form and Political Implication in the Victim of Society novel, Carbondale, I.L., Southern Illinois University Press, 1985, 132. 512 Roger Bozzetto, Louise Michel, Un Utopiste Libertaire, in Transformations of Utopia, Changing Views of the Perfect Society, ed. George E. Slusser et al. New York, AMS Press, 1999, 253. 513 Michel, L'Air Nouvelle, 18. 514 Ibid, 15. 515 Ricardo Mella, La Nueva Utopia, in El Cuento Anarquista, 228. 516 Pataudet and Poget, How We Shall Bring, 38th, Comment Nous Ferons la Révolution, Paris, J. Taillandier, 1909, v. 517 This is an ideological maneuver par excellence, at least if we can subscribe to Michael Frieden's notion that the typical function of an ideology is to decontest meanings. It attempts to remove something from discussion, to place it outside of the disputable, the conflictual, ideologies and political theory, a conceptual approach. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1998, 76. Of course, every attempt to declare peace in this way is itself contestable, and this particular notion has been contested on other anarchist grounds. Thus, Gustav Landauer regards the materialism of the Marxists as short-sighted, emphasizing instead the need to evoke a common spirit geist of community. See Landauer, For Socialism, 47-104. 518 Louisa S. Bevington, Common Sense Country, London, James Tocati, Liberty Press, 1890, 3-4. 519 Mella, La Nueva Utopia, 235. 5. Stronger Loving Worlds. The fate of former masters and lackeys after the revolution is, in fact, a frequent preoccupation of anarchist utopian writing. If everyone connives with the prince, as Proudhon put it, 520, the police and army are supported by and composed of the people, who elect the governments that pay them. White workers conspire with their employers to exploit and humiliate their black co-workers, bosses boss foremen, who boss their subordinates, who go home and boss their wives, who boss their children, who boss smaller children, etc. Then a key component of anarchist dreaming is the process of reconciliation and reintegration that would constitute a society of equals without producing another terror. In the absence of the accustomed laws and hierarchies, what will we do? To start with the oldest customary arrangements, how will men and women get along, or will they? Who will take care of the kids? The patriarchal family is a primary target of anarchist critique. Much anarchist fiction could say, with André Gide, families, I hate you. Poets, novelists, playwrights, priests, judges, educators, fulminated Francisco Ferrer, you said that however lethal the family may be, the self would still find there the care and affection that would dress and heal its wounds. You have lied. 521 In anarchist fiction, escape from this brutal, authoritarian micro-society from the toxically conformist household in Jules Vallé's Jacques Vingtras trilogy, L'Enfant the Child, 1879, L.E. Bockellier The Graduate, 1881, and El Insurge the Insurgent, 1886, to the stifling gerontocratic atmosphere of the cow household in Biaginskaya, family, 1933, tends to involve a deviation from the traditional pattern of the Bildungsroman, the 19th-century novel of education. Indeed, Granier argues, these can be called novels of failed education. She describes the narrative pattern as follows. Failure of an early institutional education. Revolt. Opposition to the family. The completion of education with the help of a friend who serves as tutor. 522. This, indeed, describes not only the plot of other 19th-century anarchist narratives, such as Georges Derrien's, 1862-1921, Biraby, 1890, or Octave Mirbeau's, 1848-1917, Sebastian Roch, 1890, 523, but also late 20th and early 21st century examples. Example: the first volume of Grant Morrison's comic book series The Invisibles, 1994-1996, or the various editions of Mike Gilliland's The Free, 1986, 1990, 2011. Taking the place of Little Jacques Vingtras are Morrison's Teen Hooligan, Dane McGowan, a.k.a. Jack Frost, and Gilliland's Linda Moon, a.k.a. Maxie. Both undergo a change of name signaling their transition from psychological and physical bondage to a creepy faith-based boarding school reminiscent of Sebastian Roch, in Dane's case, and to abusive Catholic school teachers and an incestuous father, in Linda's. Both revolt against their official educator captors and families, and in the wake of these failed educations, find friends and guides, Tom O'Bedlam and Maggie, respectively, who serve as their tutors in freedom. In particular, both learn to overcome the bitterness and shame that help keep them pinned in their gender roles. What seems to shift, comparing these late 20th century novels to their late 19th century precursors, is the emphasis, where the earlier versions give greater narrative weight to the forces holding children captive, fixed in their identity as victims. Biraby is set in a notorious French prison colony, and Sebastian Roch ends in the protagonist's senseless death. The later versions emphasize the children's mobility, their positive capacity for self-reinvention. Indeed, the second edition of The Free takes a turn toward the utopian, as Gilliland extends this pedagogical imagination into the wider world, letting us watch as new forms of social and ecological life appear to replace the failed institutions of a dying civilization. However, from the 19th century right through the present, anarchist narratives of childhood have often entailed the construction of alternative forms of kinship and family life. 524. In Gilliland's The Free, first written in the era of the poll tax riots and the miners' struggles, 1986, then rewritten for the age of the two crises of economic slump and climate change, 2011, runaway Linda, cagey but battered and frightened, finds the unconditional love and support she has been missing in Maggie Bellows. I can see Maggie still, that first time, coming sudden in the door. And I wish I could see her still. A big tall red-haired woman, wide mouth, and a few big freckles, wearing a worn orange coat and bright yellow trousers. Speechless I stared at her. Seeing spots from looking at the sun. "So what brings you to this part of the world?" says she. But I held my silence, looking in my grey tea and figuring out a good story. Then I looked up, and suddenly right into her warm orangey eyes. "You can trust me, you're my sister," she said strangely. And stranger still, I began immediately to tell her the true story. It seemed like Maggie was the first really honest person I'd ever met, and I took to her at once. As if I'd always been waiting to meet her. I started to tell her the truth, as I saw it, and it wasn't that easy. I told her about my problems at school and at home. Though not about my dad molesting me. I was still too panicky for that. I ended up crying on her shoulder. Getting my black eye bathed with a hot flannel, and laughing together, and making more tea. 525. Is Maggie a sister merely in the sense of the cliché, or does she become a kind of surrogate kin? Is her relation to Linda sisterly, in fact, or mothering? In any case, the significance of the imagery of light and warmth, red, orange, yellow, warm orangey eyes, spots from looking at the sun, is unmistakable. As Maggie puts it, there's all kinds of families, you know. 526. Fig 1, cover of Mariano Gallardo's Mujeres Libres, Novela Sexual, from the Novela Libre series. Novels like Rosa Groyle's Hilda's Home, A Story of Women's Emancipation, 1899, seem calculated to dispel fears, in the words of Moses Harman, that under freedom the home and the family would cease to exist, or that woman will be less loving and lovable, or that man will be less manly and honorable. 527. Following a familiar strategy, Groyle begins by sketching a portrait of the present in terms of exactly those fears. The protagonist, Imelda, has been thrown into a condition of total precarity. By the very laws and customs, honor, virtue, decency, legitimacy, and so on, commonly imagined as protecting women and children. Only some drastically different arrangement could offer women something other than this terribly raw deal. We hear the cant of freedom, of liberty, of a free country, all around us, when in reality it is all a miserable sham. Every word must be guarded, every action fettered. We must eat, drink, sleep, walk and talk all according to a prescribed fashion, must bow to fashion, to custom. We may not even welcome a child to our arms when we desire it, unless we have first allowed shackles to be placed upon our freedom, unless we have first bartered our womanhood for motherhood, often turning what should be a priceless boon to a most bitter curse. 528. The future cooperative home, then, is the place where this Faustian social compact has been nullified by a combination of material and moral egalitarianism. Hilda's vision of the communal life blends sacred privacy, enlarged domestic spaces such as the common parlor, the collective nursery, and the shared dining hall, and a richly public realm of the lecture hall and the theater, grand conservatories, spacious halls where the ardent searchers after knowledge of any kind might find their teacher, more gracefully bridging the gendered private and public realms. It combines a sensual vision of a life of unconventionality and abandon with images of a new sexual contract in which men wait and abide women's invitation, becoming partners in sweet cooperation and planning. 529. This is anarchist communism as constructed from the perspective of the prospective mother, no longer dependent on the resources of a single man, faithful, in the case of Imelda's and Cora's father, broken by the burden, or fickle, in the case of Cora's lover, leaving her in her distress. All resources are pooled, all are shared. The word sweet is repeated 4 times in the space of a paragraph, lending its taste and fragrance by turns to dreams, blossoms, welcomes, and finally, cooperation and planning, as if logos itself, to calm our fears of abandonment and exposure, were in need of Eros's sweetening touch. Rather than locating utopias in inaccessible, otherworldly locales, one anarchist tactic is to place happiness literally within arm's reach. The idea is a lover, writes Joseph D. Jack, who, in her impetuous embraces, bites you to make you shout, and does not let you go for a single moment, breathless and exhausted, except to prepare you with renewed and more burning caresses. Literally, my ideal text would draw to me someone to embrace, echoes Peter Lamborn Wilson, writing more than a century later. 530. Idealized representations of romantic and familial love present us with micro-utopias, little worlds governed by mutuality and caring, a fact that has perhaps always been behind the popularity of the romance genre. Truly, love is always free. It escapes all morality and all convention, remarks the male protagonist of Mariano Gallardo Lopez's Mujeres Libres, novella sexual, ca. 1937, figure 1, point 531. In this sense, romance has frequently been taken to be one of the depoliticizing devices of mass entertainment. Discontentment and desire is channeled into the search for a perfect mate, culminating in a vision of domestic bliss that leaves the larger, loveless, ugly society unchanged. However, anarchist romances, a surprisingly rich and extensive genre, attempt to harness these utopian yearnings, to link them to broader social visions. Lloyd's free love utopia is prefaced with the admonition, "It is not meant, O reader, that you should live life as this man lived it, but only that you should fearlessly and gladly live your own life." 532. As individualistic as this might sound, Lloyd's emphasis on the intimate, personal dimension of joy is calculated to distance veil sunrise from the more programmatic or prescriptive visions of the classical utopias, rather than to prevent us from imagining shared, social joy. On the contrary, from the moment we are first invited to enjoy, from the perspective of the outsider, the free-spirited artist Theodora Earle, the sight of a naked man, or nearly so, galloping bareback through the fields, the even more free-spirited Forrest Westwood, the natural man of the title, keeper of what becomes the Vale Sunrise Colony, we are also invited to imagine a world of Theodoras and Forrests, of sensual pleasures and easy living. "It was so beautiful there," said Forrest, "and so delightful to lie on one's back and look up into the sky, and hear the bees murmur in the tree-tops." "It was indeed," replied Theodora, "I quite envied you, for I used to do just that when a child." Instantly his shyness vanished in the enthusiasm of one who utters a favorite thought. "And why do you not do it now? You would enjoy it just as much now as you did then. Nay, more, for the adult mind can interweave more charms, can be more consciously happy, can receive more wide delights than the child mind. Why does everyone, pine for the joys of childhood and yet refuse the means that childhood instinctively takes to attain its pleasures?" 533. The slide from I to you to everyone turns a moment of private, inward, bodily enjoyment into a universalized, socialized longing for pleasure, for joy. What emerges at the end of this romance, as in Hilda's home, is a domestic bliss so enlarged as to become public, a society in miniature and incipiently in grand scale, as developed further by dwellers in Vale Sunrise. 534. We find a similar movement between the personal and the political at work in Gallardo Lopez's novella Sexual, which begins as the attempt of the male protagonist, Paul, to convince Dolores, Flora, Sabina, and Rosario to sleep with him, but which turns into a series of philosophical dialogues about sexual ethics, ending in consummation and a new vision of a world transformed by love, friendship, amor, amistad, and sexual friendship, amistad amorosa. Today, my friend Rosario, Paul laments, just as individuals are taught to think of life as a war of all against all, almost all men look at women, not as friends or companions, but as things. Ergo, revolutionaries in love need to struggle with atavistic prejudices, especially the idea of personal property which man has over the woman he loves. 535. The importance of consent in the new, non-proprietary relationships, both sexual and social, is evidence in favor of Paul's assertion that free love might set a pattern for free life. While rape and sexual violence are not explicitly addressed in Mujeres Libres, anarchist serial novels and short stories, as Litvak notes, frequently present working-class female protagonists. For example, any number of hapless victims in Louise Michel's Les Microbes Humains, 1886, Lucy in José Prat's A Casa de Carne on the Flesh Hunt, 1893, Laura in J. D. Gonzalez's Birth and Death Dates Unknown, El Suplicio de Laura, Laura's Torments and La Exposita the Abandoned, 1901, Rosa Maria. In Antonio Penaque's Birth Date Unknown, D. 1964, La Vida de un Pernicioso, 1919, O Qua in Quan Ku Hyans in Yugzijang Jeong Jiang Scenes of the Human Flesh Market, 1933, as prey to wealthy pursuers who stand in for the bourgeoisie, In these cases, the violation or coercion of women's sexual consent is directly identified with capitalist exploitation, their humiliation with the humiliation of an entire class. 536. Conversely, consensual sexuality represented the highest possibilities for mutuality, equality, and freedom within the confines of the present, as Groyle suggests. Turning to Hilda and kneeling at her feet, Coro laid her face upon her knee. Is the curse never to be lifted? Yes. When woman is ready to be blessed, when she has learned to keep herself pure, when the sacred temple of her body no longer is invaded by the curse of lust, when man no longer dares to intrude, to force his unwelcome attentions upon her, but patiently bides his time at a respectful distance. You speak of the millennium, of the perfection of the race. Must our lives be one long sacrifice to secure that end? Hilda shook her head as with both hands she lifted the tear-wet face. I hope not. Whilst we all have a work to perform in the meantime, I believe we may yet be able, in our own lives, to so far lift ourselves out of and above all the pains that make life such a weary round of toil, as to be able to enjoy just a little in advance, of what the coming future will bring the now enslaved race. When we are brave enough, when we are strong enough to live as our inmost convictions tell us is right and true and pure, we may then hope for a little happiness, or perhaps a great happiness, just as we make ourselves ready to receive and appreciate it. And I feel so sure that here, just right here around us, a band is forming, true and staunch, that by its unity will enable us yet to realize what now seem but dreams. 537. This foretaste of emancipation, one of the present tense dimensions of anarchism of which Yuri Gordon speaks so eloquently, gives substance to Gustav Landauer's characteristic statement that anarchy is not a matter of making demands, but of how one lives, that it is a matter of the present. 538. Reading the anarchist romance, one is taken into the arms of the idea. From an anarchist standpoint, just as sexual relations between men and women, presently damaged by inequality and soured by hypocrisy, are nonetheless potentially liberatory, the family, inadequate as it may be, contains a utopian embryo. Antonio Peniche declared that in spite of its authoritarian aberrations, the family was the best field for experimentation, since the moral and material bond between its members indicates the march toward communism. 539. The sense of a domestic life as the potential kernel of a communist world grounding, in its core ethic of fidelity, the solidarity of an entire society is perhaps most powerfully captured by L. Egan's The Dispossessed. Here, free love takes the primary form of what the Spanish anarchists called the union libre, the consensual commitment of a couple to monogamy without state or religious sanction, dissolvable, like any other such pact, by the withdrawal of consent. Partnership was a voluntarily constituted federation like any other. So long as it worked, and if it didn't work it stopped being. It was not an institution but a function. It had no sanction but that of private conscience. 540. This is pretty precisely the free union championed by publications like La Revista Blanca, ca. 1898-1904, and in pamphlet series such as Propaganda Anarquista entre las Mujeres, 1895, contrasted with bourgeois and religious marriage as a form of prostitution, guaranteed only by will and pleasure, with freedom to break the bond at all times, and forming a family based on true love and affection, as Laura Fernandez Cordero summarizes. 541. According to the anarchist ethos of Anarchist, freedom to change, rather than invalidating the idea of promise or vow, in fact the freedom made the promise meaningful. A promise is a direction taken, a self-limitation of choice. As the anarchist philosopher Odo pointed out, if no direction is taken, if one goes nowhere, no change will occur. So Odo came to see the promise, the pledge, the idea of fidelity, as essential in the complexity of freedom. 542. The keeping of faith, of trust, between Chevek and Tukver strained to the extremes by separation and hardship underlines the strength of their love, and it underwrites the force of their idea, a world brought into being by loyalty, which asserts the continuity of past and future, binding time into a whole. Fulfillment, thought, is a function of time. The search for pleasure is circular, repetitive, atemporal. The variety-seeking of the spectator, the thrill hunter, the sexually promiscuous, always ends in the same place. It has an end. It comes to the end and has to start over. It is not a journey and return, but a closed cycle, a locked room, a cell. Outside the locked room is the landscape of time, in which the spirit may, with luck and courage, construct the fragile, makeshift, improbable roads and cities of fidelity, a landscape inhabitable by human beings. 543. Here, then, is another kind of anarchist vision, another stronger loving world to die in. 544. 520 Proudhon, Selected Writings, 116. 521 Ferrer QTD. In Caroline Granier, Le Desordre du Jeoul L'Ordre en Jeu, Cahiers Octave Merbeau 10, 2003. 53. 522 Ibid, 55. 523 Ibid. 524 David Derway Wang finds a striking example of this in Biagin's Der Demucken the Second Mother, 1932. 525 Mike Gilliland, The Free, 3rd ed. NL, NP, 2011, 47-48. 526 Ibid, 80. 527 Moses Harman, in Rosegroil, Hilda's Home, A Story of Woman's Emancipation, Chicago, M. Harman & Co., 1899, I, 2. 528 Ibid, 289. 529 Ibid, 377-378. 530 Dijak, El Humanisphere, 76-77, Wilson, A Moral Responsibility, 57. 531 Mariano Gallardo Lopez, Mujeres Libres, Novela Sexual, Barcelona, Revista Blanca, SD, 7. 532 Lloyd, The Natural Man, 7. 533 Ibid, 17-18. 534 Authors such as Jules Lermana, L.E. Fils de Monte Cristo The Son of Monte Cristo, 1881, and Michel Zavacco, L.E. Chevalier de la Barre The Knight of la Barre, 1899 and Les Partisans The Partisans, 1905-1918, enact a similar enlargement of the scope of the adventure novel. For instance, Lermana's reworking of Dumas's Count of Monte Cristo has the eponymous count seek revenge not only on his individual tormentors but on his social system they represent. As Vittorio Frigerio puts it, individual action becomes social action, individual responsibility disappears and society is clearly indicated as the sole entity responsible for the wickedness of those it perverts. Romans Diavenches et Ideology, Reflections Auteur du cas de Jules Lermana, in Poétiques du Roman. Diavenches, eds. Alain Michel Boyer and Daniel Coignas Nance, Edition Cécile Default, 2004, 127. 535 Gallardo Lopez, Mujeres Libres, 62-63. 536 Litvak, El Cuento Anarquista, 35-37. 537 Groil, Hilda's Home, 289-290. 538 Yuri Gordon, Liberation Now, Present Tense Dimensions of Contemporary Anarchism, paper presented at Thinking the Present, The Beginnings and Ends of Political Theory Conference, Berkeley CA, May 27-28, 2005, Landauer, Revolution, 87. 539 Pennique QTD. In Kerwin Schaefer, The Radical Muse, Women and Anarchism in Early 20th Century Cuba, Cuban Studies 34.1, 2003 143, trans. Schaefer. 540 L. Ginn, The Dispossessed, 244. 541 Laura Fernandez Cordero, Queremos Emanciparos, Anarquismo y Mujer en Buenos Aires defines del 19, Izquierdas 3.6, 2010-13. 542 L. Egan, The Dispossessed, 244-245. 543 L. Egan, The Dispossessed, 334. 544 J. J. Kale QTD. In Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons, Watchmen, New York, DC Comics, 1986, 12.32.9. 6. From Terra Libre to Temps de Crises. It is easiest to think of it utopia as growing in virgin territory with new people, write Paul and Percival Goodman, as in Charlotte Perkins Gilman's decidedly non-anarchist utopia Herland, 1915, severed from civilization by an epic rock slide. Some anarchist utopias take advantage of the logic of place, suppressing our doubts about the fragility of utopias by locating them in a remote or protected elsewhere. Vicente Carreras's Acropolis, 1902, isolated from a corrupt and criminal society by countless impenetrable forests inhabited by enormous snakes, tigers, lions, and countless other beasts that threaten the lives of people who dare to cross them, sets the tone. 545 Islands are popular. Jean Graves' Terra Libre, 1908, reimagines the Communards' exile in Numia as the founding of a new society, and in Les Pacifiques, 1914, Han Reiner locates his colony of Nelti on Atlantis. Closer at hand, we find the far less dramatically secluded Vale Sunrise of J. William Lloyd's The Natural Man, 1902, and Dwellers in Vale Sunrise, 1904, located vaguely in the mountains, just down the road from rural Rippleford, and the extraterrestrial utopias of Dennis Parasol's Reve a Venus, 1935, and L. Egan's The Dispossessed, 1974, 546. More often, however, anarchist fictions locate utopia in the future, presenting us with the Utrania. Instead of planting their flag on Graves' Terra Libre, free land, we might say, they let us glimpse a better world through Jules Jouy's Temps de Crises, Crisis Times. The sommaire at the head of the 60-page prologue to Sebastian Faur's Utranian novel Mon Communisme, l'Ebiner Universal, 1921, the body of which is set 15 years after the liberation movement, gives us the sense of how such plots move. Jobless the Durans join, in Brazil, their friends the Picards, events in France, the social revolution looking back, the Great War after the war in extremis, atop a volcano revolution breaks out, the insurgency spreads, daring raids all of Paris in the power of the insurgents, the movement triumphs in the provinces, the advent of communism, the expatriates come to visit France. 547. Thus, Pataudet and Poget open their account of how we shall bring about the revolution with scenes of a Paris construction workers' strike during a Sunday afternoon in the spring of the year 19 stirred into a general strike by police provocation. 548. Likewise, Capetillo's utopian sketch, La Humanidad en el Futuro, Huelga General y Sociedad Futura, The Humanity of the Future, General Strike and Future Society, 1910, begins on May 14, a splendid and beautiful day in an unnamed island nation not unlike Puerto Rico, when a wage dispute erupts into a general strike. 549. In both cases, we see the structures of the future world germinating in the cracks of a conflictual present, the very efforts of the ruling classes to starve out the strikers, in Capetillo's narrative, force them to spontaneously invent the kinds of self-reliant, autonomous institutions needed to resist, cooperatives, common funds, rotation of tasks, barter networks. 550. In a more recent example, Gilliland's The Free takes as one of its fundamental premises that the government of the island nation in which it is set, a place suspiciously like Ireland, has devolved into a fiscal wreck, flattened by declining revenues from offshoring industries. Times had changed, irrevocably, as the private sector collapsed, and the state itself tottered towards bankruptcy. 551. In this climate, elements of the deals that forestalled revolution in the early 20th century are nullified, the welfare net is shredded, upward mobility vanishes, and the power of the unions was broken. Without these institutions as buffers, all the state has left, increasingly, is force, further alienating the already desperate population. Into the gap step a number of non-state actors, including some right-wing, the Brotherhood, or politically ambiguous, the clans, and one libertarian movement, the Free. It is this last that proves most successful, building alternative institutions such as collectively owned co-ops, radical workers' free unions, and the pools, collectivized resource bases and credit unions, fielding the schools and free uni-s to replace the derelict school systems, and taking advantage of the increased disrespect for legality in order to push their tactics of squatting real estate and reclaiming abandoned plants ever further. At the very beginning of the novel, a condition of dual power already exists, growing more tense by the day, until ultimately, it breaks out into open warfare. In plotting scenarios like these, authors like Gilliland, Pataudit, Poget, Capitillo, and others attempt to overcome one of the traditional weaknesses of the Utranian genre, the absence of a credible causal history, as Santiago Juan Navarro puts it, spanning the gap between a non-revolutionary present and a post-revolutionary future. The changes were given, the new order was in place, and it functioned properly and without question. 552 Instead, Anarchist Utranius attempt to narrate anarchy, to present utopia as a process rather than only as a result. In keeping with the Proudhonian notion of revolution that there is but one continual revolution in history, advancing or receding, Alfonso Martínez Rizzo, 1877–1951, gives his 1945, El Advenimiento del Comunismo Libertario, 1933, a relatively deep chronology. Historical summary. The year 1945 closes a cycle of 12 years, one of those fateful cycles in the history of Spain. Year 1861 Cholera. 1873 Uprising of the Cantons. 1885 Cholera. 1897 War in America. 1909 Military defeat at Barranco del Lobo, Morocco and the Tragic Week. 1921 Military defeat at Anual, Morocco. 1933 Separatist uprising in Catalonia. 1945 Implementation of libertarian communism. 553. For his part, the pseudonymous PM authoring Bolo Bolo, 1981, while flippantly minimizing the length of the struggle that would be necessary to establish a global civilization of self-reliant Bolo settlements, after just 5 years, Bolo Bolo covers the planet, does give that civilization another realistic credential, a date of death. It reigns uncontested, we are told, until 2346, when a strange cultural epidemic called the whites replaces the Bolo as a social form, and the civilization falls apart. After that, a period of Yavuo makes its advent, and Tahuic brings what has in retrospect been a mere prehistory to a close by putting a new floppy disk in the drive as if everything up to now had been an illusion anyway. 554. What is Yavuo? Some cosmic cycle of creation and destruction, perhaps, as in the Mayan or Hindu calendars. Could Tahuic be some Aztec god? Why the peculiar disregard for science and rationality here, when these have been the hallmark of so much anarchist utopian writing since the late 19th century? It might be a mistake to take these gestures at face value. Rather, PM seems to be responding to the popular disregard into which science and reason themselves have sunk, the suspicion under which the rationalistic and scientistic style of utopianism has come. By comically foreshortening the period of social transformation and then comically truncating the era of utopia with events that fall entirely outside the scope of rational utopian speculation, he is signaling an intent not to govern the future, strategically baffling or weakening the prescriptive force of his utopian discourse, as Barthes would have it. Émile Pataudit and Émile Poget, for their part, are far more detailed about the revolutionary process, offering a tangibly detailed version of how the utopia might emerge from the shadow of all the forces that preclude it. Their principal concern, Granier suggests, is the question, how can utopia be thought as realizable, which they translate, in good revolutionary syndicalist fashion, into the question of power. What power do we have to produce a perfect life? 555 The answer they supply is also typically syndicalist. It is, above all, a negative action, the interruption of work in the general strike, that deflates both capital and the state. 556 As Daniel Coulson writes, where can this freedom emerge? In interstices and pauses, when one dreams for a moment or when a cigarette is rolled. 557 In the interval produced by the strike, a kind of suspension of the daily grind, workers find themselves at once deprived of the thing that gave them their identity, work, and, face to face with one another, possessed of a new identity. In the furnace of these meetings, where brains were highly charged, and where, at the flame of reality, ideas surged up and became clear, by the side of those timid ones, who were always hesitating, there were those who were more impatient, who were exasperated by the slowness of events. The latter found the strides too short, and dreamed of doubling the pace. From this conflict of ideas, this mixture of proposals, there separated out a compound, which constituted a new phase in the struggle. 558. This innumerable multitude, this ocean of heads, this human sea, a new collective being, as Proudhon would have called it, is endowed not only with a collective force but also a collective reason, a qualitatively distinct compound cognitive process greater than the sum of its parts, as underscored by the utter absence of proper names, the anonymity of all the protagonists. Even the impatient and timid ones are merely types, instances, tendencies, passing moments in the process. 559 Paradoxically, at the same time that the process of revolution is of a collective nature, it also permits the unfolding in every direction of the individual. It is the collectivization of housekeeping, for instance, that emancipates women from their unpaid labor, and it is grouped, like men, into trade unions that they find themselves on a footing of equality with them, equipped with a new material and moral independence. 560. Alfonso Martinez Rizzo, also writing within the syndicalist movement, he was vice president of the CNT Sindicato de Obreros Intelectuals in Barcelona, also spends some time imagining possible organs of revolutionary action in his 1945, El Advenimiento del Comunismo Libertario, 1933, including not only the, real enough, syndicatos of the CNT and affinity groups of the FAI, but also an organization of his own invention, a shadowy federation of tertulias called the Explorers of the Future. Explotadores del Porvenir, reminiscent of Jorge Luis Borges's conspiracy of encyclopedists in Tlan, Akbar, Orbis Tertius, engineering a fictional world into existence, 1940. However, more so than Pataudet and Poget, he takes the material aspect of the revolution for granted, giving even closer attention to the moral process of emancipation, a process that does not unfold at the same rate for everyone. The complexities of this transformation emerge especially in brief dialogues between Martinez Rizzo, or his 1945 persona, and various persons for whom the moral revolution has not yet taken place. In one, taking place on the night of that famous Thursday of the revolutionary uprising, an old friend who has joined the police seeks him out to ask what you will do with us. You know that I joined the guards just to be able to bring home a little bread for my children, and I have always sympathized with the way you think. But there is such fear that even I'm getting worried. I tried to reassure them that I knew you, you're one of the leaders. Stop, I interrupted, among us, there is no boss. Well, you understand what I mean. I have assured them that I know you well and know that you're a true gentleman, caballero. Don't be stupid, I interrupted again, a real man, yes. Chivalry, caballerosidad is a hoax. Come on, I mean that I have assured them that you were a very good person and that if others were like you, they wouldn't do anything wrong to us. They did not want to believe it and assured me that all of the FAI are bloodthirsty and ferocious, and they were sure they were just waiting to see the first guard to do him in. They even insisted on asking me to go out in civilian clothes and find you to ask what you are going to do to us, the capitalist unions. I reassured him completely, took him to the ayuntamiento, got him to talk to the local committee, and initiated negotiations which resulted in the security guards arresting their leaders and surrendering their weapons. 561. The differences that Martinez Rizzo's friend sees as merely semantic. What's the difference between a leader and a boss, a gentleman and a very good person, are, in fact, part of a new structure of meanings that have been emerging within the anarchist and syndicalist milieus, and what we are watching is the kind of process by which this structure is rapidly diffused throughout a society. Written well before the uprising of July 19, 1936, it is remarkably similar to the kind of linguistic transformation Orwell witnessed in the freshly liberated Barcelona. Servile and even ceremonial forms of speech had temporarily disappeared. Human beings were trying to behave as human beings and not as cogs in the capitalist machine. 562. In a scene reminiscent of Year of Jubilee, Martinez Rizzo imagines the delicacy of conversation, in a liberated cafe, with a waiter. What do the comrades want from those who serve them? A waiter asked us when we were seated. Why don't you ask us what we want you to bring us? Be careful, I interposed. It's degrading to serve a master, but not a companero. Libertarian communism, Olisa said to me, has to change the lexicon and delete the words that recall the former abjection. To server comes from servitude, servidumbre, and slave siervo. Everything will come in good time, I said, but slow down. Don't you think you could provide us with nos support some ice cream? Yes, provide us with nos proportion 2 large iced coffees. I'll distribute them to you immediately. Distributors los a ustedes. 563. Olisa's proposal, here, foreshadows the direction taken by anarchist utopias after the Second World War. After, as George Steiner recalls, the degradation of language at the hands of fascist and Stalinist regimes, something of the lies and sadism, settle in the marrow of the language. The lyrical promise of utopian language can no longer be heard in the same way. 564. Under the weight of accumulated cynicism, and pushed aside by the dull but concrete projects of social engineering launched by the Western democracies, anarchist utopias of the 1940s, like Ethel Mannon's Bread and Roses, 1944, and Ishikawa Sanshiro Esgojunan Eito no Nippon, Japan 50 years later, c. 1946, don't stand a chance, they are deprived of the word. And so the anarchist utopias that emerge out of the ashes, from L. Egan's The Dispossessed to PMS Bolo Bolo, propose a certain reinvention of language. The title of L. Egan's novel, in addition to playing on the title of Dostoevsky's The Possessed, refers to a central feature of the anarchists' artificial language, Pravik, its utter lack of possessives. The creation of a new language is thus posited from the very outset as the central revolutionary fact, the act that sets the utopia in motion. Where Chris Fern sees Pravik, within the framework of L. Egan's imaginary society, as designed to reinforce the break with past habits of thought and perception, it arguably has much more to do with allowing readers to break their habits of imagining the worst about human beings and their nature. 565. Taking up the famous Sapir-Whorf hypothesis about the influence of language over thought, a speculation central to the most notorious dystopia of the century, Orwell's 1984, in which newspeak is imagined to permanently destroy our ability to even think disobediently. L. Egan recasts it into a utopian speculation. If a language is an agreement to cut nature up, organize it into concepts, and ascribe significances in a particular way, what if our language cut around, and not between, the concepts work and play? 566. What if our language lacked any proprietary idioms for the sexual act because it largely lacked any proprietary idioms whatsoever? What if order and orders were dissonant rather than consonant terms? 567. Just as each anarchist child is given an entirely unique name by a random computer program, a name free from gender categories, from precedents, from ancestral baggage, their vocabulary, insofar as we are allowed to hear it, rather than having it translated into English by the narrator, is undamaged by history. 568. How else could we allow ourselves once again, after the collapse of the last utopian hopes of the 1960s, to imagine greeting strangers as brother or sister, if not by replacing both with a made-up word, Ammer, 569. A similar move is at work in PMS Bolo Bolo in the invention of a new universal auxiliary language, Aesopili, the vocabulary of which provides most of the structure of the book as a kind of nonlinear catalogue, a lexicon or glossary after the manner of Milorad Pavik's The Dictionary of the Hazars or J.G. Ballard's The Index, if not, once again, of Borges's first Encyclopedia of Tlon, .570 in Aesopili, a smattering of concepts essential to the new global social contract, the Sila/R. Encoded in two-syllable glyph words, with a few higher-order concepts built out of their combination, forming a compound idea, with the first word specifying the sense of the second, or doubling, forming an organic plural. Thus, the word Aesopili/ is formed from Asa/world, and Pili/ communication, and Bolo Bolo/ signifies the system of all the bolos linked together, civilization. 571. As with L. E. Ginsberg, the necessity of Aesopili is twofold: first, in terms of the imaginary world within the book, and secondly, in terms of our world, where the book faces a jaded, cynical, post-leftist audience. It's impossible, PM argues in a footnote, to choose an existing international language. They are too freighted by the history of imperialism to be acceptable to all. Hence, the only solution is a completely random, disconnected, artificial language without any cultural links, although he notes elsewhere that its phonetic palette is drawn from Polynesian sound systems. I was in Samoa once, he explains, and I really liked it there. There are certain parallels there, remnants of relatively intact societies. 572. This is consonant with the utopia's strange blend of the futuristic, a planetary language, electronic communication networks, science, social experimentation, with the neo-primitive. Bolo Bolo is an agrarian society with a highly rudimentary transportation system, face/, and low energy consumption, with relations between semi-nomadic individuals, ibu/, communes, Bolo Bolo/ neighborhoods, Tiga/, municipalities, Viedo/, and regions, Sumi/, governed by such medieval codes as personal reputation, Munu/ an imageless concept, hospitality, Sila/, gift exchange, Mafa/, barter, Feno/, and the possibility of a dual or limited war, Yaka/. 573. A synthetic, history-less language that nonetheless bears traces of the experience of non-capitalist societies seems well suited to such a paradoxically pre-modern, post-capitalist world. At the same time, of course, it is well suited to our need for a language capable of communicating utopian hope without carrying echoes of the worst exercises in Year Zero thinking. As PM remarks in an interview, I don't want to suffer because of terminology for which I am not to blame. Instead, I'd rather create my own. It would probably take longer to explain that the communism that I am talking about is not the one that I saw. It is easier to simply say I am for Bolo Bolo, and then everyone starts to think of the things all over again, to rethink them. 574. The renewal of utopian language, then, is an act of rethinking, an attempt to undo the damage done by time. There is something healthily regressive about it, a childlike playfulness making language into a game of codes, into something that is made rather than simply received. Or, as Paul Goodman has it, it fulfills one of the primary functions of literature as such, repeating the meaning and reviving the spirit of past makings, so they are not a dead weight, by using them again in a making that is occurring now. 575. 545. Goodman and Goodman, Communitas, 220, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, Herland, and Selected Stories, New York, Signet Classic, 1992, 64, Carreras, Acraciapolis, 223. 546. Jean Grave, Terra Libra, Les Pionniers, Paris, Libre Aire de Temps Nouveau, 1908, Reiner, Les Pacifiques, 1914, Lloyd, The Natural Man, 1902, and the Dwellers in Vale Sunrise, 1904, Denis Parasols, Reve à Venus, Anticipation sociale, Marseilles, Chez l'auteur, 1935, L'Egin, The Dispossessed, 1974. 547 Sebastian IV, Mon Communisme, Le Bonheur Universal, Paris, Édition du Groupe d'Amos de Sebastian IV, 1921, 5-6, 9. 548 Pataudet and Poget, How We Shall Bring, 1-3, 12. 549 Luisa Capitillo, La Humanidad en el Futuro, Julga General y Sociedad Futura, Relato Utópico, Los Escritos de Luisa Capitillo, ed. Arcadio Díaz Quiñones, Rio Piedras, Ediciones Huracán, 1992, 127. 550 Ibid, 127-131. 551 Mike Gilliland, The Free, 2nd ed. London, Attack International, 1990, 55, The Free 3rd ed., 86. 552 Santiago Juan Navarro, The Anarchist City of America, Libertarian Urban Utopias in the New World, Atenea 29.1, 2009 103. 553 Alfonso Martínez Rizzo, 1945, El Advenimiento del Comunismo Libertario, Valencia, Mañana, 1933, 10. 5:54 p.m., Bolo Bolo, New York, Autonomedia, 2011, 68-69. 555 Granier, Un Utrani Anarchist, Comment nous ferons la révolution d'Émile Poget et Émile Pataudet, in Émile Poget and Émile Pataudet, Comment nous ferons la révolution, S.L., Les Editions Invisibles, 2009, 288-289. 556 Pataudet and Poget, How We Shall Bring About the Revolution 22. 557 Colson, Petit Lexique, 40. 558 Pataudet and Poget, How We Shall Bring About the Revolution, 41-42. 559 Ibid, 37, 41-42, Proudhon Qtd. In Colson, Petit Lexique, 120-121. 560 Pataudet and Poget, How We Shall Bring About the Revolution, 230. 561 Martínez Rizzo, 1945, 46-47. 562 George Orwell, Homage to Catalonia, New York, Harcourt Brace, 1952, 5, 6. 563 Martínez Rizzo, 1945, 52-53. 564 George Steiner, Language and Silence, Essays on Language, Literature, and the Inhuman, New York, Athenaeum, 1970, 101. 565 Chris Ferns, Future Conditional or Future Perfect, The Dispossessed and Permanent Revolution, in the New Utopian Politics of Ursula K. Le Guin's The Dispossessed, eds. Lawrence Davis and Peter Stillman, Lanham MD, Lexington Books, 2005, 251. 566 Benjamin Lee Worf, Language, Thought, and Reality, Selected Writings of Benjamin Lee Worf, eds. John B. Carroll and Stuart Chase, Cambridge, Ma, MIT Press, 1993, 213, Le Guin, The Dispossessed, 92. 567 Ibid, 53, 58, 45. 568 Ibid, 250. 569 Ibid, 49. 570 p.m., Bolo Bolo, 131. 571 Ibid, 161, 162 and 10. 572 p.m., Bolo Bolo, transcription, 1. 573 p.m., Bolo Bolo. 574 p.m., Bolo Bolo, transcription, 1. 575 Goodman, speaking and language, 160. 7. Barbarizing visions. Fig 1, a barbaric vision of the civilizers, led by a priest in a bloody cassock, the colonial powers massacre and pillage in Asia. Theophile Alexander Steinlen, Elisiet Obar 47, February 28, 1902 748-749. If anarchism is often stigmatized as primitive rebellion perhaps appropriate to an age of small, self-reliant villages or independent tribal groups, but unsuited to the realities of urban, technological, modern civilization, then it is no surprise that one anarchist response has been to identify anarchism as much as possible with narratives of science and progress. 576 Another strategy, however, has been to attack the narratives of modernity and civilization, for which anarchy can only figure as something like the mythical state of nature that must give way, naturally, to the rational state. Figure 1. 577 Many anarchists' deviations from literary realism seem aimed at undermining these ideologies by viewing the modern world from the perspective of the far future or the distant past, sometimes both at once. When the utopian visitor in Lazare's Porteurs de Torches fails to understand terms like honor and stealing, it is the inhabitant of our own world, himself a victim of the private property system and its ideology of honor that forbids him to steal to save his own life, can only exclaim, in bewilderment, "Sir, you are just a barbarian." 578 Joseph D. Jack, writing some 40 years earlier, asks us to picture his utopia of 1,000 years hence by a similar exercise in reversals. Imagine a savage of the first ages, snatched from the heart of his primitive forest and thrown 40 centuries ahead, without transition, into the midst of present-day Europe, in France, in Paris. Suppose that a magic power unleashed his intelligence and promenaded him through the wonders of industry, agriculture, architecture, all arts and all sciences, and that, like a cicerone, it shows them to him and explains all their beauties to him. And now judge the astonishment of this savage. He will fall in admiration before all these things, he will not be able to believe his eyes or ears, he will cry miracle, civilization, utopia. Now imagine a civilized person suddenly transplanted from the Paris of the 19th century to the dawn of humankind. And judge his amazement before these men who have yet no other instincts but crude ones, men who feed and bleed, who low and ruminate, who roar and bray, who bite, scratch, and howl, men for whom fingers, language and intelligence are tools that they do not know how to handle, a mechanism the cogs and wheels of which they cannot understand. Imagine this civilized man, thus exposed to the mercy of savage men, the fury of wild animals and the untamed elements. He will not be able to live among all these monstrosities. It will be for him disgust, horror, chaos. Very well. The anarchist utopia is to civilization what civilization is to savagery. 579. Thus, where Reinersleser hums, the superhumans, imagines humanity supplanted by its evolutionary precursors, Gerard de la Causé-Duthiers, 1876-1958, devotes more than 1,000 pages, over the course of 14 years, to a saga reimagining the ideal life of a prehistoric man, L. Roman de Mauer, Homme fossile, Récit de l'Âge d'Or, 1923-1937, culminating in a satirical dream sequence in which the unfortunate fossil man is transported to modern-day Paris, only to be arrested for indecent exposure, interrogated and beaten by police who seem representative of an all-too-savage civilization. 580 In a similar vein, Albert Libertad's Legend de Noël, 1899, ostentatiously addresses itself to an absent audience located in the future. 581 Dedicated to the little children of the year 3000, or beyond, the story presents itself as a kind of nightmarish fairy tale about life in a modern city. Once upon a time, a long time ago, around the year 1900, there was a great heap of stones and mud that the inhabitants in those times called Paris. Approaching these piles of stones, fighting off the foul odors rising from them, one could see that it was crisscrossed by paths of all kinds, some wide, lined with beautiful houses, others narrow, crowded on each side by tight rows of houses that looked like mousetraps. On that day, the year was coming to an end, it was a holiday in the city, but nature seemed to sulk, and snow fell in large flakes. Despite that, all along the streets, stores gave forth streams of light and eyes were drawn by bizarrely stocked masses of victuals. The walkers, the shoppers were numerous, some, covered in warm furs, were blissfully smiling, laughing at the cold, while others, on the contrary, walked timidly, were covered with rags, through which their flesh and bones showed. From time to time, the latter struck poses of supplication before the former which you do not know, dear children, but which consisted in reaching out one's hands, speaking incoherent words in a mournful tone. They were asking for alms, that is to say, they were praying the fortunate to give them a share of their abundance in order to acquire necessities for themselves and their children. 582. Defamiliarizing modernity by viewing it from the perspective of a more genuinely civilized future, Libertad barbarizes it, so to speak, so that its very center, the capital of the 19th century, as Benjamin dubbed it, appears nothing more than a great heap of stones and mud. This rhetorical maneuver is sharpened by framing the readers as children, innocent of historical evil, the forms of everyday degradation and iniquity, utterly familiar to modern readers, that you do not know. Youth and maturity, progress and decline, the primitive and the civilized, all are made to change places. It is as if Libertad intended to shake us up, to disorient us or, perhaps, to orient us properly to an upside-down world. 583. B. Traven's The Night Visitor, 1928, demonstrates another mode of barbarization, enacting the displacement in time for the reader via a displacement in space. 584. Thus we encounter Gerard Gales, American-born expatriate and ex-sailor, in the death ship Das Totenschiff, 1926, ex-tramp and migrant worker, in Die Baumwollpflücker / Der Wobbly, 1926, an ex-alligator hunter, in Die Bruck im Dschungel, 1927, now an amateur homesteader somewhere in rural Mexico. Caretaker for the ranchito of his neighbor, fellow expatriate Doc Cranwell, who has gone away on business, Gales falls increasingly under the enchantment more literally than figuratively of Mexico's pre-Columbian past, voraciously reading his host's books on the archaeology and anthropology of the region. I was soon completely under the spell of the histories and mythologies. I forgot the present. It is in this reverie that Gales receives visitations from a spectral guest, a strange and mournful Indian, who beseeches him. "Oh, sir, it is ever so horrible. How can I make you understand? To know that I am so utterly helpless and without any means for defense against the gruesome attacks of those ugly beasts. Pray, Señor, pray to all the powers of Providence that never in all eternity may befall you so great a misfortune as the one I am suffering. It will not be long now before those loathsome monsters will gnaw at my heart. They will suck my eyes out of my head. And then there will come the day of all days of horror when they come to eat my brain. Oh, sir, by all that is sacred to you, please do something for me. Help me in my pain so bitter that I have no power in my words to describe them to you." 585. We are eventually led to believe this uncanny figure to be the ghost of an Aztec noble whose mummy Gales finds in a half-crumbled burial mound violated by roaming hogs. For reasons not quite consciously understood, he fails to return the mummy's ornaments to the earth, an omission that occasions a further turn in the narrative. It would be easy to see Gales as the antithesis to the image of the traveler as colonizer immortalized in the ugly American, rather than insisting on the rightness of his own customs and culture in contempt of his foreign surroundings. He is quick to admire them. In this respect, however, he is not entirely different from the protagonist of Traven's assembly line, Der Grosse Industrielle, one Mr. E. L. Winthrop of New York, on vacation in the Republic of Mexico, quick to appreciate the beauty and potential cash value of the Oaxacan basketweaver's art. 586. Likewise, Reading Cranwell's books, Gales is readily delighted to find great civilizations had existed in the Americas at a time when the Romans were still semi-savages and the Britons ate the brains of the bravest of their enemies slain in battle. 587 Making a vocation of a wandering life, Gales has come to think of himself as equally at home everywhere. Home is where I was, and nowhere else. 588 Yet this is precisely the danger. Even as a marginal expatriate, Gales retains his white skin privilege, and by stealing from the dead, he has become another kind of conquistador, another plunderer. 589 For this, he is punished with a series of harrowing nightmares in which, strolling about the marketplaces of ancient cities, he finds himself the outsider, moneyless, hungry, pursued by naked Indian policemen, in which he finds himself alternately fighting on the side of the conquistadores and fighting on the side of the Tabasco Indians, a captive of the Aztecs sacrificed to the war god and a captive of Spaniards who, nearly mad with joy, danced around me, yelling that they were glad to get another American for breakfast. 590 Through a series of rapid reversals, Gales is placed in the position of the barbarous outsider and pariah within native civilization, then as a native experiencing firsthand the barbarity of the conquest. Disoriented, terrified, humbled, he surrenders the stolen treasure, and the visitor vanishes. 591 But even these reparations do not relieve Gales's sense of horror. Welcome. Am I really welcome? No. I was not welcome. I was not welcome there any longer. Something had been destroyed, inside of me, or outside of me, or somewhere in the far distance. I could not tell what had been destroyed, nor where. I was no longer the same, at least not to me. I felt horror where before I had felt heavenly quiet. 592. In his last desperate attempt to escape this horror, he is ultimately engulfed by it, running up against the wall of the bush. A wall, dense, dry, dreary, greenish-gray, now looking black, looking in the darkness as though it were stooping slowly though irresistibly upon me where I sat, threatening to suck me into its fangs, intending to swallow me, to swallow all of me, bone, flesh, heart, soul, everything. The air was filled with chirping, whispering, murmuring, fiddling, whining, whimpering, now and then shrills and shrieks of fear and horror. 593. Freud reminds us that the German word unheimlich, translated by the English uncanny, is also the opposite of the heimlich, belonging to the Hausheim, not strange, familiar, tame, intimate, friendly, etc. 594 If anything, this final scene makes clear how thoroughly Gales has lost his sense of being at home. The chime-like repetition of the word horror, here, reminds us of Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, with its final refrain, the horror, the horror. 595 This resemblance is not accidental. The excessive negativity of Conrad's narration of the African bush, with its heavy, mute spell, identifies the colonial other as the source of a seductive, omnipresent evil, the gleam of fires, the throb of drums, the drone of weird incantations, while at the same time revealing that this horror is to be found within the colonizers themselves. 596 Like Traven's protagonist, Conrad's Marlowe recalls that Britain, now in possession of an empire that claims to civilize the world, was once itself a savage colony of the Roman Empire. This also has been one of the dark places of the earth. 597 But whereas for Conrad, Keats's real crime consists in his having gone native, failing to live up to the European colonial ideal, Gales's crime consists in having gone colonial, having repeated the conquistadores' act of theft. Even more clearly than Conrad, then, Traven bears witness to the Freudian truth of the uncanny, unheimlich. What is encountered, in the experience of the uncanny, as radically other is in reality nothing new or alien, but something which is familiar, i.e., precisely the heimlich, which has been disavowed, project ed, outward as something foreign. 598. We can recognize similar strategies of defamiliarization and unmasking at work in one of Octave Mirbeau's most infamous novels, his Jardin de Supplices, The Torture Garden, 1899. At first, the novel might appear merely to reproduce, in a fairly repulsive manner, the standard tropes of a classic colonial discourse, the very discourse so thoroughly dissected by Edward Said in Orientalism. Here, we are given to behold, through the eyes of a nameless European narrator, a scene to rival the worst excesses of Sax Rohmer. Tall porters with grimacing faces, frightfully emaciated, their chests bare and scarred beneath their rags, were holding baskets of meat above their heads, in which the sun was accelerating decomposition and hatching swarm of maggots. They were specters of crime and famine, images of nightmare and massacre, demons materialized from the darkest and most terrifying legends of China. Nearby I saw one whose laugh exposed a slash of saw-toothed mouth with its beetle-lacquered teeth, and extended to the edge of his billy-goat beard, sinister and distorted. Some were cursing and cruelly pulling each other's queues, others, with the gliding movements of felines, were slipping through the human thicket, picking pockets, cutting purses, snatching jewels and then disappearing with their loot. And the smells that arose from the crowd, smells of the latrine and the slaughterhouse, the stink of corpses and the perfumes of living flesh, nauseated me and chilled me to the marrow. 599. The exoticism of the scene and imaginary of Chinese cruelty and decadence, as Granier puts it, is all too familiar to the reader of Orientalist discourse. The Eastern other is simultaneously abject, emaciated, bare, ragged, famished, and ferocious, grimacing, saw-toothed, sinister, distorted, cruel, subhuman, goatish or feline, a vegetative human thicket, or supernatural, spectral, demonic, brutish and repulsive, smelling of the latrine and the slaughterhouse, but also decadent in ornament. Perfumed. 600. Here, then, is the East as irrational, depraved, and different, in Said's words, that mirror image of the West against which Europeans can confirm their own image as rational, virtuous, and normal. 601. But this confirmation is denied us. On the contrary, it is violently subverted at every turn by direct comparisons with the depredations of Europe, both at home and abroad. Listen, cries Clara, the sadistic libertine who simultaneously seduces and repels the narrator. I've seen robbers hung in England, I've seen bullfights, and anarchists garroted in Spain. In Russia I've seen beautiful young girls whipped to death by soldiers. In Italy I've seen living phantom specters of famine disinter the bodies of cholera victims and eat them eagerly. The language Clara uses to describe European law and order, the vaunted civilization of the West, deliberately echoes the imaginary of the eponymous torture garden, but with the difference that it has real reference. For instance, the allusion to the notorious spectacle, just 3 years prior to the publication of the novel, of anarchists subjected to military trial, imprisonment, torture, and execution in the dungeons of Montjuic in Spain. 602. Yet more complications undermine any sense that the West constitutes a norm against which the East can be safely pitted or condemned. The entire narration of the story titled The Garden is embedded within 2 other narratives, each quite as disturbing. First, a third-person frame story, the frontispiece, which situates all the rest within an evening of discussion among a group of thoroughly cynical, jaded bourgeois at a dinner party in Europe, and then the mission, purportedly a manuscript read by one of the dinner guests narrating the scandalous circumstances which led him, the nameless narrator of The Garden, to quit France for China, aided by his old ally, the corrupt minister, Eugene Morton. These extra layers of narrative place even more brackets and question marks around the sadistic scenes staged in the torture garden, as they reveal that the man who narrates them to us, increasingly unhinged by what he witnesses, is a thoroughly fraudulent representative of an utterly corrupt civilization. No element of the self-representation of Europe is left untarnished or spared mockery, including its pretense to objective, scientific knowledge. The narrator himself, who has never so much as studied biology, embezzles money intended to finance a research expedition, presenting himself as an embryologist charged with searching for the origins of life. 603. Decadent, murderous, licentious, cruel and, on top of all that, preposterously pious. The Europe from which the narrator departs is only too exactly mirrored by this phantasmagoric China. In the end, the East becomes the mask or the uncanny double of the West, rather than its complementary or antagonistic opposite. So that there is nowhere to escape to. It seems I shall never be able to escape from myself again. The universe appears to me like an immense, inexorable torture garden. Blood everywhere. I should like, yes, I should like to be reassured, cleanse my soul and brain with old memories, with the memory of friendly, familiar faces. I call Europe and its hypocritical civilization to my aid, and Paris my joyful, laughing Paris. But it is the face of Eugene Morton I see grimacing on the shoulders of the fat, loquacious executioner who, at the foot of the gallows, in the flowers, was cleaning his saws and scalpels. 604. There is no solace in the familiar or the exotic, the distinction between them has collapsed. 605. In the words of Peter Lamborn Wilson, no heaven balances this hell, no remainder is spared from the universal condemnation, life, love, pleasure, all is death, all is shit and disease. 606. It appears that the nihilistic Clara not only is the last word in the novel Clara. Clara. Clara, cries the distraught narrator, but that she has the last word. Dear Clara, I objected, is it really natural for you to seek sensuality in decomposition, and urge your desires to greater heights by horrible spectacles of suffering and death? Isn't that, to the contrary, a perversion of that nature whose cult you invoke, in order perhaps to excuse whatever criminal and monstrous qualities your sensuality involves? No, said Clara, quickly, since love and death are the same thing. 607. The collapse of opposites into one another, or perhaps the one into the other, threatens to subvert the entire adversarial direction of the novel, to subvert the subversion, in a sense. The poison of domination taints everything, so that there appears to be no outside. The universe appears to me like an immense, inexorable torture garden. What I saw today, and what I heard, exists and cries and howls beyond this garden, which is no more than a symbol to me of the entire earth. 608. If there is no transcendent escape, what is there besides the entire earth, no alternative to Mortmain and Clara? The narrator cannot fail to conclude in advance, there is nothing real, then, except evil. 609. And if this is true, then we are left with nothing else to hope for, we can only give ourselves over to the horror or despair of it. Mirbeau does not seem to wish for either response, rather, he banks everything on the revulsion that he hopes to transform into revolt. But this is not, historically speaking, a safe bet. A generalized misanthropy, the inclusion of everything and everyone under the sign of disgust, resentment, hatred, is at least an equally likely outcome for those who do not recoil from the torture garden as vigorously as it recoils from the world of dominations. 576c, for instance, Proudhon's Philosophie du Progrès, Bruxelles, a Lacroix, Furbeau-Eckhoven, 1868, and Kropotkin's Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution, Montreal, Black Rose Books, 1988. 577. Thus, in anarchism's first period, we find Joseph de Jacques dismissing the entire Christian era equivocally as these 18 centuries of barbarism or civilization, whichever one prefers to call them, and calling civilization a daughter of barbarism who has savagery for a grandmother, El Humanisphère, 51, 80, while Ernest Coeur-de-Roy, 1825–1862, imagines revolution in the form of an invasion by wild Cossacks. Hurrah, ou la révolution par les Cossacks. London, St. 1854, see also. Ezekiel Adamovsky, Russia as a Space of Hope, European History Quarterly 33.4 October 2003, 411–449. In the second period, a minority tendency of Naturians emerges, declaring that to kill, steal from, or eat one's own kind are acts which are completely civilized. Zisly, Reflections 8, and accordingly producing anti-civilizational utopias such as Henry Zisly's Voyage au beau pays de nature, Paris, chez l'auteur, 1900, precursors to, if not progenitors of, The Anti-Civilizational Anarchism of John Zerzan, John Moore, Freddie Perlman, and others in the Third Period. 578 Lazare, Les Porteurs de Torches, 5. Cf. Also Patricia Leighton's analysis of anarchist strategies of anti-colonial caricature in The White Peril and L'Art Negra, Picasso, Primitivism and Anti-Colonialism, The Art Bulletin 72.4, 1990 609-630. 570 Jack, El Humanisphere, 81-83. 580 Gerard Lacazzi Duthiers, Maurche Le Commissaire, Pages Choices, 1900-1930, Paris, F. Piton, 1931. 581 Likewise, Granier finds that Michel, in her fiction, sometimes seems to address herself to readers of the future, for whom the reality of the 19th century will seem quite strange, quite foreign. Les Brisures de Formules, 322. 582 Albert Libertad, Legend de Noël, in Nouvelles Anarchistes, La Création littéraire dans la presse militante, 1890-1946, ed. Vittorio Frigerio, Grenoble, Eloge, 2012, 244. 583 Guy Debord, Society of the Spectacle, trans. Freddie Perlman, Detroit, Black and Red, 1983, 9. Cf. Granier's description of the narrative strategies of Octave Mirbeau's The Torture Garden, London, Bookcake, 2008. For critical thought to emerge, the readers must first lose their points of reference. Les Brisures de Formules, 368. 584 Ibid, 325. 585 B. Travin, The Night Visitor and Other Stories, Chicago, IRD, 1993, 26-27. 586 Ibid, 73. 587 Ibid, 13. 588 Ibid, 10. 589 As Manuel González Prada puts it, every white man is, more or less, a Pizarro. Free Pages and Other Essays, Anarchist Musings, trans. Frederick H. Fornoff, ed. David Sobrevilla, New York, Oxford University Press, 2003, 194. 590 Travin, The Night Visitor, 38-41. 591 Ibid, 45-46. 592 Ibid, 50. 593 Ibid, 55-56. 594 Sigmund Freud, The Standard Edition of the Complete Psychological Works of Sigmund Freud, ed. James Strachey et al. London, Hogarth Press, 1953, 17.222. 595 Joseph Conrad, Heart of Darkness and the Secret Sharer, New York, Signet Classic, 1983, 147, 153, 157. Alfred Opitz, 2, makes this comparison. Travin im Kontext der Lateinamerika-Literatur der ersten Jahrhundert Theft, in B. Travins Urteilwerk in der Konstellation von Sprachen und Kulturen, ed. Günter Damann Würzburg, Königshausen und Neumann, 2005, 138. Note that although The Night Visitor was first published in German under the title Der Nachtbesuch im Busch, it was, according to Travin's account in a letter to his publisher, written, originally in English, QTD in Karl S. Guthke in A Far Off Land, B. Travin, in German Novelists of the Weimar Republic, Intersections of Literature and Politics, ed. Carl Leidecker, Rochester, New York, Camden House, 2006, 172. 596 Conrad, Heart of Darkness, 143. 597 Ibid, 67-69. 598 Freud, The Standard Edition, 17.236. As long as we're etymologizing, the anarchist thing to point out might be the common root of domestication and domination in the Latin domus, home. 599 Merbo, the torture garden, 114 to 115. 600 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 367. 601 Edward W. Said, Orientalism, New York, Vintage, 1978, 40. 602 Merbo, The Torture Garden, 97. 603 Ibid, 49 to 50. 604 Granier, Les Brisures de Formules, 367, Merbo, The Torture Garden, 181 to 182. 605 The Uruguayan anarchist playwright Florencio Sanchez, 1875 to 1910, writing under the pseudonym Jack the Ripper, enacts a very similar reversal in his short story, La Justicia en China, originally published in El Sol, 1900 after a farcical proceeding in which the ostensibly rigorous Judge Tiokin reverses himself 4 times in deference to the rank of the accused. He turns around and instantly sentences to death a humble tea vendor for failing to bow before the sovereign. Sanchez anticipates his readers responding in horror, "What terrible things happen in China," to which he responds laconically, "Yes, it seems they happen here, too." La Justicia en China, El Cuento Anarquista en Latinoamerica, ed. Dario A. Cortez Granada, M. Graf CB, 2003, 121 to 123. 606 P. Wilson, A Moral Responsibility, 56. 607 Merbo, The Torture Garden, 109. 608 Ibid, 182. 609 Ibid, 77. 8. A Social Spectacle? On March 21, 1969, a forum would test the boundaries of speech and audience, the divisions that Jacques Rancière calls the partition of the sensible. 610 The Brotherhood Synagogue at 28, Gramercy Park, formerly a meeting house for the local Society of Friends, was, indeed, a well-partitioned space, as Robert Brustein later reflected. The white auditorium, in which both participants and audience were arranged in pews, provided what seemed a good atmosphere for rational discussion. 611 That evening, it would host a Theater of Ideas symposium, provocatively titled, Theater or Therapy. On the list of speakers were Brustein, drama critic for the New York Review of Books, Judith Malina and Julian Beck, representing the Living Theater, Paul Goodman, erstwhile playwright for the Living Theater, currently hosting Malina and Beck at his apartment, and Village Voice writer Nat Hentoff. Fig. 1, Portrait of Asuji Saksi in a typical pose by Mochizuki K., 1922. Brustein, the lead speaker, was there to underscore the new experimental dramaturgy, as represented by Julian Beck and Judith Malina's Living Theater, especially notorious for its debut, that year, of a performance titled Paradise Now, performed entirely in the nude, and occasionally featuring live sex acts with spectators, might be a kind of psychotherapy, but it was no longer recognizably a play. Brustein had previously praised the Living Theater's The Connection, 1959, as having somehow managed to break down barriers between what was going on stage and what was going on in life. 612 But the intervening decade had cooled his ardor. Like Goodman, he now drew analogies between the experimental theater and the left-wing youth movements, which he saw as having devolved from the stuff of high tragedy, noble acts of nonviolent resistance by highly serious individuals, into mere disruptive and histrionic acts by infantile revolutionaries. 613 This was the substance of his remarks. I believe the theater to be served best when it is served by supremely gifted individuals possessed of superior vision and the capacity to express this in enduring form. In short, I believe in the theater as a place for high art. I do not believe the theater changes anybody, politically or psychologically, and I don't believe it should try to change anybody. This is, rather, what Brustein intended to say, for he was quickly interrupted by one of the members of the living theater in the audience. Heckler: we're all supremely gifted individuals. Brustine: I doubt that very much. Heckler: up against the wall. 614. Judith Malina, the third speaker, objected: everybody has it in him to be an artist. There's no such thing as special individuals who are supremely gifted. Audience members, untrained, could produce theater better than Shakespeare or Euripides. Nonetheless, she too was heckled from the balcony: fuck Shakespeare. Fuck Euripides. Malina: I dig Shakespeare sometimes. But I also want to speak in my own voice, in my own person. I mean, there's Hedda Gabler and there's Judith Malina, and I want to be Judith Malina. Heckler in balcony: I'll give you Hedda Gabler, the candle is on the table. That's Hedda Gabler. Now I'll give you me: fuck Ibsen. Fuck all liberal intellectuals and their fucking discussions. 615. The event dissolved in a hurly-burly. Goodman stalked out of the synagogue and hailed a cab, followed by an apologetic Beck, pleading with him to stay. Clearly, Goodman reflected later, my role in the psychodrama was to leave. I did. I always dutifully play it straight. But I told him that it was a lousy play because the actors, we, were treated too anonymously. 616. What was at stake in the psychodrama, if that's what it was? Was Goodman right to regard the living theater as an example of failed or soured anarchist art, an experimental attack on aesthetic hierarchies degenerating into sheer anti-intellectual rancor? Didn't the disruption merely reproduce the alienation it was intended to interrupt? Had Malina and Beck, along with their old friend, fallen victim to their own Frankenstein's monster, having just mounted, a year earlier, what was said to be a very successful production of Frankenstein? Was the intervention or the entire modus operandi of the living theater anarchist at all? Hardly any anarchist of the second period would have said fuck Ibsen. 617. Indeed, Ibsen was part of their global dramatic canon, performed countless times, lauded in lectures by the likes of Emma Goldman. However, Asuji Saksi, Figure 1, might have been willing to stake a claim for the place of the living theater in the anarchist tradition. As the proponent, and practitioner, of a theory of positive heckling, Asuji also struck an anti-intellectual stance at times. Your writings are jokes, he taunted the radical literati, as long as they touch not on the reality of subjugation or on opposition to it. 618. However, he insisted that he interrupted other radicals' speeches not for the purpose of simply destroying, but for the purpose of constructing at all times and all places the new lifestyle and the new order step by step. 619. In this new order, Asuji postulated, the sense of deference would give way to an egalitarian, populist spirit. This had to extend to the arts, which were presently the privilege of a few people. The people are alienated from the arts. Those who are most numerous in the nation, the most vibrant part, do not have any representation in any kind of art. 620. Accordingly, an anarchist theater would be a popular theater, accessible to all, and also an egalitarian theater, polyvocal rather than univocal. Long speeches are the special characteristic of old plays. In the new plays, short dialogues will succeed. Listening silently to a person's long speech is only to be swept up in a marching song. It is what is done vis-a-vis upper-class people. Among people of the same class, long speeches will disappear and short dialogues will succeed. From long monologues to short dialogues, this is the evolution of conversation. This is the evolution of humanity. 621. This seems a satisfying fit between form and content. Mikhail Bakhtin suggests that the monologue is an inherently authoritarian form, while dialogue connotes dissent and plurality. Monologue requires a silent other, and eliciting passivity, dialogue elicits active engagement. So the theory goes. On the other hand, many an anarchist theater goer has enjoyed a good monologue, a modality privileged by the anarchists, Eva Galiskayo de Montoya asserts. 622 Consider Jean Roule's fourth act monologue in Mirbeau's popular Les Mauvais Burgers, The Bad Shepherds, 1897, urging the striking workers not to turn to the politicians for help. Jean, the boss is at least a man like yourselves. You have him before you, you speak to him, you make him angry, you threaten him, you kill him. At least he has a face, a breast into which you can thrust a knife. But go now, and move that being without a face that is called a politician. Go kill that thing that is known as politics. That slippery and fugitive thing, that you think you have, and that always escapes you, that you believe is dead, and it begins once again, that abominable thing by which all has been made vile, all corrupted, all bought, all sold, justice, love, beauty. Which has made of the venality of conscience a national institution of France, which has done worse yet, since with its foul slime it has soiled the august face of the poor, worse yet, since it has destroyed in you the last ideal, the faith in the revolution. Do you understand what I have desired of you, that which I still demand of your energy, your dignity, your intelligence? I have desired, and I desire, that you shall show for once, to the world of political parasites, that new example, fecund and terrible, of a strike made, at last, by yourselves, for yourselves. And if once more you have to die, in this struggle which you have undertaken, know how to die one time for yourselves, for your sons, for those who will be born of your sons, and no more for those who trade upon your suffering, as always. 623. The language combines the political harangue à la Henry v. St. Crispin's Day speech, the soapbox denunciation, and the philosophical lecture. 624 It is both diegetic speech, heard by an audience of other characters on stage, and an exegetic discourse, intended to be overheard by the audience in the theater and applied to their own situation. 625. In short, this is where the pedagogical function of the anarchist drama is most visible. We are being schooled in revolution. Li Shizens, 1881–1973, Ye Wei Yang, a Chinese translation of Leopold Kampf's stage melodrama Le Grand Soir, 1907, one of the earliest works of anarchist culture in Chinese, in fact, one of the very first Huazhu or Chinese spoken word plays, as opposed to opera, was explicitly conceived in this way. Schools have a tendency to instruct students in scientific understanding and application, Li reflected, but as to the sentimental education of mankind, schools are often ineffective, and one should make drama into the school for this task. 626 such class struggle plays were subsequently performed at schools with significant anarchist participation, such as Liming J's Hongdan Senior Middle School in Quanzhou, where one student theater group actually named itself the Ye Wei Yang Jushi, Grand Soir Drama Club. 627 In Argentina, likewise, many performances of plays such as this were mounted by groups affiliated with Centros de Estudios Libertarios. 628 And since, as we have seen, anarchist resistance culture is thoroughly imbricated with the project of education, the monologue, carrying much of the didactic force of the play as a whole, occupies a special place in anarchist dramaturgy in a way that it does not in more traditional drama. 629. Well, then, if the anarchist monologue requires a maximum of reverent silence from the diegetic, on-stage, audience, and if the exegetic, in-theater, audience is given to self-assertive heckling, what results? According to Juan Suriano, journals such as La Protesta register complaints about the audience's lack of decorum, talking during the performance, laughing at tragic moments, juvenile insolence, smoking in the theater, failing to doff hats, and other such affronts drew harsh criticism from anarchist journals as ideologically disparate as the pro-organization La Protesta and the anti-organizationalist El Rebelde, both of Buenos Aires. 630. Should anarchist theater then be regarded as a kind of, fortunately, failed experiment in acculturating the uncultured working class? Analyzing a posed photograph of the attendees of a Brazilian syndicalists' conference, Francisco Foot-Hardman notes a tension between solemnity and relaxation, the need to pose, the search for respectability, the use of suits and hats, the solemn character marking the aspiration of the workers' associations to civilize the world. 631 We can see the same codes of solemnity on display in film footage of the 1931 Congreso Extraordinario of the CNT8 in Madrid, held during a sweltering week of June in the Teatro Conservatorio. The speakers on the stage, including such luminaries as Angel Pestana, Rudolf Rocker, and Augustin Souchy, are almost all wearing suits as well as ties, despite the fact that they are visibly sweating, and most of those in the jam-packed auditorium, if they aren't wearing vests, at least have their shirt sleeves down and collars buttoned. There are scarcely any women to be seen in the place. A collective water jug, el botillo, is passed around the floor. We see the delegates, who pour out into the street after a session of the Congress, light up cigarettes, but having put on their coats and hats. 632 Perhaps a similar tension between the recalcitrant body and the spirit of solemnity is at work in the theaters of Buenos Aires. If the anarchists saw theater as primarily a means of propaganda, of recruitment, then wouldn't the interruption of that process represent workers' resistance to being recruited, their rejection of the idea? A number of facts complicate this interpretation. First of all, while anarchist theater is often framed by solemn genres, dramas of denunciation, scenarios of confrontation and revolution, social tragedies, and somber occasions, dates from the martyrological calendar, it also spans the comedic genres. It includes satires like Charles Melito's Barbapoe, 1900, and César, P. Satirique, and D. Li Shizhen's adaptation of the short farce L'échelle as Ming Bulletin Ping, Cry of Injustice, 1908, and Tsuji Jun's comic opera Tasukina, 1919, send UPS. Of bourgeois morals and institutions like Georges Derrien's El Ami de l'Ordre, 1898, or Octave Mirbeau's one-act farces Et Moralites, 1898-1904, and anarchist vaudevilles and one-act like Melito's Mariage par la Dynamite, 1893, or Émile Chapelier's Au Confessional, 1910. 633 The ascetic streak in Spanish anarcho-syndicalism and the rigors of the struggle there entailed a certain contempt for buffoonery, as a writer for Acracia called it, 1937. And Carlos Fos claims that only a minority in Argentine anarchism defended comedy and entertainment as channels for the expression of the ideal, while their Chinese counterparts were concerned to distance themselves from the frivolous and exploitative elements of their own opera traditions. However, Juan Suriano notes that offerings at the anarchist theaters of Buenos Aires also regularly included jugues cómicos, and farces and festas held in Sao Paulo were not complete without a comic skit like O Tio Padre, Uncle Father, as relief from the seriousness of drama. 634. White's survey of French anarchist theater before 1914, meanwhile, finds a 50-50 split between dramatic and comic productions. 635. It is true, however, as Constance Bantman observes, that the spectrum of anarchist entertainments entirely excludes the purely ludic. Even when they take on playful forms, they are first and foremost means of resistance. 636 Increasingly, they constitute a defense against what will turn out to be an emerging society of the spectacle that will provide endless escapist substitutes for revolution, and which will gladly peddle images, for instance, in the minstrel show pandering to the worst forms of hatred and contempt dividing the working classes. 637 Even the most harmless spectacles, those which appeal in a rudimentary way to social conscience, are desocialized, placed in a special aesthetic frame that insulates them from action and lived experience in a way that anarchists absolutely rejected. Edouard Rothen conjures up the image of the spectator who has wept at the sufferings of imaginary orphans, then, exiting the theater, walks coldly past the orphan who is hawking newspapers in the street. 638 When emotion itself is turned into a commodity by the commercial melodrama, the classic function of the stage Aristotle's catharsis, or the purging of emotions, takes on a newly grim aspect. The anarchist labor organizer and dramatist Hirasawa Keiichi, 1889-1923, recounted with horror how, at a performance of a progressive melodrama, the public, amused, entertained, watched the drama as mere spectators. The glittering gilt Imperial Theatre laughed at the dark misery represented. 639. By contrast, anarchist drama is almost never performed outside of a framework that grounds the scene in its politics, cementing it to a context. It is typically presented as just one of the elements of a velada, sandwiched between other entertainments, songs, poems, dances, and more directly political discourses, example lectures and discussions. Point 640. Finally, it is not at all clear that the anarchist theater corresponds to a simple sender-slash-receiver model, the Marxist model of interpellation, for instance, in which anarchist militants hail non-militant, non-anarchist workers, exhorting them to adopt anarchist identities. Consider, for instance, what appears to have been a not uncommon phenomenon at anarchist performances: the audience breaks the fourth wall. Thus, for instance, a writer for La Luz, 1886, reporting on a theatrical velada held to commemorate the anniversary of the Paris Commune, notes that during a performance of Pedro Marquina's one-act play, El Arcediano de San Gil, the Archdeacon of San Gil, the audience got so worked up at the sight of that unworthy priest, who so faithfully represents his class, displaying the vile passions that necessarily develop in many when systematic celibacy violates the laws of nature, that they couldn't maintain their stance as detached observers any longer. Kill them, screamed some outraged, recalcitrant viewer who could not endure such an exhibition of vileness. 641. Steal a chicken, shouts a horrified spectator at a performance, somewhere in the Argentine Pampas during the 1930s, of the social drama Hambra, possibly José Naquin's El Hambra y la Honra, or Hunger and Honor, 1884. Unable to bear watching a woman pretending to be the starving mother of children. 642. The audience for a series of short anarchist plays at the Theatre Dar Social, 1893, breaks out into cries of "Down with the fatherland! Down with the army! Long live dynamite! Long live anarchy!" 643. And at the opening of Mirbeau's Les Mauvais Burgers at the Theatre de la Renaissance, 1897, observers heard frequent shouts, "Long live anarchy! Death to the bourgeois!" 644. Even the calmest show at the Theatre de l'Ouvre, ca. 1893–1899, according to Monique Churel-Tupin, is marked by similar outbursts: "Dirty bourgeois! Idiots! Brutes! Long live anarchy!" 645. At a Rodo Gekidan performance, Akita Ojaka reports, the spectators cried out "Yes! That's it," yelling as they watched the plays. 646. Incidents such as these do not seem to indicate an alienated, unengaged audience. On the contrary, this sense of immediacy, confounding the pretend with the real, might not be unique to the anarchist theater. In the late 19th century, rioting was not an uncommon response to new art, but it also might seem contrary to the interests of a radical dramaturgy like Bertolt Brecht's. For Brecht, the confusion of theater with life, of representation with reality, is an uncritical state of mind, one in which the spectator is likely to think, "Yes, I have felt like that too, just like me, it's only natural, it'll never change, the sufferings of this man appall me, because they are inescapable. I weep when they weep, I laugh when they laugh." Instead, the theater must alienate what it shows, so that the audience is puzzled, detached, skeptical. 647. This distancing is taken to be the hallmark of critical consciousness. Against this rationalist image of thought, equating distancing and mastery with critical thinking, anarchist theater foregrounds intimacy, contact, empathy. Sergio Pereira Poza finds that the Chilean anarchists' theater, too, made use of techniques of distanciation, but that these acquired a different sense from the Brechtian mechanism by operating only on a rational level, while refusing to allow emotional distance. 648. Likewise, citing Eric Mussum's 1912 essay on Volksfestspiele, or plays staged at popular festivals, David Shepard writes that despite his equally combative politics, Mussum's concept of theater was the antithesis of Brecht's. He sought, in his works, to produce a Geistergemeinschaft spirit of community, tantamount to the very intoxicating evocation of empathy against which Brecht warned 649. Apparently, his counterparts could sometimes be quite successful at doing just that. At the same time, as Xavier Durand notes, anarchist drama is often markedly artificial. A play debuting at the Théâtre de l'Art Social, Auguste Leinert's La Cloche de Caen, Cain's Bell, is especially ostentatious in this respect. Everything is fake in the theatre, writes Leinert. I frankly construct my play in a fully conventional manner. 650 Durand summarizes the play. The capitalists Rich and Manger face the poet Reveaza, a clerk in Manger's bank. The decor is dominated by the massive presence of the bank safe of capital. The piece thus describes, by a succession of tableaus, the capitalists who rub their hands together and urge conscripts to die for their country, for the motherland, who reject the complaints of workers whose wages have decreased, vox populi, who first repress the riot before the explosion of the safe. Cain's bell, the dynamite, rings out, and Reveaza concludes, do the brothers of Manger understand? 651. In short, as Leinert gleefully admits, in a brochure distributed at the performance, the succession of tableaus in my play is illogical by preference, the plot is fantastic, the characters are vague, the incidents false, the development is contrary to nature, and the characters are puppets dancing on strings. 652. Here again is that use of a strong impasto effect, a caking on of the paint to make the act of painting visible behind the picture, an effect not unlike Brecht's Verfremdungseffekt in reminding the audience that they are present at something that has been constructed, that could have been constructed otherwise, that is not the same as the merely given. Indeed, if an anarchist playwright like Leinert deliberately suppresses all the conventions meant to ensure the work's illusion of realism vraisemblance, 653, this may be part of why it would make sense to shout "steal a chicken" to the actress playing the starving mother. The situation calls for action, not passive spectatorship. Perhaps the working-class spectator at an anarchist play thinks, I'd never have thought it, people shouldn't do things like that, that's extraordinary, hardly believable, it's got to stop, the sufferings of this man appall me, because they are unnecessary. I laugh when they weep, I weep when they laugh. 654. Could this be, in fact, what the reports from La Protesta and El Rebelde indicate? This does not answer the question, however, of whether the intended audience for anarchist plays does really consist primarily of workers who are not, yet, anarchists, something that bears very strongly on the question of whether the main function of anarchist theater is to recruit or persuade unaffiliated workers. Certainly, this was one of the things the performers sometimes hoped for. 655. Yet our data are limited and equivocal. For instance, when progressive dramatist Nakamura Kichizo first attended a performance of Hirasawa Kaishiki's Rodo Gekidan, Workers' Theatre Company, in the rough and tumble Nankatsu neighborhood, he attested that the audience assembled in this yasei, a kind of cabaret hall, are all workers. However, as Jean-Jacques Tschudin points out, Nakamura and his middle-class intellectual friends only arrived at the hall after getting thoroughly lost, having never before set foot in this sketchy quarter, testifying to the fact that this represented contact with a reality about which they indeed knew almost nothing. 656. How reliable are his demographics, then? Hirasawa, himself a metal worker, certainly did aim to reach a broad working-class audience, and his aims were thwarted when new legal restrictions forced him to choose between a legality that would prohibit any militancy and the semi-clandestinity of certain agitprop groups in the early 1930s, effective, but not reaching beyond already convinced activists. 657. However, there are some strong indications that at least one core audience for anarchist plays consisted of the same anarchist militants, who staged and, frequently, wrote those plays. Small philodramatic companies of working-class anarchist militants, untrained in dramaturgy. Hirasawa's own Rodo Gekidan was largely composed of amateurs. Imagine, exclaimed Ito's friend Akita Ojaku, making playwrights and actors out of laborers. 658. This meant rejecting the hierarchy and specialization of the professional theater, in a group comprised of just a handful of committed members. Robert White observes, the role of actor, set designer, stagehand, publicist and ticket seller might be filled successively or simultaneously by the one individual. 659 According to Maria Antonia Fernandez, this was the case in Spain, at least during the crucial formative period of Spanish anarchism, and Juan Suriano asserts that the audience for the Filodramatico performances in Buenos Aires was made up of individuals with a basic knowledge of anarchist ideas, probably activists and sympathizers who occasionally brought along a co-worker. 660. What would it mean if the audience of the anarchist theater were people already thoroughly convinced of the ideas the plays seem designed to propagate? Addressing this unusual homogeneity between audience and performers, Eva Galiskayo de Montoya claims that these performances represent what Yuri Lotman called a communication of the second type, one in which the message is directed at an audience whose prior knowledge is known, evaluated and, in our case, even shared by the sender. On the one hand, this concept of Lotman's, which he elsewhere calls auto-communication, does seem to capture something about these plays. They do seem centered on a basic message, always the same and known in advance by the public, which shares its convictions and ideological principles, as Galiskayo de Montoya has it, and they share some features of auto-communicative texts. Example, they are short, 1 or 2 acts, just because they don't have to explain much to spectators who already know their content. 661. All of this would be very much in keeping with the conception of anarchist theater as part of a resistance culture, a conception explicitly affirmed by the Argentine syndicalists. For example, 662 in La Forca Social y Revolucionaria del Teatro, 1938, Manuel Valdeperes, 1902-1970, translator of Octave Mirbeau into Catalan, wrote that the mission of the theater ought to be to empower, capacitar the people to face the problems that directly affect them, a conception reminiscent of the Mujeres Libres emphasis on capacitation, empowerment, overcaptation, recruitment. 663 The more stagey elements of anarchist drama often conduce to this effect, as a study of the Workers' Theatre of Sao Paulo points out. The allegorical characters who represent the libertarian idea are generally powerful in stature and possessed of a magnetic force, unlike the sickly and physically narrow bourgeoisie. Workers are represented on a scale 4 or 5 times greater than that of their opponents, state, clergy, employers, etc. 664 This, perhaps, is what the audience of the Rodo Gekidan experienced when they saw Hirasawa, dressed in a worker's clothes, jump up on the stage without hesitation and rush at the wicked capitalist to the sound of their own thunderous applause. 665 Rather than corresponding to an Althusserian or Brechtian model of theatre as an ideologizing or critical apparatus, then, it might be more accurate to align it with Augusto Boal's theatre of the oppressed, centered on the concept of rehearsal. Much as syndicalists saw partial strikes as a kind of revolutionary gymnastics, toning up the body politic for the final assault on capitalism, Boal advocates revolutionary drama as a rehearsal of revolution. No matter that the action is fictional, what matters is that it is action. 666 Rather than transmitting a discourse from sender to receiver. Both the theater of the oppressed and the anarchist theater are spaces within which people who are at once actors and spectators enact moments of rebellion. Auto-communication par excellence. Or so it might seem. But something is amiss. The language of anarchist dramaturgy is not consistent with an auto-communicative discourse. Discourse produced for oneself, Lotman predicts, will use elliptical constructions and a domestic, even intimate vocabulary, exactly the opposite of what we find in actual anarchist dramaturgical practice. The anarchist theater, writes Granier, is a direct, frontal theater, in contrast to Brecht's oblique theater. Accordingly, there is nothing esoteric about the language of the anarchist authors, it is a means of agitation and communication. 667 Even the disruptive living theater dramaturges sided with Piscator's rationalism against Artaud's surrealism, where Artaud cries out for madness, writes Kenneth H. Brown, author of The Brig. Piscator advocates reason, clarity, and communication. 668 The emphasis on being clear, forceful, and straightforward, in the words of La Protesta's Eduardo Gilliman, birth and death dates unknown, seems to be almost universal. over time, in all corners of the anarchist diaspora. 669 In fact, one of the defining characteristics of these anarchist plays is their accessibility, their transparency. They are constructed according to the demands of persuasive oratory, namely, the demand for brevity, most are 1 or 2 acts at most, economy, reducing the universe of characters and symbols to a minimum, clarity, i.e., the avoidance of ambiguity, and repetition, of themes, of phrases, of symbols. 670 Moreover, these plays were often wrapped in an extra layer of redundancy. In Argentina and Catalonia, for instance, it was common for anarchist newspapers to publish the plays, in toto, or excerpted, in installments during the weeks preceding the opening. Thus, part of the audience would often arrive already knowing the lines. 671 All in all, everything is designed as if it were extremely important that the spectator not misunderstand the message. Why should this be? What does it mean for auto-communicative texts to be constructed so as to be maximally open and accessible, rather than closed and esoteric? The only reasonable explanation would seem to be that their spectators are neither purely initiates nor purely outsiders, they are a mixed multitude, a hybrid audience. If we distinguish, with the semiotician Eliseo Varon, between the contradestinatario of political discourse, the counter-addressee, the political enemy, the paradestinatario, the para-addressee, who is the target of persuasive speech, a potentially friendly you, and the prodestinatario, the pro-addressee, who, as Laura Fernandez Cordero explains, shares a collective identification with the speaker and is easily incorporated into the inclusive we, this hybridity becomes easier to understand. We can then see that just as an anarchist poetics aims, in the words of Iris M. Zavala, to transgress all closure through heterogeneity and the force of signification, the mode of address favored by anarchist plays might well be plural, heterogeneous rather than homogeneous. 672. What we seem to find quite parallel to the case of anarchist poetry prior to the Second World War is an anarchist theater situated within a porous, translucent counterpublic. 673 The staged speech of a Reve Azul, we might say, is not a voice of protest aimed at capitalists, the contradestinatario, but is primarily intended to be heard by an anarchist audience, its prodestinatario, whose desires it is meant to express, and at the same time to be overheard by a working-class audience, its paradestinatario, whose desires it is intended to capture. 674 In this complex web of expression and persuasion, the anarchist theater can fulfill several functions at once, varying according not only to the genre, but to the spectator and the situation. Thus, comedic plays often seem designed to encourage the militant anarchist prodestinatarios by reducing the enemy, often a nebulous, abstract entity, the bourgeoisie, capitalism, society, to particular persons, example the pathetically hypocritical, cowardly governors in Mirbeau's The Epidemic, Leinard's nefarious but easily defeated bankers, or Melito's ridiculous Barbapou. If this seems to manifest a Manichean worldview, lacking in nuance or originality in the depiction of the oppressor-oppressed relationship, as Juan Suriano charges, this reduction nonetheless helps dispel what Errico Malatesta called the metaphysical aura of established power, the sense that it is everywhere and nowhere, and that therefore it cannot be grasped and confronted. It simultaneously magnifies the audience's sense of its own constituent power. 675 Anarchist comedies summon the force of a we against a they. 676. On the other hand, anarchist plays often appear as an attempt to work through the problems of the we. Anarchist tragedians often confront the people's betrayal of itself in the form of strike breakers, as in Alberto Giraldo's Columna del Fuego, 1913, and of the military, as in the 1906 adaptation of George Derian's novel Birabi or The Living Theatre's The Brig, 1964, but also in the form of family strife. It often concerns the anguish of the ideologically mixed marriage, particularly as seen from the point of view of the male anarchist married to a counter-revolutionary woman, as in Rodolfo González Pacheco's Hijos del Pueblo, Sons of the People, 1921, and Antonio Penique Salvimo's El Hogar. Let's Save the Home, 1925. In these melodramas, the woman, who should be the assistant to the man's aspirations, seduced by the comforts of the church and the attractions of commercial glamour, fails to support her compañero in the struggle, castigating him for wasting time at the Centro Obrero, pleading with him not to go on strike, or even dragging him back to the church. 677. However, we sometimes see the scenario reversed, as in Ernst Toller's Masse Mensch, Masses Man, 1921, where it is Sonia who is the radical and her husband the perfidious state official who tries to drag her away from her revolutionary calling. Nelly Roussel's one-act Pourquoi elles vont à l'église, comedy and un-act, Why They Go to Church, comedy in one act, 1911, revisits the scenario of Salvemos el Hogar. From the perspective of a wife saddled with an anarchist husband, Bourdieu, who wants to discuss nothing more with her than what's for lunch, and whose concept of companionship is limited to when you come home, it's to drink your soup in peace, without bothering with anything else. The time comes when the gap between the fine words about freedom he reserves for an all-male audience and his personal conduct at home becomes too great, and she will defy him by answering her friend Madame Rosier's invitation to attend Vespers. 678. Accepting this invitation, ironically, will have been her one act of freedom, just because he has forbidden it, an irony that would not have been lost on the male companions in the audience. 679. In this case, contrary to Suriano's claims, the contradestinatario, the accused, is the 680 despite the title. We have witnessed not a comedy, but, from an anarchist perspective, a tragedy, a classical tragedy, even, as Bourdieu's hypocrisy also smacks of hubris. If anarchist comedies let us taste victory, anarchist tragedies such as Pourquoi elles vont à l'église, Columna del Fuego, and Masse Mensch attempt to think through the reasons for failures of solidarity, historical defeats, the lack of revolutionary will, dilemmas and impasses of action. Alan Perlman, translator of Masse Mensch, likens the seventh act, a polemic between Sonia and her fellow prisoner, the Nameless, to a medieval psychomachia, i.e., a war in the soul between the anarchist partisans of revolutionary violence, which included most anarchists then as now, and nonviolence, which included Toller's friend Landauer and, to some extent, Toller himself. 681. Here, rather than remaining uncontested, monologues in favor of both positions are allowed to contest one another, to produce a space of tension and ambiguity. Tension and ambiguity also haunt Erich Mussum's Judas, 1921, Ernst Toller's Hoppla, Wir leben, Hoppla, We're Alive, 1927, and Jens Hornebo's Fugleelskern, The Bird Lovers, 1966. None of these dark plays is intended to serve as propaganda for the cause, certainly, although all are defined by the rigors of anarchist ethics. Can it ever be right to sacrifice one man's life in the service of others, as Raphael Schenk attempts to sacrifice Matthias Sebald in Judas? What do we do when, like Carl Thomas in Hoppla, We're Alive, our old comrades have all deserted us? Is it true, as the faithless Wilhelm tells Carl, that violence is always reactionary? 682. Do the victims of an oppressor, like Caruso and his old partisan comrades in The Bird Lovers, have a right to revenge, even through a judicial process, if this very process sets in motion a kind of miniature state apparatus? Or are we all equally guilty by our inevitable complicity with oppression, therefore unable to judge? If so, is this a relief? We can be done with trials, with verdicts, with executions, with obedience, or a catastrophe, all is pardoned, all is permissible, there is no justice? No solutions are provided, and we are not invited to identify just with any one character. The production of an open space for discussion is the important thing. Plays addressed primarily to a paradestinatario, on the other hand, are characterized by the presence of what Anna Ruth Giustatiani calls the enlightened character personage esclarecido, a hero protagonist upon whom we are to model ourselves, and or what Galascaio de Montoya calls the mirror character personage espejo, a secondary character, undergoing a process of evolution toward the ideal, in whom flesh and blood spectators can see the image of their own evolution. 683 quite often. These are heroines, such as the allegorical Eve of Nelly Roussel's Par la Revolte, Scene Symbolique, 1903. Here, having received no succor from church or society, Eve receives revolt as her savior. Eve, standing, trembling, excited, ah! Your powerful breath revives me, lifts me, carries me. I sense within me the raging flow of generous anger. Treacherous religion, infamous society, monstrous and foolish prejudices, your slave is a rebel. The prisoner shakes the bars of her prison. 684. Put Roussel's Eve next to Elena, the martyred heroine of Adrian del Valle's often performed Fin de Fiesta, Quadro Dramatico, 1898, literally taking one in the chest for the workers. 685, and it is not hard to see an attempt at captation at work. In fact, the social theatre and the evenings of entertainment, veladas, vetlades, soirees, festas, in which it is usually embedded, during anarchism's second period, can be seen largely as an attempt to include and recruit women, particularly those who, like Madame Bourdieu, might otherwise go to the church. 686. For both its prodestinatarios and its paradestinatarios, the anarchist drama seeks not passive spectatorship but active agency, not consumption but co-participation or co-production of meaning, as Pereira Poza describes it. 687. This invitation to participate takes place not only on the level of production, where actors are drawn from the same pool as the audience in the self-directed Gruppo Filodrammatico, but at the level of reception. Here, the audience is confronted with what is not a finalizing discourse that purportedly defines anything once and forever, as in the supposedly completed, conclusive and immutable discourse of the Church, but a message that makes an open show of its cracks and gaps, analogous to the open wounds of history, Claremont's El Mundo que muere, as well as to the openness of the world waiting to be born, El Mundo que nace. The anarchist play, unlike the well-made play of bourgeois convention, presents an open conclusion, either in terms of the radical intolerability of the scene, which challenges the audience to construct an alternative to the reality it reflects, or in terms of the unresolved contradictions it stages, which challenge the audience to address them in reality. 688. We want voices, said González Pacheco, that open up streets, horizons, perspectives. 689. Perhaps only such a theater of radical openness could hope to reverse the spectacular logic of power, to revise the partition of the sensible. 610. Jacques Rancière, Dissensus, on Politics and Aesthetics, trans. Steve Corcoran, London, Continuum, 2010, 36. 611. Robert Brustein, Monkey Business, New York Review of Books 12.8, April 1969. 44. 612. John Titel, The Living Theater, Art, Exile, and Outrage, New York, Grove Press, 1995, 158. 613. Brustein, Monkey Business, 44. 614. Robert Brustein, Revolution as Theater, Notes on the New Radical Style, New York, Live Right, 1971, 34-35. 615. Ibid, 34-35. 616. Paul Goodman, Playing It Straight, New York Review of Books 12.10, May 22, 1969. 46. 617. Nor even fuck Shakespeare. To tell the truth, it was only Shakespeare who really struck me in the course of my literary education, said the anarchist tramp poet, Johann Richtus, 1867-1933, QTD in Eugene Porret and Etienne Chippier, Johann Richtus et la Misère Neuchâtel, Editions de la Roulotte, 1947, 86. See also Landauer's Shakespeare Lectures, below. 618. Asogi QTD. In Stanley, Asogi Soxy, 66. 619. Asogi QTD. In Ibid, 120. 620 Asuji Soxi, Atarashiki Sekai no Tame no Atarashiki Geijutsu A New Art for a New World, Zenshu, Tokyo, Sekai Bunko, 1963 5.23-45. 621 Asuji Qtd. In Stanley Asuji Soxi, 120. 622 Eva Galaskayo de Montoya, El Monologo, Una Convención de la Escena Libertaria, Rio de la Plata, 1900, Teatro del Pueblo/SOMI, April 1990. 623 Octave Mirbeau, The Bad Shepherds, In the Cry for Justice, An Anthology of the Literature of Social Protest, ed. Upton Sinclair, Philadelphia, The John C. Winston Co., 1915, 628, trans. Unknown, Modifications Mine. 624 Galaskayo de Montoya, El Monologo. 625 What is astounding, considering how widely this particular play traveled along the anarchist circuits of publication, dissemination, and performance, it played in Greece, Germany, Japan, Argentina, Catalonia, the U.S. is how often spectators felt that it was talking about their situation. For instance, the same Act 4 monologue reproduced above from a collection of social protest literature, edited by Upton Sinclair, 1915, is cited by Gustav Landauer, the German translator of the play, in the context of a polemic, 1899, against the Social Democrats, Walter Fonders and Christoph Knuppel, Gustav Landauer et les mauvais burgers d'Octave Mirbeau, Caillas Octave Mirbeau 3 1996, 79. 626 William Dolby, A History of Chinese Drama, New York, Barnes & Noble Books, 1976, 279 and 13, Chans, Where East and West Meet, 94. 627 Gotland Muller, China, Kropotkin und der Anarchismus, Wiesbaden, Harassowitz, 2001, 606, Dongyun Wang, Korean Anarchism Before 1945, 117. 628 Juan Suriano, Paradoxes of Utopia, Anarchist Culture and Politics in Buenos Aires, 1890-1910, Oakland CA, AK Press, 2010, 22. 629 Galaskayo de Montoya, El Monologo. 630 Suriano, Paradoxes of Utopia, 111, 279 and 91. 631 Francisco Foot Hardman, Nem Patria, Nem Patrio, Vida Operaria e Cultura Anarquista no Brasil, São Paulo, Brazil, Brasiliense, 1983, 48-49. 632 IWA8 Congress in Madrid 1931. The complement of the decorously clothed anarchist body is, of course, the nude body, central to anarchist practices of naturism and nudism, which enjoyed popularity among a substantial minority of the companeros and companeras in Europe, France, Germany, Spain, and the Americas, Cuba, the U.S. Nudity of a generally decorous, albeit not entirely desexualized kind is also central to the world of anarchist images, as we shall see, from the woodcuts of Franz Maysriel and Manuel Monleon's posters to the cinema of Armand Guerra. 633 Li Qtd. In Chans, Where East Meets West, 98 and 3. 634 Carlos Fos, Anarquistas, Libertarios, Actors, in Historia del Actor, de la Escena Clásica al Presente, ed. Jorge Dubati, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Ediciones Colaway, 2008, 190, Wenking Kong, Obsession, Male Same-Sex Relations in China, 1900-1950, Hong Kong, Hong Kong University Press, 2009, 139, Chans, Where East Meets West, 95, Suriano, Paradoxes of Utopia, 107, Mariangela Alves de Lima and Maria Theresa Vargas, Teatro Operario na Cidade de São Paulo, Prefeitura do Município de São Paulo, Secretaria Municipal de Cultura, Departamento de Informação e Documentação Artísticas. Centro de Documentação e Informação sobre Arte Brasileira Contemporânea, 1980, 112, 29. 635 Robert White, Anarchist Theatre in Paris prior to 1914, in Essays in Honor of Keith Val Sinclair, an Australian collection of modern language studies, eds. Keith Val Sinclair and Bruce Mary, Townsville, Australia, University of North Queensland, 1991, 108. 636 Constance Bantman, Sociabilites Anarchists, Les Cas Anarchistes Français d'Angleterre, 1880-1914, Université de Paris 13, Centre de Recherches Interculturelles sur les Domaines Anglophones et Francophones, 13. 637 This was by no means an issue confined to the U.S. One of Carlos Fos's interviewees, an Argentine ceramics worker named Juan Cortez, says, "We could not go to bourgeois shows." The Argentine authors insisted on servile, superficial melodramas or fell into xenophobia with their poor sketches. I remember that when one of them severely castigated the Turkish and the southern Italian families, Enrique Meigans decided along with the companeros of the little theater group La Humanidad to write and perform a play as compensation for the insult. Their dramaturgical retaliation came in the form of El Bueno de Amir's Goodness, depicting the travails of an immigrant who first fought against a ruthless boss and then joined with others to form a cooperative, QTD in FOS, and Las Tablas Libertarias, Experiencias de Teatro Anarquista en Argentina a lo largo del siglo XX, ed. Lorena Verzero Ciudad Autónoma de Buenos Aires, Achuel, 2010, 109. 638 Rothan, Theatre, 2756. Decades later, Paul Goodman makes a strikingly similar point about the limitations of cinema, see Designing Pacifist Films, in Utopian Essays and Practical Proposals, New York, Vintage Books, 1964, 70-79. 639 QTD in Jean-Jacques Tschudin, Hirasawa Keishichi ETLE Theatre Ouvrier, Ebisu 28, 2002 179. 640 Suriano, Paradoxes of Utopia, 97. Sometimes these may have been deliberately intended to guide spectators' interpretation of the spectacle. Thus, Alvin Francis Sanborn relates how, before performances of his own Barbapoa at the Maison du Peuple, Mélito himself provided an introductory lecture, Paris and the Social Revolution, a study of the revolutionary elements in the various classes of Parisian society. Small, Maynard & Co., 1905, 38. Likewise, Cecilia Beach notes that between the prologue and the first act of Louise Michel's play, La Grève, Liboucher, an anarchist orator, gave a speech ensuring that it would not be performed in isolation, staging politics and gender, French women's drama, 1880-1923 New York, Palgrave Macmillan, 2005, 41. 641 La Luz QTD. In Isa, La Cultura Anarquista, 154.